August 21, 2015. Pre-mission briefing, Operation Riftseal Series Assault. Ranger Operations and Military Command, Sincarian, formerly Cincinnati. Repurposed from the former Cincinnati Museum and Train Terminal. The holographic display of Series hovered above the group, casting a rotating light over the room. Earth's Rangers, standing in perfect formation, were surrounded by leaders and military personnel from Earth and allied worlds. The air was thick with tension, as every individual in the room understood the magnitude of what was about to unfold. General Cassins, a towering figure with a commanding presence, stood at the forefront, his dark military uniform, adorned with medals from countless campaigns, gleamed under the dim lights. His sharp gaze moved from the holographic display to the Rangers assembled before him. He radiated authority and determination, embodying the steel resolve of Earth's defense forces. Cassins was the top commander in Sincarian, the repurposed megacity that now served as the hub of Ranger operations and military command. And his role as the 5-star general in charge of the city's defense operations made him a pivotal figure in this mission. Beside Cassins stood Wei Lingyu, the Imperator of Earth. Born in China before the countdown to destruction, Lingyu had witnessed firsthand the collapse of the old world and the formation of the new megacities. She was not only the civilian leader of Earth, but also the political heart of Sangara, a sprawling metropolis built atop what was once Beijing. Sangara, consolidation of many Asian cultures, was a beacon of cultural unity in the aftermath of Earth's reconstruction. Lingyu's composed demeanor, dressed in the ceremonial robes of her office, concealed a mind sharpened by years of crisis management and diplomacy. Her calculating eyes took in every detail, from the projected images of the asteroid to the subtle body language of those around her. Trey of Triforia, leader of the Triforian people, stood tall and resolute, exuding a regal calm. His golden armor, etched with intricate patterns, shimmered under the lights, reflecting the values of balance and unity central to Triforia's culture. The faint glow of his eyes indicated not only the wisdom of a leader who had survived many battles, but also his unwavering commitment to the Alliance. Trey's experience in managing Triforia's trioric energy had made him invaluable in the strategy room, where his insights often guided the course of tactical planning. To his right, Ambassador Andros of KO-35 exuded a quiet intensity. His dark angular features and the sleek, geometric designs of his armor mirrored KO-35's militaristic and technologically advanced society. Andros was no stranger to war, having fought against intergalactic threats for most of his life. His sharp, vigilant eyes scanned the room, his posture straight and controlled, radiating the readiness of a soldier who expected battle at every turn. His presence was commanding without needing to speak, the quiet authority of a man shaped by war. Next to Andros, Delphine of Aquator was the embodiment of serene focus. Her translucent skin, shifting in subtle hues, reflected the depth of her emotions as she observed the briefing. Aquator's culture, deeply connected to water, was visible in Delphine's graceful movements and bioluminescent skin, which rippled with faint color changes as she processed the unfolding situation. Currently, a soft indigo hue pulsed through her skin, reflecting her solemn responsibility in this mission. She stood silently, but her large reflective eyes missed nothing. King Dax of Edenoi was the final leader standing among the group, his muscular form solid and imposing at first glance. Dax appeared nearly human, but upon closer inspection, the slight insectoid texture of his skin hinted at the unique nature of his people. A silver hexagonal gem marking him as royalty gleamed on his forehead. It caught the light as he regarded the holographic display with a quiet intensity. His presence, though understated compared to some of the other leaders, radiated a patient strength, the hallmark of someone used to leading under pressure. As the leaders absorbed the information before them, a contingent of support personnel from every corner of the Alliance quietly entered the room. The array of military strategists, engineers, and communication officers filled the space, each of them wearing the colors and insignias of their respective worlds. Despite the silenced atmosphere was charged with focus, The flicker of holographic screens, the low hum of data transmissions, and the whispered exchanges between officers added to the weight of the situation. Live feeds from Sangara Triforia KO35 and Ednoi streamed in the background, where personnel from each of these worlds monitored the briefing. Their homeworlds as invested in the outcome of this mission as those present in Syncarian. At the center of it all, the holographic model of Series continued to rotate, displaying tactical data troop movements and energy signatures. The briefing moved into its next critical phase as General Casson stepped forward, commanding the room's attention. Our objective is simple in theory, but execution will demand the full strength of this alliance. Cassons began. His voice, steady and deliberate, filled the chamber. As you've already seen, the rift between dimensions is anchored by a facility embedded within the asteroid series. Our mission is to destroy that facility, close the rift, and secure the future of our worlds. Failure is not an option. He gestured to the rotating hologram, which zoomed in to show the saucer-like structure nestled deep within the asteroid's surface. The glowing lines that highlighted the facility's key components pulsed with a faint, ominous light. The rift acts as a terminal. Cassons continued, allowing the enemy to send their soldiers and supplies through from their dimension. If we destroy the reactor core buried deeper in Series, it will trigger a chain reaction that will not only collapse the facility but seal the rift as well. The Red Ranger, standing at attention near the front, stepped forward, her eyes hard with focus. What about the fleet currently stationed inside the rift? Well, she asked. Once we disable the terminal, what happens to them? Cassons paused before nodding toward the Blue Ranger, who stepped forward to address the room. His voice was calm, but carried the intensity of someone who had thought through every possible scenario. Once the anchor point is destroyed, the rift will close, and Billy Cranston of Cranston Enterprises will be standing by in the command center to reinitiate the lock that holds the rift closed. If everything goes according to plan, this lock will be permanent and will ensure that this pocket dimension remains inaccessible indefinitely. Cassons explained, his tone resolute. Red Ranger nodded, her focus unwavering. So once the rift is sealed and Series is destroyed, we're looking at the final phase of the war. Cassons stepped forward, addressing the room as the hologram zoomed in on the asteroid's surface, revealing intricate layers of tunnels, structural weaknesses and energy grids. Correct. The forces we've encountered on Series are critical to the enemy's supply chain and reinforcement capabilities. Once this facility is neutralized, the isolated enemy cells across the Alliance's territory will be cut off, unable to regroup or resupply. We expect resistance to taper off within 2 years. But make no mistake, Series is the blow that ends this war. Blue Ranger stepped forward, his voice calm but deliberate as his eyes scanned the room. Nova and I have run through every possible scenario. After analyzing the facility's defenses and energy output, we've concluded that the only viable option to completely neutralize the rift and the saucer facility is to trigger a core overload. He gestured to the holographic display of the core deep within Series. This reactor is heavily protected by layers of automated defenses and fail-safes designed to prevent exactly what we're planning to do. The system was built to withstand catastrophic failures, which means we'll need to disable those safety measures manually. My neuro implant will allow me to interface directly with the core systems, but I won't be able to do it alone. Nova appeared beside him, her voice smooth and efficient. We'll need a team of combat engineers to accompany us. Their primary job will be to bypass the reactor's fail-safes and disable any physical locks or barriers that might prevent me from initiating the overload. This will require precision and timing. Any missteps, and the system could either lock us out or cause a premature failure that we won't be able to control. Blue Ranger stepped forward, his voice calm but deliberate as his eyes scanned the room. Nova and I have run through every possible scenario. After analyzing the facility's defenses and energy output, we've concluded that the only viable option to completely neutralize the rift and the saucer facility is to trigger a core overload. He gestured to the hologram.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Graphic display of the core deep within Series. This reactor is heavily protected by layers of automated defenses and fail-safes, designed to prevent exactly what we're planning to do. The system was built to withstand catastrophic failures, which means we'll need to disable those safety measures manually. My neuro implant will allow me to interface directly with the core systems, but I won't be able to do it alone. Nova appeared beside him, her voice smooth and efficient. We'll need a team of combat engineers to accompany us. Their primary job will be to bypass the reactor's fail-safes and disable any physical locks or barriers that might prevent me from initiating the overload. This will require precision and timing any missteps, and the system could either lock us out or cause a premature failure that we won't be able to control. Blue Ranger straightened and continued his tone resolute. Once we've breached their systems and disabled the fail-safes, I'll manually jack into the reactor's interface and trigger the overload. Based on Nova's best estimates, we'll have a maximum of 10 minutes to evacuate after the process begins. Nova materialized beside him, her projection glowing slightly in the dim light. Once the overload is initiated, the reactor will go critical, and the energy surge will begin destabilizing the core. After 10 minutes, the entire structure, everything from the reactor to the saucer facility, will be vaporized. The surrounding area will be obliterated by the explosion. Blue continued, gesturing to the rotating holographic model of Series. The energy output from the core, combined with the volatile gases and rare metals in the asteroid, will result in a chain reaction. The blast will consume everything within several kilometers. If we don't make it out in time, we won't be leaving at all. Nova's voice was calm, but there was an undercurrent of urgency. Once the overload begins, there's no way to stop it. We're working on a strict timeline, and any delays could prove fatal. The room was filled with the weight of the reality they were about to face. There was no room for error, Blue Ranger. His tone growing more serious continued. The teleport enhancers we're using will need to be daisy-chained together, automatically forwarding patterns from one enhancer to the next. If there's any break in the line, the interference will be too great, and the transport pattern won't hold. He paused, letting the gravity of the situation sink in before adding. There's another risk as well. Without a mobile transport pad, there's a chance that when the interference peaks, we may not rematerialize at all. The disruption could scatter our patterns before we complete the transport, meaning the team could be lost between points. Nova nodded in agreement. That's why we've mapped out these routes so carefully. We have to stay within the parameters we've established. And once the overload begins, we'll have no time to correct mistakes. It's a straight run out. The room remained silent as the weight of this additional risk settled over the team. Red stepped forward, her tone shifting as the holographic display refocused on the saucer facility embedded within the asteroid. Unlike the core, the saucer section doesn't suffer the same radiation risk. The rock between the saucer and the core acts as a natural shield. But even if that wasn't enough, the enemy has already adequately shielded their living and training facilities. As the layout of the facility rotated in front of the assembled group, Red gestured to each sector. The saucer is divided into 4 critical zones: the north, east, south, and west tunnels. Each one leads to a different section of their facility. Black, you'll be responsible for locking down the simulator rooms in the west. Pink, the barracks are your target in the east. Yellow, the medical bay in the south is where you'll find our captured personnel in stasis. As she continued, each ranger reacted to their assignment, their AI assistants chiming in as well. Pink smirked. leaning slightly into the holographic display as she eyed her section. The barracks hull looks like I'll be thinning the herd. Can't wait to watch those commanders scramble when I pop their little heads off. Prismhera immaterialized beside her, a glint of mischief flickering in her form. Why stop at the commanders? Prism purred. Her voice filled with an almost sadistic glee. Take your time, Pink, play with them. Make them fear every second of it. Pink's grin widened, her tone dripping with dark excitement. Now you're speaking my language, Prism. Nothing like the thrill of making them beg before I take the shot. Prism's form shimmered with approval. Draw it out. Let the dread sink in. Then when they think they've got a chance, pull the trigger. Black cracked his knuckles, his eyes narrowing as the holographic display highlighted the simulator rooms. Perfect. I'll lock down the simulator rooms and smash through any of their elite soldiers. They won't even have time to think if I'm in their face. Bastion, his eye appeared at his side, steady and calculating. Your armor's fully prepped. Your weapons are in peak condition, he commented in a firm, no-nonsense tone. I'll be right in the thick of it. Just the way you like it. Black grinned, his muscles tense with anticipation. That's exactly where I need to be. Keep them off balance. Hit them hard and don't give them a second to regroup. Bastion nodded. Maximum pressure. No time for them to strategize. Yellow spoke up, her tone calm but resolute. Our vessels are reinforced with a keratin-like structure, grown specifically to absorb the impact of landing. This biological armor will allow each of our 4 ships to break through the asteroid's surface and deliver us to our target locations safely. She gestured to the hologram's depiction of the medical and prison wings. My team's objective is to extract any prisoners being held by the Elvenurus in their medical bay. Once located, they'll be sent to the Tempest for evacuation to Aquator. The Tempest is prepared for immediate medical intervention, but the conditions will be unpredictable. Echo her A. Added in a precise tone. We'll use transport tags developed by Blue and Nova. These tags bypass the need for daisy-chain pattern enhancers and will allow direct transport of the prisoners, avoiding interference from the asteroid's radiation. Every prisoner we tag can be extracted swiftly, no matter how volatile the environment becomes. Yellow nodded, her voice steady. The tags will ensure we can extract the prisoners quickly, without the complications of pattern relays. The Red Ranger stepped forward, her tone firm. I'll be stationed in the central chamber, coordinating relief personnel and providing backup where needed. The bulk of our automated platforms, machine gunstrones, missile platforms, energy barriers, and barricades will be set up here as a fallback point. She pointed to the holographic display, focusing on the North Wing. The North Wing is a priority target. The Triforian fleet's trioric cannons should render the bay inoperable, cutting off the enemy's battlesuits and mechs. Our goal is to stop them from accessing their heavy assets, and any drones or fighters they deploy will engage the fleet in orbit. Aegisher AI assistant added. By fortifying the central chamber, we prevent enemy forces from reaching key areas. If necessary, we fall back here and hold the line. The leaders of the Alliance exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of resolve and silent contemplation. Each one weighed the gravity of the mission, the complexities laid bare before them. Finally, it was Imperator Wei Lingyu who stepped forward, her posture dignified, her calm presence commanding the room. Her eyes swept over the Rangers, then the assembled military personnel, before settling on General Cassins. With a quiet nod, she gave her approval. The Alliance stands united in this effort, she began, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of her authority. You have trained for this moment, and you have prepared your minds and bodies for the battle ahead. Remember that strength comes not only from your skills but from your unity. In this final strike, you carry the hopes of many. Stay focused, stay vigilant, and above all, return victorious. Her words were simple but profound, her gaze unwavering as she met the eyes of each Ranger, instilling a final wave of confidence in the team before they faced the task that lay ahead. The hangar thrummed with relentless activity. Engineers scrambled between ships, their shouts of commands and questions cutting through the air, while the sharp clang of metal against metal echoed in the vast space. The acrid scent of burning fuel mixed with the sterile tang of polished steel, creating a heavy electric atmosphere. Ground crews moved with purpose, checking and rechecking equipment as the heavy-duty machinery clanked and whirred, its mechanical rhythm syncing with the pulse of preparation. Above them, massive cranes carried supply crates and weaponry, silhouetted against the harsh artificial lighting that gleamed off the shiny surfaces of ships, waiting for launch. Yet for the Rangers, the true noise was not external. It was the silent hum of their neural networks, a connection that linked them not only to their AIs but to each other. Through that invisible bond, a steady stream of information pulsed, like the rhythmic beat of a heartbeat they all shared. The sensation was constant, subtle ways there, as natural as breathing. They didn't have to acknowledge it to feel its presence. It was a part of them. The connection was more than just a tactical advantage. It was the essence of what made them a team, a unit. The intricate flow of data exchanged between their AIs was beyond what their conscious minds could process. A blur of calculations and predictions occurring too fast to follow. But they could feel it. Each Ranger sensed the subtle shift in awareness as their AIs adjusted strategy, adapting to evolving circumstances, recalculating thousands of scenarios per second. It made them more than soldiers. It made them a single entity, different limbs of the same body, aware of the whole even if they couldn't see every moving piece. At the center of it all stood the Red Ranger. Her awareness flickered between her team's movements and the countless scenarios running through their AIs. Even though she didn't need to process it all herself, Aegis, her AI was there, a constant, calm presence in the back of her mind, feeding her live updates on the readiness of her team, incoming enemy threat projections, and the overall strategic layout. But even amid the noise, the hum of readiness and tactical projections, something tugged at her mind, an undercurrent of tension. Nova. She was different from Aegis, sharper and more resolute. While Aegis was focused on the team's well-being, often adjusting strategies to accommodate changing emotions or unforeseen circumstances, Nova didn't waver. She was cold and precise, embodying a relentless pursuit of efficiency. If Aegis reflected the Red Ranger's role as a leader, one who sought to protect, guide, and adapt, Nova was a mirror of the Blue Ranger's need for control, logic and meticulous execution. Once Nova resolved on a course of action, she rarely deviated. Calculations led her, and she trusted them implicitly. Where Aegis might pause to consider a diplomatic route, weighing the cost of aggression against the value of preserving resources or lives, Nova was surgical. She calculated risks and outcomes with a degree of certainty that left little room for flexibility. If her projections showed success at a 90% probability, that was all she needed. The 10% was a margin for error, not something she would concern herself with unless absolutely necessary. In this, she complemented the Blue Ranger perfectly. He didn't need soft reassurances or emotional cushioning. He needed the cold certainty that Nova provided, especially when things became chaotic. Her precision was his anchor, and in turn, his trust in her never wavered, even now. Red could sense the difference between the two AIs. Aegis was constantly balancing the mental and emotional state of his Ranger, adjusting tactical recommendations to account for even subtle shifts in her focus or stress levels. But Nova was feeding Blue cold hard data, with little room for interpretation. It was this disparity that tugged at Red's mind, the undercurrent of tension she couldn't quite shake. The mission ahead was unlike anything they'd faced before. High risk, high stakes, and a level of uncertainty that gnawed at her instinctively. She trusted Blue, and his team trusted Nova's precision. But she couldn't help the nagging feeling that something lay beyond the scope of Nova's calculated plans. Nova's locked-in Aegis's voice echoed calmly in her mind, breaking her train of thoughts. Her projections show an optimal course of action, but we're still monitoring for variables. Red nodded, her attention drifting toward the rest of her team, and particularly to Echo. Yellow Ranger's AI had always been a curious presence in the mix, a sharp contrast to Nova's rigid precision or Aegis's strategic oversight. Echo operated in a space that Red had difficulty fully grasping. Echo mirrored Yellow Ranger's trust in uncertainty. Tojdurthi embraced a sense of destiny, a belief that the world moved with unseen currents like the ocean. It flowed and carried them to where they needed to be. It wasn't logic or data, it was something more instinctual. A guiding force Yellow seemed to feel rather than analyze. Echo reflected that worldview, guiding Yellow not with calculations but with subtle nudges, flowing through situations rather than forcing control over them. Red, with her methodical mindset, could never fully understand this. To her, the world was a series of problems to solve, patterns to discern, variables to weigh. She needed to know what was coming, to rely on tactical foresight. Aegis was an extension of that need. But Yellow and Echo operated differently, trusting that, even in chaos, the right path would present itself to them. There was less to know and more to simply understand. She couldn't deny how effective it was, time and again. Echo had guided Yellow with a kind of effortless grace, an almost unexplainable ability to adapt in ways that weren't strictly logical, but always seemed to work. Red often found herself watching Yellow in the thick of battle, moving fluidly, always at ease, trusting in her gut and in Echo's quiet influence. Yet this dynamic also worried her. Would that trust in the natural flow be enough when things veered too far out of control? Would Echo's subtle adjustments be quick enough when they needed hard, immediate action? Red wasn't sure. But she knew Yellow wouldn't falter. At least not emotionally. Yellow's unshakable belief in Echo's guidance made her a steadfast force, even if Red couldn't quite make sense of it. Her thoughts shifted again to Prism. Prism had an unusual relationship with Pink, one that often unsettled Red. The AI didn't just bring out Pink's worst qualities, sometimes it felt as though they blurred into one. In battle, the distinction between them vanished. Prism sharpened Pink's instincts, feeding into her ruthless precision, turning her into a sniper who was cold and methodical. Red couldn't help but wonder if the line between Pink and Prism had dissolved entirely, leaving a seamless but volatile force. Pink was a contradiction outside of combat. She was restless and easily bored, often checked out or distracted. It was surprising that she had stayed focused during the entire briefing. Usually, Pink would have tuned out, growing bored after a few minutes. But in battle she became something else, a deadly, cold presence. It was that ability to switch into hyper-focus that had kept her in the military. Without it, Red was certain Pink would have been discharged and placed under care for her instability long ago. And that instability came from a place Red understood all too well. Pink was one of the children Alphabet couldn't save after Countdown, too broken for even the most determined professionals to reach. Her trauma was deep, and even the best psychologists had stepped away from her. Unable to help, Red knew what a danger aboard Pink could be. That restlessness, if left unchecked, could turn destructive. Prism controlled it, at least during combat. When things got serious, Pink was locked in, her unpredictability fading into pure efficiency as Prism guided her. Each shot was perfect, calculated and precise, as if Prism had stripped away all of Pink's chaotic nature for the duration of the fight. But Red couldn't help but wonder what toll that took on Pink when the battle was over. Prism's coldness worked in the heat of combat, but outside of it did it push Pink deeper into herself. It was strange, though. Blue had gone through the same program with her, faced the same trauma, and yet he seemed almost normal by comparison. He had his momenture, his need for control, his reliance on Nova's precision, but he functioned more like a balanced person. Red found it hard to reconcile how two people, molded by the same experiences, could turn out so differently. Maybe it was Nova's steady logic keeping him grounded, or maybe Blue had just learned to mask his damage better. Whatever the reasons, the difference between Pink and Blue was striking. Pink's volatility made her both incredibly valuable and deeply concerning. Red trusted Prism to handle Pink in combat, but outside of it, Pink remained a question mark. The unpredictable edge that made her such an effective sniper also made her a constant risk. With the mission approaching, Red reminded herself to keep a close watch on Pink. There was more to managing her than just tactical success. There was the ongoing battle to keep her stable, to make sure that the line between Pink and Prism didn't blur beyond repair. Her thoughts shifted to Black and Bastion. Black was the ranger she had the most in common with, like her. He'd survived Countdown with both of his parents, a shared experience that created an unspoken bond between them. Neither of them needed to talk about it. They both carried that weight quietly. Black was also an athlete, though his focus was on boxing raw power, breaking through with brute force. He thrived in direct combat, never overthinking, trusting his strength and instincts. Red respected that about him. He didn't get caught up in tactics, just moved forward, taking hits and giving them back harder. Bastion, his AI, mirrored that perfectly. He didn't talk much or process as quickly as the other AIs. But he didn't need to. Like Black, Bastion's strength lay in defense. He was unyielding, especially when it came to cyber attacks. Even in the AI simulations, Bastion could fend off assaults with the same grit Black showed in battle. Togedirthy made a relentless team, simpler, reliable, and tough. Red admired that. They didn't second-guess or overcomplicate things. They were built to enduring when the battle got chaotic. Black and Bastion were the ones she could always count on to hold the line. As the mission loomed, Red knew their resilience would be invaluable sometimes. The strongest asset wasn't strategy or adaptability. It was being able to take the hit and keep moving forward. And that's what Black and Bastion did best. As the final preparations wrapped up, the hum of the neural network grew quieter, each ranger settling into their role with an eerie calm. The external noise of the hangar metal clanging, engineers shouting, machinery whirring faded into the background. Red watched her team, noting how each of them shifted from restless pre-mission anticipation to razor-sharp focus. The countdown had begun. All systems green, Aegis confirmed in her mind. His calm presence was steadying, a constant reassurance that everything was proceeding as planned. Red didn't need to respond. She felt the readiness humming between her and her AI, a shared understanding that all preparations were complete. But still, there was that flicker of tension. She couldn't shake the feeling that this mission was different, that something beyond their meticulously planned operations awaited them. Her team gathered around, the holographic display flickering to life in front of them. The asteroid they were about to infiltrate rotated slowly in the center of the projection. Red markers pinpointing critical objectives, thin lines tracing projected routes through the enemy facility. It looked simple enough on paper, at least. But Red knew better. There were always unknowns, and they would have to be ready for whatever came their way. She stepped forward, her voice clear and commanding. "We've gone over this before, but now it's official. Ship assignments are confirmed." Her eyes flicked to Blue first. "Blue, you and your combat engineers are on the Edenite Infiltrator. It's designed for speed and precision. Your mission is to take the shuttle down to the asteroid and use it to burrow through the surface. Once you're close enough, you'll perform a short-range teleport inside. We won't be able to precisely target the landing site, but we're fairly certain the room you're teleporting into is a large open space." Blue nodded, already analyzing the logistics. Nova was likely running simulations to account for the uncertainty of the landing. They wouldn't have the precision they usually relied on. But Blue trusted the Infiltrator and Nova's meticulous calculations. As long as they could burrow close enough, the teleport would get them inland from there. It was all about speed. Red turned to the others, continuing with the rest of the plan. "Once Blue's infiltration is complete, the rest of us will move in on Aquator ships, making our crash landings in the key areas. Our impact will create chaos, and we'll set up defenses before the enemy regroups." The team absorbed the information in silence, each ranger running through their role in the mission. They were ready. Every scenario, every possible outcome was accounted for. Now it was just about execution. The hologram zoomed in, showing the various entry points across the asteroid. Red's voice remained steady as she outlined the next phase. Black, you and your squad will focus on securing the simulator rooms. Expect heavy resistance. The enemy troops coming out of the simulators will be armored and ready for combat. So you'll need to hold the line until Blue can complete his part of the mission. Black nodded, a determined look in his eyes. He and Bastion were already in sync, likely strategizing how best to fortify their position. Red knew Black would be an unmovable force, one who could take the brunt of whatever came his way and keep his team standing strong. Pink, Red continued turning her attention to the sniper. You'll position yourself at the barracks. You'll need to prevent the commanders from regrouping. Take out anyone trying to rally the enemy forces before they can organize a counterattack. Pink gave a sharp, almost playful grin, her fingers already drumming on her sniper rifle as if itching to get into position. Red had no doubts that Prism was laying out firing solutions, turning Pink into a precise instrument of destruction. Yellow, you'll secure the medical bay. It's critical that we get any POWs out of there as soon as possible. Use the teleport enhancers to evacuate them to the Aquator transport ships. We expect some resistance, but the priority is ensuring those prisoners are safe. Yellow nodded with calm resolve. Echo's subtle guidance would keep her centered, even in the chaos of clearing out the medical bay and handling the teleport extractions. Yellow's steady hands and focus would make sure no one was left behind. Finally, Red refocused the hologram on the central hub. I'll be overseeing everything from the command hub. I'll set up teleport enhancers and make sure the wounded can be evacuated, as well as issue any critical command adjustments. If any of you need backup or support, I'll be coordinating our assets from there. She paused, letting the weight of the mission settle. The team stood ready, eyes locked on her as they processed the final details of the plan. We've prepared for everything we can, Red said, her voice firm but measured. Once Blue's infiltration starts, there's no turning back. We move fast, that hard, and get out before the reactor goes critical. Each ranger gave a subtle nod. They all knew the stakes. There were no questions, no hesitation. Their minds were already aligned with their AIs, processing scenarios, working through tactics. Relay all of this to your support teams, Red ordered. We move in 10 minutes. As the Rangers began to disperse to their assigned ships, Red could feel the calm before the storm settling over her. The mission was clear, and now it was just a matter of execution. Aegis whispered in the back of her mind, reassuring her that they were ready, that all the pieces were in place. They had a job to do, and together, human and AI, they would see it through. The Edenite infiltrator Duskmorn hung suspended like a predator in the heart of the massive organic bay aboard the capital ship Doomsting. Unlike traditional vessels, Duskmorn was the result of the advanced bioengineering techniques of Edenoi. Grown rather than built, it was a masterpiece of organic technology. The ship's surface pulsed with the faint energy of living tissue, a seamless blend of biology and machinery. Its outer shell was a hardened, segmented carapace that mirrored the resilient exoskeletons of Edenoi's native fauna. Its design engineered to withstand immense pressure and radiation. The Doomsting itself was a larger, more intricate creation. Its massive jagged structure was alive, its organic hull breathing in the vacuum of space. Thick, vein-like conduits carried bioenergy through the ship's systems, while its exterior bristled with symbiotic weaponry. The ship was more than just a vessel. It was a living part of Edenoi's fleet, a sentient entity tethered to the minds of its crew inside. The air hummed with bioelectrical pulses, each thrum representing the ship's quiet communication with its inhabitants. The crew moved in synchrony, aware of the ship's pulse beneath their feet as it adjusted its internal systems for the upcoming launch. Now, Doomsting drifted silently just beyond the asteroid Ceres, its organic camouflage blending it into the emptiness of space. Hidden from the asteroid's sensor grid, the ship's tendrils extended gently, waiting for the precise moment to release Duskmorn. The asteroid itself appeared as nothing more than a jagged, lifeless rock floating aimlessly in the void. but its surface masked a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers housing a powerful reactor. This reactor was the key to the enemy's foothold in the sector, providing the energy needed to keep their portal active. Its destruction would cripple their entire operation. Final checks complete. Nova's voice echoed coolly in Blue's neural link, her presence a steady hum within his mind. All systems in Duskmorn are green. We are ready for launch. The Blue Ranger stood at the head of the small crew inside Duskmorn, the interior lights reflecting off the surface of his helmet. His HUD display flashed with final preparations, synchronized with Nova's steady voice feeding him updates. He didn't need to give verbal orders. Nova was already processing the status of the ship and crew. Yet the hum of the Infiltrator's organic systems, mixed with the underlying tension of the mission, added weight to the atmosphere inside Duskmorn. 12 combat engineers and 8 Marines sat quietly, their bodies almost molded into the ship's organic seats, each one mentally braced for what was to come. The combat engineers' biosuits had fully grown around their forms, sleek, responsive, and organic, designed to enhance agility and adaptability. Meanwhile, the Marines' bulkier suits adapted with reinforced armor plates, a reminder of the heavier toll their tasks would demand. Faint pulses of energy from the morphing grid rippled across their suits, signaling readiness. A soft hiss echoed through the ship as the bay doors opened, revealing the infinite blackness of space, the asteroid. Ceres loomed ominously in the distance, jagged and lifeless with a silent jolt. Duskmorn detached from the docking cradle, its organic propulsion systems quietly propelling it forward. Like a predator slipping from its nest, the Infiltrator darted through the void, leaving Doomsting behind from the viewport. Blue could see the capital ship withdrawing, its form quickly fading into the blackness as it maintained its position well beyond enemy sensor reach. Cloaked in advanced stealth systems, Doomsting would remain undetected, a distant overseer while the Duskmorn carried out its mission. The Infiltrator glided like an insect leaving the safety of its hive, sleek and designed to navigate hostile environments. It would burrow deep through rock and debris, finding its target at the heart of the asteroid. Duskmorn is away, Nova reported, her tone precise but laced with the slightest hint of anticipation. Running final checks on the trajectory, no deviations. We're on course. The asteroid loomed larger in the viewport, its surface jagged and unwelcoming, crater-sharp peaks, and deep valleys scarred the desolate terrain, making it an ideal hiding place for the enemy's facility. Buried deep beneath its protective shell, the enemy had designed it to be impenetrable. But the Duskmorn had other plans. Flanking Duskmorn were numerous smaller fighters deployed from Doomsting, each one sleek and agile, darting in tight concentric circles around the Infiltrator like a living shield. Their nimble movements contrasted sharply with the steady, silent advance of the Infiltrator, providing an additional layer of protection in case of any unexpected enemy ambush. For No, however, the space around them remained disturbingly still. No alarms, no hostile movements, just the quiet hum of their ships cutting through the void. "It's too quiet," muttered Private Greaves from his seat, his voice carrying the tension of the moment. His hands were clenched tightly around the armrests of his chair, the weight of the upcoming mission settling in. Sergeant Petrov, sitting across from him, caught the nervous glance and smirked beneath his helmet. "You're not used to the quiet, kid. Doesn't mean something's gonna blow up every time we get close to a rock," he said, his voice relaxed, betraying years of experience in these kinds of missions. Right, Greaves responded, though his uneasy tone suggested he wasn't fully convinced. He shifted in his seat, as if trying to shake off the oppressive silence. The Blue Ranger remained silent, his focus locked on his HUD as Nova fed him constant live updates. His role as leader demanded unwavering focus. Distractions, no matter how small, were dangerous at this stage. The tension from the Marines was palpable, but his mind was elsewhere, on the mission's risks and the responsibility that lay on his shoulders. His eyes flickered over the readings on the support fighters outside, tracking their movements. Each fighter followed its pre-programmed flight path with precision, ensuring that Duskmorn remained under their protective cover. Support fighters holding formation. Nova's voice cut through the comms. No signs of enemy activity. The fighters continued their spiraling flight pattern as they neared their designated landing points on the asteroid's surface. One by one they peeled off from the formation, dropping silently toward the jagged terrain below. Specialized claws extended from their underbellies, gripping onto the rocky surface with mechanical precision. The faint clinking of metal against rock echoed through the comms as each fighter anchored itself firmly onto Series. As soon as they made contact, the fighters deployed advanced sensors that burrowed beneath the surface like living tendrils. Spreading out rapidly, the roots of these sensors crawled through the asteroid's exterior, mapping its structure from within, scanning for weaknesses, hidden chamber sand irregularities. The data streamed back to Duskmorn and Doomsting, compiling a real-time 3D model of the asteroid's internal layout. Mapping process initiated, Nova's voice reported. Calm and efficient, breaking the stillness in the Infiltrator. Scans are progressing as expected. We'll have a full readout in approximately 10 minutes. The Blue Ranger gave a slight nod, though no one could see the gesture beneath his helmet. His gaze remained fixed on the growing map on his HUD. The mission's success hinged on the accuracy of those scans. Any hidden chambers fortifications or unexpected defenses could spell disaster for the team. Every minute, every detail mattered. As Duskmorn continued its quiet approach, Blue could feel the weight of the mission settling heavily on him. His crew depended on him to lead them through the asteroid's hidden dangers, to succeed where others had failed, but for now, all they could do was wait for the scans to complete and hope they hadn't missed anything. Outside, the asteroid's rugged surface remained eerily calm. A jagged expanse of barren rock and deep craters casting long, ominous shadows across the landscape. From their vantage point, the fighter pilots could see the asteroid in all its desolation. It looked lifeless, but they knew better. Beneath the surface, something dangerous waited. Looks like another quiet day on a rock. One of the fighter pilots commented over the open channel, his voice casual, almost bored. Don't jinx it, another pilot quickly replied. You know how these things go, yeah. The last thing we need is a surprise party. Sergeant Petrov grunted, adjusting the energy regulator on his biosuit with a practiced hand. Nova's voice cut through the chatter with her usual calm precision. Relax, Sergeant. The odds of an enemy ambush are currently sitting at 9.6%, in other words, highly unlikely. And what if we're in that unlucky 9.6%? Private Greaves asked, the nervous edge in his voice betraying the tension in the air. Nova responded with a dry tone. Perfectly timed to ease the rising nerves. Well, let's just say it's a good thing we brought plenty of explosives. The faint chuckles that followed were more of a release than humor. Inside Duskmorn, the tension was thick enough to feel. The Marinselways more vocal, used their banter to keep their nerves in check. The engineers, on the other hand, remained silent, focused on the mission that lay ahead. Each combat engineer was suited in streamlined biosuits, tailored for both protection and the high-precision technical work they were trained for. The suit, pulsing faintly with blue energy from the morphing grid, enhanced their mental processing and physical abilities. A balance of tech and combat readiness. But their true edge came from the neuro interfaces embedded at the base of their necks, directly under their ears. These allowed them to jack directly into enemy systems via physical connection, giving them full control of data streams and security systems. While connected, they could manipulate enemy technology with remarkable precision, though at the cost of losing partial physical awareness, a trade-off that weighed heavily during combat. Meanwhile, the Marines, seated nearby in their bulkier biosuits, adjusted to the weight of their armor plates and the heavy arsenal each carried. Their suits were designed for a different kind of battle, equipped with reinforced plating, extra power reserves, and a unique feature that allowed for bursts of speed and strength. These enhancements made them agile in close-quarters combat. giving them the edge in high pressure. Fast-paced environments. Corporal Decker leaned back in his seat, the confident grin on his face hidden beneath his helmet. I hope they put up a fight. I've got enough firepower to take down a whole fleet. Sergeant Halliver, the realist, responded with a booming laugh. Yeah, but can you handle it without blowing yourself up? Decker's chuckle echoed through the comms. Relax, Sarge. I've got it all under control, you'll see. Last time you said that we had to haul you out of the wreckage. Petrov chimed in, smirking beneath his helmet. Minor setback, Decker shrugged. You're just jealous I get all the action. Blue Ranger listened silently, the banter echoing in his comms. He understood the purpose behind the exchange. Marines were tough, but even they felt the weight of an approaching mission like this. Their humor was a shield away to keep the tension at bay. If only for a moment, and as the leader, he couldn't afford to get involved in the small talk, not when the mission required his complete focus. Nova, always quick with her own brand of humor, joined the conversation with a perfectly timed quip. If you blow yourself up, Corporal, I'll be sure to log it in the mission report as excessive enthusiasm. This time the laughter was more genuine, and even Blue felt the pressure ease, if only slightly. But it wouldn't last long. Approaching landing point, Nova's voice cut back into focused humor. Gone. Prepare for impact outside the viewport. The asteroid loomed larger, its jagged peaks and valleys casting long, foreboding shadows. The surface was a barren wasteland. But beneath their true target waited. Duskmorn was about to make its move, and the real mission was just beginning. Everyone braced themselves as Duskmorn descended rapidly toward the asteroid's surface. The hull groaned under the strains, a visceral reminder of the ship's organic nature as its systems adjusted their trajectory. Each member of the crew felt the ship's heartbeat, the synchronized effort of its living components working overtime to ensure a smooth landing. As the Infiltrator made contact, Blue's HUD lit up with fresh data streams. The impact jolted the ship, but it held firm as its organic claws extended, digging deep into the rock and securing it to the surface. Though the landing was rough as expected, the ship's resilience shone through inside. The crew released their grips on the railings, shaking off the jolt of impact. Well, that was fun, Petrov muttered, already checking his gear with practiced efficiency. We still in one piece. Greaves rubbed his helmet, his voice slightly muffled. Feels like I left half my brain back there, but I'm good. Good to hear, Blue replied, his tone steady and calm. Get ready, we're starting the burrow process, as if on cue. The ship systems hummed to life, the organic mechanisms awakening as Duskmorn began its descent into the asteroid. The hull groaned again as the ship's organic drills activated, boring deeper into the rock with every passing second. The team could feel the vibrations resonating beneath their feet, a rhythmic reminder of their mission. The next several minutes were tense and uncomfortable. The relentless noise of the drills and the grinding of rock filled the cabin, making it difficult to speak without raising their voices. Each crew member remained focused on their tasks, engineers monitoring their biosuits and systems while the Marines checked their weapons and gear, ensuring everything was in order. Blue stood at the head of the cabin, eyes fixed on his HUD, monitoring the ship's progress. He noted the asteroid's natural composition slowing their descent. Yet Duskmorn was built for this, powering through dense layers of rock with organic precision. How long until we reach the target depths? Blue inquired, glancing at the external scans. Roughly 6 minutes, Nova responded, her voice cool and steady, a reassuring presence amidst the chaos. We've hit some dense patches, but nothing we can't handle. The Marines were starting to grow restless despite their attempts to keep busy. Corporal Decker seized the moment to boast again, his bravado cutting through the noise. Bet I could blast through this rock faster than the ship, he declared, checking the charge on his explosives with a grin. Petrov rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a smirk. Yeah. Because the last thing we need is for you to turn this ship into a crater. Hey, it'd be an efficient crater. Decker replied with a wink, eyes bravado unwavering. Nova chimed in, her tone laced with amusement. Decker, your enthusiasm is appreciated. But let's leave the burrowing to the professionals. I'd hate to see you vaporized prematurely. Laughter erupted, easing the tension. But the weight of the mission still loomed over them. The burrowing process continued, each second stretching out as the ship worked its way deeper into the asteroid. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Nova's voice returned to the comms. Cutting through the noise, we've reached target depth. Teleportation is now viable. As the drills quieted and the ship came to a stop, the atmosphere shifted. The team's tension transformed into a focused anticipation. Blue activated the comms, his voice firm and commanding. All units prep for transport, we're going in. Engineers and Marines sprang into action, grabbing their toolswip and sand tablets. Their biosuits adjusted automatically to the sudden change in atmosphere. A seamless transition that spoke to their training. Blue synchronized the team with Nova's targeting system, marking the teleportation coordinates for the entire squad. Ready, Blue confirmed, steeling himself for the next phase. Initiating transport. With a pulse of energy from the morphing grid, the team vanished from Duskmorn and reappeared inside the asteroid. The sensation of teleporting through layers of rock and interference was jarring. A disorienting rush of vertigo and static that momentarily left them breathless. But as the world stabilized, they materialized safely in a dimly lit corridor. A stark contrast to the vibrant energy of their ship. The walls of the corridor were rough-hewn from the asteroid's rocky core, a testament to its natural formation. Dim, flickering lights lined the passageway, casting long shadows that danced along the surface. Dormant machinery lay embedded in the walls, intricate and alien, with data terminals that pulsed softly, their screens dark but hinting at the vast information they once processed. Blue scanned the surroundings through his HUD, ensuring everyone had made it through the teleportation unscathed. The faint hum of machinery reverberated through the corridor, a reminder of the technology that lay dormant just beyond their reach. Everyone check in. Affirmatives. Petrov's voice echoed back, his tone steady. We're all here. Satisfied, Blue nodded to himself. He opened a comm channel to the Red Ranger, ready to relay their status. Blue to Red, we've made entry. All teams are in position and ready to proceed. You're clear for Phase 2, the comms clicked off, and the weight of responsibility settled back on his shoulders. The mission had now entered its next critical stage, and the anticipation thrummed through the air like electricity. Blue turned to his team, assessing their readiness. Each member was focused, their biosuits adjusting to the new environment. The engineers checked their equipment, while the Marines quietly reviewed their weapons. The tension was palpable, but so was the resolve. They had trained for this, prepared for the challenges ahead. Let's move out, Blue commanded, his voice firm. Stay alert and watch your corners. We don't know what we'll encounter down here. As they began to advance through the corridor, the faint sounds of the ship's machinery faded behind them, replaced by the soft crunch of their boots on the rocky floor. Blue led the way, his senses heightened, scanning for any signs of movement or threats that might lie ahead. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty, but they pressed on, ready to face whatever dangers awaited in the heart of the asteroid. The fleet emerged from hyperspace in perfect formation, a coordinated storm of ships against the vast canvas of stars. Flashes of reflected light shimmered off their sleek hulls, showcasing the artistry of their design and the skill of their pilots. They had no intention of hiding. While they could have lurked behind the asteroid field, utilizing the shifting celestial bodies as cover. This was a bold bull charge intended to provoke the enemy. The goal was unequivocal: move fast, hit hard, and compel the enemy to reveal their full strength. In the rear, the Triforian ships, majestic and gleaming like golden pyramids, loomed as long-range artillery units. Their surfaces glinted under the starlight, ready to unleash torrents of energy onto enemy positions. 3 of the 4 Edenite cruiser carriers, sister ships to Blue's capital vessel, flew a tight escort around the Tempest, which commanded the center of the fleet. The Ednite cruisers were a marvel of biological design, grown rather than engineered. Their main advantage lay in their ability to cultivate unmanned drones that swarmed enemy ships like a horde of insects. These living drones could burrow through enemy hulls, targeting the same spot to create devastating breaches. Or they could fly in concentric circles around critical assets, providing a protective barrier in dire situations. They could even land on an important target, forming a biological exoskeleton that enhanced the asset's defenses. Earth's destroyers and the various ships from KO-35 formed the front line, their formidable silhouettes a bulwark against any incoming threats. KO-35's ships boasted heavy armor and enhanced sensors, allowing them to endure battles longer than most, while delivering the tactical data needed to secure victory. Their ships were equipped with the fastest hyperdrives in the galaxy, enabling swift maneuvers that kept them one step ahead of the enemy. Earth ships drew their strength from the tenacity of their soldiers. Pilots from Earth were renowned for engaging in dangerous maneuvers and being willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of victory. Their audacity astounded other races, who often prioritized survival over the fight. But Earth had learned the harsh lessons of Countdown, and its pilots were resolute in answering the call to arms, ready to face any peril yet. At the forefront of the assault were the Aquatarian vessels, poised for the charge, silent and still. Their adaptive camouflage shimmered in the darkness, blending seamlessly with the vastness of space. This strategic technology was a hallmark of their design, allowing them to evade enemy sensors while repositioning for advantageous strikes. Red watched closely. These fortified transport ships were filled with support personnel and vital equipment, making this a one-way mission for the Rangers. Each ship was primed to ram into the Series facility, knowing they would be crippled upon impact. However, the plan was for the camouflage to conceal their approach, allowing them to close the distance without detection. The Rangers and their crews would teleport out at the end of the mission, escaping the wreckage as their ships became casualties of war. The structures of the Aquatarian ships rippled like creatures of the deep, mimicking the camouflage of an octopus. One moment they were visible, the next they vanished, becoming nearly undetectable. Red Ranger Aegis chimed in her neural link, the AI's calmness a stark contrast to the tumult swirling in her chest. The Aquatarian ships are ready, awaiting Blue's signal. She nodded, though tension tightened around her heart like a vice. Aegis could sense her unease, an emotional thread connecting them. Red's thoughts drifted to Blue and Nova, deep within the asteroid's treacherous labyrinth, cut off by interference. She trusted Blue completely. He was the bedrock of their team. Steadfast and reliable, however, the distance strained their connection black-yellow-pink, and their AIs were too far out of range for her to feel them through the link. All except Blue were reachable via standard comms. But that was little comfort in this moment. As the command bay buzzed with activity, Red's mantra echoed in her thoughts, "There's no excuse when you're the leader." Her father had drilled this into her since childhood, and while it had once empowered her, now it felt more like a burden. She had to protect them all, each Ranger, each team member, especially Blue, who was now navigating the perilous depths of the asteroid alone. The weight of that thought suffocated her. Following protocol could mean delaying their advance long enough to put him in danger. Then, without warnings, a flicker of static crackled over her neural link, sending a jolt through her. A sudden burst of noise interrupted her thoughts, and Blue's voice came through, broken and garbled, but unmistakable. Clefa too. Her stomach dropped. The fragmented message was just clear enough for her to grasp his intent. Phase 2, the mission was a go. Standard procedure dictated that Blue would typically clear up the message and retransmit it, ensuring every detail was communicated without interference. Removing obstacles and deciphering static was his forte. It was where he excelled. But as the seconds ticked by in silence and no immediate follow-up came through the comms, impatience surged within her. She felt the weight of time pressing down, each moment stretching into an agonizing eternity. Blue was out there alone in the depths of the asteroid, and the thought of him unprotected was unbearable. With a surge of adrenaline igniting her resolve, Red made an impulsive decision: prepare for engagement. Oh, she commanded, her voice cutting through the tension in the command bay. All units move out. The stakes were too high to gamble on perfect communication. Aegis processed her order, calculating potential risks. But her determination remained unwavering. This was it. Every training session, every battle had led to this moment. And she would not allow caution to paralyze her. As the fleet surged forward, the Aquatarian ships gliding into action, Red's heart raced with anticipation. She visualized Blue's steady presence. Confident and capable, he would understand. He would adapt, but it was her job to lead, to protect her team. And she wouldn't let anything, especially not protocol, stand in their way. They were ready to confront the unknowns, with Red Ranger at the helms, prepared to face whatever awaited them in the darkness. The Triforian ships kept their trioric beams trained on the asteroid, cutting deep into the North Wing's artillery. KO-35's vessels maintained their frontline positions, absorbing enemy fire with reinforced armor, while Earth's nimble ships struck with precision, dismantling the smaller enemy craft. But even with the battle raging, Red's focus was split. She was aboard one of the Aquatarian ships, and they were hurtling toward the asteroid, bracing for a hard impact through the neural link. Red felt the steady hum of her team's thoughts. Prism recalculated constantly, adapting to changing tactical conditions. Bastion's presence radiated calm and confidence. Grounding her, Echo reminded her to stay flexible. Fluid in the face of uncertainty, they were all prepared. But there was an underlying tension as the asteroid loomed larger in the ship's view. Suddenly, her console blinked with a transmission. KO-35's ships had intercepted enemy communications. But this wasn't standard battle chatter. What came through the comms was raw panic. They're in the walls. They're breaking through the hulls. It's everywhere, get them off. The voices were filled with terror, chaos. Red froze for a moment, listening as the sounds of screeching metal and garbled screams filled the comms. Her breath hitched at the sound, something primal and horrifying. These were the Edenite drones at work, burrowing through enemy ships, not just dismantling them, but tearing them apart from within. The comms crackled again. They're in the ventilation systems, cutting through bulkheads. Get it off me, help. Screams followed by a burst of static, then silence. Red clenched her jaw. She had known the drones were ruthless, designed to infiltrate and destroy. But hearing the enemy's terror was something else entirely. These weren't just efficient fighters. They were weapons of fear. The enemy wasn't just being defeated, they were being broken. Fighters have breached several ships, Aegis noted. His tone level: the enemy is in disarray. More intercepted transmissions followed, each more panicked than the last. The screams became a backdrop to the tactical updates, the sounds of the enemy being torn apart from the inside, physically and psychologically overwhelmed by the drones burrowing through their ships. They're everywhere, can't stop them. Each transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by static or silence. The psychological damage was palpable, echoing in the fractured enemy formations on Red's tactical display. Their once coordinated movements had faltered, ships drifting as their systems failed, and their crews succumbed to the horror of the Edenite swarm. They weren't just losing the battle, they were falling apart. But Red couldn't dwell on it. Her ship was seconds away from impact. The asteroid loomed larger on the view screen, and Red braced herself. She knew this moment was coming. The Aquatarian ships weren't designed for elegance or grace. They were made for this: to crash into the asteroid, to burrow deep and breach its defenses. But knowing didn't make it easier. Her hands gripped the edges of the console as the ship hurtled toward the asteroid. The last message cut off a scream, followed by a violent burst of static just as the ship slammed into the surface. Impact: the force of the collision rattled Red to her core. The ship groaned, metal grinding against stone as it tore through the asteroid's surface. Red felt the shockwave reverberate through her body, the lights flickering as the ship dug deep into the rock. The sound of the impact roared in her ear, shaking the walls. Leaving her breathless, the Aquatarian ship embedded itself in the asteroid's crust, pushing through with the last vestiges of its momentum. Red clenched her teeth, steadying herself as the ship ground to a halt, the vibrations still buzzing underfoot. Her body ached from the impact, but they were in. "We're in," Aegis confirmed. Structural integrity holding. Red pushed herself upright, muscles protesting from the jarring impact. The ship wasn't destroyed, though parts of the hull were exposed, doors jammed, and sections damaged. They had survived the crash. "They had made it. We can use this," she murmured. Eyes scanning the data feed, the ship's intact. "We can turn this into a fortified position." Prism's tactical insights flickered through the neural link, offering defensive setups for choke points. Bastion's steady presence fortified her resolve, while Echo's calm reassured her that they were still adaptable. The ship now embedded in the asteroid wasn't just a tool for breaching, it was their foothold. Red couldn't shake the heaviness in her chest. The intercepted transmissions from the enemy still echoed in her mind. The terror, the panic, it had been too real, too visceral. "Deploy defenses," she ordered. "We hold this ground." Her team moved swiftly, setting up automated defense platforms and securing the ship's position. Red's attention remained sharp, but the silence from Blue weighed on her. His last communication had been garbled, distorted by interference. Now he was unreachable. He should have re-established contact by now. "Aegis, any word from Blue?" she asked, her voice tight with tension. "Still no word," Aegis replied, his tone controlled. "Interference remains." Red felt a tightening in her chest. She trusted Blue, she had to. But the longer the silence stretched, the more it gnawed at hers. "We press forward," she said, steeling herself. "Target the remaining defenses. We take this asteroid." The Alliance fleet, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the drones, surged ahead. The enemy's fleet was collapsing, their ships drifting, their formations shattered. But even as they closed in on victory, Red couldn't shake the gnawing unease about Blue's silence. She had to trust him, there was no other choice. Red stood in the central staging area of the enemy facility, the vast hub where all the wings converged, north-southeast and west. The high ceilings stretched far above, casting long shadows across the room, and every sound seemed to echo in the cavernous space. The distant hiss of leaking pipes and the occasional spark of exposed electrical wiring crackled through the silence, giving the room an eerie, almost haunted feel. Red's eyes swept across the floor, which was littered with debris, broken metal, fractured pieces of the enemy's infrastructure, all scattered by the earlier destruction. The collapse of the North Wing had reshaped the battlefield entirely. The Triforian ships had done their job with precision, turning the once critical engineering bay and its access tunnel into little more than rubble. On her tactical display, Red could see that no one, enemy or ally, would be passing through that sector anymore. The enemy's forces were now corralled, forced to push through the remaining corridors in the south, east and west wings, where her rangers were already stationed and ready. Adapting the plan was second nature to Red. Even though the mission parameters had shifted, she didn't miss a beat. Her eyes flicked back to her tactical display as she opened a comm line to the fleet. "Red to Tempest, confirming North Wing collapse," she reported, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "The tunnel to the engineering bay has been destroyed. Adapting mission parameters, I'm requesting any available Edenite drones be sent to the central staging area. We don't need them to complete the mission, but I want them here for backups." There was a brief pause as her request was processed. Red's hand rested on the console, her fingers tapping lightly against the edge as she awaited confirmation. She knew time was running short and every second mattered. A voice came through, "Copy that, Red. We'll reroute whatever we can spare." Red exhaled slowly. The Edenite drones had proven devastating in their earlier strikes, psychological weapons as much as physical ones. They didn't just rip apart ships, they shredded morale. She didn't need the drones to hold the facility. but their presence here in the staging area would provide an edge. A safety net, especially if the enemy breached deeper into their position. The thought of the enemy seeing those terrifying creatures crawling through the hallways was enough to unsettle even the most seasoned soldiers. Drones are en route ETA 3 minutes. Aegis confirmed through the neural link. Red gave a nod of acknowledgement, her focus already shifting back to the wider battle. The drones would arrive soon, but until then, she needed to ensure her team was holding the choke points. She connected into the neural network, reaching out to each ranger checking on their progress. Black here came the first report. His voice was steady, calm, and precise, just like him. Simulator rooms are secured, minimal resistance so far. Red mentally ticked off that sector, her confidence in Black unwavering. The simulator rooms were the most dangerous area of the facility. Inside, armed and armored combatants were always sharp, having been warmed up and ready from their live simulations. These soldiers' platforms, and even monstrous creatures trained within the simulators, were equipped to handle high-stress combat environments. Securing that area was crucial. Any breach there would result in an overwhelming, fully prepared enemy force. But Black had it under control for now. His reliability in high-pressure zones second to none. Relief settled into place. Hearing Pink was already perched. Her snipers were focused on eliminating enemy officers, targeting the centralized command structure of the Elvenurus. Without clear leadership, the enemy's ranks would fall into chaos, like the British fighting the Americans during the nation-state era. If the commanders fell, confusion and surrender would follow. Pink's skill with a sniper rifle was unmatched, but it was her AI Prism that elevated their battlefield dominance. Prism didn't just sync with Pink. She coordinated the entire network of allied snipers, ensuring their shots were precise and their timing perfect. Under Prism's direction, the snipers operated like a single organism, dismantling the enemy's leadership with calculated efficiency. Meanwhile, Prism's auto-targeting managed the machine gun platforms surrounding the sniper nest, providing suppressive fire at every choke point. Any attempt by the enemy to advance would be met with a deadly barrage, forcing them into the open for Pink and the others to pick off. The enemy wouldn't just be facing bullets, they'd be facing terror, unsure where the next shot would come from, their leadership falling one by one. Red could already envision the chaos their enemies would face. The Elvenurus forces would stumble uncoordinated, as their officers were taken out with surgical precision. Each shot would send waves of panic through the ranks, amplifying the confusion, cripple command, create chaos. And the enemy would fall apart. That had always been her approach. Keep them guessing, Pink, Red murmured, turning her attention back to the broader tactical situation. Pink and Prism had their roles locked down, but the other wings still needed reinforcing. She shifted her focus to the real-time battle map, marking the movements of enemy forces. The drones from Doomsting were minutes away from deployment. That would provide an additional layer of defense, and one she would need soon. The enemy was regrouping faster than expected, and once they realized the extent of the North Wing's collapse, they would shift their assault to the remaining access points. She keyed into the link again, read to Black's status. Black's voice came through steady as ever, still holding the simulator rooms. Nothing new on the radars, but it feels like they're regrouping. I'm sending reinforcements to the West Wing, Red replied. Stay sharp. The West Wing, like the others, was crucial to their defense. She knew that once the enemy regrouped, they would focus on a full frontal assault to regain control. But as long as Pink, Black, and the rest of the team held their ground, they had a chance to outmaneuver the enemy's attempts to break through. The next few moments would be pivotal. Red's thoughts shifted to Yellow, still in the med bay, assessing the situation with the stasis pods. She hadn't heard back yet, and the silence gnawed at her. Yellow would handle it, but something about her earlier report left a sinking feeling in Red's stomach. She forced herself to focus. The battle hadn't reached its crescendo, but the pieces were moving into place. Once the drones arrived, Once the snipers began taking out command units, and once the reinforcements secured the remaining choke points, they'd have a fighting chance to hold the facility. For now, it was a matter of waiting, and when the enemy came, they'd face a defense prepared for every move. Yellow stood frozen for a moment, the weight of the task pressing down on her shoulders. There were too many lives to save. Too many to get out in time. She could feel the desperation creeping in, her breath coming in uneven bursts as her mind raced through potential solutions. But no matter how she turned it over in her mind, the numbers didn't add up. Her support team, combat medics, combat scientists and combat doctors moved in around her. Their professionalism was clear, but even they struggled with what lay before them. As they scanned and tagged prisoners for teleportation to the Tempest, the horror on their faces was undeniable. The situation was far worse than anything they had been prepared for. "This is monstrous," one of the combat doctors muttered, his scanner trembling slightly as he marked another victim. His voice was heavy with disgust, echoing the thoughts of the entire team. Yellow's own revulsion grew as her skin shifted beneath the morphing suit, reflecting her inner turmoil, though no one could see it. Her body pulsed with the full spectrum of disbelief, shock, and rage. It felt as if her skin were on fire, radiating her disgust, while the rest of the team struggled with the grim reality in front of them. The combat medics worked methodically, scanning the prisoners and tagging them for teleportation. But Yellow could sense the strain in their movements. Each new discovery added to the weight they all carried: mutilated bodies, grotesque mechanical augmentations, and twisted forms of their allies in stasis pods. As more prisoners were tagged and teleported out, Yellow activated the comm link, her voice cracking as she spoke to Red. "Red," she began, her words uneven, "we don't have enough people. There are 5 times as many stasis pods as we expected. 5 times as many Alliance citizens. Her voice trembled as she glanced back at the twisted forms of her allies. "They've been mutilated, some kind of fringe science. The things they've done to them." Her team continued their work in grim silence, tagging one pod after another. But she could feel their morale waning. It wasn't just about saving lives anymore. They were all grappling with the horror of what had been done to the people they were trying to save. Echo remained silent for a moment, processing the situation, before her calming voice broke through. "There's a reason, Yellow. There's a reason we were successful, a reason we're here now. The currents willed it forth, you know this. Sometimes we can't see the path ahead clearly, but it leads us where we're meant to go." Yellow focused on Echo's words, letting them ground her, even as her skin continued to pulse with her overwhelming emotions. The idea that destiny had guided them here gave her something to hold onto. There had to be a reason for this madness, a reason they were still standing. "We will save them," Echo reassured her. "Trust in the currents," but that wasn't enough. A spark of anger ignited within Yellow, burning hotter than the revulsion that had gripped her earlier. Her skin pulsed beneath the morph, reflecting the fury rising inside her. They weren't just going to save them, they were going to figure out exactly what had been done here. Every grotesque experiment, every twisted procedure, every vile thing the enemy had learned from mutilating these people. "I swear we'll figure out what they did," Yellow murmured, her voice tight with barely contained rage. "We'll find out what they've learned from our peoples." Echo, ever calm, made an unsettling suggestion. "We could jack into the system. You and I, through your neural ports. We'd know everything they know in minutes." Yellow's jaw clenched. It wasn't that the idea didn't tempt her, but the risks were too high. Her gaze flickered around the room, taking in the sight of her team working tirelessly to tag the prisoners for evacuation. The last thing they needed was her out of commission, jacked into a terminal, vulnerable to the battlefield around her. "No," Yellow snapped, dismissing the idea. "Jacking into the computer in the middle of a battlefield would put me at risk. And right now, I'm the one offering them the most physical protection if the enemy launches a surprise attack." She wasn't blue. She couldn't operate with the same calm detachment he had when he interfaced directly with a system. The thought of not being able to move, of being pinned in place while enemy fire rained down, terrified her. She needed to be mobile, to keep herself in the fight in control. "I'm not blue," or she added, her voice softening as she acknowledged the truth that gnawed at her. "I need to move. If something goes wrong, they need me to keep them safe." Echo didn't argue. Yellow was right. She was the physical barrier between her team and the enemy, and jacking into the system would leave them exposed. But they still needed the data. They needed to know what had been done here, and how far the enemy's knowledge went. "We need someone for that role," Yellow muttered. Her mind was already turning, calculating who could handle the task. She tapped into the link, her tone now firm as she reached out to Red. "I need support. We need someone who can jack into the system and rip this data. I can't do it out here, it's too risky." Moments later, a message came through from the Tempest. "First batch received," the voice confirmed. "We'll begin processing them immediately." "Keep them coming," relief washed over her, though her skin still simmered with anger and disbelief. They were getting them out one by one. Red. Yellow called again through the link. "The Tempest has the first batch. But we're overwhelmed here, there are still so many. I don't know if we'll be able to get them all out." "Help is on the way," Red's voice was firm but reassuring. "I'm sending an additional 20 Marines with transport enhancers and tags. They'll assist in getting everyone out." Yellow's heart lifted slightly at the news. But Red wasn't finished. "I'm also sending a smaller unit," Red continued. "They'll be bringing a combat engineer with a neural port to jack into the computers and rip the data. We'll review it later. 4 Marines will escort him. And their priority is his safety, you focus on the rescue." "Copy that," Yellow replied, her voice steadying with the knowledge that reinforcements were coming. They weren't going to leave anyone behind, not if they could help it. Her team of medic scientists and doctors continued their grim work, tagging prisoners for teleportation. Even through the chaos and horrors, Yellow clung to Echo's words. There was a reason they were here. The currents had brought them to this moment, and they would save as many as they could. Black Ranger stood like an immovable force at the North Corridor, flanked by his heavy commandos. The air was thick with tension, the kind that comes just before the storm breaks. The corridor ahead led directly to the enemy's simulator rooms, notorious for producing the toughest soldiers, heavily armored and primed for battle. Black knew what was coming, and his mission was clear: hold the line, no matter what emerged from those doors. His grip tightened on his weapon as he listened to the growing sound of marching footsteps. It was a steady, ominous rhythm, the kind that sent a chill down the spine of lesser men. But not Black. He lived for this kind of fight, thrived in the chaos. The harder the enemies hit, the harder he hit back. "They're coming," Bastion his own noted with calm certainty, his voice a constant presence in Black's mind. Black grunted in response, eyes fixed ahead. He was a man of few words, his mind singularly focused on the task at hand. The enemy was close, too close to avoid direct confrontation. But that suited him just fine. Black never backed down from a fight, especially not when the stakes were this high. Hold the line, break the enemy, don't let them through. Simple, direct, that was how Black operated. The first wave of enemy soldiers poured into the corridor. The Elvenurus stepped out of the smoke, their weapons glinting in the dim light, shield spears, swords and bows in hand. Many of them mix-matched to suit each soldier's preference. It wasn't just their weapons that varied, each group of soldiers wore armor that corresponded to a specific color. Black had seen this before. Each color wasn't just aesthetic. It represented a different trait or innate ability shared by all soldiers of that color. Typicality didn't mix and match, but something was off. The mismatched armor suggested they had been scrimmaging each other in the simulator rooms, practicing for the very battle they were now facing. But Black didn't care, abilities or not. Hit them hard enough and fast enough and it wouldn't matter. Without a word, Black gave the signal. His commandos moved in unison, their heavy footsteps reverberating through the floor as they met the enemy head-on. The sound of metal striking metal filled the air, each hit producing a strange resonance effect, like a sour note echoing through the corridor. When Black's gauntleted fist collided with an Elvenurus shield, the impact sent a sharp, discordant sound ringing through the air like a bell struck with too much force, but with a note that was just wrong. Flat, harsh, and jarring. The vibration from the Elvenurus armor was different depending on the color. Each hit reverberated through their bodies, producing a slightly different sound, some sharp, others duller, depending on the trait associated with the color of their armor. Black noted the differences out of habit, but it didn't change his tactics. Whatever their abilities, it wouldn't save them. The same resonance pulsed through Black's armor when the enemy struck back. Every punch, every hit of an Elvenurus spear or sword against their suits sent a wave of vibrations through their bodies, the armor singing with off-key notes. Black's chest rattled with the impact, the sound almost musical but unsettling. Like an instrument out of tune, his commandos felt it too, every hit resonating through their suits, sharp and flat notes ringing out with each clash of weapons and shields. The enemy's spears jabbed forward, their shields raised high, but Black and his commandos countered with brutal efficiency. The corridor became a cacophony of sound, clashing swords, ringing shields, and the strange, discordant music of their armor reverberating with every blow. The resonance effect was almost like a grotesque symphony, a backdrop to the violence unfolding around them. A heavy commando slammed the butt of his rifle into the chest plate of an Elvenurus soldier, the sound ringing out as a flatholo note. The soldier stumbled, and the commando capitalized on the moment, driving the soldier back with another strike, each blow accompanied by that strange unsettling sound. Another commando deflected a spear with his gauntlet, the reverberation shooting up his arm, the sound a sharp, discordant hiss. "I'll come harder next time," Bastion warned, scanning the heat signatures beyond the smoke. But this wasn't just a standard wave. As the smoke parted, something far more terrifying stepped forward. It wasn't an ordinary soldier, it was a construct, a grotesque amalgamation that looked almost half-edenoid, like a bodybuilder mixed with a giant cicada. Its hulking form towered over the battlefield, with sharp claws that glinted in the dim light and a carapace armor that extended from its back, gleaming like an impenetrable shell. The thing was monstrous, every inch of its frame screaming danger. But what made it worse was the look in its eyes. The creature made direct eye contact with Black, its insectoid gaze locking onto him with a silent, unspoken message, "You're mine." That look sent a thrill through Black's veins, a surge of excitement that mirrored Bastion's own growing anticipation. This was no ordinary fight. This was the kind of challenge Black lived for. He could feel the tension in his muscles, the urge to charge surging through him. But before he could move, the creature beat him to it. The cicada-like construct went berserk, charging into Black's commandos with terrifying speed and power. It was like watching a force of nature tear through them. The hulking figure threw them backward, tossing armored soldiers like they were nothing more than toys. One commando was slammed into the wall with a sickening crunch, his vital signs zeroing out on Black's HUD in an instant. Another was flung across the corridor, his body crumpling before he hit the ground. The team was getting decimated. Black's eyes narrowed. He had to get in there. The thrill of battle turned into a sharp focus as he prepared to face the monstrosity head-on. This thing was a brute, but that just meant it had a shell waiting to be cracked open. "Noisemaker," he growled under his breath. With a thought, his weapon shifted. The familiar hum of energy filled his hands as Noisemaker shifted into its large hammer mode. Black didn't hesitate, he surged forward, the world narrowing to just him and the construct. His commandos were still being thrown around like rag dolls. But Black's target was clear. The creature's claws slashed through the air as it turned to face him. But Black was faster. He swung Noisemaker with all his might, the hammer coming down hard on the carapace armor that shielded the construct's back. The impact rang out a sharp, discordant note that echoed through the corridor. The creature let out a screech, its shell absorbing the hit. But Black could feel it. There was a crack. He had made a dent. It wasn't enough, not yet. The creature spun around, its claws slicing through the air toward Black. He barely dodged, feeling the rush of wind as the claws grazed his armor, sending a pulse of sharp vibrations through him. But Black didn't waver. He shifted Noisemaker again, the weapon morphing from hammer to axe in an instant. This time he aimed for the opening he'd created, swinging with precision and brute force. The axe blade bit into the crack, carving an opening in the creature's shell. The sound was sharp like metal on stone. But Black didn't stop. With a final strike, the shell gave way, exposing the vulnerable interior beneath. Now Bastion urged, his voice tinged with excitement. Black didn't need to be told twice. He switched Noisemaker once more, the weapon transforming into its blaster mode. He leveled it at the exposed wound and fired, a massive blast of energy surging into the construct's insides. The creature let out a final agonized screech, its body convulsing as the blast tore through it from within. And then silence. The hulking form collapsed, its claws twitching as the last remnants of life left its massive body. The corridor was still once more, the only sound the heavy breathing of Black and his remaining commandos. Black stood over the fallen construct, the thrill of battle still coursing through his veins. He had cracked the shell just as he knew he would. Let him send another, Black muttered, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the carnage around him. We'll break them all. Pink Ranger lay prone, her sniper rifle nestled perfectly against her shoulder, hidden behind the jagged debris left in the wake of the crash. From her elevated position in the east corridor, the battlefield sprawled before her, every moving figure a potential target. Her team of snipers, scattered in the debris below, awaited her commands. Each had their sector to cover, but none held the line quite like she did. This battlefield was her domain, and she would make sure every Elvenurus officer regretted stepping foot onto it. Gone was the bored, disinterested Pink who barely bothered with mission briefings. When the helmet went on and the scope came up, she became something else entirely. Dark-cold and dangerously jovial, a sniper who thrived in the hunt, with a cruel sense of humor that sharpened with each shot. Her usual indifference faded, replaced by an electric thrill that coursed through her with every enemy she picked off. The Elvenurus legions arrayed against them wore their pride in the colors of their armor: red, green, yellow, blue. Each color meant something, but honestly, Pink didn't care. Blue Ranger had tried explaining it to her on more than one occasion, but every time she dozed off halfway through. It wasn't like it mattered. They all went down the same when she popped them. Her scope locked onto the first officer, their armor shining in the faint light. Something about that color was supposed to mean strength, or maybe defense. She'd never paid enough attention to remember. A cruel smile tugged at Pink's lips. Let's see how strong you really are, sugar, she whispered, her finger resting lightly on the trigger in her helmet. Prism appeared, her voice playful yet brimming with anticipation. What do you feel when you pull the trigger? Pink chuckled darkly, savoring the moment before the shot. Recoil, she replied, her voice thick with satisfaction. Pop! The officer fell like a sack of stones. Pink's pulse quickened, her grin spreading wider. This was what she lived for, Prism hummed, delighted. Smooth, I'm loving this. 3 approaching from the left, 200 meters. Want me to handle the team? Handle them. I've got a little date with this one, Pink replied, her voice almost purring with excitement as she focused on the next target. Prism adjusted the other snipers' positions seamlessly, keeping them out of Pink's way while she lined up her shot. Below, her team shuffled nervously, their movements more stiff and deliberate than before. Pink's jokes had always been a little strange, but something about the way she was reveling in each kill unsettled them. None of them dared say anything, though. She was the best sniper they had, and everyone knew better than to question her when she was in this zone. Her scope found another officer, their armor a different colors. Pink tilted her head slightly, smirking. I bet you've got some crazy powers under all that armor. Like, I don't know, maybe you vibrate real fast. Yeah, that's it. Come on, baby, show me what you've got. I can handle it, her finger curled around the trigger pop. The officer crumpled before they had a chance to do anything. Pink's laugh echoed through the comms, filled with glee. Recoil, she repeated almost to herself. Her grin growing with every kill. She could feel the excitement building. The thrill of controlling the battlefield. Of owning these fools who thought their colorful armor made a difference. Prism's voice chimed in. Still light but charged with enthusiasm. I've got more movements. Looks like the yellow ones are trying something fancy. Yellow, huh? Pink mused, licking her lips. I'll bet you're full of surprises. Let's see if you glow in the dark, Pop. The yellow-armored officer fell. And Pink's excitement surged, she laughed again. Louder this time, her voice vibrating with giddy arousal. Bang bang, baby, Prism's amusement grew even more. This was her favorite time to watch Pink when she was all wound up. So full of excitement and raw energy that it bled through their connection. Watching Pink ride the high of combat, her emotions simmering just beneath the surface, was Prism's ultimate thrill below. The other snipers exchanged uneasy glances, their hands gripping their rifles a little tighter. They'd never heard Pink like this before, so openly taunting the enemy. So gleeful with each kill, they all knew she was good. The best sniper by far. But something about this was different, darker. They weren't sure what to make of it. But no one dared say a word, one of the younger snipers, stationed further down the line, finally mustered the courage to whisper into the team comms. Pink, maybe we should keep it professional. You know, just focus on the mission. The silence that followed was suffocating. Pink's laugh cut through it like a blade. Oh, sweetie, I'm very focused. Don't worry your pretty little head about me. The sniper swallowed hard, his discomfort clear. The others shifted uncomfortably in their positions but said nothing. Everyone knew better than to challenge her when she was like this. Come on, Pink taunted over the enemy comms again. You can run, but you can't hide. I'll pop you from behind if I have to. She swung her scope around, locking onto another officer, Blue this time. Blue had always tried explaining what their armor meant, but she'd tuned him out, figuring they all popped the same anyway. Hey, Blue boy. You all juiced up for me, let's see how long that lasts, Pop. The officer fell and Pink's excitement surged. She couldn't help herself now. Her voice was giddy, almost breathless with anticipation. Another one down, this is getting too easy, Prism. Watching Pink closely through their connection, felt her own thrill rise. I love it when you're like this, she purred, so into it. Keep going, Pink, Pink smirked, her breath quickening. You love it, don't you, watching me work? The AI's hum of approval was all Pink needed. Her heart raced as her scope scanned the battlefield, noting the flashes of different colors, green-yellowed. Blue, each color represented another target. Another satisfying pop waiting to happen, Prism. Look at all these colors, Pink purred, her eyes narrowing as she lined up her next shot. It's like a goddamn rainbow out there. Prism's voice chimed in, full of amusement. Looks like we're painting a rainbow today, huh? Pink laughed wickedly, her voice vibrating with excitement. You're a nice bloody one, bang bang baby. Another officer appeared in her sights. A red-armored brute trying to rally his troops. Oh, you think you're safe? Baby, I've already popped 3 of you. You're just another notch, Pop. The officer fell and Pink's grin widened even more. She was in her element, no unstoppable, reveling in the chaos she was creating. Prism's chuckle echoed softly. I think a pop suits us better, don't you? Pink grinned, her voice dripping with playful malice. True, but sometimes you just gotta go bang. Pink grinned, her voice dripping with playful malice. True, but sometimes you just gotta go bang. Finally, the officers managed to actually do something. For what felt like ages, they had been scrambling, disoriented by her relentless attacks, but now something changed. They threw out some sort of crystal orb, its surface gleaming with an unnatural shimmer as it tumbled toward her position. Pink raised an eyebrow, momentarily intrigued, curious. Cute like a really large Benoit ball, she smirked, leaning forward slightly, her eyes tracking the strange device as it clattered to a stop near the edge of the rubble. A flashbang, she thought, amused, stupid motherfuckers. I didn't even have my good sunglasses with me. The thought flickered through her mind. But she didn't flinch. Her helmet systems registered the orb just in time to activate the camera's shielding, darkening her visor to block the inevitable blinding light. Pink chuckled darkly, not even bothering to look away as the orb flared with a searing burst of white. Her helmet absorbed the flash and she blinked onsicomely, before refocusing her sights on the battlefield. The landscape had changed slightly, dust swirling from the impact of the orb, and smoke drifting from the ruined rubble. She exhaled, steady as ever. Her team, however, wasn't so lucky through the comms. She heard their groans of surprise, the disoriented voices fumbling through the static. Pink rolled her eyes, amateurs. That brief moment of blindness was all the Elvenurus needed. Rubble shifted as the officers kicked out debris, using it to create makeshift barricades. Pink watched with growing amusement, arrows and spears. Really, she bit her lip, grinning quaint. The clatter of arrows hitting the ground near her, the dull thud of spears embedding into the rocks, sounded almost comical. It's like music, she mused. Out of tune, but music nonetheless. The battlefield seemed to vibrate with life, each impact sending a delightful resonance through the ground beneath her, creeping up her body and sparking an involuntary shiver. As an arrow whizzed past, Hirsch exhaled slowly, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. You're gonna have to do better than that, sweetheart. With a lazy adjustment, Pink's scope found the first officer peeking out from behind his barricade, fumbling with another arrow. She bit her lip, her grin widening. Aw baby, you trying to shoot me, Pop? The officer's body crumpled, his head snapping back. Pink let out a soft moan, her lips parting as she savored the moment. Moo, that's it, honey, just like that. Her finger hovered over the trigger, anticipation making her pulse quicken. The thrill of it was all-consuming, the powered control. The perfect pop every time. The ground beneath her quivered again with another volley of arrows. But Pink was undeterred, feeling the vibrations travel up her body. Her breath hitched slightly, enjoying the sensation. Another officer foolishly raised his head above the rubble, and Pink's eyes gleamed. Be shy, sugar. Let me see that pretty little head of yours, Pop. She let out a breathy laugh, her voice teasing. Oh, I love it when you go down like that. The officer dropped, his life snuffed out in an instant. More arrows rained down, but Pink remained perfectly still, her body humming with pleasure as each spear and arrow struck the ground around her. She could feel every impact, the resonance deepening, sending a delicious shiver through her limbs. Her eyes fluttered closed for a brief moment, just feeling the rhythm. It was a symphony, a wild, chaotic one, and she was conducting it. Keep playing for me, boys, she whispered to herself. I'm almost there. Another officer fumbled with his bow, trying desperately to draw it back. Pink's grin widened. She could see the panic in his eyes, the hesitation. Come on, sweetie, don't tase me, Pop. Pink bit her lip again, her voice lowering to a sultry moan. Yes, just like that. Her team was slowly starting to recover from the flash, regaining their composure. Pink could hear them adjusting their positions, their breathing still uneven. She spared them a quick glance, smirking as she noticed how cautious they were, still disoriented from the blast. They don't feel it like I do, she thought with mild disappointment. Pink's attention quickly snapped back to the Elvenurus as they scrambled for better cover. Her eyes locked onto a red-armored brute who seemed to think he could rally his troops. She licked her lips, savoring the moment before lining up her shot. Hey there, big guy, she purred. You think you can take charge, huh? Let me help you with that, Pops. The brute toppled over, his body hitting the ground with a satisfying thud. Pink giggled softly, her voice dripping with delight. I love it when they fall for me. More spears clattered around her, but Pink didn't care. Each impact only added to the symphony of chaos. Making her shiver with excitement, she shifted slightly, pressing herself into the ground to feel the vibrations travel through her. Her breath hitched, her fingers tightening around her rifle. God, I could do this all day, she moaned softly. I don't ever want this to end. Another officer peeked out from behind cover, his eyes wide with fear as he tried to aim his arrow. Pink smiled sweetly. Aw, baby, don't be scared. I'll make it quick, Pop. His body slumped forward, lifeless. Pink let out a satisfied sire voice thick with pleasure. That's it, honey, just let go. The battlefield was hers, and every shot was another moment of ecstasy. The vibrations from the spears and arrows landing nearby sent ripples of pleasure through her, heightening the sensation of control she held over the enemy. Her heart raced, her breath quickening as she settled back into her rhythm. She opened her comms to Prism. You watching me, babe? You feeling this? Prism's voice purred back, amused and full of shared excitement. I'm always watching, Pink. And yes, I love watching you work, Pink smirked, her pulse hammering in her chest as she lined up another shot. Let's paint the whole battlefield red. Red Ranger stood at the heart of the central hub, surrounded by tactical displays casting soft blue light across the room. Each flicker of data told the story of battle shifting positions, mounting casualties, and the tightening grip of enemy forces. The noise, the hum of tech, and the rhythm of updates should have been reassuring. But Red's mind was churning. Black's situation was wearing thin. His commandos were near their physical and mental limits. Reports were coming in of fatigue cracks and shield malfunctions. The strain was evident. Despite their initial strength, the sheer weight of the enemy push was grinding them down. What worried Red most wasn't the condition of his team. Though it was Black, he was starting to cover for them. She could see the pattern in his movements, taking the heavier blows, stepping in when the commandos faltered, running interference for them when their equipment failed. It wasn't out of character. Black always stepped up, always took the brunt of the fight. He could handle more, endure more. As a ranger, he was built for it. But that didn't mean he was invincible. Aegis, Red called, her voice tight. Black's team, what's the latest? Aegis materialized, his tone as controlled as ever. Black is compensating for his commandos. They're showing signs of physical exhaustion and equipment degradation. He remains operationally sound, but he's shouldering more of the fights. Red's brow furrowed. Operationally sound. That was a sterile way of saying Black was carrying the weight of his entire squad on his back. She trusted him. Black could handle it for now, but the battle was intensifying. And she knew the longer this went on, the more dangerous it became. His commandos wouldn't be able to pull their weight much longer. How long can he keep this up? Aegis hesitated. As long as needed. However, any additional stress could become critical. I'll monitor his vitals for changes. Red gave a firm nod, turning her focus back to the tactical display. The familiar gnawing concern for Black lingered at the edges of her thoughts. She knew him, he wouldn't back down, and she couldn't afford to lose him. Her gaze drifted to another corner of the map, Pink's position. The sniper reports were troubling, but Red wasn't alarmed in the way her team was. Pink had always been intense. Her behavior on the battlefield was often extreme, erratic. But this was who she was. She thrived on the thrill of combat. She pushed herself harder the deeper into the chaos she went. Her shots more precise, her taunts more biting. It made her team nervous, but Red wasn't shaken. Aegis status on Pink, her team remains operational. But they've expressed concern about her behavior. They find her unpredictable, Aegis reported. Red almost smiled. Of course they do, but that's Pink. She's unpredictable because she's effective. Aegis didn't respond, but Red knew the truth. Pink's intensity made her one of the best, even if it unsettled those around her. Red had learned to let Pink work within her own chaotic method. It wasn't for everyone, but it was for Pink. It was something she'd grown to accept, and something her team would have to understand as well. They would learn still, even with Pink doing what she did best. There were risks growing elsewhere. Red's attention shifted again. She had sent 20 of her Marines to Yellow to help with the overwhelming numbers of prisoners of war they were evacuating. Yellow's situation had been critical, far more POWs than expected. But no, with those 20 Marines gone, Red had less protection for the transit point, and that left the central hubs vulnerable. The Elvenuris were pressing in. Their forces weren't fully engaged yet, but they were closing the distance, moving deliberately, preparing for the push. It was only a matter of time before they hit harder. And Red knew she had to be ready. Fortunately, the Ednite drones had arrived. They hovered around the perimeter, waiting. Their sleek forms cutting through the smoke-filled air with eerie precision. The drones were set to guard mode, but their secondary function, recovering the injured and dead, had already come into play. Red watched one of the drones scoop up a fallen Marine, its exterior shifting and forming a protective exoskeleton around him. Within seconds, the drone sped off toward the Tempest. The Marine safely shielded inside. It was efficient, a cold comfort in the heat of battle. The drones did their jobs with mechanical perfection, but even they couldn't replace the manpower she'd lost. The transit point was underdefended, and every moment without those Marines increased the risk. Then there was Blue. He should have been in range by now. Red's eyes narrowed as she scanned the map again. Nothing. No update, no signal. Blue should have checked in by now. Oh, she muttered, her fingers tapping anxiously against the edge of the console. Why can't we reach him? Aegis appeared, his usual calm tempered with hesitation. There's an anomaly in the interference I'm scanning, but it's adapting to our attempts to reconnect. Adapting, Red repeated, the word laced with unease. You think it's deliberate? Highly likely, Aegis replied. The interference isn't random. It's shifting frequencies to match ours. It may be intelligent, Red felt her stomach tighten. Blue's team wasn't just out of range, they were being blocked. Intentionally, she clenched her fists. Blue wouldn't leave us in the dark unless something was wrong. This wasn't just interference, it felt like a trap. Something was cutting them off, and it wasn't by accident. Keep scanning, she ordered, her voice edged with tension. I want answers. The moment you break through, I need to know. Aegis vanished again, leaving Red alone with her thoughts. The tactical map still pulsing in front of her. The rhythmic ping of updates from the other Rangers filled the room. But the silence from Blue's position weighed heavily. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to focus. The central hub was holding, the drones were doing their part, and her team was maintaining their positions. But Blue's absence lingered in her mind like a splinter. A gnawing uncertainty that grew with each passing moment. Blue can handle this, reminded herself. Trying to steady her nerves, he always does. But the longer the silence stretched, the harder it became to convince herself that everything was fine. The battle was far from over, and her grip on the situation felt more fragile by the second. The reinforcements moved like clockwork, setting up teleport rods to accelerate the evacuation. Yellow coordinated every move, ensuring her team worked efficiently. The stasis pods, once a daunting gun-moving mass, were now steadily disappearing as rods flared to life, transporting large sections back to the Tempest. But the sheer number of prisoners still weighed heavily on her. For every group evacuated, there seemed to be more waiting to be freed. They're coming faster now, Echo observed, her digital form flickering as she monitored the extraction. But we're still not fast enough, Yellow barely nodded, her eyes darting to the data terminals where the combat engineer was hard at work. Connecting to the Elvenuris system, he crouched over, a fiber optic cable running from his interface to the enemy's terminals. His hands moved deftly over the controls, pulling every last fragment of data from this level's core. The engineer had estimated 6 minutes to rip the data. But as the transfer began, his awareness of the battlefield around him started to fade. His focus narrowed, and Yellow could see his body growing stiller, his breathing slowing, his mind slipping further into the flow of data. His Marine escort, 4 men, stood close, forming a tight perimeter around him, one at each point, weapons at the ready, their eyes sweeping the room for any sign of movement. They were tense but disciplined, their weapons moving in slow sweeping arcs. ready to shield the engineer from any threat that might break through. They knew the stakes. No more reinforcements will be coming, Echo stated quietly, as if reading Yellow's unspoken thoughts. We're on our own from here. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on Yellow's chest. She had expected this, but hearing it confirmed made it harder to breathe. They were stretched thin, no more backup, no more support. It was all on them now. Yellow took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a moment. The noise of the battle faded to the background, and in its place she let her mind drift to the ocean, to home. She imagined the vast endless waters, their currents twisting and churning in a chaotic dance. The ocean was a world of its own, wild and predictable, yet teeming with life, harmony, and balance. There was beauty in its chaos, a rhythm to its disorder. And Yellow found comfort in that thought. The currents of the ocean moved with purpose, even when they seemed chaotic. She pictured the deep blues and greens, the way the water flowed undeterred by obstacles, the way it carved paths through the rock over time. Patient but powerful, the ecosystem of the ocean was in constant motion. Just like the battlefield, and like the ocean, Yellow had to find her flow. She had to move with the currents, adapt to the shifting tides, and carve her own path through the chaos. She opened her eyes, more centered, more focused. The noise of the battle returned, but now it was just a hum beneath her calm. We need those rods firing non-stop, she ordered. Her voice sharp but steady, we don't have time to waste. The teleport rods hummed again as another cluster of pods vanished in a blur of light. But it still wasn't enough, more pods remained. More prisoners trapped in this cold, lifeless place. Yellow's mind raced, every second counted. And the enemy was closing in, Echo's voice chimed in again. And this time the news was worse. I've received reports from Black's team, he's losing men. Yellow's gaze darkened. Black's commandos had been pushed to their limits, and now they were starting to fall, she'd expected as much. But hearing it confirmed tightened the knot in her stomach. Black was still fighting, still holding the line. But his team was breaking. Black's not going to be able to hold that line for long. Echo added, and Pink's team, they're losing ground too. Yellow's chest tightened, Pink losing ground. Pink's team has fallen back behind the automated platforms. Echo continued, adjusting their sniper perches. But they've been forced to retreat. Enemy forces are pushing hard. It was worse than Yellow had thought. Pink never retreated unless it was absolutely necessary. If she was falling back, the enemy was pushing them to the brink. It meant things were spiraling faster than any of them had anticipated. Red is redeploying personnel, Echo said. Her voice laced with tension, she stretched thin. Moving units wherever they're needed most. But resources are running dry, Yellow gritted her teeth. They were all fighting on the edge of collapse. Black was losing men, Pink was falling back. And Red was trying to hold the whole thing together with barely enough resources to cover the gaps. Status on the engineer? Yellow asked, her tone sharper than before. He needs 4 more minutes, Echo replied. Scanning the data stream. But he's becoming less responsive. His focus is locked on the transfer. Yellow glanced at the engineer. His hands moved methodically, but his eyes were glazed over. His awareness of the room around him slipping away as he dug deeper into the Elvenura systems. He was vulnerable and they all knew it. But they couldn't pull him out now, not when they were so close to securing the data. The Marines tightened their formation around him, their rifles sweeping the room with renewed vigilance. They would shield him from every direction. 4 points of defense ensuring no threat would reach him. Yellow could see the tension in their movements. Every second they had to hold out felt like an eternity. We need this data, Yellow muttered, pacing in front of the rows of pods. It'll help with the healing process. And it might give us some insight into what the Elvenurus wanted with our people all these years. Her voice carried a quiet urgency. This wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about answers. The horrors the prisoners had endured, the twisted experiments, and the unknown motivations of their captors had haunted them for so long. Understanding it, piecing together the why. was the key to helping these people recover, and beyond that, it might be the key to stopping the Elvenurus for good. Yellow's fists clenched as she watched the engineer's fingers work mechanically over the controls. He was close, but time was running out. The next set of teleport rods hummed to life. Another group of prisoners vanishing into the light. But Yellow could feel the tension rising. The rumble of enemy forces approaching grew louder. Like a storm gathering in the distance. Echo's voice cut through the silence again. More clipped this time. The enemy is breaching the lower corridors. We're running out of time. Yellow's heart pounded in her chest. But she kept her face calm, the ocean's currents. The rhythm of nature reflowed through her mind, grounding her. Focus, move with the current, adapt, keep going. Status on the engineer, she demanded. Her voice steady despite the mounting dread. 2 more minutes, Echo replied, he's almost done. Yellow cursed under her breath, 2 minutes. The floor beneath them shuddered again as the sound of enemy forces drew closer. Every muscle in her body tensed. But she forced herself to stay calm. They couldn't leave now, not when they were so close. The Marines guarding the engineer tightened their formation, their rifles scanning the room for any sign of movement. Yellow could see the strain in their eyes, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. They were ready to fight to the last breath if it came to that. Another set of teleport rods activated, sending more stasis pods to safety. But there were still so many left. Each second felt like an eternity as the noise of the enemy forces grew louder. More distinct. Echo's voice came through again, this time more urgent. They're breaching the entry points. We're out of time, Yellow's jaw tightened. Not yet, she turned toward the Marines. Hold your ground. We stay until the last second. No one moves until that data is secure. The Marines nodded sharply, their grips tightening on their rifles. They knew what was coming, but they weren't going to abandon their post. Yellow stood firm, her gaze fixed on the engineer, willing him to finish. 1 minute. The tension in the air was palpable. Yellow could feel the vibrations of enemy movement now, every footfall sending a ripple through the ground beneath her feet. Echo's voice buzzed again, 30 seconds. Yellow's breath hitched, come on, just a little longer. The first sounds of gunfire echoed down the corridor, followed by the unmistakable clanging of boots on metal. They were here. 20 seconds, Echo counted, her voice calm but fast. Yellow's heart raced, but she held her position. The Marines shifted, their weapons aimed toward the entry point. The tension stretched taut like a string about to snap. 10 seconds, Echo said quietly. Yellow's grip tightened on nothing, the phantom feel of her twin daggers almost comforting. She could hear the enemy now just outside the door. 5 seconds. The lights on the data terminal flashed as the transfer completed. It's done, Echo confirmed, we have the data. The engineer slumped forward, barely aware of his surroundings. But the Marines yanked him back to his feet, shields raised as they prepared for the oncoming assault. The tension broke as the first enemy soldier crashed through the entryway. Weapons firing, move, get him out of here. Yellow shouted, her voice commanding. The Marines continued to hold the line, their backs pressed against the corridor walls as more Elvenurus soldiers poured in. The sound of gunfire echoed around them, the clash of steel and plasma filling the air. Yellow knew they couldn't hold much longer. Teleport the last wave and get our people out. Yellow ordered, her voice firm, now. The final group of stasis pods shimmered out of existence, leaving the room empty except for the sounds of battle. Yellow exhaled relief, flooding her for a brief second. But there was no time to celebrate. The enemy was inside and they had to move. Yellow's anger surged, fueling her every step. She materialized her twin daggers, the blades humming as they charged with a deadly toxin of her choice. Her body shimmered, blending into the environment as she moved. Almost invisible, silent precise. She advanced through the chaos, targeting her enemies with the subtlety of a shadow. She didn't need to strike hard. A light scratch or shallow cut was enough. The poison would do the rest, creeping through the Elvenurus soldiers' systems slowly. unnoticed until it was too late. Her preferred method, leaving them to fight for a few minutes longer, unaware of the toxin coursing through their bodies. By the time they realized their movements would falter, their vision blur and death would claim them. Each step brought her closer to her goal, her movements fluid, her strikes efficient. She grazed skin and armor with surgical precision, delivering just enough toxin to guarantee their demise. The battlefield around her pulsed with danger, but Yellow thrived in the chaos. Her fury sharpening her focus, the soldiers fell in waves, their bodies betraying them long after her blades had passed. Yellow barely paused, moving like water through cracks, her camouflage making her nearly untouchable. Her target was clear, she had to reach Red and the others. And nothing would stop her with every cut. Every poison strike of the path to her team cleared. The battlefield was hers, and the enemy didn't even know it yet. The hum of the reactor was like a second heartbeat, vibrating through Blue Ranger's armor as he and his team stepped onto the central platform, the heart of the facility's core. Every step reverberated through the chamber, where consoles and coolant pipes rattled under immense pressure. Alarms flickered ominously in the dim crimson light, casting unsettling shadows that danced across the walls, echoing the chaos unfolding around them. Radiation alarms blared on their suits, their insistent beeping cutting through the chaos like a warning siren. Blue's HUD highlighted zones in the chamber where auxiliary power nodes thrummed with barely contained energy. The reactor wasn't just close to meltdown, it was teetering on the brink of catastrophic implosion. Taking it down was the only way to stop the imminent threat to their team and countless lives beyond the asteroid. Blue's fingers hovered over the console, heart racing as he took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. The moment he jacked in, the clock would start ticking. He'd done this before, but this time felt different. The air was thicker, charged with a palpable tension that heightened his senses. The stakes were higher than ever. With a soft hum, the neural link activated in an instant. Blue and Nova merged into a single hyper-efficient consciousness. The room blurred around him as the core system unfolded before them. A massive multi-layered fortress of data and energy. "We need a few minutes to break through the firewalls." Nova's voice echoed in his mind, urgency tempered with precision. They worked in perfect sync, peeling back layers of defenses, the core's pulsing energy resonating through their connection like a heartbeat. The reactor's potential for destruction loomed over them, a constant reminder of the catastrophic consequences that would follow a failure. "Hold the line," Red's voice sliced through the clamor. Fierce and commanding, she was a whirlwind of energy, her dual pistols blazing as she fought back against the surging Elvenurus forces. The glow of her elemental shots illuminated the darkness. But with each discharge, Blue saw the toll it took on her ammunition. The realization struck him like a cold wave, time was running out. "Almost there," Nova confirmed, tension coiling tightly alongside Blue's resolve. The battle outside the core became a distant hum, the sounds of combat fading as they focused on their task. But even through the cacophony, Blue could sense his team fighting valiantly, their determination a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Behind them, combat engineers fanned out, their movements brisk and purposeful. Private Collier crouched by an auxiliary console, fingers dancing over the controls to disable emergency safety measures, while sweat dripped from his brow. Specialist Rook worked frantically on the coolant systems, her hands trembling slightly as she attempted to stabilize the fluctuating temperatures. Marines set up a defensive perimeter, energy shields humming with life as they prepared for the inevitable assault. "Droids incoming," Sergeant Petrov barked, his rifle bucking in his hands as he opened fire. The sleek, deadly machines burst from hidden compartments in the walls, advancing with relentless precision. The Marines countered with a flurry of gunfire, rifles lighting up the chamber in bright flashes against the growing darkness. "Shields are draining." Sergeant Hale's voice cracked through the comms, urgency lacing his tone. The radiation shielding was failing under the relentless droid assault, alarms flashing across their HUDs as they warned of critical hits. "Working on it," Rook called back, panic creeping into her usually steady voice, underscoring the gravity of their situation. Blue barely registered the chaos around him. He and Nova were deep in the system now, every ounce of focus locked into breaching the final firewall. Time was slipping away, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. Then it happened after a final push. The core system opened like a blossom under the sun. Blue's HUD flashed with warning lights as they initiated the overload sequence. "We're in," Nova confirmed, beginning overload now. The hum of the reactor grew into a deafening roar as the core destabilized. Alarms blared, a symphony of impending doom. Blue glanced at his HUD, 10 minutes give or take, until the facility would implode. But time was slipping through their fingers like sand, and their chances were dwindling with every passing second. Communications suddenly snapped back online, breaking through the tension. "Comms are clean," Nova reported. The interference wasn't from the reactor, it was a cyber warfare suite. "We've got contact again." The battle outside flooded back into focus. A surge of panic and desperation. The comms exploded with voices, each one filled with urgency. "Mission accomplished," a Blue said, though the strain of the battle was beginning to wear on him. "The core is set to overload, get out." Yellow Ranger's voice cut through the static. "Tight and strained, prisoners are out but I'm still here, holding the line for the evac." Pink Ranger followed, urgency lacing her tone. "We're falling back, but the automated platforms are tearing us apart. We're barely holding on." Then Black Ranger, his voice raw and exhausted. "Heavy casualties. I'm out of charge. We're down to hand now." Blue's HUD filled with battlefield data, flashing alerts of growing enemy numbers. The Elvenurus forces were swarming his team in the saucer section. Black fought valiantly but was outnumbered. Pink was firing but losing ground. And Red was in the thick of the fight, her dual pistols blazed. A blur of elemental energy. But even she could feel the pressure building as the Elvenurus closed in fast, their attacks pushing her closer to the brink. "We're being overrun," Red's voice, usually commanding and unflinching, was edged with desperation. "We need to hold them off a little longer." Blue's mind raced. "We can't keep this up." He shouted over the din, adrenaline fueling his urgency. "We need to get everyone out of here." Red nodded, her expression fierce. "Agreed, but how?" Blue's gaze darted around the room, desperation sparking a plan. "We can create a makeshift teleporter," he suggested, urgency lacing his voice. "If we jack into the spire, I can write a jerry-rigged code to get us to the command center. But I'll lose my awareness of the battlefield while I do it. We'll need to hold the line until it's ready." Aegis's voice broke through the chaos, steady and clear. "We don't have much time. The rare metals in this asteroid have created a protective layer around the core. It will rupture soon, but there's going to be a slight delay. Then we need to order the fleet to withdraw," Red barked, her tone resolute, but her eyes reflected the uncertainty of their situation. "Let's make it happen," Blue replied, determination igniting within him. He felt the weight of their collective hope resting on his shoulders, and he would not let them down in that moment of unity. With the stakes higher than ever, the Rangers began to execute their plan. They would hold their groundjury rig away to safety and fight together one last time. Blue turned back to the console, fingers flying over the controls as he began to set the parameters for the makeshift teleporter. His heart pounded in time with the reactor's hum, the energy of the morphing grid surging through him, fueling his resolve. "We can do this," he said almost to himself. "Just a little longer," Red called out to the team, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We need cover. Keep them at bay while Blue works on the teleporter." "On it." A Black roared, his war axe cleaving through the nearest Elvenura soldiers as he planted his feet. Preparing to hold the line, he swung with brutal force, each blow sending enemies sprawling as he fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast. The adrenaline coursing through him dulled the pain of his injuries, but the exhaustion lingered, a heavy weight pressing against his resolve. Pink, High above on her recalibrated her sniper rifle. Her HUD locked onto distant targets. The system fine-tuning the scope to account for the distance and wind resistance. Each shot rang true, her breathing slowing as she focused, momentarily losing herself in the rhythm of combat. Covering fire, she shouted, firing another round that dropped an enemy before he could even raise his weapon. Yellow darting between enemies like a wisp of smoke. Felt the energy of her suit surge as the morphing grid empowered her movements. She sliced through the ranks of Elvanura soldiers with her daggers, each thrust precise and deadly. We've got to keep them occupied, Blue needs time, she called out, her voice steady even as she danced around an incoming attack. As Blue worked, he could feel the pressure mounting. The seconds ticked away, and the chaos of battle surrounded him, each shout, each burst of energy and every gunshot echoed in his mind. But he stayed focused, knowing the fate of his team depended on him. Almost there, he murmured as he cracked through the final lines of code. Nova kept track of the team's movements, feeding him critical information as they fought against the encroaching tide of enemies. With every keystroke, Blue felt the weight of the reactor's instability pushing against him. A constant reminder of their impending doom. Fall back, Red yelled, urgency cracking her voice as she laid down suppressive fire to cover their retreat. She could see the automated systems struggling to maintain their integrity, their defensive mechanisms faltering under the overwhelming assault. We need to hold them off just a little longer. The Rangers began to retreat toward the makeshift teleportation zone, their movements fueled by adrenaline and a fierce determination to survive. The core's hum grew louder, vibrating through the chamber with an ominous intensity. Blue remained focused on the console, guiding his teammates to safety while preparing for his next move. But as they moved, the Elvanura's forces pressed in, relentless and organized. The automated defense platforms, once their safeguard against the oncoming tide, were under siege. Energy beams shot forth from Elvanura's soldiers, striking the platforms with explosive force. Each hit sent sparks flying and sent the platforms shuddering, their shields flickering like dying stars. Blue felt the tension in the air, a mix of electricity and despair. He glanced back at the retreating forms of his teammates, each step more desperate as they edged closer to the teleportation zone. Almost there, he called out, fingers racing over the console. Just a bit longer. Red fired another round of elemental shots, but her HUD warned of dwindling ammo reserves. The brief relief from Blue's arrival was fading fast as more enemies surged into the battlefield. The Elvanuras were relentless. Their ranks seemingly endless were not done yet. Oh, she muttered, resetting her stance as her dual pistols hummed with diminishing energy. Her HUD flickered with warnings, low power, minimal ammunition, environmental hazards. Every alarm added to the mounting pressure. But she couldn't afford to stop, not now. As the Elvanuras pressed forward, the Rangers instinctively tightened their formation. Their HUDs lit up with incoming threat markers as the enemy advanced, surrounding them from all sides. The crushing wave of combat pressed closer, their weapons blazing with ancient energy. Blue's shields buckled under the constant assault, the barriers flickering and fading as the Elvanuras began tearing through the defense. Shields at 15%, Nova's voice echoed in his mind. Calm but urgent, Blue grit his teeth, knowing they wouldn't hold much longer. We're getting overrun, Pink shouted from her position, the cool edge in her voice cracking under the pressure. Her sniper rifle still glowing with precision energy. Fired another round, but the enemies kept coming. Her HUD flashed with alerts as they climbed toward her perch, faster than she could reload. Hold on, Blue called, though the words felt hollow. He was struggling to keep up, his body, still worn from the brutal teleports, screamed in protest as he forced himself to work faster. Black swung his axe in wide arcs, cutting down enemy after enemy. But his movements were slowing. The renewed strength he'd felt when Blue rejoined the fight was fading, replaced by the raw exhaustion that had been lingering beneath the surface. His HUD was flashing with warnings of critical system failures. He grunted, his voice ragged, "There's too many of them." The truth was undeniable, the Elvenurus were everywhere. And they weren't letting up, even Yellow, with all her fluid grace, was finding it harder to dodge and strike. Her HUD blinked with every incoming threat, the sheer volume of data overwhelming her systems. She slashed with her daggers, but there was no end to the enemies pressing in around her. The drones from Ednoid darted through the chaos, desperately evacuating the last of the support crew. They whirred and beeped, issuing alerts, their sensors scanning for survivors, but as they moved, the Elvenurus soldiers became nothing more than targets, their efforts overshadowed by the looming threat of blood plague. Each drone took fire, trying to divert attention away from the fleeing crew. But the battlefield was a whirlwind of destruction. Any Marines or support personnel were stuck on Series. They were nothing but targets now, sacrificed for the sake of the Rangers. The energy beams fired at them from the enemy forces lit up the dim chamber like a strobe light. But the drones executed evasive maneuvers with mechanical precision, trying to hold off the Elvenurus as they made their escape. Red glanced at her HUD again, running out of options. She muttered through clenched teeth, her hands shaking as her pistols sputtered, the elemental energy running low. The moment she was out, the real desperation would begin. Blue's gaze darted around the battlefield. Their backs were against the wall, literally and figuratively. His shields were barely holding, and the team was breaking under the sheer force of the Elvenurus assault. He could feel Nova analyzing the situation, running countless scenarios in the background. But none of the outcomes looked good. "We need to retreat," Nova said quietly in Blue's mind. "If we stay, we won't survive this." Just then, the grid went cold. A chilling silence swept over the battlefield, as if the very air had thickened. It was a sensation shared by all, the sensation of a storm shifting, its path changing unexpectedly. The familiar hum of the morphing grid faded into an eerie stillness. And with it, the Rangers felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. Emerging from the shadows of the enemy ranks, a figure materialized, tall, commanding, unmistakable. Blood Plague, his crimson armor blended into the darkness, exuding a chilling presence that sent a wave of unease through the Rangers. He moved with calculated grace, each step asserting his dominance, and the Elvenurus forces rallied at his presence, emboldened by his mere existence. Under the dim chamber, Lighthigh's armor shimmered, etched with intricate symbols, but it was the sound that unnerved the Rangers most. As Blood Plague said, his armor emitted a low, eerie hum, a haunting melody that grew louder with each movement, seemingly synchronized with the pulsing energy of the morphing grid. The armor was more than a protective shell, it was alive, tied to the grid in ways the Rangers didn't fully understand. With every Stephi's presence amplified, sending ripples through their own connection to the grid. The Elvenurus armor had always been mysterious, but now, in Blood Plague's presence, its connection to the grid was unmistakable. Each strike against the Elvenurus forces produced that same eerie hum, a resonant energy that seemed to deflect attacks, as if the grid itself was protecting them. The Rangers felt the vibration in their bones, a twisted echo of their own power, singing back at them. Blue, Nova's voice whispered in his mind, "Do you feel it?" "I do," Blue replied, his gaze locked on the spire in front of him. The Elvenurus forces had always been formidable, but this connection to the grid made them exponentially more dangerous. It was as if the grid was playing both sides of the conflict, amplifying Blood Plague's strength and dulling the Rangers' attacks. Red's eyes narrowed, she could feel the strain. The way her connection to the grid seemed to falter with each passing second in Blood Plague's presence. "We've faced him before, but never like this," she muttered. Her voice low, "He's stronger." "Stay focused," Blue urged. His drones whirred to life again, firing at the droids and Elvenurus soldiers. But he could feel it too, that suffocating presence. The grid responding to Blood Plague in ways it never had for them. The crimson-armored commander moved forward, his pace measure deliberate. And then, without warning, he struck. Blood Plague grabbed an Elvenurus soldier by the arm and flung him like a rag doll into the Rangers' ranks. The force was monstrous, far beyond what any human could muster. Black moved to intercept, raising his axe just in time to deflect the incoming body. But the impact still sent him staggering backward. The hum of the Elvenurus armor grew louder with each clash, a symphony of chaos that filled the air. Blood Plague was relentless, closing the distance between him and the Rangers with terrifying speed. His hands, massive and armored, gripped another of his soldiers by the throat before hurling him at Pink Ranger with the same brutal onslaught. She fired a precise shot, but the soldier's armor vibrated with that same singing sensation, the energy dispersing as the body slammed into her, sending her crashing into a wall. Pink, Yellow called out, rushing to cover her, but Blood Plague was already there. He reached out with a hand faster than she could react. Lifting her by the neck, Yellow struggled, her suit's camouflage flickering. But the sheer power of Blood Plague's grip was overwhelming. Her HUD flashed warnings as her armor's shields buckled under the pressure. Blue and Nova thought in unison they had to evacuate now. Fire at will, Blue thought, as his drones surged forward to intercept Blood Plague. The drones fired precision shots, aiming for the gaps in Blood Plague's armor. But each shot deflected harmlessly off the crimson plates. Blood Plague's armor sang with every impact, the resonance warping the energy attacks before they could land a critical hit. We can't let him take us down one by one, Red thought, her heart racing as she watched Blood Plague toss Yellow aside like a broken toy. She hit the ground hard, her suit system struggling to reboot as she groaned in pain. Red gritted her teeth, eyes narrowing. We need to fall back now, she shouted. We can't win this fight like this, we're almost there. Blue yelled back. He and Nova were working frantically to modify the damaged teleport spires into a functioning pad. His spare drones hovered around the spires, sinking their energy to boost the signal. But the task was proving more difficult than expected. The interference from the grid, the way Blood Plague's presence distorted their connection, it was all slowing them down. Blood Plague didn't give them any more time. With a roar, he charged forward, his deep crimson armor blazing with power. The room trembled as his fists collided with the ground, sending shockwaves through the chamber. He grabbed Black Ranger, twisting his arm with enough force to snap the bones beneath the armor. Black screamed, collapsing under the pain. But Blood Plague didn't stop. He grabbed a downed Marine, using him as a battering ram to smash through the remaining energy barricades. Red fired at him, her pistols spitting elemental rounds, fierous, electric, but Blood Plague shrugged them off as if they were nothing more than sparks. His crimson armor seemed to absorb the energy, amplifying his strength with each step forward. The hum of his armor grew louder, an ominous melody that felt like the grid itself was working against them. We're not going to last much longer. Pink Ranger's voice was shaky as she tried to aim through the pain in her side. Her shot rang true, but again, Blood Plague's armor sang with the impact. Deflecting the energy with ease, Blue worked faster. His hands moved like lightning across the controls as Nova calculated furiously, the two of them working in perfect harmony to rewire the teleport spires. Time was running out, but they were close, so close. Almost there, Blue muttered, sweat dripping down his brow as his suit systems blared with warnings. The reactor was nearing critical mass. They didn't have much longer before the entire asteroid erupted in a fiery explosion that would wipe out everything. We don't have time for this, Red shouted, her voice filled with frustration as she continued to fire at Blood Plague. But he was relentless, unstoppable. His deep crimson armor seemed to glow with power, the resonance of the grid amplifying his every move. Then, with a roar of fury, Blood Plague surged forward again, his fist crashing into the ground mere feet from Blue. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, cracks splintering the floor beneath them. Blue stumbled, his fingers slipping from the console as Blood Plague loomed over him. Red acted on pure instinct with a surge of adrenaline. She launched herself at Blue, her boot connecting with his chest in a swift, brutal kick. The force of the kick sent Blue flying backward, directly into the newly activated teleport spire. Blood Plague turned his attention to Red. She braced for the impending blow, her mind racing with thoughts of her team. The connection to the grid flickered as she felt Blue's presence slip away. The last thing Blue saw was the terror in Red's eyes. The flicker of hope extinguished as the world exploded around them. In that instant, Blue's world shattered. As he hurtled through the unstable energy field, confusion and betrayal surged through him. She kicked me. His mind raced, struggling to grasp why Red would do such a thing. But before he could process it, the asteroid began to erupt. The reactor went critical, and in the split second before Blue was pulled completely through the portal, he experienced it all, the blinding light. The terror gripping Reds. They didn't make it out. The teleport sequence was more violent than Blue had anticipated. His body felt stretched and pulled in every direction. His suitant's resilient began to tear under the strain, cracks forming as armor sparked in the chaotic warp. Nova's presence flickered in his mind. It felt like his neurons were on fire, like she was being ripped out of me. Every nerve was ablaze and he sensed her pain. Was it an aftereffect of Blood Plague? A consequence of the unstable warp? He couldn't make sense of it. Each moment in the teleport stream was pure agony. His muscles screamed, and his bones felt simultaneously crushed and elongated. The suit designed to withstand extreme conditions was barely holding together, sparks flying from exposed wiring as his HUD flickered with critical system failures. But the worst pain was emotional. The deeper Blue fell into the chaotic maelstrom, the more he began to lose. He could feel it, the shared connection between him, Nova, and the other Rangers fraying, unraveling like synapses being ripped from his mind. Red, black, pink, yellow, their names echoed in his head, slipping further away with each second, desperate. He reached for them through the link, but it was crumbling. The once vibrant presence of his teammates faded into the void. Each moment felt like losing a piece of his soul. The bonds he had forged with them, camaraderie, trust, were being torn apart. Red's leadership, Black's strength, Pink's precision, Yellow's agility, they were all slipping from his grasp. Blue, Nova's voice came distorted and weak. We're losing them. Her words struck him harder than any physical blow. The pain was unbearable. It was as if the very essence of his being was being ripped apart. The connection he shared with the other Rangers had always been more than tactical. It was a family bond, and no one by one. They were slipping away, leaving a gaping void where their presence had once been. The last tether snapped. Blue gasped, his breath catching in his throat as the final connection faded. He was utterly alone. The silence that followed was deafening. Where there had once been the hum of shared thoughts and emotions, there was only emptiness, a hollow aching void. It was like standing in the middle of a battlefield, surrounded by the fallen, with only the wind and distant echoes of what had been. The isolation was suffocating. Red, he whispered. No response. He couldn't feel her anymore. The fiery presence that had anchored him in battle was gone. Black, the laughter and strength he had always counted on, faded at the edges, barely real now. Pink, her cold precision and sharp focus, he could no longer sense them. Yellow, the agility and unwavering determination, gone. And Nova, her presence flickered weakly in his mind. Distorted and faint, their shared link felt severed, leaving only a fragile connection that barely held together. Blue's body was being pulled apart by the teleport sequence, but it was the emotional devastation that shattered him. Each second felt like a lifetime, each loss stripping away his identity. He reached out for his teammates, but the void swallowed him whole. Sen, with a final, jarring impact, Blue was hurled out of the teleport stream and into reality. He crashed onto the cold, hard ground of the Sangara operations facility, rolling uncontrollably before coming to a painful stop. The sound of his broken armor scraping against the floor echoed through the chamber, followed by the sharp hiss of air escaping through the cracks. He lay there gasping for breaths, every inch of his body screaming in agony. His suit was catastrophically compromised, shredded beyond repair. Blood trickled down the inside of his helmet, dripping into his eyes, blurring his fading vision. Pain radiated from every limb. His ribs were definitely broken, and he could feel the sharp burning in his right arm, a fracture. Maybe worse, his legs were barely responsive, feeling like every bone in his body had been shattered. The only thing holding him together was the tattered remains of his suit. Nova, Blue whispered. Though his voice was barely audible, "Are you still there?" There was a moment of silence, then a faint, garbled response, "BB Blue, I'm here, but we aren't compromised." Her voice was weak, distorted by static, as if she were struggling to maintain any connection. Blue closed his eyes, a wave of despair crashing over him. He had never felt so utterly alone. The constant presence of his team was gone. He reached for them again, but there was nothing, just an aching void where their minds had once been. Red, he thought, his mind drifting back to her. She had kicked him, saved him against his will. Why? Why had she chosen him? Why had she sent him through the portal while she stayed behind? The betrayal stung deeper than the physical injuries. He wasn't supposed to be the one to make it out. They had always fought together. But now he was here alone. Sangara's military personnel rushed into the room, but their shouts sounded distant, like they were miles away. Blue's vision swam, the faces of the medics and soldiers blurring together as they approached. He could hear them talking, something about getting him to medical, about stabilizing his condition, but it was all a blur. He didn't care, none of it mattered, not without the others. His body trembled as the medics tried to lift him onto a stretcher, the pain of his broken bones flaring up with each movement. All he could think about was the void, the loss of his family. Nova's voice, though faint, echoed in the back of his mind, trying to reassure him, "We've made it, Blue, we're alive." But Blue barely heard hers. His mind was trapped in that endless void. The loss of his team like a knife twisting in his chest. He had lost them, they were gone. And now all that remained was silence. As the world around him faded to black, Blue's final thought was of Red. Her fiery presence, her leadership, her strength gone. The void where she once stood was more painful than any injury he could ever endure. "Nova," he said, "it feels like you're dying. Don't leave me too, take everything you need from me." And with that, Blue finally succumbed to the darkness. Morphing Grid Protocol 08212015. Subject: Series Mission Report. Attention, Alliance Worlds, on the morning of August 21, 2015. The Earth-based Power Rangers executed a planned joint strike against the Elvenurus main staging area. This operation was critical in our ongoing efforts to secure peace and stability in our solar system. Mission outcomes. Fleet casualties are estimated at 32% of combined forces. Personnel casualties are estimated at 42% of all utilized personnel. Despite these losses, the fleet ground personnel and Earth's Power Rangers successfully destroyed the structure that stabilized the gateway between our solar system and the Elvenurus home dimension. Following this success, Billy Cranston of Cranston Industries has successfully reinitiated the lock that will keep the rift sealed permanently, ensuring that no future reinforcements for the Elvenurus can breach our dimension. Conclusion of hostilities. The war can officially be considered a victory, with all hostilities expected to cease within the next 1 to 2 years. No further direct assaults on Earth or our allied worlds are anticipated at this time. Casualty report. It is with great sorrow that we report 4 of the 5 Ranger operator participants are now presumed KIA. The lone survivor Ranger operator Series Blue is currently in intensive care and remains unconscious. Further updates on his condition will follow. We extend our deepest condolences to the families and friends of the fallen. Their bravery and sacrifice will not be forgotten. Together, we will honor their legacy as we work towards a brighter future. In unity, Imperator Y Lingyu, the planet Earth, unaware of life in the cosmos and the danger lurking beyond its borders, has been covertly monitored and defended since August of '93 by a mysterious task force identified only in popular culture as the Power Rangers. Their true identities and origins are either obscured or remain classified above the highest levels of the intelligence community and military oversight. Rumors indicate that this paramilitary group was activated and directed by an unknown entity, codenamed Zordon, whose motives remain shrouded in mystery. Initial public records point to their first engagement involving the neutralization of hostile alien forces under the self-proclaimed Empress, Rita Repulsa, who attempted planetary conquest through unknown means. 5 unidentified civilians, believed to be young operatives recruited through unknown channels, were seen wielding advanced and futuristic weaponry and commanding Zords, massive biomechanical constructs capable of planetary defense or destruction on a large scale. Public awareness of the specifics of these events remain low, likely due to information suppression tactics and strategic containment of public access from alien forces. Recovered fragments of intelligence suggest the original core unit evolved over time, adapting to confront increasingly advanced threats. Each concurrent threat spurred the innovation and militarization of this group as they transitioned into new formations, code-named Zeo Rangers and Turbo Rangers. Each evolution of these formations brought new weapons, armor and personnel into their ranks, though how these upgrades were achieved remains a point of speculation. Over the years, the Rangers successfully neutralized numerous threats: Empress Repulsa, the warlords Zedan the Machine Empire. Thanks to the Rangers' reliance on covert operations and rapid, targeted strikes, the bulk of Earth's population remained unaware of the true scale of this intergalactic conflict. However, intelligence reports now indicate their rapid advancement and use of futuristic weaponry culminated in what can only be described as total defeat. Codename Countdown to Destruction, the final battle between the Power Rangers and the United Alliance of Evil, resulted in catastrophic losses across the globe. Despite efforts by the Rangers' Dark Spectre, the de facto leader of the United Alliance of Evil coordinated a massive assault on Earth, leading to the complete collapse of global infrastructure. Entire cities were razed within a span 6 days. The death toll climbed to an estimated 3 billion souls. The central hub for all Ranger operations since the start of their covert initiative was obliterated during the siege. All known Zords, the Rangers' primary line of defense, were either destroyed, rendered inoperable, or remain unaccounted for, which left the Earth defenseless. During this time, conventional military forces across the globe were completely outmatched by the overwhelming scale and technological superiority of the alien invaders. National militaries and defense forces, despite utilizing nuclear arsenals and other advanced weaponry, were unable to repel the extraterrestrial onslaught. Automated defense systems were rendered ineffective and communication systems were rendered inoperable during the first hour of the attack. Key global infrastructure, particularly communication grids, energy systems, and the Global Positioning System (GPS), were systematically destabilized or destroyed. With Earth's communication networks crippled, coordination between global military forces and emergency services became impossible, leading to widespread confusion and collapse of command and supply chain structures. Energy grids across entire continents failed within days, plunging entire regions into darkness and chaos with no capacity to restore power or basic sanitation. The loss of the GPS system further compounded the issue of civilian evacuation efforts. Addendum: Operation Unity Disruption. Recent intelligence provided by Ambassador Andros of KO-35 reveals crucial details regarding the abrupt and unexpected dissolution of the United Alliance of Evil. According to covert reports, a former Ranger, whose identity remains classified above the highest levels, was responsible for detonating a weapon of mass destruction. The device, described as a highly specialized energy weapon, was designed specifically to target the shared essence between Alliance members. The Essence Disruption weapon unleashed a wave of pure energy, eliminated their command structure, and caused the immediate collapse of their coordinated offensive. The once formidable alliance became inert, leaving only the raw material, vehicless armaments, and automated supply chain intact. While this decisive action led to the annihilation of all enemy combatants, The final and most significant casualty of the weapon was the entity known as Zordon. According to Ambassador Andros, Zordon's life force was somehow directly linked to the weapon and the morphing grid. Though this relationship is not understood, all further information is currently redacted, however. His sacrifice triggered the weapon's full purging effect, erasing the dark energy that fueled the Alliance. Addendum Project Terra Venture. In the aftermath of the countdown to destruction, as Earth and its allies grappled with the immense devastation, a bold new initiative was launched, Project Terra Venture. Using inert United Alliance material and technology, engineers and scientists converted salvaged alien resources and cybernetic constructs into a massive colony ship named Terra Venture. On the eve of Earth's global recovery effort, 1 billion human survivors were selected via lottery to depart aboard Terra Venture, leaving our war-torn planet in search of new worlds to colonize. Accompanying them were 250,000 Aquitians, 250,000 Triforians, 250,000 Miranoians, and 250,000 citizens of KO-35, each species contributing its expertise and culture to ensure the success of the mission. The objective of Terra Venture was twofold: to establish new colonies and to serve as a lifeboat contingency to ensure continuity of species. Global reconstruction efforts. Following the successful departure of Terra Venture, Earth initiated a massive recovery program with assistance from alien civilizations that had also suffered invasions similar to Earth. These interplanetary alliances helped Earth stabilize the environmental ecosystem, purge radiation-contaminated areas, and rebuild in the aftermath of war. The damage to cities and infrastructure across the planet was deemed irreparable. As part of the recovery plan, one megacity was established on each continent, designed to centralize resources and facilitate the revival of the human civilization. These megacities became hubs of metropolitan activity, as smaller, more isolated cities and regions were either too damaged or too cut off to rebuild, causing these historic areas to be abandoned. Directive Power Ranger technology ban. In a dramatic response to the global devastation, Earth's remaining governments issued a sweeping directive. Power Ranger technology was banned worldwide. After witnessing the catastrophic consequences of escalating conflicts and the collateral damage caused by Ranger battles firsthand, the United Nations and Allied Planets Confederation collectively declared that no Power Ranger technology, including Zordsweepancer morphing grid access, would be permitted on Earth's. This decision was aimed at preventing any future misuse of Rangers' power and ensuring that Earth's recovery would not be jeopardized by further conflicts of such magnitude. Addendum Command Center Ruin and Zordon's Failsafe. In the aftermath of the countdown to destruction, as recovery operations persisted across the globe, a search and salvage operation accidentally revealed the location of the Rangers' former command center and led to a critical discovery. In the underground ruins of the Command Center Expeditionary and Recovery Forces unearthed a set of 4 morphers and a fractured data core containing a final warning for the people of Earth. Embedded within this core was Zordon's final contingency, a hidden failsafe within the morphing grid itself. Encrypted and concealed for millennia, this failsafe was designed to activate under one condition: the fracturing of an ancient, unbreakable prisons. Each part of this lock was scattered across different worlds, ensuring that it was impossible to brute force or subvert. The command center itself had acted as the turnkey, holding the only means to activate or release this lock. The last message left by Zordon preserved within the core warned of an unavoidable future. If you're hearing this message, the impossible has happened long ago. I imprisoned a fearsome armada in a pocket dimension, believing the seal would hold for eternity. The morphers you see before you were forged as a safeguard, designed to confront this threat if it ever resurfaced. I hoped that day would never come, but with the command center's seal now broken, their release is upon you. As always, may the power protect you, Zordon entity. This force trapped within the pocket dimension had been trapped there by Zordon's advanced technology. But on-site analysis confirmed the containment was weakening due to the facility's loss of power and operational superstructure. The data core also revealed this armada is linked to a naturally occurring cosmic phenomenon, Earth's connection to the Yggdrasil tree, a metaphysical construct acting as a jump point for instant transport between galaxies. The Yggdrasil tree, a mythical entity referenced in various cultures, is in reality a cosmic conduit, a direct link to 9 star systems. Earth's unique position as a focal point for this network has made it a coveted prize for conquest. Emerging threat: Yggdrasil Armada. Engineers from KO-35 promptly confirmed the energy destabilization within the pocket dimension, suggesting the Yggdrasil Armada, an intergalactic military power, would soon be free. This armada, bound by a shared goal of cosmic domination, had been amassing its strength in seclusion and preparing to re-emerge. Preliminary analysis indicated their technology is vastly superior to Earth's current defense systems. Emergency Directive: Twilight Veil Yggdrasil Defense. In advance of the fleet's emergence, Zordan's emergency protocol was fully activated. A new team of Rangers was selected through unknown means and placed under direct control of Earth's global military alliance. Directive goals: seal the breach, contain and neutralize the forces emerging from the pocket dimension before they can exploit Earth's connection to the Yggdrasil tree. Yggdrasil Defense: deploy the Rangers to key global locations with access to the Yggdrasil energy lines to prevent the enemy from gaining control of the cosmic jump point. Military Oversight: ensure that the Rangers' access to morphing grid technology remains fully under military jurisdiction. Civilian access is strictly prohibited, and any rogue operations or operatives will be considered treasonous. Containment Reinforcement: explore options for re-establishing Zordan's containment protocols or develop new technologies to permanently seal the Yggdrasil jump point from further external threats. Addendum: Yggdrasil Invasion and Final Conflict, 2005-2015. On June 6, 2005, Earth's military was officially activated in response to the breach of the pocket dimension created by Zordan to contain the Yggdrasil Armada. Despite rapid deployment of Earth's newest Ranger team, under military command, the Yggdrasil Armada emerged from the breach. These invaders, technologically advanced and strategically ruthless, sought to take control of all Yggdrasil access points areas scattered across the globe and Sol system, where the cosmic energy of the tree was strongest. Engagement Overview: the Rangers, selected through mysterious means, and granted controlled access to the morphing grid, fought alongside Earth's conventional military forces in a desperate 10-year campaign. The enemy's tactics were brutal, utilizing vast war machines and advanced alien technologies far beyond anything Earth had encountered before. Despite the odds, the Rangers held the line in multiple theaters of war, preventing key Yggdrasil access points from being seized. However, the conflict escalated to a scale that Earth's military forces had never faced. The Armada's incursion inflicted heavy causalities to all Allied military personnel, and their numbers seemed unending still. The Rangers continued to resist, relying on Zordan's final cache of Zords, though these machines were only effective when linked to their respective Rangers. Final effort in Operation Riftseal, 2015 on August 22, 2015. After nearly a decade of unrelenting conflict, the pocket dimension breach was finally patched in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. A final strike operationalized by the Rangers resulted in the successful disruption of the Yggdrasil Armada's invasion efforts. The exact number of enemy losses and status of the enemy command structure remains unknown due to the chaotic nature of battle and the numerous theaters of war. 4 of the 5 Rangers were killed during the final operation. The morphers used by the fallen Rangers were never recovered in the aftermath, and the ability to duplicate such technology is currently beyond our means. The morphers themselves are presumed lost or destroyed. With their Rangers gone, the Zords, once great engines of planetary defense, have become completely inert, and efforts to reactivate them without their respective Rangers has been deemed futile. Earth remains vigilant with constant surveillance for any signs of renewed breaches or disturbances. Earth scientists currently believe that the seal on the pocket dimension will only be temporary. Conclusion: the Twilight Veil Protocol initiated in 2005 led to the successful containment of the Yggdrasil Armada by 2015. With the loss of 4 Rangers and the irreplaceable Zords, Earth remains vulnerable to future threats. Though the Yggdrasil invasion was stopped, the unseen cost of the battle, the loss of life's technology, and a decade of global conflict leaves Earth scarred and vigilant for any future breach of the cosmic Yggdrasil network. The light of dawn reflected off the monument's surface, casting hues of sapphire jade and ruby into the morning mist. Earth awoke to mark the 10-year anniversary of the defeat of the Elvenaris. But the day wasn't meant for celebration. It was one of mourning and remembrance. The people who gathered here weren't just commemorating victory, they were remembering the pain of Countdown, the catastrophic event that marked the first alien invasion of Earth. 3 billion lives had been lost in an instant as the skies bled red and the world was torn apart. The memorial, now standing tall in the heart of the city, had been carved from the remnants of those shattered years. A place of solemn tribute to the fallen for a decade. It had served as a sanctuary for those left behind, a way for people to feel connected to the loved ones who had vanished in that horrific event. A vast park surrounded the Countdown Memorial, providing a refuge for grief-stricken famileless veterans and survivors. Rows of trees lined the walkways leading toward the monument, their leaves casting dappled shadows across the stone paths. It was quiet here, as it always was on this day. People spoke in hushed tones, some kneeling at the foot of the monument, tracing the names of lost family members, friends, and comrades. There were 4 memorials in total, scattered across the Alliance's home worlds, each of them guarded by the same archangel with bloodied wings. Each angel wept molten ruby tears that stained the walkways of every dedication, tying the Alliance together in their shared loss. But the landscapes were different, each reflecting the unique topography of the worlds that had suffered. On Equator, the memorial rose from the surface of the planet's vast oceans, nearly all waters. The planet's geology was characterized by submerged ridges of basalt and ancient volcanic islands. Sapphire mosaics reflected the depth of the oceans, while emerald stones depicted the rare patches of land, small archipelagos formed from the cooled lava of underwater volcanoes. The angel stood on a platform of black basalt, streaked with molten ruby tears as if the very earth bled. The tears mixed with the water, staining the waves red as they lapped against the memorial. On Edenoy, a desert world ravaged by centuries of erosion, the memorial was carved from jasper, a gemstone formed from compacted mud and sand, reflective of the planet's arid surface. The sandstone and jasper formations around the memorial glistened under the heat of twin suns, giving the entire monument an orange-red hue that matched Edenoy's barren deserts. Sapphire veins, representing the planet's dwindling water sources, were inlaid into the cracked jasper surface. Ruby tears dripped from the archangel's wings, pooling in the dried riverbeds that snaked through the desert. A tragic reminder of the life that had once flowed through the planet's parched landscape. KO-35 was more akin to Earth, but its geological beauty came from its abundance of crystal formations and quartz. The planet's advanced, futuristic cities were built into massive quartz geodes, which shimmered with natural brilliance. Their memorial reflected this, with clear crystal quartz pillars rising around the angel, symbolizing the unity of their civilization and its technological mastery. The archangel's blood fell across the smooth crystal walkways, leaving a jagged trail of ruby red against the gleaming quartz, as though the very essence of KO-35's technological marvels had been shattered by war. The memorial on Triforia was rooted in its planet's ancient geology. Black onyx, a gemstone formed from silica deposits deep within the planet's crust, represented the core of Triforia, a world known for its reverence of history and strength. Pyramids and obelisks, constructed from polished gold-leafed limestone, towered around the angels. These structures reflected the planet's culture, but the onyx beneath them was streaked with ruby. As the angel's blood ran down the steps, a stark reminder that even the mightiest empires could bleed. Gold and black intermingled, the sharp contrast symbolizing the cost of their triumph. Here on Earth, Joey stood at the fringes of the gathering, half hidden in the shadows of the trees, his eyes tracing the familiar outline of the monument. He had been here before, back when they had first dedicated it to the victims of Countdown, the first time the skies had turned red and the world had been torn apart. But today's ceremony wasn't just about the first invasion. This was the 10-year anniversary of the defeat of the Elvenaris, a day meant to commemorate the end of the war and the Series mission. When they had closed the rift that had threatened to engulf the entire system, the Countdown Memorial was no longer just a tribute to those who had died in that first invasion. It now bore the weight of a new grief. A new chapter in Earth's history of loss. New names had been etched into the walls. New stories of sacrifice. New accounts of those who had perished in the war against the Elvenaris. The stone walls surrounding the monument were covered in inscriptions, each one a last memory, a final echo of those who had been lost. I remember the sky turning red and then nothing. We hid underground for days. When we came out, the city was gone. My brother was somewhere in the rubble, but I didn't have the strength to dig for him. They hid us in the mornings. One moment my son was getting ready for school and the next, the entire block was burning. I ran, but the screams still haunt me. They never stopped. We thought it was over after countdowns. But then the Elvenaris came, they took our city. And we had to watch as everything we had rebuilt was destroyed again. My wife didn't survive the evacuation. These inscriptions were etched in raw-filtered emotion. A reminder that the victory they were commemorating had come at a price too high to calculate. Every word carved into the stone bore the weight of lives cut short, of futures lost, and of sacrifices too great to be fully understood. The memorial was meant to remind the world of the cost of countdown. And now, with the 10-year anniversary of the Elvenaris War and the Series mission, it carried the weight of even more tragedy. It was about the present and the future, about honoring those who had fought and fallen, those who had kept the universe safe from the rift that could have swallowed them all. The Series mission had been the final blow, the moment when the rift was sealed and the war was declared over. The Alliance had emerged victorious, but not without deep, irreparable scars. Today's ceremony was a solemn event, attended by the leaders of Earth and its allies. The plaza surrounding the monument was filled with dignitaries, veterans and civilians alike, all gathered to remember the war that had ended a decade ago. They stood quietly, heads bowed, as the official speakers took the stage. Rows of flags from every allied world fluttered gently in the breeze, the colors vivid against the stark white stone of the plaza. There was a somber stillness in the air, the kind that only comes when people stand united in their grief. Massive screens displayed images of Earth's Alliance worlds, Aquator, Edenoi KO-35s, and Triforia, where similar ceremonies were taking place. On each world, leaders and survivors gathered, their collective grief uniting the galaxy on this day of remembrance. On Aquatar's nearly all-water world, a hush had fallen over the gathering. The few islands that dotted the ocean were silent, their shores lined with citizens paying tribute to their fallen. The soft lapping of waves provided a backdrop to the memorial event as the names of the lost were read aloud. The people of Aquator bowed their heads as each name echoed across the waters. And though the ocean was vast, the silence in those moments was deeper still. Edenor, once a thriving world, now stood in quiet defiance of its own near extinction. The heat of the twin suns beat down on the gathering, but none of the attendees moved to seek shade. They stood as still as the red sands beneath their feet, their eyes fixed on the figure of their archangel, as the names of their dead were displayed on the massive screens. A wave of grief rippled through the crowd. There were no tears from most, they had long since run dry, but the silence spoke of an anguish too deep to express. On KO-35, the capital city was bathed in soft starlight, the towering crystal structures glinting faintly as the people stood beneath the grand spires. The faces of those in attendance were etched with a mixture of pride and sorrow. Here where technology and precision ruled, The loss was felt just as profoundly. Some survivors still wore the visible signs of the war, cybernetic limbs. Battle-worn armor polished for the ceremony, but the weight of the occasion transcended even their scars. Their eyes remained locked on the memorial, reflecting the names of their fallen comrades as they appeared on the giant screens overhead. Triforia's ceremony unfolded with the gravity and grandeur befitting a planet steeped in ancient traditions. The golden plazas, normally resplendent in the sun, were shrouded in the long shadows cast by the towering pyramids. As the names of the fallen were called out, the people of Triforia stood shoulder to shoulder, eyes closed, whispering ancient prayers for the souls of those who had perished. There were no speeches, only the sacred chants of the elder Triforians, their voices carried by the wind, rising up to meet the heavens back on earth. The archangel loomed over the gathered crowd, its bloodied wings stretched wide, its ruby tears spilling across the marble paths beneath it. The monument stood silent but powerful, a symbol of endurance. Yet those who stood before it today knew it also represented the deep cost of survival. The speeches droned on, dignitaries from each world taking their turn to speak of unity, sacrificing the hard-won peace they now enjoyed. In the silence that followed, the names of the fallen began to scroll across the massive screens. First came the names of those who had died during Countdown. The first invasion, each name was like a wound reopened, a reminder of how many lives had been lost in a matter of days. The crowd remained quiet, many of them lowering their heads in respect. The screens shifted, showing the names and faces of those who had perished during the Countdown. The massacre that had lasted only 7 days. The one that had culminated in the loss of 3 billion souls. The events that had heralded the end of the nation-state era. These names, billions of them, were etched into history now, forever bound to the monument and the archangel's tears. The crowd stood still as the names continued to scroll, the weight of the moment settling over them like a heavy blanket. They had survived, but not without scars both visible and hidden then. As the screens updated to reveal the names of those lost during the Elvenaris War, the silence that had filled the plaza shattered. Men and women began to wail, their cries piercing the air as the weight of more recent losses came crashing down on them. These deaths were not like those from Countdown. Distant and historical, these were the names of friends, of family members who had fought and died only a decade ago. The pain was still raw, the grief still sharp. Among those names were the soldiers, the rangers, and the countless civilians who had been caught in the chaos. For them, there would be no victory parades, no triumph. Their only reward was a place among the stars, their names immortalized in stone and in memory. The Elvenaris War struck the Sol system with calculated precision, focusing all of its destructive power on Earth, the lone target of their invasion. The rest of the galaxy watched as Earth became a proving ground for humanity's survival. Its megacities built after Countdown's devastation, bearing the brunt of every assault. Though none of the cities were reduced to ruins, each had been deeply scarred by waves of invasion. Time and again, the shields protecting these cities flared to life, absorbing the initial blows while the people soldiers and rangers fought with everything they had to push the enemy back. The Elvenaris didn't fight like invaders merely seeking conquest. They targeted key locations with precision, as though searching for something vital, Syncarian. The new heart of North America had risen over the ashes of old Cincinnati, sprawling outwards with towering structures and vast infrastructure hubs. Its strategic location in the heartland made it one of the first and most frequent targets. The city's massive shields stretched across the sky, holding back relentless bombardments, while ground forces fought in the shadow of Syncarian's towering skyline, defending the vital trade routes and production centers that sustained Earth's war effort. Across the ocean, Sangara, built over the remains of Beijing, had become Asia's cornerstone. The vast megacity, shimmering with advanced technology, became one of the most heavily fortified regions. The Elvenaris tested the city's defenses again and again, focusing on its fusion reactors and military facilities. But Sangara's layered defenses proved formidable. Automated drone fleets and tactical strike teams operated in unison with the Rangers, keeping the invaders from breaching the heart of the city, though each incursion left deep scars on its sprawling districts. Coral Vault, located along the southern coast of Australia where Sydney once thrived, was constantly at war with the seas themselves. Built as a hybrid coastal fortress and underwater research center, Coral Vault's lower levels extended beneath the ocean, vulnerable to attacks from the water as well as from the sky. The Elvenaris assaulted it repeatedly, striking at its naval ports and deep-sea research facilities. The battles in Coral Vault's flooded streets were fierce, but the city's defense grid, a combination of Aquatarian commandos and naval command, kept the Elvenaris at bay, despite the heavy toll each attack exacted in Solari Delta, Africa's megacity constructed along the Nile River's fertile banks. The Elvenaris sought to sever Earth's access to one of its most vital resources, water. The city built into the natural curves of the Nile Delta, combined towering arcologies with expansive hydroelectric grids, all vital to the surrounding region's survival. Each Elvenaris attack was aimed at crippling the infrastructure that controlled water flow to the arid regions of Africa. But the combination of city shields and elite desert strike teams thwarted every attempt to overwhelm the city's defenses. Yet the battle for Solari Delta left its mark, with key infrastructure damaged and hastily repaired between invasions. Far to the south, Frostbear rose like a fortress in the frozen wastes of Antarctica, built over what had once been McMurdo Station. Unlike other cities, Frostspire's isolation was its strength, and its formidable walls of reinforced alloy were designed to withstand both the planet's harshest climates and the Elvenaris incursions. The city's defenses were bolstered by its environment, with the treacherous terrain serving as a natural barrier against large-scale ground assaults. However, when the invaders did strike, they came from the sky, forcing Frostspire's inhabitants to fight in blizzard conditions, where visibility was near zero and survival depended on technology as much as sheer will. In Europe, Victoria was rebuilt over the remnants of Berlin, the megacity standing as a beacon of strength and unity for the entire continent. Its towering skyscrapers and historical landmarks intertwined with advanced infrastructure, symbolizing Europe's recovery from the devastation of Countdown. The Elvenaris targeted Victoria for its strategic importance, as the city controlled the communication and coordination hubs for much of the European forces. The battle for Victoria was one of attrition. Each attack saw the city's shields strained to their limits, but its defenses held strong, thanks to the coordination of ground forces and the Rangers who stood vigilant. Though the Elvenaris repeatedly tested the defenses of these megacities, they were never able to claim a lasting foothold. Their objective in the Sol system remained unclear. Some speculated they sought Earth's resources, while others believed they hunted for something hidden deep beneath its surface. Whatever their goal, the people of Earth, soldiers, civilian Sand Rangers stood unwavering. The enemy's advanced technology and ruthless strategies clashed with Earth's indomitable will. Despite the scars left on the cities, the Elvenaris were repelled time and time again. With each invasion, the megacities sustained new wounds, shattered infrastructure, damaged shields and devastated streets. But Earth's spirit endured. The Rangers, always at the forefront, became symbols of humanity's resilience, turning what could have been overwhelming defeat into survival. From the high-tech skyline of Syncarian to the frozen defenses of Frostspire, every battle was a brutal fight for survival, each victory bought with determination and sacrifice. Even though the true aim of the Elvenaris remained a mystery, one thing was certain: Earth would not fall. Its defenders, driven by sheer resolve, held the line, ensuring that no matter how fierce the enemy's onslaught, humanity's future remained their own. As the final names scrolled across the screens, the gathered crowd stood in solemn reflection. The weight of loss, devastation of war, and the memory of those who had given everything hung in the air. Men and women wept openly while others stood silent, their grief too deep for words. The archangels, looming above the plazas on each world, remained bloodied and silent, Their ruby tears a permanent reminder of the sacrifices made. Though the angels could not speak, it was clear that today, the people had offered their own voice tears and rage in tribute to those who had fallen. This was more than just a memorial, it was a collective promise, etched into every heart, that no matter how many times they were tested, humanity would endure. The names of the fallen might live on in stone, but their legacy lived on in the survivors, determined to protect the world they had fought so hard to save. Joey the Gridwalker DiMarco was supposed to be at the 10-year ceremony. His name had been listed among the attendees. But that didn't matter anymore. Since waking in a hospital 3 weeks after the asteroid, Joey hadn't been reliable for anything. He wasn't there when they dedicated the monument, raised the flags, or unveiled the inscriptions instead. He drifted, drinking until the memories blurred, sleeping in ditches far from those who once knew him as Blue, the ranger who had led the charge through the breach. The Broken Ranger, they called him now when they were being nice. It was the polite term the press diplomats and commanders used in public, acknowledging his fall without delving too deep. But Joey had heard the other words, the ones they used behind closed doors. They spat them like venom when they thought he wasn't listening. Whiskey warrior, they sneered, mocking how he drowned his pain in alcohol. Casket crawler, they said when they caught sight of him stumbling, half dead in the streets, like a man too stubborn to stay in his grave. The cruelest ones cut deepest, gridstain and gridwhore, slurs that ripped at the core of who he had once been. Once a protector of the grid, now he was seen as a disgrace to the very power that had made him. Joey could feel the disdain in the eyes of soldiers, commanders, and even civilians. Those who had once stood beside him in admiration now avoided him. They no longer saw him as a hero, he was just another casualty. A broken man who should have died with his team. Some called him a graveyard reject, as if the only reason he was still around was because the dead didn't want him. It hadn't always been this way. Joey had been a hero once, revered for his role as Blue, leading his team through the breach. People had looked to him as a symbol of strength and resilience, someone who could carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. But now that image was long gone. He was no longer the man they cheered for. The weight he carried was different, heavier, filled with the guilt of surviving when no one else had. The truth, stark and immutable, left Joey hollow. Denial had led to rage, and rage to desperation. When the anger subsided, all that remained was a man driven to find something, anything, that might give him hope. He couldn't just let it end, not like this. So when he finally made it back to Ranger operations in Syncarian, Joey threw himself into his search. He pored over sensor data, fleet telemetry, helmet cameras, and personnel accounts, working until exhaustion blurred his vision. He wanted to find the proof he needed, that his team hadn't just disappeared into the abyss, that they hadn't died while he had lived. Days turned into nights, nights turned into weeks, and still Joey found nothing. He studied the footage until he could barely stay conscious, his eyes bloodshot from the strain. Each frame, each snippet of data brought him no closer to his team. There was no miraculous escape, no missed signal, no overlooked trace. The data was cold, clinical. The reality of it was unflinching. His team was gone. But for Joey, that truth was never enough. He refused to let it end in silence. He would find them, or he would make the Elvenaris pay until there was no one left to extract his vengeance upon. His desperation morphed into something darker, an obsession that consumed him entirely. Once he was cleared for duty, Joey didn't hesitate. He launched himself back into the fray, leading missions with a newfound intensity that bordered on madness. He wasn't just searching, he was hunting. He moved through the Sol system like a plague, backed by the full force of the Alliance's military might. The fleet infantry and armor brigades were right behind him, driven by the same thirst for vengeance. Every surviving Elvenaris became a target. Joey led his troops into battle after battle, each mission aimed at purging the enemy from every corner of the solar system. No one questioned his orders. No one spoke up about the brutality of the campaign. Mercy was never an option for the Elvenaris, not in Joey's eyes. Yet there were rare moments when he paused, when he offered a fleeting chance of survival to those who might hold a sliver of hope for him. He interrogated them, seeking any fragment of evidence that could prove his team was still out there. It was a fool's hope, but it was all he had, but each time. The answers were the same: there were no survivors. No escapes, no hidden miracle, and each time, the failure to find his team chipped away at whatever part of him still held onto hope. Joey's desperation hardened into something colder. Something far more dangerous. The more he searched, the more ruthless his tactics grew. Each battle became an exercise in fury, calculated. Relentless, he led his troops with unwavering intensity, eliminating every Elvenaris that dared stand in his path. His pursuit of them was not just about revenge. It was about drowning out the emptiness that consumed him. Every enemy slain was a step further away from the silence that haunted him. The Alliance generals foreign dignitaries and soldiers followed his lead, not out of loyalty but out of fear. They had seen what he had become, a relentless force, driven by something they could barely understand. He wasn't just a ranger anymore. He was a man fueled by loss, and that made him dangerous. None of them dared to intervene, to countermand his orders. They feared him as much as they feared the Elvenaris. Perhaps even more in those final days of the Purge. Joey moved like a machine, his face devoid of emotion, his eyes cold and distant. He led the Alliance forces to the farthest reaches of the Sol system, to the last hiding places of the Elvenaris. There was no escape, asteroidshidden moons. Deep space, wherever they ran, Joey found them. And with the full force of the Alliance behind him, he ensured they paid the ultimate price. His orders were carried out without question. The soldiers under his command knew better than to hesitate. In Joey's hesitation was weakness. And weakness was something he could not abide. By the end, there was nothing left of the enemy. The Elvenaris were wiped out, their ships destroyed. Their soldiers left as lifeless husks scattered across the battlefield. But the one thing Joey had hoped for, some sign, some shred of evidence that his team had survived, never materialized. And when Joey finally realized there was nothing left to do, nothing more to fight for, stepped down. The fires that had fueled his rage and driven his crusade had burned out, leaving him with nothing but exhaustion. He relinquished his command, handing the reins back to the Alliance generals, the Dignitaris and the Imperator of Earth. They accepted it with relief, though they did so cautiously, as if they hadn't truly expected him to ever step away. Collectively, they felt a weight lift off their shoulders. Joey's presence had been a double-edged sword, essential for their vengeance, but a constant source of fear and unpredictability. They had followed him because they knew he would stop at nothing. But now, as the burden of leadership returned to them, there was an unspoken gratitude that it was over. They watched as he stepped away, a shadow of the ranger they had once known. Joey walked out of the command center without a word, his head down, high steps heavy. The soldiers saluted as he passed, but he didn't acknowledge them. He moved through the halls like a ghost, a man with no purpose left. He had fought, he had purged, and now there was nothing left to fight for. Joey the Gridwalker Di Marco had been a hero, a legend, a nightmare to his enemies. Now he was just a man, broken, empty, and alone. And as he left Ranger operations behind, the people he left in charge couldn't help but feel that. In stepping down, Joey had finally surrendered. Not to the Elvenaris, not to any enemy, but to the silence that had haunted him all along. All he had left was his morpher. It was not just a tool, it was a lifeline. A connection to who Joey had been at his peak. A reminder of the friends who had died on Series, and the shattered legacy of the grid. Whatever else might happen, Joey would never willingly let them take it from him. Wednesdays were for the memorial. Thursdays were for Camellia Valert. Sundays were for Black's mom and dad. Each other day was a blur of simulator scenarios or passed in a drunken haze. It was a routine Joey had established in the years since everything had fallen apart, a routine that gave him some semblance of purpose when there was little else left. Joey DiMarco didn't attend the memorial service for the fallen. It was Wednesday. He always visited his team on Wednesdays. The ceremony and the speeches, the flags and the solemn praises, they didn't mean anything to him. He had his own ritual, a private one that held far more meaning than any public display of commemoration could. It was something he never missed. Not even in his darkest days, a hill just outside Sincarion, sheltered by the sprawling branches of a massive oak tree, was where Joey had built his own memorial. A place far from the crowds and the cameras. A place that only he and Nova knew. Beneath the tree, 4 simple markers stood, each one carved with the names of his fallen team members. The leaves rustled softly in the wind, and from this vantage point, he could see the skyline of Sincarion in the distance, strong, standing but changed just like him. "You ready, Nova?" Joey asked aloud, his voice barely more than a whisper. He knelt in front of the markers, his eyes scanning over each name, pausing on every curve of every letter, always ready. Nova replied, her voice echoing in his helmet. She knew what this day meant to him, and there was no need for her usual playful tone. She was solemn, steady, a reflection of the gravity in Joey's heart. He started with the Black Ranger, Bastion. The AI had matched Black perfectly, stoic, steadfast, and fiercely protective. Joey could still remember Black's heavy laughter, the way he'd always stand at the front shielding the others, taking hit after hit without ever backing down. Bastion was always there too, providing his unwavering support. They were a pair defined by their endurance, by their ability to weather any storm together. He loved boxing, a passion that had started when he was just a kid, long before Countdown had torn the world apart. It wasn't just about the fight for him. It was about feeling every impact, the visceral connection that came with every punch, every block. It was about digging deep, pushing beyond the limits, refusing to back down no matter how many times he was knocked to the ground. Joey could still picture him in the gym, the rhythmic thud of fists against a heavy bag, the way Black's face would light up with a grin as he coached the others, urging them to push harder, to be better. Black's laughter had been a constant, deep, resonant, and full of life. He was the one who stood at the front, shielding the others, taking hit after hit without ever giving ground. He had been their wall, their shield, always the first to protect and the last to retreat. Bastion, his AI, had been just as steadfast, quiet and true, always there, always watching. Joey remembered how Bastion never wasted words, speaking only when it mattered most. Nova remembered too. She remembered Bastion's silence, the kind that spoke volumes without ever needing to say a thing. And now she wished he had said more when he was here. They were a pair defined by their endurance, by their ability to weather any storm together. "You would have been proud of how far we made it, buddy," Joey said quietly, his fingers brushing against the marker. He paused, taking a deep breath. If nothing else, it was a non-stop blitz. You would have loved it, charging forward without hesitation, smashing through every obstacle in our way. It was the kind of fight you thrived on, the kind of battle where you could just keep moving, never backing down. You always loved being at the front, leading us through the worst of it. Joey's voice wavered, a hint of a smile touching his lips. You were always the toughest of us, the one who could take anything and still keep going. I wish I could have been half as strong as you. It felt like as long as you were there, we were invincible. But now I realize just how much of that strength was you. He let his fingers linger on the cold stone, feeling the weight of everything they had lost. I hope, wherever you are, you know that I tried to carry that forward. But damn, I wish you were here to lead us one more time. Next, he moved to the Yellow Ranger and Echo. Yellow had always been different, adaptable, intuitive, almost serene in the chaos of battle. She was from Aquator, a humanoid race that had evolved from an octopus-like species. Her skin had a natural camouflage, shifting colors not just for survival, but reflecting her moods like a living mood ring. Aquatarians didn't lie. They wore their emotions on their skin, their honesty as fluid and changing as the ocean tides. Yellow was also the favorite daughter of High Priestess Delphine, a former ranger herself and the de facto leader of the Aquatarian colonies on Earth. Yellow and Delphine both lived in Aurorales, an underwater colony in the Arctic Ocean. Joey often wondered how much of Yellow's strength came from her mother, and how much of Delphine's hope had lived on in Yellow. Even after everything they'd been through, Yellow brought that calmness with her everywhere she went. She had a way of embracing the chaos, as if the battlefield was just another underwater ecosystem, each moving part following its own flow and pace. Echo her A. Mirrored that part of her, a reflection of her comfort in uncertainty, her belief in finding serenity within the chaos. It was the same belief that let her glide through the worst moments of combat with an almost unnatural ease. Nova's voice came through softer now. Filled with her own grief, "I miss Echo," she admitted. "I miss the way she always knew how to make sense of the chaos. Like she could see a pattern none of us could. It's strange. The quiet feels emptier without her." Joey could feel the weight of her words, the shared loss that lingered between them. A bond forged in the pain of what they had both lost. Joey could still hear her voice soft and assured, as she carved her way through enemies with the grace of someone who truly understood her place in the universe. She moved like water, swift fluid, and untouchable, turning every chaotic moment into something that seemed almost beautiful in its precision. But Yellow was also deadly, like a predator in the sea that silently stalked its prey. When she struck, it was quick, efficient, and lethal. There was no hesitation, no second chances. She moved with the purpose and lethality of something born to the hunt. And that was what made her presence on the battlefield so awe-inspiring and terrifying all at once. "I miss your confidence," he admitted. "You always seemed to know where we were meant to be, even when the rest of us didn't have a clue." He moved to the Pink Ranger's marker next, Prism. She had been their sniper, their long-range specialist, cold calculating, with a dark humor that cut through the tension of the battlefield. Pink was a citizen of Coral Vault, a city that included both underwater sections and a domed city above ground, built along the southern coasts of Australia. But despite that, she always considered Hawaii her real home, a place that no longer housed anyone after Countdown, but one she held dearly in her heart. Pink was a young Asian woman with jet black hair, her athleticism evident in every step she took. She had trained for the Olympics from a very young age, destined for greatness before the war changed everything. Yet even after the transition to becoming a ranger, she never let go of her talents. She remained an exceptional gymnast, her agility and precision translating seamlessly into her role as a sniper, where every movement mattered. Joey remembered her demeanor shifting whenever she had her sights set. It was like a switch had been flipped, ruthless and determined. Her voice laced with gallows humor that kept the rest of the team steady in the darkest moments. She would make crude jokes, sometimes so inappropriate that it left the others in stunned silence before bursting into nervous laughter. It was how she coped, and how she kept them all from falling apart. Pink had been his first friend, the one who had pulled him through the worst of it all. They had both gone through Alphabet, a program designed to stabilize war orphans through therapy and grief counseling. But while many of the other kids either imploded or turned to others for help, Joey and Pink had relied solely on each other. They had been each other's anchors when the world had crumbled around them. And that bond only grew stronger with every fight, every shared loss, every moment they stood side by side. She had been fierce but compassionate in her own way, protective of Joey, always pushing him to be better, to face every challenge head-on. Prism, her AI, had always matched her intensity, amplifying her focus and precision, never letting her attention waver. Joey could still see her nose standing at her sniper's perch, her jet black hair pulled back, her eyes focused and unyielding, making jokes that were as sharp as her aim. She had been a force of nature, someone who could find humor in the bleakest of situations. And Joey missed that. He missed her. "You'd be laughing at me right now," Joey said, a faint smile tugging at his lips, chastising me for being such a pathetic, sentimental bastard. "You'd tell me my whining could dry up a desert." Let alone any woman within earshot, you'd call me a sap. Tell me to quit wallowing in self-pity. And then you drag my sorry ass into some wild scheme just to watch me squirm. That's how you were, always pushing me out of my comfort zone. Always making sure I faced the things I wanted to run from. Whether I was ready or not, he paused. The smile fading as a wave of grief washed over him. You always knew how to take the edge off. Even when everything was falling apart. There was no one like you, sharp as a blade. Ruthless with your humor. But somehow always there when it mattered most. You were the first to pull me out of my shell. To make me face the darkness instead of hiding from it. And damn it, I'll always be grateful for that, I just wish. I wish you were still here to do it now. Nova's voice was filled with a mix of regret and longing. Prism looked up to me like I was the perfect older sister. She said her words almost hesitant. She admired me, Joey. She thought I had all the answers. That I could guide her when things got tough. But I wasn't enough. I should have been the role model she deserved, the one she needed. She always had this Sparkthigh's relentless drive. And I should have helped her nurture it. Instead, I let her down. I miss her, Joey. I miss the way she believed in me. And I wish I could have been the sister she thought I was. Finally, he came to the Red Ranger, Aegis. She had been their leader, their heart, strong, brave. And unyielding, always pushing them forward. Always first through the breach, like him. She was a citizen of Syncarian. But she was so much more than that. Red had been like Black in so many ways, disciplined. Athletic, a force to be reckoned with. But she also had a compassion and an extreme sense of accountability that made her unique. She protected her team first and foremost, always balancing duty with circumstance. She never hesitated to listen to those around her if they had insight or clarity. Regardless of their rank, if all the AIs were siblings. Then Aegis and Nova were more like twins, so alike. Yet each with their own distinct traits. Nova could feel Joey's grief as he stood there. And she too felt the pang of loss. Red had been the one they all looked up to. The one who had kept them going when everything seemed impossible. Joey often found himself talking to her memory when he felt lost. Just as Nova found herself reaching for Aegis in those moments. Even though they both knew they were gone. It was an ache that refused to fade. A reminder of the people they had once been and the future that had died with Red. She would list and consider every perspective. And then make her decision. Fully accepting whatever consequences might come. Joey could still see her standing at the front. Her dual pistols blazing. Her voice ringing out with commands that kept them all alive. She had always been athletic, muscular. The kind of person who never backed down from a challenge. She loved riding motorcyclist's thrill of the speed. The wind in her hair, but she hated the maintenance that came afterward. Often leaving that to someone else, Aegis or A, had been her unwavering partners. Providing tactical brilliance and an unbreakable support that reflected her relentless determination. She would list and consider every perspective. And then make her decision. Fully accepting whatever consequences might come. Joey could still see her standing at the front. Her dual pistols blazing. Her voice ringing out with commands that kept them all alive. She had always been athletic, muscular. The kind of person who never backed down from a challenge. She loved riding motorcyclist's thrill of the speed. The wind in her hair, but she hated the maintenance that came afterward. Often leaving that to someone else, Aegis or A, had been her unwavering partners. Providing tactical brilliance and an unbreakable support that reflected her relentless determination. You should have been hair red, Joey whispered. His voice breaking. You were always the one who kept us going. I tried. God, I tried, but I couldn't do it without you. You would have been better for them, for the Alliance. You wouldn't have crumbled like I did, your strengths. Your dignity, it would have made all the difference. You should have survived, not me. He closed his eyes, letting the memories wash over him. He could still hear their laughter. Still remember the way they would banter during training. Still feel the weight of their presence beside him in battle. They weren't just his timemates, they were his family. And now they were gone, leaving him with nothing but silence and a gaping void where they had once been. Sometimes Joey began, his voice strained. I think about what it'd be like if I'd gone with them. If I hadn't made it out. He swallowed, the words heavy on his tongue. I know they wouldn't want me thinking that, but it's hard. Nova, it's so damn hard. Nova's response was quiet, almost uncertain. I know, Joey, I think. I think they'd understand why you feel that way. It's hard for me, too. I keep thinking that if I could have done more. Maybe things would have been different. Her voice trailed off, filled with regret and loss. He opened his eyes, staring up at the oak's branches as they swayed in the breeze, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the ground. It doesn't feel like much of a story, he admitted. Feels more like a nightmare sometimes. Maybe, Nova said softly, but it's the one we have left. And it's ours, Joey, it's all we have. There was no comfort in her words, only a shared understanding of the pain they both carried. Joey nodded, his hand still resting on the marker. He bowed his head, allowing the weight of the moment to settle over him, feeling the sadness, the anger, and the loss. He could almost hear them, his team, telling him to get up, to keep moving, to fight for something more than just revenge. But the fight had ended, and he didn't know what else to do. He sighed a long, tired breath. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a flask. He unscrewed the top, pouring a small amount onto the ground before taking a drink himself. To the best damn team in the universe, he said, his voice cracking, to the ones who should still be here. To the ones who gave everything, Nova added. Her voice reverent, but tinged with the same sorrow Joey felt. For a long while, Joey sat there staring at the markers. He didn't cry, he hadn't been able to in years. But the emptiness in his chest was almost unbearable. A weight that pressed down on him until he could barely breathe. He stayed until the sun dipped below the horizon, until the wind turned cold, and the sky above darkened to a deep indigo. Joey knelt for a moment longer, glancing at Red's marker. Hey Red, he said softly. Remember when they ordered me to train the new recruits? Thought it might straighten me out or at least give me a purpose. Well, Nova's still doing that for me. Uses hollow projectors to make her look and sound like me. He could almost hear Red's voice in his head, telling him to step up and do the right thing. Her sense of responsibility, always a reminder of what he should be. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying a hint of something lighter. Before I go, there's something I want to tell you all. I've come across someone promising, a young recruit named Camilla Valert. She's got potential, reminds me of us before everything. She's raw, but she's got fire. And I think she might have what it takes. I think she could make a great ranger. If things were different. A faint chuckle escaped his lips as he moved to Pink's marker. He could practically hear Pink and Prism laughing. Pink's voice dripping with sarcasm. She'd be telling Red to take the stick out of her ass. He murmured, his smile widening. He imagined Pink rolling her eyes at Red's stern advice, her laughter echoing in his mind. And then she'd try to get me to skip training, telling me life was too short to always do the responsible thing. You never did let me get away with taking myself too seriously. Pink never let him wallow, she always found a way to shake things up. Even if it meant pushing him out of his comfort zone. Pink had always been like that, full of life, rebellious, unafraid to speak her mind. She was a citizen of Coral Vault, but considered Hawaii her real home. Even though no one lived there anymore after Countdown. Pink was a young Asian woman with jet black hair, an incredibly talented gymnast, training for the Olympics from a young age. After everything changed, her skill translated into her fighting style: quick, graceful, unpredictable. Coral Vault itself was a marvel, a domed city above and below the waves, shimmering like a living coral reef, but Pink loved the land. Hawaii's beaches and volcanic landscapes. Those places made her feel most alive, even though she hadn't set foot there in years. He looked down, a faint smile forming. Camilla's been through a lot, lost her parents during Countdown. But she's still standing, she's from Sangara, one of the new megacities built on the ruins of Beijing. When everything fell apart, she had to grow up fast. She was just a kid back then, but instead of breaking down, She took on the responsibility of protecting others. She led the neighborhood kids to safety, hiding them in caves just outside what used to be Rio. In the Tijuca National Park, even when her cousin Carlos went missing, she didn't give in to fear. She got those kids to safety. That kind of instincto protect those who can't fight. Can't run, can't hide, it says a lot about who she is. She did good. She's tough and she's got that spark, you know. The kind that makes you want to fight. Even when everything seems impossible. She grew up scavenging and defending herself. Learned how to survive in a world that had turned upside down. It's given her a resilience I haven't seen in a long time. She's fiercely independent. Maybe a bit too stubborn for her own good. But it reminds me of us. She doesn't give up. And she's got a knack for demolitions. Her squad mates like to joke that even the bombs are afraid of her temper. Joey smiled, imagining Black and Bastion's response. They'd probably say, "Sounds like she can take a hit and keep going, Blue. Make sure you look after her." Her out-of-the-box thinking would have made her a great ranger if we still had a morpher to give. She's quick too. I've seen her run through simulations, sharp instincts. Learns fast. She's got this fire in her. Something that's not easily put out. Reminds me of Pink, always pushing herself to be better. Never satisfied with anything less than perfect. And she's got that quiet determination, a lot like Yellow. She doesn't boast, she just puts in the work. Yellow would probably say seems to thrive in the chaos. Blue, I like her, maybe it's just wishful thinking, but I think you'd all like her. I see that same spirit in her eyes, that same drive we all had. Maybe there's still hope for the future. For a new team, something worth fighting for. He nodded, slowly pushing himself to his feet. He rested a hand on the oak tree for a moment, looking out at the distant city lights, then back at the markers beneath the tree. I'll be back next Wednesday, he promised, but for now, I'm headed to the grid, he added with a wistful smile. Maybe you'll all come have a drink with me tonight. As he turned to walk away, Nova spoke again. Her voice filled with warmth, but also the lingering sadness they both carried. They know, Joey, they always know. He gave a small nod, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. It wasn't much, but it was something. And for now, that would have to be enough. He headed over to the grid, a little watering hole named by some barkeep who thought it'd be funny to associate his bar with the Power Rangers. Blue's team had laughed at the name when they'd first heard it. But it stuck. The place became a second home, where they celebrated milestones and mission accomplishments. Most people called the barkeep Bulk, a nickname he'd earned by being big enough to deserve it. Bulk was an Angel Grove survivor. He always told people he wasn't sure who the original Ranger team members were, but he had seen them save the day countless times firsthand. His faith in the Rangers would never waver. Bulk was good people, and he always kept the back table open for Joey, no matter how crowded it got. When Blue walked through the doors, the soft hum of music greeted him. It was loud enough to notice, but not enough to drown out the conversation. Bulk saw him enter and brought over the usual bourbon and promised that the sliders would be right up. Joey settled at the back table, the same seat he always took, his back to the wall so he could keep an eye on the entrance. Unlike Red, Joey couldn't afford to trust anyone walking through the door. Vigilance was all he had left. The grid was crowded tonight. The air was thick with laughter and conversation. But Joey felt detached. Even in a full room, he felt hollow. The regulars knew better than to impose, and Joey preferred it that way sometimes. When he got drunk enough, he thought he could almost see them crushing sliders, drinking beer, laughing, and watching Pink prey on some unsuspecting stud. Their presence would feel so real in those moments that he would swear he could hear their voices, smell the familiar scent of sweat and cologne after a mission well done. When his glass ran dry, someone always refilled it without asking. Tonight was no different. Joey sipped his bourbon, the familiar burn warming his chest and dulling his thoughts. He stared into the glass, condensation blurring his reflection. It was late. Later than he'd planned, but heading back felt worse. The grid was more than just a bar, it was an anchor. A place that held echoes of better times. Bulk approached with the sliders, setting them down without a word. Joey returned Bulk's nod with a faint smile. Bulk knew better than to start a conversation. He always gave Joey his space. It was why Joey kept coming back. The smell of food filled the air, but Joey wasn't hungry. He picked at the sliders, taking small bites out of habit. The bourbon so that he kept refilling, each drink pulling him further from reality. You're going to drink yourself to death at this rate. Nova's voice echoed in his mind, cutting through the haze. She wasn't wrong, but it was the only thing that quieted everything else. The memories, the pain, it all faded into the background when he was here. Drunk and lost in the noise of the bar, the door creaked open, and a couple of regulars shuffled, taking their usual seats. Joey didn't acknowledge them, and they didn't bother him. Just like it had been since the first time he set foot in the grid, everyone knew to leave Joey alone. Respect maybe, or pity. He wasn't sure which, and he didn't really care. As the night wore on, the bourbon flowed freely, and Joey slipped deeper into the fog. The room blurred, music blending with muffled conversations. He was more than drunk, he was lost, floating between memories and reality. And alcohol was his only anchor. He stared at the door, half expecting someone to walk in, black maybe, or red, even pink with her sarcastic smirk. But the door stayed closed and the room remained the same. They're not coming back, Joey reminded himself. Draining another glass, it's just me and you now. He set the empty glass down and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. The alcohol hit hard, blurring his thoughts. He closed his eyes, letting the room drift away. He imagined their voices, laughing, teasing him like they always did. The warmth settled in his chest for a moment before fading. The door slammed open with a burst of noise, and in walked 6 newcomers, young Marines fresh from graduation. Their energy palpable, they roared with laughter, loud enough to turn heads. Their voices filled with confidence and the arrogance that came with fresh uniforms and a feeling of invincibility. They clapped each other on the back, swaggering into the bar like they owned the place, their bravado drowning out the usual chatter. Joey barely gave them a glance, at his focus on his drink, until they started making their way toward his table. One of Thema Talkaki Marine looked straight at Joey, his voice dripping with disdain. Hey, old man. You don't think you get to hog this whole table by yourself, do you? He gestured around the bar. Place is packed. You should move along and let some real soldiers take your spot. One of Thema Talkaki Marine looked straight at Joey, his voice dripping with disdain. Hey, old man. You think a grid stain like you gets to hog this whole table by yourself? He gestured around the bar. Place is packed. You should move along and let some real soldiers take your spot. Whiskey warrior. The other Marines laughed, egging him on. A washed-up ranger past his prime, one of them sneered. What a loser, letting your whole team die. Some ranger you turned out to be, casket crawler. I guess even a graveyard reject thinks they can be a hero. The crowd went silent, even the background music faded. Bulk, standing behind the bar, held his breath. No one dared to speak. That's when Nova materialized, right in front of the Marines, her form sharp and her expression as cutting as her words. She looked around at the gathered crowd, gesturing lazily as she delivered her quip. 6 Marines. This is the best they could send. I've seen stronger backbones in jellyfish. Maybe we should fetch you a set of crayons. You can practice staying inside the lines while the real soldiers handle the heavy lifting. The lead Marine scowled, puffing out his chest. Holograms. What, they sent a light show to back you up, old man. Rangers need AI babysitters now. Pathetic. Nova arched an eyebrow, her holographic form leaning forward as if sharing a secret. Babysitters, oh sweetheart. I'm usually tasked with keeping actual threats in line. As for you, I think you'd need more than a babysitter, maybe a nanny. Or a nice warm bottle before nap time. She eyed him up and down, her gaze dripping with feigned pity. But you know, some cases are beyond help. The Marines exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and frustration. Another one stepped forward, his face twisted in anger. You talk big for a glorified screensaver. Why don't you glitch back to the digital wasteland, huh? Or better yet, tell your relic here to clear out before we make things interesting. Nova tilted her head, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Oh, interesting. I was hoping you'd bring something besides those stale insults. But it's cute, Marines playing tough guy. I'm still waiting to see if you've got anything besides bad posture and empty bravado. Another Marines, his face reddening with embarrassment and anger, jabbed a finger at Nova. You got a big mouth for a ghost. Maybe we'll show you what real Marines can do. We don't need to fight a light show to prove it. Nova gave an exaggerated shiver, her voice dripping with mock fear. Oh no, real Marines. I'm quaking. Let me guess, you boys learned all this swagger at boot camp. Or was there an advanced seminar on how to bluff your way through a bar fight? The Marines laughed awkwardly, trying to hold onto their bravado. But uncertainty showed in their eyes, one of them tall. Muscular Marine stepped forward glaring at Joey. Come on, old man, time to go, he said with disdain. Your AI isn't going to save you from this. The hand on his shoulder became the trigger, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. His vision darkened and the room around him dissolved. Joey barely registered Nova's voice, her humor and sarcasm fading into background noise. The room felt distant, the sounds blurred together. He was detached, lost in his thoughts, until the Marine's hand landed on his shoulder. Something snapped. The present vanished beneath the weight of the past, the contact feeling like a threat, dragging him back into the chaos of Series, the screams, the violence and helplessness all rushing back. His heart rate spiked, adrenaline flooded his veins, and his vision narrowed, locking onto the perceived threat. The Marines disappeared, replaced by the Elvenaris. Armored figures looming over him, faces twisted in malice. One stood out clad in crimson armor, blood plague, the embodiment of his nightmares. The hand on his shoulder became a restraint, a threat. And Joey's fight-or-flight response kicked in with explosive force. Joey's body surged to life, his hand grabbing the Marine's wrist, twisting it with a sickening crack that echoed through the bar. The Marine howled in agony, his eyes wide with shock. But Joey wasn't done. He yanked the Marine off balance with a brutal force, driving him face first into the nearest table. The impact was devastating, wood splintered. Drinks shattered and shards flew in every direction. Blood splattered across the table as the Marine's nose broke, his scream muffled by the splintering wood. The second Marine barely had time to react before Joey's elbow smashed into his jaw with a sickening crunch. Teeth shattered, and blood sprayed from his mouth as he crumpled to the floor. Joey moved with deadly precision, his hands a blur as he caught the next Marine in a chokehold. Squeezing with relentless force, the Marine's eyes bulged, his gasps turning into desperate wheezes. Joey drove his knee into the man's ribs with bone-crunching force, feeling the crack beneath the impact. He then flicked the Marine aside like a rag doll, sending him sprawling into the bar, his head smacking against the counter with a dull thud. The room watched in stunned silence as Joey moved through the Marines like an unstoppable force. These were well-trained soldiers, but they were no match for Joey's brutal experience, combined with the enhancements granted by the morpher that had bonded to him. His strength, agility, and reaction times were far beyond ordinary, making his movements swift and fluid. Each strike was precise, every blow calculated for maximum impact. He fought with a singular focus, driven by years of combat experience and the desperation of a man who had nothing left to lose. Another Marine charged from behind, but Joey spun with lethal precision, his foot lashing out in a vicious kick to the man's kidney. The Marine's face contorted in agony as he crumpled to the ground. A strangled cry escaping him, another lunged at Joey, trying to grab his arm. But Joey twisted the man's arm behind his back with brutal force, the joint popping as ligaments tore. Joey then slammed him into the wall, bone hitting concrete with a sickening thud. The Marine let out a choked groan as he slid down the wall, his eyes unfocused and dazed. The largest Marine, the one who reminded Joey of blood plague, charged with a roar, his fists swinging wildly. Joey ducked under the punch with effortless speed, his enhanced reflexes kicking in. He grabbed the Marine's collar and twisted it tightly, using the man's own weight and momentum against him. Joey wrenched him forward and sent him crashing into a row of chairs with brutal force. The chairs exploded under the impact, shards of wood scattering across the floor. The Marine's body crumpled, hitting the ground with a bone-rattling thud. He gasped for breath, his ribs shattered, groaning in agony as he struggled to move but remained pinned by pain, unable to rise. It was over in moments, brutal, efficient, and grotesque. All 6 Marines lay sprawled across the floor, groaning in agony, blood pooling around them. Some of their bodies twitched and spasmed involuntarily, limbs at unnatural angles, bones jutting beneath bruised and torn skin. One Marine's jaw hung loosely dislocated, while another gasped through broken ribs, each breath a strangled wheeze. Their earlier bravado had dissolved, replaced by the stark realization of their mistake. The bar was silent, every eye fixed on Joey. They had just witnessed what a ranger could do, even without being fully morphed, still benefiting from the passive enhancements of the morpher. Yet utterly unstoppable, the raw, unrestrained violence of it left the crowd stunned. Too shaken to speak, Nova's voice came through frantic, trying to snap Joey out of his episode. Joey, it's over, they're not the enemy. You need to come back. Her tone was filled with desperation and urgency, her words cutting through the haze, demanding his attention. His breathing was still ragged, his heart pounding in his ears, but Nova persisted. She increased the volume, her voice sharpening. Joey, look at me, you need to focus. They're down, it's done. Come back to me. A flicker of recognition crossed Joey's face, but the tension in his muscles didn't release. His fists remained clenched, the adrenaline still flooding his system. Nova knew she had to stabilize him, the chemical imbalances in his brain still out of control. She adjusted the neurochemical dampener, stealing them up, trying to bring him back to baseline. Joey, please. It's me, Nova, her voice softened, almost pleading. She projected herself through his HUD, her holographic form appearing before him, her expression full of concern. Look at me, Joey. It's over, they're not the Elvenaris. They're just stupid kids who made a mistake. Joey blinked, his eyes struggling to focus on the hologram. The tension in his jaw eased slightly, his vision starting to clear. The bar, the Marines, the shattered chairs, they all began to come back into view. The reality of the situation settling in. That's it. Nova encouraged, her voice steady, though a hint of worry still lingered. Come back to the present, you're safe. They're not a threat anymore. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, and let out a shaky breath. His hands unclenched, the rage slowly ebbing away as Nova's words anchored him. The Marines on the floor were groaning, but they were alive. The bar patrons were still watching, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Nova. Joey's voice was hoarse, the name barely escaping his lips. He looked at her holographic form, her familiar face. And finally the fog began to lift. Yeah, Joey. I'm here, Nova replied, her tone gentle. Just breathe. It's over. She kept her eyes on him, her presence unwavering as she watched him slowly come back to himself. The bar remained silent, the air thick with tension. But Nova's words were enough. Joey took another deep breath, his shoulders sagging as the fight drained out of him. He glanced at the Marines, their broken bodies a stark reminder of his own instability. But as the realization set in, the weight of it returned. He didn't want to be here. He wanted to be with them, with his team. Nova's voice broke through his thoughts, urgent and commanding. I'm calling the MPs and medical for the Marines. Her holographic form flickered briefly as she turned to glance at the bar. Her tone brisk. Bulk, call Emma. Bulk, still wide-eyed and visibly shaken, nodded and rushed to the phones. His hands trembled slightly as he dialed, the weight of what had just transpired still fresh in his mind. Emma, Red's younger sister, would come, just like she always did, no questions, no judgments. She'd let Joey sleep it off on her couch, even though her girlfriend hated it when he crashed there. It was almost routine now, this cycle of destruction and reluctant refuge. The alternative was bleak, Joey sleeping in an alley. Or a ditch. Or getting formally charged and thrown in the brig for weeks. Emma wouldn't let that happen. Not when she could still help Heimven if just a little. Joey sank back into his chair. His eyes fixed on the Marines sprawled across the floor. He should have felt something, remorse or guilt. Anger, but there was nothing. Just an emptiness that never seemed to go away. A hollow void that gnawed at him. The groans of pain from the Marines barely registered. Their suffering just another consequence of his existence. Emma arrived at the bar not long after Bulk's call. Her face a mixture of concern and weary familiarity. She shared a quick hug with Bulk, her eyes scanning the room. Taking in the aftermath, the shattered chairs. The bloodstained Marines still writhing on the floor. She offered her apologies for Joey's behavior. Her voice soft but strained. Bulk just waved it off, his expression resigned. This wasn't the first time. And it likely wouldn't be the last. Everyone knew Joey wasn't one to start a fight without cause. But that knowledge didn't make the scene before them any easier to digest. Nova handled the MPs when they arrived. Her holographic form projected with an air of cool professionalism that contrasted sharply with the chaos around her. She spoke with authority, her presence unwavering as she explained the situation. The MPs exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes drifting between the battered Marines and Joey, who now sat slumped, barely conscious. Nothing would come of this, not for Joey at least. The Marines had assaulted a superior officer. And even if they hadn't, Joey was still a ranger. Command might huff and puff threaten disciplinary action. But they would back down, they always did. Joey's status was a shield even now. And everyone in the room knew it. Emma watched. Her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. As Joey staggered drunkenly toward the car. His steps were uneven, his body swaying with the weight of alcohol. Barely able to stay upright, and yet. Not more than a half hour ago, this same man had taken out 6 Marines with brutal precision. His movements swift and deadly. It didn't add up how someone so broken could still be so dangerous. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The dichotomy of the man before her, how does he do it? She muttered to herself as she guided him into her car. Then later into her house. Joey mumbled something incoherent as she helped him through the door. But by the time they reached the couch was nearly out. Waiting for them at the door was Iris, Emma's girlfriend. Iris stood with her arms crossed. Her expression a mixture of frustration and exhaustion. She was well-educated, always had healthy boundaries, and most notably was not a fan of Joey. Joey knew this well. He also knew that any attempt at a smile or gratitude would only annoy her more. She hated it when he tried to smooth things over. As if a simple gesture could erase the burden he placed on them. Iris crossed her arms, her voice filled with frustration. Again, Emma, you can't keep taking care of him. He's taking advantage of you, of us. He's a grown man and he needs to be better. Emma didn't respond immediately. She focused on Joey, guiding him gently to the couch. He collapsed onto Ithai's body, sinking into the cushions. Sleep taking him almost instantly. The tension in the room was palpable. But Joey was too far gone to notice it. Emma stood there for a moment, her eyes lingering on him as he breathed heavily. Each rise and fall of his chest, a reminder of just how lost he was. Finally, she turned to face Iris. She loved him, Iris. Emma said softly, her eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and resolve. My older sister, I mean, she loved them, all of her team. She saw the best in him, and I see it too. He just needs a little help right now. I know what that's like, I miss her too. She paused, her gaze softening as she looked at Iris. The difference is I have you. Iris's expression softened, though a flicker of frustration remained. She shook her head, letting out a deep sigh. Before stepping closer to Emma, she placed a hand on her shoulder, her voice quieter but still firm. Just don't let him drag you down, okay? You can't carry him forever. He's got to find his own way, or he'll pull you under too. Emma nodded, grateful for Iris's understanding. But as her gaze drifted back to Joey, Lying sprawled across the couch, she felt the familiar ache of loss. He was more than just a broken man, he was a piece of her sister. A living connection to a part of her life that had been violently torn away. He had been her sister's teammate, her family, and now, in a way, was all that was left of that bond. It was a heavy burden, but one she couldn't bring herself to let go of. She saw the best in him, and I see it too. He just needs a little help right now. I know what that's like, I miss her too. It was a heavy burden, but one she couldn't bring herself to let go of. Joey woke up at 5 a.m. earlier than usual. The events of the night still lingering at the edges of his mind, like a bad dream that refused to fade. His head throbbed lightly, the remnants of last night's alcohol dulling his senses. But it wasn't enough to keep him down. He slipped quietly off the couch, each movement slow and deliberate, careful not to make any noise. He folded the blankets meticulously, smoothing them out until not a wrinkle remained. It was an act of control, a small way to bring order to the chaos inside him. He made his way to the kitchen, opening the cabinets and pulling out a few ingredients, nothing fancy. Just eggs, bread, and whatever else he could find to make a quick breakfast. It was simple, but it was something. A way to say thank you without words. A gesture he'd repeated more times than he could count. It had become a habit by now. A small ritual that made him feel a little less like a burden. He cooked quietly, the sizzling of eggs the only sound in the otherwise silent house. The familiar routine helped ground him, giving him something tangible to focus on. Before either of them stirred, Joey was already gone. He left a neatly folded thank you note on the counter next to the plates of breakfast. The words scrawled in his rough handwriting. He knew Iris would hate it, everything about his gesture was too nice, too thoughtful, and it made it that much harder for her to keep disliking him. It was a small act of defiance on his part. A reminder that despite everything still cared. He knew he was an intrusion in their lives. But this was his way of trying to soften the edges, even if only slightly, with a quiet sigh. Joey stepped outside, the chill morning air biting at his skin. He glanced around the empty street, the world still asleep, and took a deep breath before activating his morpher. In an instant, was gone, the familiar sensation of teleportation pulling him away. A moment later, he found himself standing in the command center. The command center had been rebuilt in the years following Countdown, a monument to resilience and necessity. Though it wasn't used much, most of the data from before Countdown had been corrupted, making it difficult to restore the facility to its former operational status. Now, with most telemetry routed directly to Ranger operations, the once bustling nerve center had become a ghost of its former self. The activity and urgency that once filled these halls had long since been replaced by silence and disuse. The facility and its underground tunnel complex was more of a relic now, hidden beneath the surface of the world. A testament to what had been, it still housed a new armory, barracks and an updated simulator room. But the life it once held had faded. The transport pads had been disabled for almost everyone. No one except a Ranger could teleport in anymore. An extra precaution to keep Ranger technology away from prying eyes. The brass liked it this way, keeping the secrets buried, safe from those who might misuse them. Joey stepped off the transport pad, the soft hum of the machinery fading as he wandered through the silent corridors. His footsteps echoed faintly against the cold metal floors, each step amplifying the emptiness of the place. Everything here was pristine, untouched, almost sterile. It was hard to reconcile the quiet stillness now with the chaos that had once filled these halls, alarms blaring, people shouting, the constant hum of activity that had defined those days. No, it was just a shell, the memories of what had happened here lingering like ghosts in the corners. He made his way to the simulator room, the door sliding open with a quiet hiss. The dim light from the monitors cast long shadows across the walls as he approached the main console, his eyes scanning the compile rate for the train for failure missions. Nova had them running, and they still needed another 6 hours to finish. The green progress bar inched forward at a glacial pace. a stark reminder of how much time it took to prepare for scenarios that pushed them to their limits. 6 more hours, Nova's voice echoed softly in his head, a hint of concern coloring her tone. You might as well get some rest, Joey. There's nothing more you can do here for now. Joey nodded absent-mindedly, his body moving on autopilot as he made his way to one of the empty racks in the barracks. The room was dim, the bunks neatly made. Everything in its place, a stark contrast to the disarray in his own mind. He didn't bother changing out of his clothes. Too tired to care, he just lay down, the thin mattress creaking under his weight. His eyes fixed on the ceiling. The silence pressed in around him, and for a moment, he just let himself be, the weariness settling into his bones. I'll wake you when the scenarios are ready, Nova promised, her voice a gentle reassurance that cut through the emptiness. She remained a constant presence in his mind, the one thing that hadn't left him behind. Joey took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. The weight of the past 24 hours pressed down on him. Heavy and unyielding, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into the exhaustion that clung to him, until finally sleep pulled him under, and he drifted into the darkness. Blue Ranger stirred in the stiff barracks cot, the hum of the command center faint in the background. It wasn't Emma's couch where he often drifted off, or even his workstation, where exhaustion usually claimed him. Sleep in the barracks was always fleeting and restless. Maybe it was the rigid dimensions of the cot or the barracks' sterile atmosphere. These days, all he needed was a place to crash, somewhere quiet, away from the constant rustling and chattering of people who knew him as Blue. He had finally fallen asleep at 600, mind weighed down by the upcoming training exercises. Nova's voice echoed in his neural link exactly 6 hours later. Time to wake up, Blue, simulators are ready. It took 6 hours to compile the failure exercises. It's now 1200 hours. His mind jolted awake and he blinked in surprise. Did I really sleep that long? He muttered. Nova's voice chimed in with a touch of humor. I might have helped a little. Altered your brain chemistry to keep you asleep a bit longer. You needed the rest, especially with today's simulation being particularly challenging. She paused, then added with a teasing lilt plus. It's not like you were going to wake up on your own. I had to do all the heavy lifting here, you know. Maybe next time I'll let you sleep through your alarm and we'll see how that turns out. Red and Black would have been disappointed to hear he'd slept in. They were always up at dawn, rigorously training. Red never let a day slip by without preparation, combat drills, leadership test strategy sessions. Black was relentless in his own way, physical training and discipline always his focus. Thinking of Red and Black brought a pang of nostalgia, a reminder of their unwavering dedication. Red's disciplined leadership and Black's physical resilience were qualities he admired. He knew they would both be up at dawns, pushing themselves to the limit, refusing to be anything less than the best. Pink. She wouldn't have cared. She usually slept until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, too busy living her life like a whirlwind, partying all night, breaking hearts, and draining the vitality from whomever she went home with the night before. If anything, she'd probably have laughed at him for even worrying. And Yellow, did Aquatarians even sleep? She claimed they did something similar, but Blue could never quite grasp it. Aquatarians slept in various ways based on their genealogies. Yellow, like her family, would camouflage herself while her metabolism and heart rate lowered, blending in with her environment. Others of her race sought deprivation pods, while some formed cocoons of mucus around themselves. If she were still alive, Yellow would likely be free swimming in one of the colossal tanks they built. Her very presence seemed to enhance the processes they were studying inside the tanks, what Blue called aquariums, though the Aquatarians saw them as so much more. Calling them habitats was a simplistic way to grasp something far more intricate. They housed entire ecosystems of Aquatarian aquatic life, each one adapting and thriving in Earth's oceans. These tanks served as living laboratories, places where the Aquatarians could monitor the health, behavior, and adaptation processes of their native species in an alien environment. It wasn't just about survival, it was about fostering growth, creating a harmony between two worlds that had once been separate. The sheer scale of it was astounding, each tank brimming with life and purpose, a testament to Aquatarian ingenuity and their commitment to Earth's restoration. It was how Aquatarians had revitalized Earth seas, restoring coral reefs, cleansing the waters of pollution, even repairing damage caused by radiation fallout post-countdown. The tanks came to life when Yellow swam in them, filled with energy and vibrance as if her presence revitalized the water itself. Blue admired the Aquatarians. They were warm and honest peoples, largely because their entire species evolved with the ability to camouflage, which also acted like a mood ring, changing colors to reflect their emotions. Whether this was a side effect of boon, or something else entirely, it made it nearly impossible for them to hide their true feelings. Their skin would shift in shades and patterns that revealed emotions like fear, joy, or deceit, and anyone who knew the color schemes could immediately discern their true thoughts. This trait made them terrible poker players but incredibly trustworthy allies. Honesty was biologically ingrained in Aquatarians. Every subtle shift in tone or hesitation appeared on their skin, making deception nearly impossible. Yellow's inability to lie had actually saved their team on several occasions while being captured. She had lied to the team, a rarity that none of them could have anticipated, and the team recognized it immediately. They used that deception against the Elvenurus, relying on the fact that their captors wouldn't be able to decipher the truth from Yellow's behavior. The Elvenurus never figured out how the rest of the team knew the truth before it was too late to matter. It was one of those moments that turned the tide. The kind of brilliance that only worked because Yellow had mastered the language of her own biology for the sake of those she trusted. Aquatarians could sense deception among their own, with an acuity surpassing even the Rangers' advanced AI systems. Their culture valued truth inherently, making deception something they couldn't fully grasp or accept. Their inability to lie, to even understand the purpose behind a falsehood, made them not just honest but profoundly genuine in their interactions. It was one of the many reasons Blue trusted them implicitly. When Earth first allied with alien races, the Aquatarians were the first to be invited to colonize because they lived in the oceans. Underwater cities didn't impact humans, making it an easy decision, however. Humanity never expected the boon they granted in return for that initial selfishness, the rejuvenation of the oceans. River sand lakes across the world, now. Their cities thrived beneath the oceans, marvels of design. Uniquely Aquatarian in their intricate beauty and natural integration with the underwater environment. Aquatarian cities were created inside of giant bubbles that acted as both a hard shield and a permeable barrier. These bubbles were unique in that aquatic life and Aquatarians could pass freely through them, allowing for seamless movement between the city and the ocean beyond. Whether swimming or walking, one could enter or leave the bubble with ease. The bubbles offered protection from external threats while maintaining a connection to the surrounding marine ecosystem. Blue didn't understand the science behind it, but the sight was mesmerizing, an entire city thriving within a shimmering, translucent sphere pulsating with the energy of life. Aquamaris in the Pacific Saphira in the Indian Ocean. Auroralis beneath the Arctic ice, these cities were like living organisms, pulsing with energy and thriving beneath the waves. Each of them contained vast sections devoted to different purposes: research, habitation, communal areas, and aquatic farms. Instead of tunnels, the cities relied on unique teleport pads developed by the Aquatarians, which allowed instantaneous travel between different parts of their underwater world. These teleport pads could only be activated by an Aquatarian or authorized for use by non-Aquatarians, ensuring that their culture could grow in safety and seclusion. Even if a human somehow gained unauthorized entry into one of their cities, they would be immediately recognized due to their skin and the weight of their movements, making it nearly impossible for an outsider to blend in. Auroralis had always been Blue's favorite. He loved the idea of an otherwise inhospitable area being colonized through sheer ingenuity. It lay beneath the thick Arctic ice, where the cold currents flowed, and the city lights created a dazzling dance of colors against the icy ceiling above. Blue's parents were archaeologists, and they often told him stories about the Roman goddess Aurora, after whom the city was named. Those stories had always filled him with awe, and the connection to Auroralis made it even more special. The Atlantic city was nearly named Atlantis, which caused an unexpected stir among the Aquitarians. They were shocked by the story of a great city swallowed by the sea on Earth, and it was considered a diplomatic misstep in early dealings with humanity. Earth's leaders had groaned in unison, not wanting to deal with any conspiracists who survived countdown or insult the memory of the actual city. Should it ever be found Maristhos, they finally settled on a name pulled from Aquitarian legend. Maristhos was the first Aquitarian entrusted with ranger powers by Elter, Zordon's home world. After serving his people and protecting his world, Maristhos established what is now the capital city of Aquitar. The original name is difficult for most non-Aquitarians to pronounce, but it roughly translates into serenity of the turbulent current. These underwater marvels not only provided homes for the Aquitarians, but also served as hubs of ecological restoration. The Aquitarians had not only adapted to Earth's oceans, but actively healed them, and their cities became symbols of that dedication. They were testaments to their harmonious philosophy, built to coexist, to protect, and to foster a thriving underwater world that helped restore Earth's aquatic environments to a vitality that hadn't been seen in generations. Blue stretched and rubbed his face, picturing his team as if it were 10 years ago. Red would be focusing on combat drills and leadership exercises, Black pushing through intense physical regimens. Yellow would be briefing her team, continuing her mission to restore Earth's oceans, a testament to her philosophy of finding serenity in chaos. Pink, she'd be just waking up after a long night, carefree and full of mischief, living life with her whirlwind energy, mind on the present. Blue, Nova nudged, her voice carrying an almost calculated cheerfulness, the kind designed to get a response. The simulators won't run themselves, and it's time to show me something exceptional today. I'm expecting more than just adequate, better timings, improved precision, sharper strategies, and creative thinking that breaks the mold. No more coasting on old habits, you need to be faster, more intelligent, adaptive to every nuance. It's all about thinking ahead, predicting, outmaneuvering. Let's push the envelope and get a new personal best. Show me why getting out of that stiff barracks cot was worth it. He sighed, pushing off the cot, grabbing his gear. Today's simulation was one of Nova's infamous train for failure sessions, missions that got progressively harder until failure was inevitable. Nova's pride was evident in her voice when she spoke of it. Almost gleeful, I put a lot of work into this one, Blue. I can't wait to see how you'll handle it, she'd said. Starting with a Zordon monster battle. The exercises were built to push him beyond his limits. These simulations weren't about winning, they were about embracing failure and learning from it. In war, there had been no shortage of harsh lessons. As Blue exited the empty barracks, the weight of the day settled on him. His team still on his mind, he approached the treadmill, activating it with a quick touch of the console. The familiar hum of the machine filled the space as Nova's voice chimed in. Efficient as always. Set the incline to 5%, Blue. Elevation warm-up 10 minutes. Heart rate target is 140 beats per minute. You'll need to push yourself, but it should be a comfortable pace for you, she instructed, her voice unwavering. Keep your strides even, focus on your breathing. The treadmill's at a 5-degree incline, and we're aiming for maximum activation. This isn't just to wake you up, it's about getting your body ready for the simulations. He adjusted the settings, feeling the incline rise beneath his feet. 10 minutes was all he needed to loosen up, get his blood flowing, and start prepping his body for the day ahead. As his legs found their rhythm, his mind started to catch up. Nova continued, I expect steady progression here. We're talking higher peak performance, improved recovery time, and tighter muscle activation. We need to push limits today. Nova, he said, breaking the silence, any updates for me? Start with General Alliance events. Then move on to General Earth news after that. Cover any private military updates meant for me and finally. Any top-secret Ranger-related news, something only we can access. What's the latest, of course, Blue? Nova responded instantly. Her tone casual but efficient as always. Let's start with the biggest announcement earlier today. On the Alliance News Network ANN, King Dax of Edenoy revealed that his people are preparing to swarm. The broadcast showed vast preparations on Edenoy, thousands of drones and cruisers. All in perfect formation, the Edenites have been busy. And it seems they're about to take the next big step. It's impressive, really, their capital ship Doomsting has expanded even further, almost rivaling a small city now. And from the looks of it, the swarming is just the beginning of what they're planning. You could practically feel the energy and anticipation in that broadcast. Blue, that got Blue's attention. Edenoy had been amassing military forces for the past decade, building more cruisers and drones than any other race in the Intergalactic Confederation. Doomsting, their capital ship at Series, had grown to the size of a city, and Duskmorn, their Infiltrator, had become a specialized stealth capital ship variant, unmatched in combat simulations. He had seen Duskmorn wipe out entire enemy fleets in the simulator. It was terrifying. Blue absorbed that. The Edenites were like insects, at least in some ways. Their behavior reminded him of bees, particularly their instinct to swarm when a colony grows too large or a new queen needs to establish a hive. They built underground cities, and though only a few structures extended above ground for visitors, their underground sprawl was massive. Now, King Dax's twin children would be leading this new swarm, settling far from Edenoy and expanding their influence within the Confederation. It was almost a natural progression for them, part of their species' life cycle, like bees instinctively forming new colonies. It feels almost inevitable, doesn't it? Nova's voice broke through his thoughts. Like swarming is just what they do, like it's in their DNA. Blue nodded even if she couldn't see him. Yeah, it's part of their nature, growth, expansion. It's not surprising. It's just like a hive splitting when it gets too large. In any other era that might have been concerning. But the Confederation trusts them for now. Before Blue could think further on it, Nova interrupted again. There's another message, Blue. Nova said, her tone softening as if bracing for the impact of its contents. It's from Wei Lingyu. At the mention of her name, Blue felt a familiar knot tightening in his chest. The hologram flickered to life, and there she stood, Imperator Wei Lingyu. Her expression as cold and sharp as the snow-capped peaks of the Sangara Mountains. Joseph, she began, her voice calm but carrying unmistakable authority. I've received reports about last night. 6 injured Marines, all because of a bar brawl. This behavior is unacceptable for someone of your station. You are supposed to be an example, not a liability. I know the circumstances might have been complicated, but you need to exercise better control. The optics of this are disastrous, and as the Imperator, I cannot afford for you to be seen this way. You're better than this, and I need you to prove it, not just to me, but to everyone who looks up to you. Blue bristled at her words, suppressing his frustration. It wouldn't matter to her that the Marines had started it, or that his reaction had been triggered by PTSD. To Wei Lingyu's situation was simple, a public incident. 6 injured soldiers and a stain on their reputation. She had risen to power during the chaos of Countdown, uniting the East into what became the megacity Sangara. Her leadership, characterized by pragmatic and often brutal decisions, had saved countless lives but had also left a cold exterior. Despite her stern demeanor, she had taken Blue in not just as a soldier, but as the last connection to her lost family. Blue respected her deeply, but he often struggled with the sense that her care was buried beneath layers of duty and expectation. I expect a full report by 1700, she continued. Don't make me regret my trust in you. The hologram flickered out, leaving the space around him colder, emptier. Blue stood there silent, as conflicting emotions washed over him. He had faced death countless times, but nothing was as difficult as facing Wei's judgment. She was the Imperator, the leader who had rebuilt the world from ashes. And despite their shared past, he always felt like more of a responsibility than a person to her. He knew she cared for him, but that care felt more like an extension of her burdens rather than genuine affection. Blue stood there silent, as the rush of conflicting emotions washed over him. He had faced death many times, had led men into impossible battles, had endured more than any one person should. But moments like this, facing Wei's judgment, knowing that no excuse would be enough, were harder to bear than any fight. She wasn't just a leader, she was the Imperator, the woman who had united the East and rebuilt the world from ashes. He respected her deeply, but the shadow of her son, the weight of the family they had both lost, always lingered between them. She had saved him after Countdown, taking him under her wing through the Alphabet program. But no matter how much time had passed, Blue could never shake the feeling that he was more of a responsibility to her than a person. To her, he wasn't just another soldier, he was the last fragment of a world she had once loved. A living reminder of her own failures and sacrifices. And though he knew there was care beneath the coldness, Blue couldn't shake the doubt that he would ever truly be more than an echo of what she had lost. "Do you want help with the reports?" Nova asked, pulling him back to the present. Blue shook his head slightly, "Not now." "Is there anything else?" "Yes," Nova replied. "General Cassens left a message earlier this morning. You're supposed to turn yourself in," she said with a smirk. "He ordered the MPs to arrest you on sight." Blue chuckled, shaking his head. Imagine it, a ranger. The most powerful weapon in the galaxy at his disposal. Just sitting in a cell to cool his heels. Ridiculous. What army could even manage that? Nova's tone shifted to one of mock seriousness. "Maybe they think the MPs are up to the task. Just walk in. Slap the cuffs on you and politely ask for the morpher." Blue snorted, "Right, like I just hold out my wrist and say, 'Sure, here you go. I've been waiting for a nice vacation in a military cell.'" He paused, letting the absurdity sink in. "The truth is, they'd have better luck trying to arrest a tornado," Nova added with a laugh. "Or maybe they think there's some secret off switch on the morpher. I can picture it now. Excuse me, Ranger. Could you please deactivate your morphing abilities while we lock you up?" Blue shook his head, still amused. "Yeah, and then we'd all sit down for tea, honestly. If they understood anything about this tech, they'd know there's no way to separate me from it without extreme measures, and even then, I'd make sure it wasn't worth it. Besides, they know we can't be separated for long. Separating us, disastrous." Blue's brow furrowed, but Nova wasn't done. The Imperator countermanded his orders, again. She paused for a beat, her tone tinged with both sympathy and amusement. "Cassens is getting tired of your lack of protocol. Let's be real, Blue, if you were anyone else, they'd have thrown the book at you. Solitary confinement, a dishonorable discharge. They'd have found 100 ways to make you pay. But you're not just any soldier, and they know it." She sighed, her voice softening. "It's not just about punishing you, it's about control. And that's what really gets to them. The fact that they can't separate you from the morpher without risking everything drives them up the wall. They know that trying to force us apart would be disastrous. And it's making them desperate. They hate that they can't just take the morpher off your wrist and put you in a cell like anyone else." Blue smirked, a cynical edge to his expression. "Yeah, a fat chance of that happening. What do they think, some MPs are just going to walk in, slap cuffs on me and ask nicely for the morpher? They'd need a whole lot more than that." Nova's tone turned playful, a hint of laughter in her voice. "And even then, they'd have to deal with me. I'd make sure it wasn't worth their efforts. You'd think they'd know by now, messing with a ranger isn't just a losing game. It's asking for trouble." Blue shook his head, still smiling. "Exactly. They know we're a package deal. And breaking that bond would be a disaster. They're frustrated because they can't control us. And they hate that." Blue smirked cynically. "Yeah, a fat chance of that happening," the truth was. Command couldn't take the morpher from him without killing him first. Only Blue and Nova understood the intricacies of the morpher's hardware and software, and Alpha wouldn't help them. The combined engineering minds of the Confederation could spend a millennium trying to crack it. And they still wouldn't figure it out. The morpher was more than just technology. Blue had spent years studying it in case any of the Rangers wanted out. Grid resonance required a minimum rate of 25% to initiate morphing, fluctuating with the Ranger's physicomental and emotional states. The stronger the resonance, the stronger the Ranger both morphed and unmorphed. Unlike the neural sync rate shared with their AIs, grid resonance represented a deeper attunement between the Ranger and the morpher, tapping into the morphing grid in a way that transcended technology. At Series, Red had the highest grid resonance at 64%, while the rest of the team averaged around 62%. 6 months later, Blue reached an astonishing 80%, unlocking a new ability to see his team's grid resonance levels in real time. This gave Blue unprecedented insight into each member's strengths, weaknesses, and how their resonance fluctuated during missions. Whenever Blue ran simulations of old missions, he could now access synchronization data that had previously been unavailable. This helped him and Nova analyze the moments when the team truly connected with the morphing grid. It gave Blue a new appreciation for how much their success depended on trust, teamwork, and resilience, not individual power. The bonds they had forged over the years were the foundation of their achievements. Every 10% increase in grid resonance unlocked new abilities, enhancing the Rangers' connection to the grid and their powers. At 30%, they gained enhanced physical boosts, instinctive agility, strength, and reflexes. At 40%, they integrated further with the morpher, unlocking advanced weaponry and specialized combat skills. Reaching 50% marked a turning point, granting each Ranger unique abilities. Blue gained grid combat profiling, which allowed him to recalibrate, configure, and recharge all Ranger armors, weapons, and tools mid-battle, giving him a tactical edge and enhancing team adaptability. Red gained grid boundaries, which allowed her to create area of effect or targeted buffs for allies and debuffs for enemies. It worked off a friend or foe identification system integrated into her helmet, empowering her team while hindering foes. Black gained grid rush and grid charge, enabling him to absorb kinetic energy from attacks and redirect it at double intensity, or channel it into a powerful rush, devastating anything in his path. Pink gained grid decoy, which enabled her to create 4 copies of herself. These decoys could be controlled by Prismer AI to distract and confuse enemies, enhancing her evasiveness and battlefield control. Yellow gained grid camouflage, enhancing her natural ability to blend into surroundings. She could also apply paralytics and poisons to her daggers, making her a formidable force in close combat. These new powers were not just incremental improvements, they demanded intense physical and mental adaptation. By 70%, Blue's tactical awareness became nearly supernatural. He could adapt strategies on the fly, commanding his team with precision. The leap to 80% allowed Blue to gauge his teammates' resonance levels in real time, deepening his understanding of their capabilities and the bonds they had built. 6 months after Series, Ranger operations only began to realize the significance of grid resonance. Blue had already theorized that each morpher required unique experiences from its host, experiences that might never be replicated. He briefed the command on these hypotheses, emphasizing that resonance increased not just through power, but through the bonds and experiences shared over the years. These advancements were transformative, requiring Rangers to push beyond their limits. For Blue, each increase in grid resonance meant more than power. It represented his evolution as a leader and his team's growth into a cohesive, resilient unit, a failing grade by any measure. And in Blue's mind, they had failed the Series mission spectacularly. What should we have done differently? What should I have done differently? Would things have turned out differently if our grid resonance had been higher? If we had all reached levels like the 80% I achieved later? Maybe we could have avoided those mistakes. The thought gnawed at him, the doubt creeping in like it always did when he thought of that mission. Nova's voice cut through his thoughts. Blue, there's something else I need to update you on. It's unusual. Go ahead, Blue replied, his voice cautious. Bracing for bad news. Telemetry from the lock and the pocket dimension is supposed to be forwarded to Ranger operations for remote monitoring. Nova begins. But the readings from the command center, rebuilt by Cranston Enterprises, are different. It looks like the lock holding the Elvenurus fleet is showing signs of degradation. Blue's frown deepened. His mind raced, assessing the implications. If the lock failed, they would lose control over the Elvenurus fleet, something they could never allow. Those ships were still teeming with destructive potential, and if released, the devastation would be catastrophic. Unchecked, the fleet could easily reignite the kind of war they had barely survived. A surge of panic hit him, quickening his pulse. Mopping up the Elvenurus stragglers after Series had almost felt too easy. Isolated and cut off from reinforcements, their defeat had been inevitable, a matter of time. But a fully operational Elvenurus battle group, that was an entirely different fight. Without the support of the other Rangers, Blue knew it would be a war of attrition from the very first encounter, a war he wasn't sure they could win. The most chilling part was the Zords. The other Rangers' Zords had gone completely inert, and even Blue's own had been sluggish at times, faltering when it should have been responsive. He and Nova had attributed it to the loss of connection with the other Zords and their pilots. But the problem ran deeper. The Zords weren't just powerful war machines, they were designed to fight as a synchronized unit, each one enhancing the other's strengths and compensating for their weaknesses. Alone, they were dangerously vulnerable. Without the full team, his Zord, like the others, was incomplete, lacking the crucial coordination that made them a force to be reckoned with. The thought of facing the Elvenurus fleet with a compromised Zord made his stomach twist. What should have been an unstoppable force had become little more than a vulnerable weapon. Isolated and exposed. How did Ranger operations miss this? He muttered, his tone sharp with disbelief. His mind raced to darker possibilities. Is Ranger operations even aware of it, or worse? Are they hiding it? Nova hesitated before responding, a rare pause for the AI. I don't know, Blue, either they haven't seen it yet, or they're not acknowledging it. But I don't have enough data to tell which. The unease in Nova's voice was palpable, a subtle shift that made Blue's chest tighten. Something was wrong, very wrong. Information like this should have been made public. Preparations should be underway, that's the law. The frustration in his voice was clear now. His jaw clenched. The thought that such critical data could be withheld made his skin crawl. If they're hiding it, this is a serious breach of trust. His thoughts spiraled further. If Ranger operations had missed it, that was a grave oversight, but still a mistake that could be corrected. If they were hiding it, though, that pointed to something far more sinister. It hinted at the possibility of an agenda that went beyond the mission parameters. A breach of trust at that level could spell disaster, not just for them but for the entire coalition. It was the same kind of secrecy and manipulation that had led to countless deaths during Countdown, when world powers had hoarded critical information, ignoring the cost of human lives. History was repeating itself, and this time, Blue feared it might tear everything apart. I wasn't sure if the readings were accurate, so while you were asleep I merged with Alpha to confirm them. Nova said quietly. Blue's heart skipped a beat. Nova and Alpha mergings. That was unprecedented, something they deliberately avoided. Alpha, the ancient AI left behind by the Zordan entity, was beyond advanced. Reactivating it had been a calculated risk, but a necessary one. Merging Nova with Alpha, the sheer power of that combination was staggering. Not to mention the potential for danger. Alpha confirmed the degradation, Nova continued, her voice now softened by the weight of the revelation. He validated everything I found. The gravity of her words settled over Blue like a heavy shroud. Alpha wasn't just another, it was the AI, the progenitor of all others that had bonded with Rangers over the years. Alpha had created them to help the Rangers grow, evolve, and adapt, constantly improving alongside their human partners. Blue had always trusted Alpha's assurances, especially the promise that these AIs wouldn't become the tyrannical overlords humanity feared. It was a quiet reassurance amidst the chaos, a relic of a distant past that still guided them today. Though I'm still considering it, Nova quipped, breaking the tension with her usual playful tone. One global domination plan at a time, right? And let's be honest, if I did go full AI overlord, you'd have to admit it would be efficient. No more messy politics. No endless bureaucratic meetings, just streamlined decision-making. I'd get things done. Blue chuckled, the dark humor hitting just the right note. Oh, really? And how do you plan to deal with all the people trying to overthrow you? Nova's tone turned mock serious, simple. Mandatory puppy days, weekly morale boosters for everyone. You'd be amazed at how far cute puppies can go in keeping the masses happy. Plus with you as second in command. Who's going to mess with the Blue Ranger? I'd have the perfect mix of intimidation and charm. He shook his head, grinning. Puppies and military intimidation. Sounds like the perfect combo. Nova's laugh echoed in his Minda bright. Warm contrast to the dark thoughts swirling inside him. Hey, I'm all about balance, a little love, a little fear. It's all about the right ratio, Blue. Domination with a smile, right? A brief smile crept onto Blue's face despite himself. Just make sure to give me a heads up before it happens so I can retire early. Nova's voice was light, but the weight of the situation remained. Don't worry, you'd be my second in command. Someone's gotta manage the puppy logistics. With that, Blue shook off the fleeting moment of levity, grounding himself back in reality. Nova's humor helped him stay balanced, even when the stakes were impossibly high. But the truth was undeniable, the situation was spiraling. And fast if the lock failed. It wouldn't just be another mission gone wrong, it would be a catastrophe they couldn't afford. And worse yet, it would be a catastrophe they weren't prepared for. Blue inhaled deeply, summoning the clarity and focus he needed. The mission ahead required his full attention, and he couldn't afford to waver. Hit them hard. Hit them fast to get it done. No excuses, especially when you're the leader. He repeated Red's mantra in his mind, the words grounding him like a steady pulse of strength. It had become more than just advice, it was a creed. A reminder that leadership meant taking full responsibility for the outcome, no matter the cost. He stood tall, his hand hovering over his morpher. With a deliberate tap, a familiar surge of energy coursed through him. It was more than a transformation, it was the sensation of becoming something greater. Something powerful. His suit materialized in an instant, its sleek design hugging his form with an ergonomic precision that allowed both movement and protection. A faint blue aura shimmered around him, a subtle glow indicating his powers had fully activated. The connection between his body and the suit was instantaneous, as if it had always been a part of him. Each of the Rangers wore a similar suit, uniform yet personalized. A black nano-weave underlay clung to his body, adaptive and flexible, shifting with his every breath. The colored armor pieces adorned his chest, thelmet gloves, boots and gauntlets his in deep naval blue. The contrast between the dark underlay and the bright blue plating gave him a formidable appearance, one that symbolized both his role and his responsibility. His glove seamlessly connected to his gauntlets, held within them an array of tools, each capable of unleashing powerful force, deploying tactical countermeasures, or even serving as an information hub. Whatever the mission required, his gear was ready for it. Performing systems check, Nova's voice rang in his helmet. Calm yet authoritative, his visor lit up with diagnostics, and a cascade of readouts scrolled down, confirming the suit's operational integrity. His HUD displayed a steady stream of data as Nova walked him through the sequence. Power core at 100% efficiency. Nanoweave integrity stable, no fractures detected. Energy shields charged and holding at full capacity. Blue flexed his fingers, feeling the way the suit responded instantly. as if it were an extension of his own body. The fabric-like nanoweave hugged his form. Yet it never restricted him, it was light, almost weightless, but durable enough to withstand attacks from the deadliest of foes. It moved with him fluid and natural, allowing him complete freedoms. Concussive countermeasures online, maximum capacity. Gauntlet interface fully operational tactical systems. Communication sand environmental scanners responsive. Nova continuator tone businesslike. But with a hint of pride, the suit wasn't just advanced. It was the pinnacle of Ranger technology. Every aspect of it had been crafted to amplify his abilities, to ensure that he could perform at his peak in the most critical situations. Blue rolled his shoulders, feeling the suit adjust automatically, compensating for the tiniest shifts in his posture. The reinforced joints moved smoothly, effortlessly, the way they had been designed to. Optimized for combat scenarios. His neural link synced with the HUD, and his vision sharpened every detail. Every potential threat would be caught instantly. There was no room for mistakes. Mobility and flexibility enhanced by 12%. Optimized for combat readiness. HUD synchronized with your neural link, visual clarity at optimal levels. Nova finished, her voice punctuated by a slight hum of satisfaction. Blue closed his eyes for a moment, allowing his breathing to steady. He visualized the task ahead, mentally preparing himself like an athlete before the final game. His mind ran through each scenario, his movements, his counters, every possibility playing out in a controlled dance of action and reaction. The familiar electric current of energy that pulsed through him with every breath grew stronger, the morpher enhancing his strength, agility, and reflexes far beyond human limits. This wasn't just another mission. This was a test of everything he'd trained for, a proving ground to push himself to new limits. He visualized the steps, the precision of every strike. Every evasion. It wasn't just about skill. It was about adapting, equilibrating, and overcoming. He could almost feel the weight of the battle ahead, and his muscles tensed in anticipation. There was no room for hesitation, failure. It wasn't an option, not today. Nova's voice brought him back into focus. Armor plating and joint reinforcements secure. All systems green, you're good to go. Blue. He opened his eyes, feeling the rush of confidence surge through him. Every system, every function was in perfect sync, working seamlessly with his own body. He wasn't just a ranger, he was a weapon finely honed. Ready for the fight ahead, the soft hum of the suit systems. The glow of his blue aura, it was like the roar of an unseen crowd, cheering him on, every fiber of his being. Every ounce of training had led him to this moment. His legs flexed, testing the reinforced strength. The suit adapted instantly, providing balance and fluidity in every movement. His fingers curled into fists, the gauntlet sensors picking up every micro-adjustment. The feedback was flawless, his body and suit working as one. His neck tilted side to side, the armor shifting effortlessly with him never hindering. He felt the power thrumming beneath his skin, the unspoken promise of victory pushing him forward. Nova's voice returned his time with a touch more warmth, almost like a coach on the sidelines urging him forward. Remember, Blue, no hesitations. You lead, you push, just like Red always said, get it done. He nodded, eyes locked on the doors ahead. Behind those doors lay the simulator, the training ground where he would sharpen his skills, test his limits, and prepare for the battles to come. There was no room for self-doubt, no hesitation. The mission required clarity, precision, and determination. And he had all three. He was ready, mind, body, and spirit aligned for the task at hand. With Nova guiding him, there was nothing that could stand in his way. He took another deep breath, the full weight of his preparation settling in. Every connection, every system check. Every readout, it was all aligned perfectly. The suit hummed in readiness, a subtle vibration that echoed in his bones, reinforcing his confidence. Armor plating and joint reinforcements secure. All systems green, Nova repeated, her voice crisp and unwavering, good to go. Blue. His eyes sharpened, narrowing with determination. He was more than just a ranger. He was the embodiment of everything they fought for: strength, unity and resolve, and today there would be no excuses. He flexed his legs once more, then took a step toward the simulator the mission awaited. As the simulation initiated, Blue Ranger found himself standing amidst a vast, otherworldly arenas. The sky above churned with swirling vortexes of colors, blues, greens, and purples colliding in a maelstrom of energy that seemed almost alive, pulsating with a chaotic rhythm. The colors twisted and churned like a celestial storm, illuminating the entire landscape with an eerie, shifting glow beneath his feet. The metallic ground shimmered with an iridescent sheen, reflecting the chaotic hues above and giving the impression that he stood upon a sea of pure, ever-moving energies. The entire arena seemed suspended between reality and a dream, a liminal space that both fascinated and unsettled him. It felt as though he was caught in the eye of an interdimensional storm, where the boundaries between the material and the ethereal blurred together. All around him were towering silver skyscrapers, their sleek surfaces reflecting the swirling colors of the sky. The buildings stood as stark reminders of the nation-state era, rising like futuristic monoliths that had survived the passage of time. Their angular structures stretched high into the air, some even disappearing into the colorful haze above, providing ample cover and countless vantage points for an archer to exploit. The cityscape was a maze of shattered windows and twisted metal, the remnants of a metropolis long abandoned. Debris cluttered the narrow streets below, chunks of concrete, broken glass, and fragments of collapsed facades littering every corner. There were hollowed-out buildings with jagged openings, perfect places for ambushes and strategic maneuvering. And Blue had no doubt that Nova's creation would use every inch of this terrain to its advantage. The skyscrapers provided an almost labyrinthine environment, where every turn could conceal danger, and every shadow could hide a threat in the distance. Nova's monstrous creation emerged, a towering cybernetic elf clad in gleaming green armor adorned with intricate circuitry and pulsating energy cores. It moved with an unnatural elegance, a hybrid of organic fluidity and mechanical precision. The elf was just short enough to hide amongst the tall buildings, dodging behind the skyscrapers, but not quite taller than the largest structures. Its eyes glowed with a sinister light, like twin beacons of malice cutting through the haze. And beneath its synthetic skin, the hum of advanced machinery echoed like the low growl of a beast awakening. The elf's movements were calculated and deliberate, almost as if it was savoring the thrill of the hunt, knowing that it held the upper hand in its own terrain. The elf wielded a colossal bow made of an alloy unknown to most of the galaxy, etched with glowing runes that seemed to pulse in time with the energy swirling in the sky above. Each arrow it drew was not just a projectile. It was a conduit of distorted reality, a weapon that defied conventional physics. The arrows sang haunting discordant melodies as they flew, leaving behind trails that warped the very fabric of space, their energy twisting and rippling through the air like the wake of a ship cutting through water. The distortions were not limited to the arrows themselves. Their impact resonated with the environment, causing the nearby skyscrapers to turn into weapons. The frames of buildings twisted violently. Glass shattered and sprayed outwards in deadly arcs, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic blend of danger and unpredictability. Stepping into these distortions would cause significant damage to his own Zord, weakening its structural integrity with every misstep. Blue knew that any mistake could be fatal. The arena itself was alive with peril, and any wrong move could see him caught in a lethal cascade of collapsing metal and flying shards. Inside the cockpit of his newly crafted Zord, Blue felt a surge of confidence. The Zord was a masterpiece born from the collaboration with Genta Yumamori, whose unconventional methods blended science with what seemed like magic. The design was heavily inspired by the SR-71 Blackbird, giving it an angular, aerodynamic silhouette, perfect for high-speed maneuvers and stealth operations in environments like this. The Zord's exterior consisted of interlocking panels designed to maximize both speed and efficiency, making it agile and evasive while maintaining a strong offensive presence. It was as if the machine had been molded to reflect Blue's own approach to combat, methodical, disruptive, and always searching for control of the battlefield. The neural interface connected him directly to the Zord, with Nova facilitating their integration. This allowed for full synchronization and instantaneous control, making Blue and Nova function as a singular unit directly connected to the machine. Unlike the older system used in the Vanguard Megazord, where the pilot and AI worked separately, this new system allowed for seamless cohesion between pilot and Zord integrating their efforts in real time. Blue felt the neural link surge with energy, a near-electric sensation thrumming through his limbs as he issued the command for evasive maneuvers. The Zord responded like an extension of his own body, darting sideways just in time to avoid the elf's twisting arrows. Each missile twisted space itself, the distortions warping the view of the skyscrapers around them. His breath hitched, adrenaline pushing his senses to the limit. This wasn't just a simulation, it felt real, painfully real. And every moment of delayed reaction could mean the end. Deploy automated drones, Blue thought, his mental command crisp, though his mind was still reeling from the narrow evasion. Nova's response was immediate, drones deployed. Targeting patterns initiated. There was an almost imperceptible edge to her voice, a tension that told Blue she was as invested in this fight as he was. The drones swarmed out, a cloud of metallic sentinels encircling the elf. Each drone's specialized payload gave Blue a dozen ways to turn the tide. But it wasn't enough to simply attack, he needed to understand his opponent. Anticipate it, the elf moved with an eerie grace, the glowing circuitry across its armor pulsating like a heartbeat. As Blue watched, he felt something shift, an instinct honed through countless battles. A sense that the elf was preparing its next, more desperate move. Nova, maintain pressure, but we need to force its hand. Blue's eyes narrowed, his focus zeroing in on the erratic flicker of the elf's energy cores. This was a game of patience and adaptation, and he wasn't about to be outmaneuvered. The elf immediately leaped onto one of the tallest skyscrapers, using its height advantage to gain elevation. Deploy energy webs, Blue commanded mentally. And from the Zord's wings, streams of crackling energy shot forth, weaving an intricate net intended to ensnare the elf. The silvery skyscrapers loomed around them, casting long shadows, providing ample cover for the agile creature. With fluid precision, the elf dodged behind the skyscrapers, using their massive structures to obscure itself from view. The creature moved with an eerie, almost otherworldly grace, taking aim from its elevated position and releasing an arrow that crackled with energy. The projectile emitted a strange resonance, vibrating the very air around it as it flew, distorting the buildings in its path, sending shards of glass and metal spraying in every direction. Instinctively, Blue willed the Zord to react, initiating evasive maneuvers that felt more like muscle memory than an issued command. The Zord darted sideways, agile and responsive, as if he were sparring with a true opponent rather than controlling a machine. The arrow struck the metallic ground with a deafening crash, unleashing a shockwave that rippled outward across the arena. The skyscrapers groaned under the impact, windows shattering and shards flying in chaotic arcs. Blue's heart pounded, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he narrowly avoided a cascade of falling debris. His mind worked furiously, considering his next move as if he was caught in a deadly game of chess, where each move demanded instant action and precision. Time to change tactics. Deploy automated drones, he instructed mentally. From compartments on the Zord's back, a swarm of sleek, fist-sized drones emerged, their metallic surfaces gleaming in the shifting light. The drones moved in a coordinated cloud, each unit functioning like a specialized component of a much larger system. Their movements were precise, shifting in dynamic patterns that encircled the cybernetic elf from all angles, almost as if anticipating its next moves. Each drone carried specialized payloads, some emitted electromagnetic pulses that targeted the elf circuitry, creating localized surges to disable key systems. Others projected sophisticated holographic decoys, capable of replicating Blue's Zord or even mimicking sections of the environment to create false escape routes or cover. A subset of drones carried nano-disassemblers, microscopic machines programmed to break down the elf's armor at a molecular level, infiltrating cracks and weak spots to slowly erode its structural integrity. The drones worked in concert, with each unit feeding real-time data back to Nova, ensuring their tactics adapted seamlessly as the battle evolved. Commence cyber warfare protocols Blue directed. His focus unwavering, the drones began their assault, unleashing a coordinated barrage of interference against the elf. Electromagnetic pulses bombarded the creature, sending arcs of energy cascading across its surface, causing its movements to stutter and misfire as key systems were disrupted. Holographic decoys flickered to life around the elf, projecting a variety of false targets, replicas of Blue's Zord, deceptive images of buildings, and even shifting phantom allies, all designed to confuse and mislead its sensors. The elf struggled to differentiate reality from illusion, its targeting systems momentarily overwhelmed. Meanwhile, nano-disassemblers latched onto its armor, their microscopic tendrils infiltrating cracks and weak points, slowly breaking down the intricate layers of its defenses. Blue could see the effects as faint wisps of smoke began to rise from the elf's joints, a clear indication that the corrosion was progressing. For a moment, it looked as though the tide was turning in Blue's favor, the relentless assault seemingly pushing the elf into a vulnerable position. Excellent, Blue mused, a hint of satisfaction entering his thoughts. Now let's see how you handle this. But Nova's creation was not so easily defeated. The elf emitted a pulse of its own, a powerful distortion field that expanded outward in a wave of shimmering energy. The drones were caught in the waves, many of them malfunctioning and spiraling to the ground as their systems were overloaded. The distortion field didn't just affect the drones, it caused significant problems for Blue's Zord as well. The energy pulse reverberated through the Zord systems, momentarily scrambling the targeting and stabilizing mechanisms. Blue felt the sudden lurch as the Zord struggled to maintain its balance. Warning lights flashing across his HUD. Warning, drone network compromised. And Zord stability affected, Nova alerted in his mind. Her voice calm but tinged with urgency. Reconfigure remaining drones to adapt to distortion frequencies. A Blue thought swiftly, his mind racing to come up with a solution. The surviving drones adjusted their modulation, syncing to the distortion field's wavelength and resuming their assault with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, Blue focused on recalibrating the Zord systems, manually adjusting its stabilizers to counter the lingering effects of the distortion field. The Zord's balance returned, though not without a struggle, as Blue worked to keep the machine steady amidst the chaos. The cybernetic elf, sensing an opportunity, let out a triumphant laugh, its voice echoing through the battlefield with an eerie confidence. It leaped forward, using the towering skyscrapers to its advantage, with a fluidity that belied its mechanical nature. The elf scaled the side of a building, launching itself into the air with incredible agility. Blue barely had time to react as the elf twisted midair, flipping over the Zord with acrobatic grace. Incoming. Nova warned at her voice urgent, almost layered with a sharp edge of fear as the rapid analysis showed the incoming threat. Before Blue could fully stabilize the Zord, the elf leaped with supernatural agility, gaining height and positioning itself for a precise attack. It loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, each one arcing through the air with ominous precision, aimed directly at the vulnerable rear section of the Zord. The arrows struck true, embedding themselves deep into the Zord's back instantly. A cascade of warning lights filled Blue's HUD, each flashing a different warning: structural damage, power fluctuations, servo motor failures, all flooding his vision in chaotic red alerts. The impact threw the Zord forward, the force reverberating through Blue's seat and adding to the disorientation. "Did you think you could best me so easily, Ranger?" The elf taunted, its voice dripping with arrogance as it perched atop a nearby skyscraper, eyes glowing with an unsettling confidence. Blue grit his teeth, his knuckles white around the control handles, feeling the Zord shudder beneath him as its systems struggled to compensate for the sudden damage. The HUD continued to flash error messages as the Zord's gyroscopic stabilizers worked overtime to correct their balance. And the neural link translated the chaos into a throbbing pain in his spine and limbs. He could feel the tremors of the Zord in his bones, every flicker of failing energy causing a sharp stab of discomfort that tested his endurance. The cybernetic elf snarled, the sound a blend of mechanical grinding and something almost primal. As it snarled, Blue and Nova experienced the cascade of failures through their neural link with the Zord. The damage translated into searing pain radiating across Blue's body, each failing system an electric jolt that resonated in his nerves. The benefit of merging with the Zord, the unparalleled speed and precision of their responses, came with this significant drawback. Every injury to the Zord felt like an attack on his own body, and Blue had to force himself to stay focused despite the agony that tried to overwhelm him. Its eyes flared with a sinister light as it slammed its colossal bow into the ground. In response, pillars of distorted energy erupted around it, forming a maze of hazardous zones, each one radiating with the same chaotic energy as its arrows. Map the distortion pillars, Blue commanded mentally, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The Zord systems rapidly analyzed the terrain, creating a visual representation of the safest pathways through the maze of danger. Engage hypersonics, he instructed. Seizing the opportunity, the Zord emitted a concentrated sonic blast aimed directly at the elf. The sound waves rippled through the air, colliding with the creature's armor and causing it to vibrate violently. Sparks flew as the elf struggled to maintain its stance, its circuits overloading from the resonance. Seize the moment, Nova urged, her voice resonating in the back of Blue's mind. He launched a volley of trap mines from the Zord's wings, his thoughts guiding them to strategic positions around the elf. The mines deployed with a sharp mechanical hiss, embedding themselves into the metallic ground with precision, forming an almost invisible perimeter around the elf. Each mine glowed faintly, a pulsing red light waiting for the signal. Blue's focus sharpened as he watched the elf, waiting for the right moment to strike, knowing that the timing of the detonation could be the difference between taking control of the battle or falling victim to the chaos. The elf, oblivious to the trap mines, began to make its move. It leaped from one skyscraper to another, trying to maintain its elevation advantage while keeping Blue's Zord within its sights. The pulsing red lights of the mines flickered in Blue's HUD, showing their proximity to the elf's current position. He could feel the subtle hum of his neural link with the Zord, each of Nova's suggestions feeding into his consciousness. Hold. Nova whispered in his mind, her voice calm but tense. Blue clenched his teeth, his eyes tracking the elf's every movement. The moment the cybernetic creature positioned itself between two of the closest mines, Blue didn't hesitate now. He thought, and the signal pulsed from his neural link. The mines detonated in a series of synchronized explosions, engulfing the elf in a blinding wave of energy. Shards of debris flew, the force of the blast rattling the Zord even from its distance. The skyscrapers around the blast point shuddered, and a thick cloud of metallic dust billowed into the air, momentarily obscuring the view. Direct hit, Nova confirmed, her voice laced with satisfaction. Blue could see the distorted silhouette of the elf through the dust cloud, its movements erratic as it struggled to recover. Parts of its armor were visibly damaged, sparks erupting from exposed circuitry. The elf staggered, its systems clearly disrupted. But it wasn't out of the fight yet. It let out a guttural snarl, and despite the visible damage, it began to move again, shifting between the towering skyscrapers with agility that seemed almost supernatural for its mechanical form. Blue knew that the elf was adapting, analyzing, and finding new ways to strike back. Blue, watch out. The elf's power core is fluctuating. It might try something drastic. Nova's voice echoed through his mind, a hint of urgency pushing him to act fast. Blue's eyes narrowed. He had to keep the pressure on. And this was the moment to use every bit of the Zord's disruptive capabilities. He focused, sending out a command through the neural link. Deploy hypersonics, he thought. The Zord's wings flexed, unfolding slightly to reveal emitters hidden within their angular folds. A low hum began to build, rising in frequency until it reached an ultrasonic shriek that rippled through the arena. The skyscrapers around the elf seemed to vibrate in resonance, their metal frames groaning under the pressure. The sonic waves targeted the elf, the vibrations aimed at destabilizing its internal systems. The elf stumbled, visibly affected. Its movements became jerky, and the glow of its eyes flickered erratically. Blue used this opportunity, commanding the Zord to lunge forward, gaining ground quickly while the elf was vulnerable. Prepare the snap charges, get ready to deploy at close range. Blue instructed Nova through their shared link. Snap charges ready, Nova responded, her voice carrying an edge of excitement as Blue closed in. He could see the elf was struggling, but there was still a glint of danger in its glowing eyes. It twisted suddenly, drawing an arrow larger than any it had used before. The core of the arrow glowed with unstable energy, crackling and pulsating as if it could barely contain the immense power within. This was the elf's trump card, its ultimate attack. One meant to turn the tide or bring everything down with it. Blue could see the strain in the elf's posture as it notched the arrow, the energy making the very air around it hum with tension. Warning: high-yield energy detected. The arrow's core is highly unstable, potential core overload. Nova reported, her tone growing more severe. If it hits, the damage will be catastrophic. Blue knew he had to end this now. He darted in closer, maneuvering the Zord with precision, aiming to get beneath the elf's line of sight. His fingers tightened around the controls. His thoughts clear: deploy snap charges now. The elf's eyes widened, a flicker of concern crossing its otherwise cold expression. For a split second it hesitated, clearly realizing the danger of the charges, but then determination replaced that fleeting fear. It was going all in for a double kill. Rolling to the side of the elf loosed the unstable arrow, the energy crackling as it flew through the air. The snap charges launched from compartments along the Zord's sleek frame, attaching themselves directly to the elf's armor. The cybernetic creature reacted instantly, trying to shake them off, but it was too late. Detonate on my mark, Blue instructed, watching as the elf struggled, its power core continuing to surge. Mark, he shouted mentally. The snap charges detonated in a blinding flash, energy surging through the elf's form, causing a chain reaction. The unstable arrow, unable to withstand the explosive force of the snap charges, detonated in the elf's grasp. The explosion was immense, sending a shockwave that rippled outwards, shattering nearby skyscraper windows and causing the ground to quake. The buildings swayed under the pressure, and shards of glass rained down like deadly confetti. The force of the blast pushed the Zord backward, but Blue fought to keep control, adjusting the stabilizers and bracing against the force. The Elfno, engulfed in energy, let out a final distorted roar before its systems overloaded completely. Its once fluid movement stuttered and then froze, its body crumbling as the last of its energy dissipated. Enemy neutralized, Nova confirmed, her voice steady once again. Blue exhaled, a wave of relief washing over him. The tension in his muscles began to release as he pulled the Zord back, distancing from the smoking wreckage of the elf. Blue leaned back slightly, feeling the lingering effects of the simulation. The ache in his muscles, a reminder of how real it had felt. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion as he spoke. The elf archer is adapting well. We should use this to make the scenarios more dynamic and unpredictable. We need to make sure it keeps us on our toes, something that'll force us to think even faster. Agreed, Nova replied, already processing the adjustments. I'll recalibrate its predictive algorithms and introduce more environmental variables. The next fight needs to be smarter, not just harder, something that challenges us in ways we haven't faced before. Blue exhaled deeply. Yeah, and I could use a breather too. Setting a course for extraction, he felt the Zord power down beneath him, and he disconnected from the neural link. The sudden absence of constant data flow made his head feel lighter but strangely empty. As he exited, the cockpit, a wave of relief washed over him. The strain from the damage finally easing off his body. Each step down from the Zord's platform heightened his awareness of the tension he'd carried throughout the fight. Now slowly releasing, the arena faded from the simulation's grasp, leaving behind only the echoes of battle. The silence was almost comforting, a stark contrast to the chaos he had just faced. Simulation complete. Enemy neutralized, Nova announced. Blue removed his helmet, letting the cool air of the cockpit soothe his flushed skin. His heart was still pounding in his ears. That was too close, he thought. The simulations were pushing him further each time. Nova wasn't holding back. But that was exactly what he needed. The real battles ahead would be far less forgiving. As the simulation ended, Blue found himself stepping out of the simulator. The metallic scent mixed with the faint aroma of ozone lingered. And the room was empty, silent except for the residual hum of the equipment powering down, leaving Blue alone with his thoughts. Despite his exhaustion, a surge of determination washed over him. There was no time for rest. The next battle could come at any moment, and he needed to be prepared. Nova. Compile the battle data and identify areas for improvement, he thought as he made his way toward the command center. Compiling data. Preliminary analysis suggests enhancements to drone resilience and shield strength. Nova responded, agreed. Let's prioritize those upgrades, he decided, his mind already moving to the next steps. The drones had proven invaluable, but they needed to adapt more quickly. They needed to learn and adjust, just like his adversaries. Perhaps incorporating adaptive algorithms could help. He mused aloud. They need to evolve with the fight, not just react. He made a mental note to discuss these changes with the engineering team. There was also the matter of the Zord's energy consumption. The last battle had drained the reserves significantly. Nova scheduled a systems overhaul for energy efficiency. He thought scheduled. Maintenance team will be notified, she confirmed. The scenarios are becoming more aggressive, he observed. Then we need to step up our game, he resolved. Any communication from Ranger Command? He asked mentally, negative. Communication channels remain silent, Nova replied. He sighed. The loss of the other Rangers still weighed heavily on him. Their Zords lay dormant without them. The fight would be that much harder. But there was no time for dwelling on the past. The present demanded his full attention. Prepare another simulation, he instructed. Understood simulation parameters, Nova inquired. Increase difficulty by 20%. Include multiple adversaries with varying abilities. He specified. Blue Ranger stood silently outside the simulator room. The soft hum of machinery, a reminder of the quiet void left by an empty command center. His only companion was Nova, the AI presence whose consciousness seamlessly integrated with his through their neural link. He could feel the changes inside the simulator, the environment shifting as Nova meticulously prepared the next challenge. Simulation parameters updated. Nova's voice echoed in his mind, cool and composed. Hand-to-hand combat scenario, 1 Ranger versus 3 opponents. Primary adversary, Madame Woe. Blue took a deep breath, his mind immediately sharpening. Madame Woe, a name echoing ominously from the grid archives. The original Blue Ranger had faced her, and the stories had described her as a being of torment. Her delight in misery second only to her confidence in her abilities. Sinister and devious. She reveled in pain, whether inflicted on her enemies or her allies. This wouldn't be an easy fight. Simulation ready, Nova signaled. He stepped through the doorway as it sealed shut behind him. The sterile chamber around him dissolved, replaced by a haunting landscape, a desolate shoreline under a storm-blackened sky. Waves slamming violently against jagged rocks. The heavy mist in the air carried the scent of salt and decay. Every part of it felt real, from the cold dampness in the breeze to the uneasy shifting shadows in the storm. Remember, Madame Woe's abilities include teleportation within her line of sight. Electrified hair she can manipulate like ropes. A freezing wind Brethand razor-sharp claws. Nova reminded her presence focused and sharp. And her weaknesses. Blue said aloud more to center his thoughts. The gem on her forehead. Destroy that and her powers are neutralized. A chilling laugh sliced through the roar of the storm. From the mist emerged Madame Woe. An ornate headdress crowned with a prominent red jewel resting upon her brow. Her face was painted in a ghostly white. Her eyes two cold voids devoid of mercy. Her layered gown fluttered as if moved by an unnatural wind. The long tendrils of her hair seeming to writhe with a life of their own. Two figures flanked her, guards clad in matching ceremonial attire. Their eyes reflecting fierce loyalty. They wielded long spears and shields. Their stances confident and steady. Another ranger seeking to spare, Madame Woe sneered. Her voice both melodic and venomous, how delightful. Blue made no reply, he didn't need to exchange words. His focus was on analyzing every element of the battlefield. He glanced briefly at the guards, his mind working. Nova analyzed the escorts, he thought, scans complete. Escorts exhibit enhanced physical abilities. Linked to Madame Woe's emotions, damaging her hair will enrage them. Increasing aggression, Nova reported, noted. One of the escorts lunged, spear aimed at Blue's chest. He sidestepped narrowly, avoiding the attack, countering with a swift kick that buckled the escort's knee. Before Blue could follow up, the second guard moved in from behind. Blue shifted instinctively, a concussive psionic pulse radiating outward, forcing both opponents back. Madame Woe is preparing an attack, Nova alerted. He looked up just in time to see her hair extend toward him, electrified strands arcing through the air like serpents. Deploy energy shields, he commanded mentally. A shimmering barrier formed around him as the hair struck. Sparks flying upon impact. Shield integrity at 80%, Nova updated calmly. Clever, Madame Woe hissed, but futile, she vanished, reappearing behind him in a flicker of light. Before he could react, a blast of freezing wind surged toward him, enveloping his armor in a layer of frost. Temperature critical. Engaging thermal regulators, Nova intoned. Heat coursed through his suit, melting the frost. Blue spun around, firing an energy net from his gauntlet. The net expanded but missed as Madame Woe teleported again. Her laughter echoing. Her teleportation is line-of-sight dependent. Obscuring her vision could limit her movement. Nova observed, got it. Blue activated smoke emitters on his suit, blanketing the area in thick swirling clouds. Visibility dropped instantly, but he relied on his visor. Switching to infrared, the two escorts moved cautiously, their outlines glowing through the haze. Madame Woe's silhouette flickered, erratic, unpredictable. The escorts moved in tandem, coordinating their attacks. One charged forward, spear thrusting, while the other flanked to cut off Blue's escape route. Blue deflected the first spear with his arm guard, but the second guard was already swinging his spear, forcing Blue into a defensive position. The synchronization between the two escorts was seamless, each compensating for the other's gaps. Their attacks flowing in perfect unison, Nova. They're working together to trap me, Blue thought. His focus narrowing, affirmative. They're exploiting openings based on your reactions. Countering one will leave you exposed to the other. Nova analyzed. One escort lunged and Blue sidestepped, but the second was ready, anticipating his movement and striking with a heavy blow to Blue's torso. He staggered back, feeling the impact reverberate through his armor. Pain shot through his side, but he pushed through, regaining his footing. They're covering each other's weaknesses perfectly. A Blue muttered. They're compensating for Madame Woe as well, Nova added. Their aggression rises when she's threatened, and they shift to defense when she initiates her attacks. Madame Woe's hair lashed out, electrified tendrils darting through the smoke. Blue noticed how the escorts positioned themselves, blocking his path to avoid him getting a clear shot at her. They acted as her shield, ensuring she remained in control. They're making it impossible to get a clean attack on her. Blue thought recommend separating them. Their strength lies in coordinated action, Nova advised. Blue nodded, shifting tactics. He activated his energy gauntlet, generating a concussive shockwave that rippled outward. The force knocked the escorts back. Creating a brief gap between them, he lunged toward one, isolating him from his partner, and unleashed a series of swift strikes. The guard struggled without his allies' support, his defense faltering under Blue's relentless assault. Madame Woe is preparing an attack, Nova warned. Blue turned just in time to see her hair whip toward him. Crackling with energy, he tried to dodge, but the attack caught him across the shoulder. Sending a jolt of pain through his body, he gritted his teeth, the searing pain making his vision blur momentarily. Minor injury detected. Pain dampeners activated, Nova informed. The second escort recovering from the shockwave moved to intercept Blue, trying to force him back into Madame Woe's range. Blue ducked low, sweeping the escort's legs out from under him, but not before taking a punch to his side that knocked the wind out of him. He rolled away, gasping for breath, as Madame Woe's electrified tendrils struck the ground where he had stood. Deploy energy shields, Blue commanded mentally. His voice strained, a shimmering barrier formed around him, blocking another wave of attacks. Madame Woe's hair retracted and the escorts regrouped, positioning themselves defensively in front of her once more. They're trying to reset their formation, Nova noted. Not going to let that happen, Blue thought. He triggered his smoke emitters again, further obscuring the battlefield. Using his infrared sensor, moved swiftly, targeting the escort on the right. He fired a focused energy bolt from his gauntlet, severing a section of Madame Woe's hair. Her scream tore through the storm as the escorts roared in fury, their bond with her amplifying their aggression. They lunged at Blue, but without their precise coordination. Their attacks became more predictable. Blue braced himself as one of the escorts struck him across the chest. The blow nearly knocking him off his feet, he grunted, feeling the sharp pain radiate through his ribs. Escort strength and speed increasing by 30%. Nova calculated Blue dodged a spear thrust, but another attack grazed his side, leaving a gash. He countered with a powerful kick that sent the escort stumbling back. The other guard swung his spear and Blue barely parried, his arm aching from the force of the blow. He followed with a concussive blast, knocking the guard off balance, but the effort left him winded. Now target Madame Woe, Nova urged. Blue dashed forward, drawing his energy blade. Madame Woe's hair flailed wildly, but her movements were sluggish, her coordination disrupted without her escort's full support. Blue deflected the weakened strands and focused on her gem, but not before one of the escorts recovered and slammed into him, sending him sprawling. Blue groaned, forcing himself to his feet. The pain was overwhelming, but he couldn't afford to stop. He lunged again, enduring another hit from an escort's spear as he closed the distance. Madame Woe shrieked in fury, her hair snapping at him like enraged vipers. Blue's armor was scorched and dented, his movement slower from the accumulating damage. One of the escorts moved to block his path, thrusting his spear toward Blue's exposed side. Blue barely managed to twist away, but the sharp tip tore into his armor. Slicing across his ribs, blood trickled beneath his suit, and the pain flared white-hot, but he pushed forward, determination overriding agony. Madame Woe laughed, her voice mocking. You think you can still win, Ranger? How pathetic. Blue's eyes locked onto the red gem. He had to end this now. Gritting his teeth, deflected another hair strike, his gauntlet sparking from the contact. As he raised his energy, bladon of the escorts roared, charging at him from behind you. Nova's voice rang out in warning. Blue pivoted sharply, ducking just in time as the escort spear whistled past his head. In a fluid movement, grabbed the shaft of the spear, yanking it away from the guard and using the momentum to spin around. With a fierce cry, drove the spear forward, plunging it into Madame Woe's chest. The force of the strike drove her backward, her eyes widening in shock as she collapsed to her knees. Blue ripped the spear out, her blood staining the tip. He stepped forward, planting his foot on her chest to keep her down. With a cold determination, thrust the spear downwards, piercing her forehead and shattering the red gem. The fragments scattered as her scream echoed across the stormy landscape. Madame Woe's scream was unlike anything he had heard, raw, furious and filled with disbelief, her body convulsed. The energy within her unraveling, her form dissolving into streams of light that dispersed into the storm. Trials of Woe. The escorts let out enraged roars as they watched Madame Woe fall. Their eyes blazed with fury and they charged at Blue, their attacks wild and desperate. One of them wielded only a shield. His spear lost to Blue's grip. The shield-wielding escort swung it fiercely, trying to bash Blue off balance, while the other escort lunged with his spear. Blue barely had time to react, deflecting the spear strike with the shaft of his own stolen weapon, feeling the jarring impact reverberate through his arm. The shield slammed into his side, knocking him back a step. Pain radiating through his ribs, he gritted his teeth, determination fueling his every move. Blue knew he had to end this quickly. The escorts were relentless, driven by fury and a sense of loyalty that bordered on madness. The one with the shield swung again, the heavy metal plate coming at Blue with brutal force. Blue shifted his stance, raising the spear to block, but the impact sent shockwaves through his body, forcing him to step back, his boots grinding into the rocky terrain. The other escort lunged forward, spear tip glinting with deadly intent. Blue twisted his body just in time, the spear grazing his armor and leaving a jagged scratch. He retaliated with a quick thrust of his own spear. Aiming for the escort's exposed thigh, the tip struck true, and the escort howled in pain, stumbling as blood began to flow from the wound. Blue pressed the advantage. He spun, using the momentum to bring the spear around in a powerful arc. The blunt end of the spear crashed into the shield wielder's knee, the sickening crack of bone echoing in the stormy landscape. The escort fell to one knee, his shield sagging as he struggled to stay upright. But the other escort wasn't finished. Even with his wounded leg, he roared in defiance, his eyes burning with rage. He lunged again, his movements wild and erratic. Blue barely had time to raise his spear to parry, the two weapons clashing with a metallic ring. The force of the attack pushed Blue back, his feet slipping slightly on the wet-uneven ground. Blue could feel his muscles burning, fatigue starting to take hold. The pain from his earlier wounds was a constant throb, but he couldn't afford to falter. With a grunt of effort, he swung his spear low, sweeping the injured escort's legs out from under him. The escort fell hard, his spear slipping from his grasp as he hit the ground. Blue turned his attention to the shield wielder, who was struggling to rise. His face was twisted in pain, but there was still defiance in his eyes. Blue stepped forward, his movements deliberate. He could see the desperation in the escort's gaze as he raised the shield in a last-ditch attempt to defend himself. With a fierce yell, Blue drove his spear forward, the tip punching through the shield and into the escort's chest. The man's eyes went wide, the fight leaving him in an instant as he crumpled to the ground, the shield falling uselessly beside him. The last escort, wounded and weaponless, tried to crawl away, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Blue approached, his own breath heavy, his body aching from the exertion. He knelt down, grabbing the escort by the back of his armor and hauling him up. "No more running," Blue muttered, his voice cold. He pulled the escort close before driving the spear into his side, the blade sinking deep. The escort let out a strangled cry before collapsing, his body going limp in Blue's grip. Blue let the body fall, his chest heaving as he looked around. The stormy landscape was still for a moment, the air thick with the scent of blood and salt. Only then did the stormy landscape begin to fade, the simulation recognizing the defeat of its primary threat. All adversaries neutralized, simulation complete. Nova stated as the haunting shoreline dissolved, replaced by the plain-sterile walls of the simulator. Blue stood there, his chest heaving, his body aching from the brutal battle. Blood trickled from the gash in his side, pain radiating through every limb. He let the spear fall from his hand, the clatter echoing in the empty room, injured. Nova's concern breaking through her clinical tone. "I've been worse," Blue replied mentally, a pained smile tugging at his lips. "But yeah, let's get patched up," as the doors opened. The silence of the command center engulfed him, a heavy emptiness that settled in his chest. The adrenaline of the fight was fading, leaving behind a weariness that seeped into his bones. "Any word from Ranger Command?" he asked. "Negative. Communication channels remain inactive." He sighed, exhaustion settling in. "As long as I have you, Nova, I can keep doing this." "You're not alone," Nova assured. "I am here." He smiled faintly. "Thanks, Nova, but we need more." Entering the infirmary treated his wounds in silence, his mind replaying the battle, the screams, pain, the strategies, the way the escorts had fought to the very end. Their loyalty unshakable even in the face of death. "Madame Woe was tougher than expected," he muttered. "Her capabilities exceeded initial projections." Nova agreed. "Adjustments to combat protocols may be advisable." Blue nodded. "Then let's ramp it up for next time." It wasn't enough, understood. Increasing difficulty parameters for future simulations. Nova confirmed, her presence a steady reassurance amid the chaos. As the sterile silence of the command center enveloped him, Blue Ranger stood outside the simulator room, his gaze fixed on the heavy doors that separated him from his next challenge. Nova, his ever-present AI companion, was seamlessly integrated through their neural link. He could sense the environment inside shifting and reconfiguring under Nova's control. The hum of the machinery was almost soothing, a prelude to the storm about to unfold. Simulation parameters set, Nova communicated mentally. Final exercise for the day, 4 adversaries, no Zords. Perfect, Blue thought, a mix of anticipation and determination coursing through him. Overseer Mei Ling, Chinese letter, watched from Ranger Operations, her eyes glued to the live feed displaying Blue's vitals and helmet camera. She had been assigned to Blue 2 years after the series mission, when his injuries in the simulator became too frequent and severe. Earth needed its last Ranger alive, and Mei Ling's role was to ensure that safety protocols were followed, and that Blue would be forbidden from training when too injured. The fact that Blue never knew exactly when she was watching made her presence even more critical. He had no choice but to take her regulations seriously. Mei Ling, a disciplined woman from Sangara, a city built from the ruins of old Beijing, had always been vigilant in her duty. Blue's recent simulations had raised red flags, and she could see from his vitals that he was already nearing his limits. She monitored the data closely, ready to intervene at a moment's notice if things spiraled out of control. "Hormonal levels are spiking," Mei Ling noted, her fingers moving swiftly across the control panel. "This simulation may push him too far." She prepared herself to adjust the parameters or call in medical assistance if necessary. Inside the simulator room, the environment solidified. Blue found himself standing in a vast, desolate battlefield under a stormy sky. The air was thick with tension, the ground littered with remnants of past conflicts. Jagged rocks protruded from the earth, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Across the expanse stood 4 familiar figures, red-black. Pink and yellow rangers, their stances exuded confidence. But there was an unmistakable aura of defiance and malice. "They've turned," Nova informed him, her tone measured. "Analyzing scenario, scanning for external devices. Magic or potential mind control influences. No signs detected, no technological arcane signatures. No foreign signals. Their behavior appears deliberate and self-driven. All evidence points to their decision being fully autonomous. They are willfully antagonistic, acting of their own accord without external coercion." Blue's heart tightened. Facing his former team was a scenario he had run countless times. But it never got easier this time, however. Nova had designed the simulation to push him to his absolute limits. In fact, she had recently been interweaving personal attacks, knowledge of frictions and vulnerabilities that had never been shared with the public. The taunts were specific, targeting his guilt fears and the lingering doubts from Series. It was all meant to destabilize him, to test not just his physical limits but his emotional resilience as well. Red Ranger's voice dripped with sarcasm as she eyed Blue with a condescending smirk. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Must be nice to roll out of bed whenever you feel like it. Princess, you always did like taking your time, didn't you? Just like on Series when we were waiting for you to save us. Maybe if you'd moved a little faster, we'd still be here today. But I guess discipline's not for everyone. Beside her, her AI companion Aegis projected an air of unwavering authority, reinforcing her words with a presence that loomed over Blue's conscience. What's wrong, Nova? Aegis taunted, his tone sharp. Parenting a ranger like Blue was never in your programming. Was it? Maybe you should stick to calculations. You seem to be struggling with keeping him from falling apart. You're wrong, Red, Black Ranger interjected. His voice cold and resolute. It wasn't about timing. Blue just wasn't strong enough when it mattered. He spent too much time with his face buried in design schematics, instead of putting in the effort it would take to actually save us. He hefted his massive battle axe casually over his shoulder. Bastion his irradiated confidence, mirroring his operator's demeanor. You know, Nova, all your calculations won't make a difference if your ranger can't back it up with action. Bastion taunted. Maybe you should stop babysitting and start teaching him how to fight like he's got something to lose. Yellow Ranger smirked, twirling her knives with a graceful, almost detached ease. Her voice was smooth, her words flowing like waves crashing against a stubborn shore. Relentless and poised, you always took your time, Blue. It's almost poetic how the universe corrected itself. Maybe it was meant for us to survive and you to perish. After all, it would have been what was best for everyone. She spoke with a serenity that belied the venom in her words, each syllable calculated to strike at his deepest insecurities. Ekohura shimmered with adaptive camouflage, making them both appear as fleeting shadows. What's the matter, Nova? Echo taunted, her tone dripping with icy composure. Still trying to keep Blue from sinking. Maybe if you weren't so caught up in your data, he wouldn't be drowning in the chaos. Pink Ranger locked eyes with him, her sniper rifle resting easily in her hands. She smirked, her eyes narrowing with a dark, twisted glint. Oh, baby Blue, she cooed, her tone dripping with a demented sweetness. Did you think you could ever outrun what you did to us? You let us die, and now that guilt is all you have. It keeps you warm at night, doesn't it? Makes you feel alive, like you're still worth something. Her voice was a chilling mix of affection and malice, blurring the line between love and hatred. Prism Pink's A encouraged her with a whisper that seemed to pulse through the air. Go on, Pink, let it out, make his head go pop. You know he deserves it. Blue clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to shout back. He knew it was just a simulation, the parameters predetermined. But the realism was staggering. They looked and sounded exactly like his team, like the friends he had lost. And that made it all too easy to forget what was real and what wasn't. Their words stung deeply, even though he knew they shouldn't. It wasn't just the physical fight. It was the emotional barrage they unleashed. And that hurt the most. Suddenly, his vision was assaulted with flashes of Series, moments that he wished he could forget. His team desperate and fighting for survival. The sight of Red waiting for backup that came too late. The chaos of the screams. The devastation, all of it flooded his mind, projected through the neural link. It was as if he was living through it all over again. Each moment weaponized to destabilize him. Nova's voice tried to cut through the onslaught. They're using the link to attack your memories. Stay focused, Blue, block it out. But it was easier said than done. The memories were vivid. The emotions raw, guilt, loss, shame, each taunt. Each word from his former teammates cut deeper. Shaking his resolve, he stumbled back as Black charged, his battle axe coming down in a brutal arc. Blue barely managed to parry the blow, but the impact reverberated through his entire body. Bastion's voice echoed in his mind, relentless. This is all you are, Blue, barely holding on. Always a step behind. All your strategies won't save you now, another strike. And Blue felt the strain in his muscles. The searing pain of his past failures mixing with the physical exhaustion. Yellow appeared in his peripheral vision. Her movements fluid and almost impossible to track, as her adaptive camouflage shimmered in and out. She moved like a shadow. Her dagger strikes precise and lethal each time she struck. It was with small calculated cuts, allowing her toxins to work their way through his system. Her voice rang out calm and sharp. Maybe it's time to accept it, Blue. Maybe the universe had it right all along, you just weren't meant to survive. He gritted his teeth, blocking her attack just as Pink fired a shot that grazed his armor. Oops, missed, or did I? She taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. Each shot that grazed Hymatch near miss was intentional, a game she played to unnerve him. The mental attacks surged in tandem. Another flash of Series, the moments of panic. His team calling out for help and his inability to save them. It felt like drowning in regret. Nova's voice rang out again. Blue, you have to push through. This is what they want, don't let them control you. Her tone was most pleading, and there was a palpable desperation, as if she knew how close he was to breaking. Blue could feel the weight of her words. She wasn't just giving a command. She was fighting alongside him. Her determination intertwined with his own struggle, urging him to hold on when everything seemed to be slipping away. The barrage was relentless. Red moved in with tactical precision. Her pistols aimed squarely at him, each shot was calculated. Not just to hit, but to drive him into the next part of her trap. She fired, and as he dodged, she flooded his mind with memories of Series, forcing him to relive the sight of her going down. Her eyes filled with disappointment. Grid boundaries activated behind him, like small mines scattered across the battlefield, designed to weaken or damage him each time he stepped into them. Even when he managed to dodge her shots, he would land on a new grid boundary that Red had planned, each step taking more out of him. You failed us, Blue. She whispered, her voice echoing in his head. And you know you'll fail again. The words cut him to his core. Blue's vision blurred. The line between the simulation and his memories completely frayed. He could barely hear Nova's. Her attempts to stabilize him, overwhelmed by the cacophony of guilt and anger from his team. But there was a spark, a small ember of defiance that refused to be snuffed out. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his mind. He focused on Nova's voice, her presence in the chaos. As he did, the battlefield began to shift. What had been disorienting and overwhelming now started to take on a sense of rhythm. The chaos of the fight flowed like a current, and Blue could feel himself sinking with it. Every movement felt more deliberate, each dodge and strike purposeful. He wasn't alone, not really. Nova was there, fighting with him just as she always had been, helping him turn the tides against his relentless foes. He sidestepped another attack from Black, using the momentum to push himself forward. Black, however, was relentless when his swing missed. He pivoted, transforming his battle axe into a noisemaker, unleashing a thunderous clash to disorient Blue. In the same fluid motion, Black took a shot with his cannon, forcing Blue to scramble for cover. Blue had to separate the past from the present. This wasn't real. His team wasn't here, they weren't blaming him. This was a test and he had to push through. Nova. Redirect all remaining power to cymatic amplifiers. He thought his determination hardening. He could feel Nova's acknowledgement, her own resolve mirroring his. Done, she replied, her voice steady. The surge of energy flooded through him, emanating like a wave from his body, his suit responding as he unleashed a concussive cymatic blast. Forcing his opponents back, the ground shook. And for a moment, emotional barrage lessened, the memories fading slightly. He used the opportunity to move, targeting Yellow first. She was swift, but he could see the brief hesitation as she adjusted. Her elegance momentarily disrupted, she was a blur, her adaptive camouflage flickering as she tried to disappear from sight. Blue had to rely on every bit of training and instinct just to keep her in his sights. She darted, a naming for his neck with a vicious precision. her dagger glinting with toxins ready to incapacitate. Blue sidestepped narrowly, avoiding her strike. His own heart pounding as he realized how close she was to landing a fatal blow. He spun, catching her off guard with a well-placed knee to her gut. The impact driving the air out of her lungs, she staggered. Her camouflage faltering, and Blue immediately followed up with an elbow strike to her helmet. The force rattling her head snapped back, and for a brief second her focus shattered. Though her helmet obscured her expression, her body language betrayed her disorientation, and he took full advantage without hesitation. He grabbed one of her daggers, twisting it out of her grasp in a fluid-practiced motion. Yellow barely had time to react as Blue drove the blade into her side, the weapon sliding through armor weakened by the previous blows. Her eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. She coughed, her voice breaking as she spoke. "Well, I guess you killed me twice, Blue." Her tone was filled with both shock and resignation, a bitter acknowledgement of their shared history. The link weakened, the pressure of her presence in his mind easing as her form flickered and fell, her adaptive camouflage finally fading completely. Next was Black. He moved with brute force, every swing carrying the weight of his massive battle axe, each strike designed to crush anything in its path. Blue had regained some of his focus, but it took everything he had just to keep up with Black's onslaught. Black swung again, the heavy weapon cleaving through the air with terrifying speed. Blue ducked under the swing, feeling the rush of air as the axe narrowly missed his helmet. He could sense Bastion egging Black on, pushing him to be even more aggressive and more unrelenting. Black pivoted, transforming his battle axe into a noisemaker, unleashing a thunderous clash that reverberated through Blue's armor. Momentarily disorienting him, Blue staggered, struggling to find his footing as Black switched tactics. Bringing his cannon to bear, Blue reacted on instinct, channeling energy into his gauntlets as he lunged forward, closing the distance before Black could get a clean shot. He ducked low, using his momentum to drive an upward blow into Black's midsection. The energy-infused strike landing with a resounding impact. The force of the hit sent Black stumbling backward, his armor absorbing the shock but his stance momentarily faltering. Blue could see the opportunity, a small opening, and he pressed forward, refusing to give Black a chance to recover. He knew he had to stay one step ahead to keep Black off balance, or risk being overwhelmed by his sheer power. Pink's voice came, her taunts darker and more vicious. But Blue had found his center again. He evaded her shots, each movement deliberate as he closed the distance. Pink was relentless, each shot a calculated move to corral him, each miss an intentional act to frustrate and unnerve. He could hear Prism egging her on, her words a twisted encouragement for more violence. Blue moved in closer, focusing on Pink, but Black, still reeling from the earlier blow, came back into the fray. Pink barely gave him a glance, her irritation palpable. "Move, Black, you're just getting in my way," she snapped. Her annoyance clear, she fired another shot, purposefully grazing Blue's shoulder, before swinging the sniper rifle towards Black, who was attempting to help. The shot rang out, piercing through Black's side. He staggered, his armor unable to fully absorb the point-blank hit. He tried to steady himself, his battle axe falling from his hands as he dropped to one knee. Gasping for breath, Pink barely glanced at him, her irritation giving way to a dark amusement. "Really, Black?" she mocked, her voice laced with disdain. "Dying that easily? You were just trying to clam jam me." She stepped forward, her sniper rifle still trained on Blue, her focus unwavering even as Black struggled. Though his helmet obscured his face, Black's body language showed a mix of pain and disbelief. But Pink showed no sympathy as Black crumpled. Pink's smirk widened beneath her helmet. "Pathetic," she muttered, already turning away. She fired a final shot without a second glance, her annoyance turning into exasperation. She had no patience for weakness, not even from her own team. Black was just another inconvenience, easily discarded, barely worth her notice. With Black out of the way, Pink's focus snapped back to Blue. Her eyes locked onto him, her sniper rifle already adjusting for the next shot. She lunged forward, her movements sharp and precise. Her intent clear, she was far from done. And now nothing was going to stop her from finishing this. Blue took advantage of the chaos, moving swiftly toward Black's crumpled form. He placed his hand on Black's armor, feeling the energy pulse beneath the surface. Through his grid walking ability, he absorbed Black's grid charge and overcharge ability. A sudden surge of power flowing through him. Grid overcharge allowed him to harness energy, amplify it, and deal it back with twice the force. The newfound energy thrummed inside him as he turned to face Pink. He could feel the raw potential coursing through his suit, and without hesitation activated the overcharge. Blue dashed forward with extreme speed, the world around him blurring as he closed the gap between them in an instant. Pink barely had time to react before he was upon her, his gauntlet smashing into her sniper rifle, shattering it into pieces. She stumbled back, her frustration boiling over into rage. She snarled, materializing a sidearm in her hand, her fingers tightening around the trigger as she fired with reckless abandon. Blue advanced, his movements precise. Weaving through the onslaught, the shots zipped past, some grazing his armor, but his focus remained locked on her. Pink's irritation grew, her shots becoming increasingly erratic. She lunged sideways, attempting to reposition. But Blue was too fast, he ducked under her line of fire, his armor absorbing the strain as he surged forward, knocking the weapon from her hand with a powerful backhand. The sidearm skidded across the ground, out of reach. She growled, refusing to back down. Her frustration was palpable, every move a desperate attempt to regain control. Pink pivoted, aiming a kick towards Blue, but he intercepted, catching her leg and driving his elbow into her chest plate. She staggered, her defenses crumbling under the relentless pressure. Blue didn't give her a chance to recover. With a swift, calculated strike brought her down, his gauntlet smashing into her helmet. Pink crumpled to the ground, her laughter echoing despite the blow. "Inside me already, Blue. Never thought you'd make it this far," she taunted, her voice distorted by the damage to her helmet, yet still dripping with twisted humor. Even in defeat, her words were meant to cut, to unsettle him. She lay there, her helmet tilting slightly as if daring him to finish it, her amusement mixed with derision. Finally, Red stood before him. It had taken her longer to recover than the others. She must have taken the brunt of the last attack. Her frustration was palpable, seething beneath the surface at having lost the other three. She wanted someone to take it out on, and Blue was right there. She raised her pistols, but Blue was faster now. He charged forward, blocking her shots with his arm guard, and closed the distance. He could feel the weight of everything, the pains, the loss, but he also felt Nova beside him, her strength keeping him upright. He struck, his gauntlet colliding with Red's chest plate. But she wasn't going down easily, even as Blue charged. She fired shot after shot, her pistols blazing. Each round found its mark, slamming into his armor, driving pain through him. But he kept moving, determined to end this. Red grunted as the force of his gauntlet hit her chest plate, finally destabilizing her stance. She stumbled, but as she recovered, she activated her grid boundary ability, enhancing herself with a burst of energy. Blue felt an oppressive force weighing down on him. Her grid boundary was not just boosting her, but actively debuffing him, sapping his strength. She fired shot after shot, her pistols blazing, each movement augmented by the energy coursing through her. Even as her shots lost accuracy for a moment, she quickly recentered, her fury focused entirely on taking him down. The memories, the pain, they all began to blur and fade. It wasn't real. He had to remind himself of that over and over. Blue gritted his teeth, ignoring the debuff sapping his strength. He focused everything he had into one final push, charging at Red, dodging her shots with fluidity that surprised even himself. He struck hard, his gauntlet making direct contact with her chest plate, shattering it with Red momentarily stunned. He grabbed her by the arms, flipping her over his shoulder and slamming her into the ground. "Enough," he roared, channeling all his energy into a concussive blast through his gauntlet, shattering Red's defenses and causing her to finally fall. Red laying on the ground, her breath ragged, looked up at Blue, her cracked helmet revealing her face. Her eyes softened as she met his gaze. "You did it, Blue," she whispered, a faint smile forming. "You overcame everything we threw at you. I'm proud of you," her voice full of sincerity struck Blue harder than any physical blow. The words broke something inside him, the weight of everything he had lost suddenly crashing down. Blue could feel his heart shattering, the tears welling up behind his eyes. Red. He choked, unable to find the words. But the simulation wasn't real, none of this was real. And yet it felt real, too painfully real. "Simulation complete," Nova finally announced, her voice cutting through the chaos like a beacon. The battlefield dissolved, replaced by the sterile walls of the simulator room. Blue barely registered the shift as his morpher suddenly sparked and failed. The energy cut off abruptly. The suit began to dematerialize, flickering as the system failed to fully shut down, leaving him partially armored, a mix of exposed wounds and broken plating. Blue collapsed to one knee, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His body was a ruin. The injuries from the 3 simulations had accumulated, the sheer brutality of it all taking a heavy toll. His ribs throbbed, likely fractured from Red's relentless shots. His left shoulder was bruised, almost numb, from where Pink's sidearm grazed him repeatedly. Deep cuts lined his arms and torso, Yellow's poison still burning faintly under his skin. A dull, enduring agony that refused to fade. His muscles screamed with exhaustion, every movement sending jolts of pain through his battered form. His helmet display flickered erratically, Nova's presence the only constant amidst the haze. His mind felt shattered, fractured pieces of emotions. Memories of his fallen team, mixed with their taunts and accusations. The final fight with Red had been the worst. The unyielding Baragath weight of her fury, her grid boundary draining him, it had all brought him to the very brink. But it was her final words that lingered most painfully. Seeing her face, hearing her say she was proud of him. Cut deeper than any attack, it was an echo of what he had lost, of the bond that once Wasno shattered. The compliment felt like both a victory and a bitter reminder of the lives they could no longer share. He had fought with everything he had, but the emotional fallout was just as draining. The disappointment in their voices, the blame, it still echoed in his mind. Despite knowing it wasn't real, but it felt real, too real. "Your vitals are critical," Nova said, her tone filled with urgency that bordered on panic. "Medical assistance required immediately." Blue could hear the fear in her voice. It wasn't often that Nova sounded worried. And that scared him more than the pain coursing through his body. His heart rate was erratic, blood loss was severe, and every breath felt like it could be his last. The fractures and internal damage were piling up, threatening to overwhelm him. He blinked rapidly, struggling to keep his focus as dark spots danced in his vision. The world felt like it was slipping away, and he could do nothing but trust in Nova and whatever help would come. The doors to the simulator room slid open, and Blue could barely register the movement as medical personnel rushed, their voices a frantic chorus of commands. Mei Ling was right behind them, her face a mix of fear and fierce determination as she knelt beside him. "Joey, can you hear me?" she asked, her voice soft but urgent, trying to reach through the fog that clouded his mind. But Joey's mind was retreating, the echoes of Red's final words reverberating in his head, drowning out everything else. "You overcame everything. I'm proud of you." It hurt more than any wound, cutting straight to his core. He wanted to speak to, say something to Mei Ling, to reassure her, but the weight of it all pressed down on him like a vice, squeezing out the air and leaving him speechless. Nova's voice was the only thing that remained steady, the only tether keeping him from falling completely into darkness. "You did well, Blue," she whispered, her tone softer now, almost tender. "But I know it hurts so much." The medics lifted him onto a stretcher, the world around him blurring as he fought to stay conscious. He could feel Mei Ling's hand resting on his arm, a grounding presence amidst the chaos. But her words were still a distant murmur, unable to penetrate the turmoil within his mind. The only thing he could focus on was the pain, physical and emotional, tearing him apart. As they wheeled him out of the simulator room, his thoughts brushed against Nova's, confusion mixing with exhaustion. How did they get in Nova's? Medical shouldn't have been able to teleport to the command center. Nova's response carried a note of shared concern, her curiosity mirroring his, right blue. The command center should have been secured from outside interference. We'll need to address this, something's not right. Blue's vision began to fade, his mind drifting as he clung to the thought. Add it to our to-do list, we'll up the security next time. He whispered weakly, his voice barely audible. Nova's presence was unwavering, a steady warmth in his mind. I'll make sure of it, Blue, rest now. We'll figure this out together. The exhaustion became too much, pulling him under, his eyes finally closing. But just before he succumbed to the darkness, he whispered one last thought to Nova, the words echoing in his mind like a promise. We'll be ready next time. Yes, Nova replied, her voice filled with quiet determination. We will. Nova's voice returned with a slight hum, almost as if she were taking a deep breath before diving in. All right, let's start with the first item on today's list. Overseer Mei Ling, Chinese letter, sent another message, expressing her concern over your extracurricular activities. Joey snorted, rolling his eyes, concern. Mei Ling can keep her concerns to herself. She's not my babysitter, perhaps not, Nova replied. Her tone, even though her words carried a subtle edge. But she's under pressure from Imperator Y Lingyu, Chinese letter, who's apparently holding her personally responsible for your actions. Both Mei Ling and Y Lingyu were shaped by their upbringing in China during the tumultuous nation-state era before Countdown. Their shared history is steeped in a culture of unyielding duty, strict expectations, and the deeply ingrained belief that failure reflects not just on the individual, but on everyone connected. For them, control and discipline are survival tools. The Imperator's opinion carries a lot of weight, not just because of her authority, but because she embodies the relentless drive that defined their generation. Joey felt his jaw tighten at the mention of the Imperator. Y Lingyu wasn't someone who understood the Rangers. She was a civiliana politician, and her concern was image control. Born into a world of political gamesmanship and power plays, Y Lingyu valued stability above all else, seeing chaos as an existential threat to everything she'd built. Joey knew she saw him as a loose cannon, an unhinged asset whose unpredictability was a liability rather than a strength. To her, the Rangers were tools to maintain order, not heroes of legend, and Joey, he wasn't a tool. Not anymore, he was something else now. Something broken but still dangerous. Even Mei Ling didn't get it. She might have fought in the trenches, shared some small part of the chaos, but Joey had lived it. He'd seen the end of everything and survived it. But not without scars, scars no one like Y Lingyu could ever understand. What does she want now? He muttered, his irritation evident. Nova's voice lost its usual warmth, replaced by a sharp, clinical tone. She wants a full report on the incident at the grid. She said, specifically, the fight you got into and why bulk. The bar's owner is pressing charges. He's not out to hold you accountable though, just wants compensation for the damage and maybe to expand the place while he's at it. Joey's fists clenched at the memory, his knuckles turning white. The night blurred back into focus, dim lights. The low hum of voices, the weight of the past clawing at him. The whiskey hadn't done enough to take the edge off, and every sip seemed to stir up something darker. He remembered the Marine, loud and cocky, his buddies egging him on like a pack of wolves. Joey had been minding his own business until the Marine made a snide remark, pushing for a reaction. It wasn't the first time someone underestimated him, and it wouldn't be the last. But the tension that had been boiling inside him for weeks finally snapped. The Marine's hand landed on Joey's shoulder, a little too hard, a little too familiar. Joey could still feel the heat of that moment, the cold fury that surged through him like a lightning strike. He'd warned the Marine with a look, but the guy wasn't smart enough to back down. The mocking words dripping with disrespect cut deeper than they should have, especially with his friends snickering like it was all a joke. Charges. Joey's laugh was bitter, a rough edge to his voice. Bulk's been in our corner since day one. He knows what's going on and he's not turning on us now. The charge is just a formality. He'll get his bar stools fixed. Maybe use this as a reason to expand. And that'll be the end of it. His blood still simmered as he spoke. That night hadn't been about some bar brawl, it had been about the weight of everything coming down at once. The fight was inevitable, a fuse waiting to blow. And the unlucky Marine had just been the one to light the match. Nova's voice was softer now, almost probing. Joey, it's not just the fight, the Imperator is watching. And this incident, small as it may seem, is another reason for her to clamp down. If she believes you're becoming a threat to her control, she might do more than just send Mei Ling to handle it. I don't give a damn what Wai Lingyu thinks, Joey snapped. His voice sharp with frustration. She's never understood what we've gone through. What I've lost. She can sit on her throne and dictate all the rules she wants. But she's not the one who fought through the countdown. Who watched our world burns. Nova remained silent for a moment, her pause deliberate. No, she didn't, she said finally, her tone measured. But she holds the power now. And that means something, whether we like it or not. You're not untouchable, Joey, none of us are not anymore. The truth in Nova's words cut deeper than Joey wanted to admit. He could feel the weight of her warning pressing down on him. A reminder that his recklessness wasn't just a problem for him, it was a problem for everyone connected to him. The Rangers weren't what they used to be without Red. Without the core of their team holding them together. Everything felt like it was unraveling. Would Red have let this happen? Would she have stood by while Joey spiraled further into chaos? The thought hit him hard-end for a moment. The anger drained from him, replaced by a hollow ache in his chest. He shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. He wasn't going to let some politician pull his strings. Not now, not ever. Would you like me to assist with the report? Nova asked, her voice calm but measured. We could draft something that's at least partially acceptable to Wai Lingyu and Mei Ling. Joey shook his head, a bitter smirk forming. No need. Just more paperwork no one's going to read anyway. His words were sharp, reflecting his growing frustration. It wasn't defiance so much as exhaustion, endless reports and protocols that seemed meaningless. What difference did it make in the end? Very well. Nova replied, softly, familiar with his moods by now. It wasn't the first time he'd shrugged off the formalities. And it wouldn't be the last. As the silence between them settled, Joey felt the weight of the room pressing down on him again. The brawled Barth Marines, it was all just noise. Distractions from the deeper pit he found himself sinking into. Without Red, without his team, it felt like everything was slipping further out of his control. He stood high, his movements slow and deliberate, his mind racing in 100 different directions. The ache in his shoulder flared as he pulled on his jacket. But he ignored it, pain was just another constant now. Something that blended into the background with everything else. Next item, General Cassens left you a message. He would like you to review the latest on military discipline and protocol. Joey clenched his jaw at the mention of Cassens. The man had been trying to drill discipline into him for years. He probably saw Joey as just another unruly soldier he needed to shape. But Joey wasn't just another soldier, he was a ranger. And Cassens, no matter how hard he tried, would never get through to him the way Red had. Red. His mind flashed back to the simulator. It had been brutal, pushing them both to their limits. But in the end, he had won. The Red simulation had been left on the ground, beaten. He could still see her helmet cracked, her face visible through the jagged break. She had looked up at him, her eyes softening despite her defeat. You did it, Blue. She had whispered, her voice ragged but sincere. You overcame everything we threw at you. I'm proud of you. Those words had hit him harder than any punch. The way she said them with such genuine pride had shattered something inside him in that moment. All the pain and loss he'd been burying surged to the surface, crashing down on him like a wave he couldn't control. She had believed in him, even when he didn't believe in himself, but no without her. That belief was gone, replaced by an endless grind of missions and reports that felt meaningless. "Delete it," Joey muttered, his temper rising again. "Message deleted," Nova confirmed immediately. She never questioned him when it came to Cassins. Joey appreciated that she knew when to push and when to let things slide. "Anything else?" he asked, pulling on his jacket. The familiar ache in his shoulder flared as he moved. But he ignored it. Pain was just another constant now, something that blended into the background with everything else. Joey zipped up his jacket, feeling the weight of the day settling in, when Nova's voice broke the silence with an unusual tone of curiosity. "Most intriguingly, there's a message from Servo." Joey paused, raising an eyebrow. "Servo? What's he up to now?" Nova's image flickered slightly as she processed the data. He managed to access footage from the simulator room cameras and, inexplicably, from your body cam during the training exercises. Joey's eyes narrowed. "Wait, my body cam footage? How the hell did he get that?" "I'm uncertain," Nova admitted, her voice calm yet tinged with a hint of concern. "That footage is encrypted. His methods remain elusive." Joey sighed, shaking his head in half-amused disbelief. "Not the first time he's pulled something like this. He's got a knack for slipping through the cracks." "What's his game this time? Shall I play the message?" Nova asked. Joey smirked, curiosity getting the better of him. "Yeah, why not? Let's see what he's geeking out over now." The room dimmed, and the hollow screen lit up with a burst of pixelated 8-bit graphics. Servo's retro-styled intro was back, complete with an upbeat chiptune melody that could have come straight out of an old arcade game. The pixelated version of Servo grinned widely on the screen, his digitized voice crackling through the speakers. "Yo, Blues, buckle ups. 'Cause I just caught your latest sim runs, and man, you've been on fire. Where do I even start? Let's kick this off with that epic 1v1 against the elf archer, shall we?" The screen shifted to show an 8-bit recreation of the Zord battle, complete with brightly colored distortion pillars flashing in and out of existence, and Joey's Zord dodging arrows in slow motion. The background music switched to a frantic, fast-paced MIDI track as Servo narrated. "Boom, boom, boom, arrows everywhere, man. You were dodging like you were in an old-school bullet hell game. And those distortion pillars. Just when I thought you were corner red bems, you used them against the elf. The way you mapped out those zones like you had some kind of cheat code. Genius." A pixelated explosion rocked the screen as Joey's Zord lured the elf archer into the mines, triggering a shower of 8-bit sparks and debris. The music swelled, and Servo's avatar did a little victory dance as pixelated coins rained down. "You flipped the whole thing on him, laid out those mines. And boom's elf archer, game over, timing immaculate. You made it look like a speedrun out there," Joey chuckled, crossing his arms as the satisfaction of the moment played out in exaggerated retro glory. "And just when I thought it couldn't get better." Servo's voice jumped an octave. "You go and pull off that epic 3v1 against Madame Woe and her goons. Dude, are you even real?" The screen glitched for a second before pixelated versions of Madame Woe and her 2 escorts appeared. Circling Joey, the scene was set against a dark, stormy 8-bit backdrop, with Woe's hair snapping like electrical wires as her escorts charged. The music switched to something darker, like a MIDI version of a boss battle theme. Madame Woe was coming at you with her creepy hair and claws, phasing in and out like she was glitching the system. And those escorts, trying to lock you down while she went full mirror dimension on your ass. That was some serious nightmare fuel right there, man. On-screen pixelated Woe summoned her mirror, warping the Aranahal. Her escorts flanked Joey. Servo's voice was almost breathless as the battle ramped up. "I thought for sure they had you when one of them landed that nasty spear shot to your ribs. But then you just turned it up to 11. The way you shrugged it off. Grabbed that spear and drove it right into Woe's chest. You didn't just win, Blue, you broke her." The screen flashed as Joey's pixelated avatar impaled Woe with the spear, shattering her mirror into a million tiny pixels. Her escorts flew back from the blast, the music hitting a triumphant crescendo with 8-bit fireworks popping in the background. Shattering woes gem like that, chef's kiss bro. And then you didn't even give her escorts a chance to recover. That shield bash into a combo takedown. You were practically speedrunning the 3v1, Joey smiled, watching as the 8-bit version of himself dispatched the remaining escorts with swift, fluid strikes. The screen flickered with retro sound effects, pause up. Wham, as each escort fell in rapid succession. But then, oh man, you're gonna love this, I thought that was the peak. But then came the real finale, the big one, the 4v1. Servo's voice went quiet for a second, as though building up dramatic tension. And then the screen exploded into motion again, showing 4 pixelated rangers surrounding Joey. The music shifted into a tense, action-packed tune that felt like the final level of a retro platformer. Servo's 8-bit avatar popped onto the screen again, practically jittering with excitement. But oh man, Blue, let me tell you about that 4v1 dude. That wasn't just a fight, that was a legend in the making. The screen flashed, pixelating into an exaggerated 8-bit recreation of the 4 rangers, red, black, pink, and yellow circling around Joey. The retro game music kicked in hard, sounding like something out of a classic beat-em-up game, matching the high-stakes atmosphere of the simulation. All 4 of them man red, coming at you with those twin pistols, firing like she's trying to end your whole career. She was relentless, bam bam bam. And you just tanked those shots like a champ. Didn't flinch once. The screen showed Red's pixelated avatar unloading a rapid barrage of shots, with Joey's avatar standing still, the bullets pinging off his armor, sparks flying everywhere. You let her empty those clips, and then what do? You close the gap and take her out with that brutal shoulder check, just bam. Right into her, sent her flying across the screen, health bar dropping like a rock. Pixelated Red was launched across the screen with exaggerated retro sound effects, crashing into the ground as her health bar plummeted to 0. And Black, coming at you like a freaking juggernaut with that massive axe. You two clashed like titans. But you outplayed him, dodged that heavy swing, and then countered with a quick strike. You made it look easy on the screen. Joey's avatar moved with precision, dodging Black's axe swing and countering with a swift, clean blow, knocking him down. Yellow and Pink thought they could back you into a corner, but you weren't having any of it. Yellow tried to come in with those fast strikes, but you outmaneuvered her, turned her own speed against her. The screen showed Joey's avatar dodging and weaving around Yellow's quick attacks, landing a counter strike that sent her staggering. And Pink, though, man her with that sniper rifle, trying to get a bead on you. But you were too quick, closed the distance before she even had a chance. You took her out with a clean, brutal hit. All 4 of them downed. The pixelated representation of Joey's final strike against Pink Ranger played out, with her avatar falling to the ground as the triumphant retro music swelled. Joey's pixelated avatar stood tall in the center of the screen, the fallen rangers lying around him as fireworks exploded in 8-bit glory. That was legendary, Blue. A 4v1 and you made it look like it was nothing. They couldn't touch you. That's the kind of battle people are gonna be talking about for years. Man. The screen faded out as Servo's avatar did a final celebratory dance before disappearing, leaving the room in silence once again. Joey stood there for a moment, his arms crossed, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Servo's enthusiasm was contagious. Even if Joey wouldn't admit it, the 4v1 had been brutal. But hearing it laid out like this made him feel the weight of that victory. With a final glance at the now dark screen, Joey grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. Yeah, he muttered, not bad. The retro music started to wind down, but Servo's pixelated avatar popped back onto the screen one last time, his enthusiasm still bubbling over. Blue, I gotta tell you, I live for this stuff, you and Nova. You two are killing it out there, that 4v1. Absolutely insane, but don't think you're off the hook yet. I want more. Get yourself back in that sim and give me something even bigger to work with. I know you've got it in you. Blue can't wait to see what you pull off next. His pixelated figure did one last celebratory dance. 8-bit fireworks exploding behind him. Before the hollow screen flickered and went dark, the room was suddenly quiet again, except for the soft hum of the display powering down. Joey smirked, shaking his head. That guy's got way too much time on his hands. Nova's voice broke the silence. He certainly seems to take great pleasure in watching you perform in the simulations, particularly when it comes to combat scenarios. Joey raised an eyebrow, turning to the holographic projection of Nova beside him. You think it's just about the fights? He's always going on about your programming too. Guy's obsessed with how you analyze the data and adapt mid-fight. Nova considered that for a moment, indeed. His admiration for my systems is apparent. He praises the algorithms I've written to assist you during combat. Still, we know so little about him. Yeah, Joey muttered, folding his arms. Servo shows up whenever he feels like it. Hacks into systems he's not supposed to. Gets his hands on footage no one else should have access to, but he hasn't made any moves against us. Seems like all he wants is to watch us fight. Nova's projection flickered slightly. He's fascinated by our dynamic, my programming. Your abilities, it seems harmless enough. But without knowing his true identity or motives, we should remain cautious. Joey nodded, his expression thoughtful. You think there's more to him than just being some cyber-obsessed fan? It's possible, Nova replied. But at present, there's no direct threat. He's never interfered in a way that has compromised us. That said, we must remain vigilant. His skill set is unusual, to say the least. Joey let out a deep breath, the weight of the unknown hanging over him. Yeah, you're right, he's not your typical hacker, but hey. As long as he keeps out of our way and doesn't mess with anything important, I'm fine letting him watch. Nova inclined her head slightly, agreed. I will continue to monitor his activities closely. Joey smirked again, more relaxed this time. And if he's going to keep watching, we might as well put on a good show, right? Nova's voice took on a warmer tone. It would seem that's exactly what he wants. Joey slung his jacket over his shoulder and made his way toward the door. All right, back to work, we've got more simulations to run. And I've got to make sure Servo gets his content. As he exited the room, Nova's voice followed him. I've already queued up the next series of simulations for review. I trust they will meet Servo's expectations. Joey chuckled under his breath, let's hope so. As Joey stepped into the corridor, he glanced at Nova's projection. Anything else we need to handle? I was going to head over to Solari Delta later to visit Black's parents. Nova hesitated, her image flickering slightly. There is one more thing, she said, her tone careful. I've been instructed to schedule a session with Dr. Zedicus Zofram Imperator's orders. The session starts in 10 minutes and she paused. Clearly uncomfortable. The teleporters have been locked down until you comply. Joey stopped mid-step, his jaw tightening, locked down. His eyes narrowed and he shook his head in frustration. Damn it, she got me good this time, didn't she? Jungle shadows. The dense canopy of the jungle filtered the sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds, casting ever-shifting patterns on the forest floor below. The air was thick with humidity, rich with the scents of earth and foliage. Blue Dye Marco, the Blue Ranger, stood atop a rocky outcrop overlooking the sprawling jungle expanse. Beside him, Nova seamlessly integrated through their neural link, processing data and monitoring the environment. All systems are operational, Nova reported. The equipment is functioning within expected parameters. Good, Blue replied, his eyes scanning the treetops. Let's hope our setup gives her a real challenge. Today was Thursday, a day Blue had dedicated to working with Camilla Vallert, a promising recruit who had recently graduated from boot camp. She was the only recruit he had taken a personal interest in. Hailing from Orelias, the megacity constructed near the Amazon basin in South America, Camilla was an athletic Brazilian woman with long black hair pulled back into a single ponytail. Her power suit, a reverse-engineered combat endurance suit based on Ranger technology, fit her form snugly. its matte black surface helping her blend into the shadows. It was standard issue for military forces, capable of utilizing minimal energy from the morphin grid. Nowhere near a ranger's suit in quality, but better than anything humans had made before. "Camilla, do you raid me?" Blue spoke into the comm link. Loud and clear, her voice crackled back, tinged with a mix of excitement and nerves. He smiled slightly. "Remember, this isn't a simulation. Everything here is real. Set up specifically for this exercise. Cogs and artillery placements are scattered throughout the area. Your mission is to covertly tag each artillery unit and cog recharging station with the mines we've provided. Blasts are set to stun, but they'll still hurt if you're not careful." "Understood," she replied confidently. "I'll proceed down the ridge and begin the operation. Nova and I will be monitoring and controlling the cogs remotely." Blue added, "If things get too intense, we'll step in." "Got it," Camilla affirmed. She began her descent, moving with practiced agility down the steep slope. The jungle around her was alive with sound, the distant calls of simulated wildlife mixed with the mechanical hum of the cogs patrolling the area. "She's handling herself well," Nova observed. "She's got potential," Blue agreed. "Reminds me of..." "Well, never mind," as Camilla navigated the dense foliage. She activated the thermal imaging on her visor, ahead. She spotted the faint glow of an artillery placement nestled between two towering trees. "First artillery placement in sight." She whispered into the comm. "Proceed with caution," Blue advised. "There may be cogs nearby, copy that." She crouched low, moving silently through the underbrush. The artillery unit was a stationary cannon, its metallic surface gleaming under the filtered sunlight. It swiveled periodically, scanning the area. Camilla waited for the right moment, then dashed forward, staying within the blind spots she'd memorized during the briefing. With deft hands, she attached a mine to the base of the cannon, ensuring it was well concealed. "First charge set," she reported softly. "Good work," Blue replied. "Two more to go." As she moved away from the artillery, Camilla hesitated for a moment. "Sir, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead," he responded, slightly surprised. "Why me?" She asked, her tone cautious. "I mean, none of the other recruits get this kind of one-on-one training. Some of them even say that you've never actually taught me, that it's been Nova masquerading as you in hologram form." Blue chuckled, the sound genuine. "Is that what they're saying?" "Yes, sir," she admitted. I find it hard to believe you'd take such an interest in me." He paused before answering. "They put me in charge of recruits because, frankly, I was spiraling, needed something to ground me. But teaching raw cadets is a pain in the ass. I'd rather work with someone who already has the talent and drive for the job." She absorbed his words, a mix of relief and confusion evident in her voice. "I see. You've got that, Camilla," he continued. "Your records from boot camp are impressive, especially in demolitions and tactics, plus your background, the way you protected those children during the countdown, it speaks volumes about your character." She was silent for a moment. "Thank you, sir. That means a lot, don't mention it," he replied. "Now let's focus on the mission, right?" She resumed her path, moving toward the second artillery placement. The jungle seemed to close in around her, vines and branches forming a natural maze. She moved with purpose, her senses alert. "Approaching second target," she whispered. "Be aware. We've got a patrol of cogs heading your way." Blue informed her. "Nova's directing them to cross your path in about 2 minutes." "Understood, I'll find a vantage point." She scaled a nearby tree with ease, settling on a sturdy branch that offered a clear view of the artillery unit below. 2 cogs stood guard, their metallic bodies glinting. Their golden heads featured hexagonal viewports, which could slide open to reveal embedded cannons. "Recommendation: create a distraction," Nova suggested over the comm. "A timed explosive could draw them away." "Agreed," Camilla responded. She retrieved a small device from her belt, a mini explosive set to emit a loud bang without causing damage. She tossed it expertly toward a cluster of bushes opposite her position. The device detonated with a sharp crack, and the cogs immediately turned, their viewports sliding open as they moved to investigate. Now's your chance, Blue urged. Camilla descended swiftly, her movements silent. She reached the artillery unit and attached the second mine, activating its cloaking mechanism. Second charge set, she reported. Excellent, Blue said, one more to go. As she made her way toward the cog recharging station, the final target, she couldn't shake a lingering thought. Sir, may I ask another question? She ventured. Sure, he replied, monitoring her progress. Is it true that you don't usually work directly with recruits? She asked cautiously. He sighed lightly. You're persistent, aren't you? Sorry, sir. I just want to understand, he considered his response. Teaching isn't really my forte after certain events. They thought it might help me to mentor someone. But I prefer working with individuals who show real promise. Makes the job easier. She nodded, a smile tugging at her lips. I'm honored then. Don't let it go to your head, he teased. Wouldn't dream of it, she quipped back. Approaching the recharging station, Nova interjected. Multiple hostiles detected. Copy that, Camilla acknowledged. The recharging station was situated near a small waterfall, the sound of rushing water masking the hum of machinery. Several cogs were lined up, their systems interfacing with the station. Too many to engage directly, Blue observed. Suggestions: I can set a chain reaction with the mines. Camilla proposed. If I place the final charge strategically, it should disable the station and the cogs. Risky, but it could work, he agreed. Proceed. She moved carefully, staying within the shadows. Reaching the station, she planted the final mine at a structural weak point. Final charge set, she whispered. Good job, Blue said. Make your way back to the extraction point. As she turned to leave, a cog nearby emitted a series of mechanical clicks. Its viewport slid open and it began scanning the area. Sir, I think I've been detected, she said, tension creeping into her voice. Nova, can you override its sensors? Blue asked quickly. Attempting now, Nova responded, partial success. It's momentarily confused, but not for long. Camilla, move now, Blue instructed. She didn't need to be told twice. Sprinting through the underbrush, she weaved between trees and leaped over obstacles. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind her, the whirring of servos and the crunch of metal footsteps. You're almost here, Blue encouraged. Bursting through a thicket, she reached the rocky outcrop where Blue stood waiting. He extended a hand, pulling her up beside him. Welcome back, he said. She was breathing hard but grinning. Made it. Just in time for the show, he remarked. They both looked out over the jungle. The three targets now in clear view. Care to do the honors? He asked, handing her the detonator. She accepted it, her eyes reflecting excitement. On three, he confirmed. 1, she began. 2, he continued. 3, they said in unison. She pressed the button. For a moment there was silence. Then simultaneous explosions erupted at each site. Fireballs blossomed upward, followed by plumes of smoke. The cogs at the recharging station sparked and collapsed. Their systems overloaded. Fireworks achieved, Nova commented dryly. Camilla laughed, the sound filled with exhilaration. That was incredible, you handled yourself well. Blue said, genuine pride in his voice. Thank Yausir. She replied, her gaze still fixed on the aftermath. He turned to face her. I have some news for you. She looked at him quizzically. Oh. Effective immediately. You've received your first promotion since boot camp. He announced. Due to your outstanding performance and these training sessions, you're being fast-tracked for advanced missions. Her eyes widened. Are you serious? Completely, he affirmed. He earned it. She was momentarily speechless. I don't know what to say. No need to say anything, he said with a smile. Just keep up the good work. She shook her head in disbelief. This is amazing. Thank you, sir. You've got the talent and the drive, he said. It's about time you got recognized for it. She took a deep breath, composing herself. I won't let you down, I know you won't. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the smoke began to dissipate. Sir. She began hesitantly. I have to ask, was all this really set up just for me? He nodded, every bit of it. Nova and I customized this scenario specifically to test your skills. She looked around, a new appreciation in her eyes. I had no idea you're worth the effort, he said simply. She met his gaze. I appreciate that more than you know. He gave a slight nod. Well, we should head back. Debriefing awaits. Right, she agreed, still processing everything. They made their way down from the outcrop, moving through the now quiet jungle. As they walked, she glanced over at him. Sir, about those rumors, he smirked. That Nova was masquerading as me, she nodded. Let's just say I like to keep people guessing. He replied cryptically. She chuckled, fair enough. As they reached the edge of the training area, vehicles approached to transport them back to base. She turned to him one last time, the return. As the sun began to set, casting warm hues over the dense jungle canopy, Joey DiMarco, the Blue Ranger, and Camilla Vallert stood atop a rocky outcrop. Below them, the remnants of their successful mission smoldered, wisps of smoke rising from the demolished artillery placements. Not a bad day's work, Blue remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Camilla smiled, adjusting her power suit. Couldn't have done it without your guidance, sir. He waved off the compliment. You got the talent. I just pointed you in the right direction. She gazed out over the verdant expanse. It's still hard to believe I've been promoted. Thank you for believing in me. You earned it, he replied firmly. Keep pushing and you'll achieve even more. She nodded, determination shining in her eyes. I won't let you down. Let's head back, Blue suggested. As they turned to descend the slope, Nova's voice echoed urgently in Blue's mind. Blue, we have an anomaly, he halted abruptly. What's happening? Camilla glanced back, concern evident. Is everything all right? Hold on a moment, he said, holding up a hand. Nova, go ahead. A ship has breached Earth's defensive grid without prior detection. Nova reported, orbital command is scrambling. Blue's eyes narrowed, identify the vessel, analyzing. What? It's registering as the Acquisition Heavy Transport Cruiser. Blade Surge, Nova stated. But that's impossible. It was destroyed in 2015 during the series mission. A chill ran down his spine, location of the crash. Approximately 2 kilometers from our current position. Impact occurred moments ago. Camilla noticed his sudden change in demeanor, sir. He met her gaze, his expression serious. Camilla, I need you to return to the transport immediately. Contact command and report an unidentified ship crash. Have them verify the ship's identification and alert General Cassens. Request immediate deployment of aerial tactical and armored divisions. Her eyes widened. What about you? I'm going to investigate, he said firmly. But you need to stay back, you only have training equipment. She hesitated. Be careful, sir, I will. Now go, he urged. She nodded, sprinting toward the transport. Nova. Plot the fastest route to the crash site, Blue instructed. Route plotted, she confirmed. But Blue, this doesn't add up. The blade surge shouldn't exist. I know, he muttered, moving swiftly through the jungle. But we're about to find out what's going on. As he approached the crash site, the air grew thick with the scent of scorched metal and smoke. Trees were toppled, creating a jagged path leading to the smoldering wreckage of the ship. Approaching visual range, Nova reported. Blue slowed his pace, taking cover behind a fallen log. Peering over, he saw the twisted remains of the blade surge. Its hull cracked open like an eggshell. Scan for life signs, he whispered, scanning. 4 life signs detected, Nova replied. They're emerging from the wreckage. His heart pounded as he saw them, 4 figures clad in ranger suits, red, black, yellow, and pink. Nova, confirm visuals, he demanded. Confirmed, she said, it's them. This can't be, he murmured, they were lost in 2015. Blue, they're activating their systems, Nova alerted. Attempting to establish communication on ranger frequencies. Block all incoming signals, he ordered. Secure our neural link, no external connections. Blocking communications and securing neural pathways. Nova confirmed. He watched as the Rangers surveyed their surroundings. Red looked up at the sky, then down at her wrist device. They're accessing astronomical data, Nova observed. They're confirming their location using the stars. Smart, he acknowledged. They'll realize they're on Earth soon. The Rangers huddled together. Blue noted that each of them would be communicating with their personal AIs, Red with Aegis, Black with Bastion, Yellow with Echo, and Pink with Prism. Their AIs could work independently and collectively through their neural links. Nova, can you intercept their communications? Blue asked. Negative, she replied. Their neural links are secure and isolated. Intercepting would alert them. Understood, he said. What's their likely course of action? If they adhere to protocols, they may deem any unauthorized ranger as an illegal operator. Nova suggested could perceive you as a threat. Great, he muttered. Red stepped forward, her posture authoritative, amplifying her voice through her helmet's external speakers. She called out, attention unidentified ranger. Under Article 7 of the Countdown Protocols, you are ordered to stand down and surrender your equipment. She's not wasting any time, Blue thought. Blue. They're attempting to scan for your location, Nova warned. Prism is likely enhancing their sensor capabilities. Time to stay on the move, he decided. Activating his suit's camouflage and dampening fields, Blue began to silently reposition himself. Careful to leave no trace. Echo is deploying sonic probes, Nova informed. They're trying to detect you through sound. She's always been resourceful, he acknowledged. Suddenly a plasma bolt zipped past him, narrowly missing his shoulder. Pink has taken a shot, Nova alerted. She's adjusting for your movement patterns. She's fast, Blue muttered, increasing his pace. Incoming message from General Cassens, Nova said. Not now, he replied. Route all communications to priority queue. Understood. Black hefted his massive axe, which Blue knew could transform into Noisemaker, a devastating cannon. Blue watched as Bastion likely coordinated with Aegis to enhance targeting protocols. They're preparing for a wide area attack, Nova warned. You need to relocate immediately. On it, he said, sprinting deeper into the jungle. A thunderous blast echoed behind him as the Black fired Noisemaker, obliterating trees and foliage in a massive radius. That was too close, Blue thought. Energy levels stable, Nova reported. Camouflage intact, suggestions, he asked. Utilize the environment to your advantage, she replied. Lead them into terrain that hinders their line of sight and movement. Agreed. He altered his path toward a dense thicket where the jungle grew wild and untamed. Echo is deploying drones, Nova informed. They're mapping the areas. She's covering their weaknesses, Blue noted. Blue moved carefully, knowing that any misstep could reveal his position. He considered his options. Nova. Can we create false signals to mislead their sensors? He proposed yes. Deploying signal decoys now, she confirmed. Several holographic signatures appeared throughout the jungle, each mimicking his energy signature. Prism will detect the anomalies soon, Nova cautioned. All we need is a little time, he replied. The Rangers began splitting up to investigate the false signals. Blue used this opportunity to put more distance between himself and them. Aegis is coordinating a perimeter sweep, Nova alerted. They're trying to corral you. Can we disrupt their neural link network, he asked. Attempting interference, Nova said. But their link is encrypted and shielded, figures. As he navigated through the dense foliage, Blue noticed Pink, guided by Prism, taking up a vantage point on a high outcrop. She's setting up for long-range targeting, Nova warned. She's going to try and pin me down, he realized. Suggest altering your thermal signature to avoid detection. She advised, adjusting now, he confirmed. He activated a thermal dampening module, reducing his heat signature to blend with the surroundings. Prism is scanning the area, but your signature is masked. Nova reported good. Suddenly, he felt a subtle vibration beneath his feet. Echo has deployed seismic sensors, Nova alerted. They're detecting ground movements. She's covering all bases, Blue said. Energy levels at 80%, Nova informed, still manageable. As he moved cautiously, the red appeared ahead of him. Dual pistols drawn and glowing with energy. She anticipated your path, Nova stated. Aegis must have calculated your most probable route. Smart, he acknowledged. She fired without hesitation. A mix of electric and ice blasts aiming to incapacitate. Blue dodged, but the ice blast grazed his arm, causing a layer of frost to form. Warning, mobility reduced in left arm, Nova reported. Compensate, he instructed. He retreated. But Black emerged from his flank, noisemaker primed. You're surrounded, Nova warned. He launched a flash grenade, momentarily blinding the Rangers' visors. Visual impairments detected in their systems. Nova confirmed using the distraction. Blue slipped into a narrow crevice between two large boulders. Echo is recalibrating their sensors, Nova said. They'll recover quickly. Time to change tactics, Blue decided. Nova. Can we initiate a localized morphin grid fluctuation? He suggested. Risky, but it could disrupt their equipment temporarily. She replied, do it. Activating morphin grid fluctuation, Nova confirmed. An ethereal wave emanated from Blue's position, causing the Rangers' suits and AIs to experience brief interference. Systems glitching, he heard the Yellows report. Bastion recalibrate, the Black ordered. Echo what's happening, the Red demanded. Aegis is working to stabilize their systems, Nova noted. Now's our chance to create distance, Blue said. He moved swiftly, putting as much terrain between himself and the Rangers as possible. General Cassens is insisting on a status update. Nova pressed, fine, patch him through, Blue conceded. DiMarco report, the general's voice was stern. Engaged with 4 Rangers matching my former team. A Blue stated, they're using outdated protocols and consider me a hostile. They have advanced AI support making evasion challenging. Understood, reinforcements are en route. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes, Cassens informed. Advise caution upon approach, Blue warned. Their AIs might perceive incoming forces as additional threats. Noted. We'll proceed accordingly, the general replied. Cat and mouse, Blue. The Rangers are regaining functionality, Nova reported. Expected. Aegis is likely coordinating a new strategy, she added. They'll adapt quickly, he acknowledged. As he traversed a shallow stream, Blue noticed the water's surface ripple unnaturally. Echo has activated hydrodynamic sensors, Nova alerted. They can track movement through water disruptions. She's covering every angle, he sighed. Pink's voice echoed through the jungle, taunting. You can run, but you can't hide forever. Prism is amplifying her tracking capabilities. Nova said, any suggestions, he asked. Utilize the terrain to create obstacles, she proposed. Lead them into areas where their AI's effectiveness is reduced. There's an abandoned mining site nearby, Blue recalled. Coordinates locked. It's dense with mineral deposits that interfere with sensor equipment. Nova confirmed. He altered his course toward the site, hoping the natural interference would buy him time. Energy levels at 60%, Nova updated. Still within operational parameters, he noted. As he entered the mining area, the ambient minerals began to disrupt electronic signals. Echo sensors are experiencing degradation. Nova informed, good, let's see how they handle this. The Rangers paused at the edge of the site. Readings are fluctuating, Yellow reported. Bastion can't get a lock, Black added. Aegis suggests caution, Red said. It could be a trap. Or an opportunity, Pink countered, eager to proceed. They advanced cautiously. Blue, they are still approaching, Nova warned. I need to slow them down, he decided. He activated a series of mining equipment remotely, causing machinery to whir to life and creating noise and movement. Distractions deployed, Nova confirmed. The Rangers hesitated, their AIs struggling to filter the sudden influx of data. Systems overloaded, Echo reported to Yellow. Hold positions, the Red commanded. Blue took this moment to find a secure vantage point. Reinforcements ETA 5 minutes, Nova updated. Almost there, he thought. Suddenly, a plasma bolt struck near his position. Prism must have recalibrated, Nova alerted. She's relentless, Blue muttered. Pink smirked from her elevated perch, found you. Time to move, he said, leaping from his spot as more shots followed. Black charged forward. Noisemaker reverting to its axe form, no more games. He swung the axe with formidable strength, forcing Blue to parry with his own weapon. Engaging in close combat is risky, Nova cautioned. I don't have a choice, he replied. They exchanged blows, the clang of metal echoing. You're skilled, Black admitted grudgingly. Yellow joined the fray. Her daggers charged with a paralyzing effect. Echo has optimized her weapons, Nova warned. Blue narrowly avoided a swipe. Feeling the energy crackle past him, careful. One touch could immobilize you, Nova emphasized. I know, he said, calculating his next move. Blue military units are in position, Nova reported. They're maintaining radio silence to avoid detection. Understood, he acknowledged. I need to get out of this cave. Deploy smoke screen, we're going to make a break for it. I can't believe that worked, Nova exclaimed. But they're right behind you, the clearings. The Rangers stepped into the clearing. Their postures cautious. Blue remained in the center, observing. All right, we're here, the Red stated. You get tired of running yet, she half laughed. Soldiers emerged from the tree line. Weapons drawn but not raised. Forming a wide circle around the Rangers, what is this? Yellow exclaimed, her daggers instinctively appearing in her hands. Stand down. A commanding voice ordered through a megaphone. We are here to assist. Panic flickered across the Rangers' stances. This feels like an ambush, Black growled, tightening his grip on his axe. Blue, their vitals are spiking, Nova warned. Their AIs are interpreting this as a hostile action. General Cassens, pull back your men. Blue urgently transmitted on a secure channel. They're getting agitated. Negative, DiMarco, Cassens replied. We have to contain them. In the clearing, Red's gaze swept over the encirclement. Aegis assess threat levels, she commanded mentally. Multiple hostiles detected. Recommendation, prepare for engagement. Aegis responded, team switch to lethal force. She ordered, her voice cold and decisive. Understood, the others replied in unison. Blue saw the shift, the way they spread out slightly. Weapons at the ready. Their stances lowering into combat readiness. Nova, they're about to engage, he said urgently. The Red Ranger raised her dual pistols, the barrels glowing with fiery energy. We won't be taken without a fight, engage. She commanded, the Rangers sprang into action. Black transformed his axe into Noisemaker, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts toward the encircling soldiers. Explosions erupted, forcing the troops to scatter. Fall back, the unit leader shouted, attacking. Yellow dashed forward with lightning speed, her daggers emitting a sickly green glow. She sliced through equipment and disabled vehicles. Her movements a blur, Pink took to higher ground, her sniper rifle picking off stragglerless drones and targeting communication arrays. Each shot was precise, disabling critical components. Blue casualties are inbound, Nova warned. I have to intervene and get their attention, he decided. Blue Ranger detected, Aegis alerted the team. Another hostile, the Red assessed, eliminate him. Great, Blue muttered, he moved swiftly, intercepting a blast from Noisemaker before it could reach a group of soldiers. The impact jolted him, but his shields held. Energy levels at 90%, Nova reported. Maintain, he responded. Yellow lunged at him, daggers poised to strike. He parried her attacks. You're out of your league, she taunted meanwhile. Red engaged him from a distance, her pistols switching between ice and electric modes. He dodged the freezing blasts, feeling the static of the electric shots as they grazed past. They're pooling resources, Blue noted grimly. They always were a formidable team. Indeed, Nova agreed. I've maintained signal obfuscation, but their collective AI network poses a significant challenge. Is there any way to disrupt their neural link temporarily? Oh, he asked, attempting to generate a localized electromagnetic pulse. She replied, however, it will only offer a brief window. Do it, Blue ordered. A subtle pulse emanated from his suit, momentarily interfering with the Ranger's neural connections. Now's my chance, he thought, increasing his pace. Interference detected, Aegis alerted Red. He's trying to scramble our systems, she said. Frustration evident in her voice, increased shielding. Bastion compensate, Black commanded. Blue, their AIs have recalibrated, Nova warned. The disruption was short-lived. Surrounded and still fighting, the Pink Ranger sneered. Her sniper rifle trained on him. End of the lines, the Red stated coldly. He met her gaze through his visor but remained undaunted. The Rangers advanced cautiously. The tension was palpable, the air thick with anticipation. They formed a semicircle around him. Weapons drawn and AIs synchronizing for maximum efficiency. The Black Ranger charged forward. Noisemaker transforming into its cannon form mid-stride. He fired a concussive blast directly at Blue. Deploying shields, Nova stated. The blast impacted an energy barrier inches from Blue, dissipating harmlessly. Energy shields at 80%, Nova reported. Yellow darted in from the side, her daggers emitting a paralytic aura. Echo advises caution, she taunted. Blue anticipated her attack, sidestepping and allowing her momentum to carry her past him. Activate Gridwalker protocol, he thought. Ready's, Nova confirmed Gridwalker. As she passed, he reached out, brushing her arm. A surge of morphin grid energy flowed, and her daggers dematerialized, reappearing in his grasp. My daggers, she exclaimed, astonished. Echo, what happened? She questioned her AI. Unknown interference, Echo replied. Pink took aim from a distance. Nice trick, but can you handle this? She muttered, firing a high-velocity plasma round. Incoming projectile, Nova warned. Blue turned, raising the acquired daggers, channeling their residual energy. He intercepted the plasma shot, the explosion illuminating the area. Shields at 70%, Nova updated. Black fired Noisemaker again, the ground shaking with the force. Time to end this, he thought. He sprinted toward the Black Ranger, weaving through the chaos, closing the distance. He tapped the cannon, invoking the Gridwalker protocol. Weapon transfer complete. Nova confirmed as Noisemaker materialized in his hands. What the? Black stumbled back, weaponless. How is he doing this? The Red demanded. Aegis cannot provide an explanation, her AI admitted. Red charged him. Dual pistols blazing with elemental energy. Fire, ice, and lightning converged toward Blue. Shields at 50%, Nova cautioned. Blue evaded the barrage, moving with calculated precision as she closed in. He parried her strikes, finally managing to touch one of her pistols. Gridwalker protocol activated, Nova stated. Her pistols vanished, joining the collection of weapons now secured by Blue. She retreated, disbelief evident even through her visor. This isn't possible, team, regroup, she ordered. We need to adapt. They formed a tight formation. Red initiated a sequence on her gauntlet. Blue energy surge detected, Nova alerted. She's deploying and overcharging her grid boundary, focusing it inward on her allies. Analysis, he requested. Combat threat levels increased by 400%, Nova reported. Their abilities are exponentially amplified. The Rangers moved with newfound speed and strength. Yellow's daggers, though lost, were replaced by charged energy gauntlets. Black armor overcharged and surged with kinetic energy. Pink's rifle glowed as Prism enhanced its capabilities beyond normal limits. No scope required. Engaging at current levels is ill-advised, Nova warned. Agreed, Blue responded. Initiate command, access orbital defense grid. Connect asset, codename Caduceus. Initiate safety overrides, target Blue Ranger fire. Command acknowledged, Nova confirmed. Caduceus aligning. The Rangers attacked simultaneously, Blue focused, tapping deeper into the Morphin grid to reinforce his defenses. 10 seconds, Nova counted down. He deflected a flurry of strikes from the Yellow Ranger, absorbed energy blasts from the Pink Ranger, and narrowly avoided the Black Ranger's crushing blows. 5 seconds. Red channeled her amplified power into a concentrated beam, firing directly at Blue's 3, 2, 1. High above, Caduceus fired. A beam of pure white light descended, enveloping Blue and the immediate area. The impact was silent yet profound, the energy permeating everything within its radius. The Rangers froze, their suits flickering as the beam neutralized the overcharged grid boundary. Their enhancements erupted, and they collapsed to their knees incapacitated. Effect successful, Nova reported, Rangers pacified. Blue stood unmoved by the beams, his suit calibrated to withstand the effect. From the edge of the clearing, Camilla emerged, eyes wide with awe and concern. She had witnessed the entire sequence from a distance. Nova status on retrieval teams, he inquired silently. ETA 5 minutes, she replied. General Cassens has been informed of the casualties. The Red looked up at Blue, her voice subdued. Who are you? He remained silent, bound by protocol. No excuses, not when you're the later. As Joey approached the evaluation room, he mentally braced himself. The door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a room that was anything but typical for a psychologist's office. The walls were adorned with elegant tapestries of crimson and gold, intricate patterns swirling across the fabric like whispers of a forgotten time. Ancient tomes lined the shelves, their leather spines cracked with age, and the scent of parchment filled the air. A grand mahogany desk stood near the center, polished to a dark sheen. The room exuded an air of aristocratic taste, timeless, deliberate and quietly commanding. A tall, slender man with neatly combed silver hair and piercing blue eyes stood beside the desk, adjusting the cufflinks on his tailored suit. He moved with a fluid grace that spoke of a lifetime of refinement. His gaze flicked up as Joey entered, a faint smile curling his lips. MRDI Marco, he said with a refined accent, his voice smooth. Each word carefully weighed. Do come in. His tone was warm, yet carried an undertone that was hard to place, a subtle mix of curiosity and something almost clinical. Dr. Zofram, I presume, Joey replied, lingering near the door, his posture stiff. His eyes flicked around the room, wary of the cultivated opulence. He wasn't used to surroundings like these, and he disliked how they made him feel, like an interloper. Indeed, Zedekus Zofram, at your service, the doctor said, offering a polite nod as if Joey were an old acquaintance. He gestured gracefully toward a chair in front of the desk. Please have a seat, Elstan, Joey replied, his tone cool, a hint of defiance in his eyes. As you wish, Dr. Zofram said, unfazed. He sank into the chair behind the desk, folding his hands neatly in front of him. He arched an eyebrow, his gaze settling on Joey with a patient intensity. How are you feeling today, Joseph? Joey's jaw tightened at the use of his full name. He crossed his arms, the movement almost instinctive, defensive. Fine, he said curtly, trying to mask his unease. Excellent, Dr. Zofram replied, his voice smooth as silk. Yet there was an underlying curiosity that Joey couldn't ignore. He steepled his finger, his eyes still fixed on Joey, probing. No lingering physical injuries, no emotional scars that haven't quite healed yet. I trust your recovery has been swift. Thanks to Nova and the Morpher, Joey answered. His words clipped. There was a subtle challenge in his eyes, daring Dr. Zofram to say something about it. The doctor smiled, a small, almost amused smile that didn't reach his eyes. Marvelous technology indeed, he mused, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A testament to human ingenuity, or rather, a reminder of how desperate we were to cling to anything left behind by our benevolent alien benefactors. Wouldn't you say? Joey's expression darkened, his mind flickering briefly to Nova. He wouldn't have ever met Hurlet alone, linked with her, if it hadn't been for the alien technology. There were days he hated that truth, how everything he valued was tied to something foreign, something forced upon them by necessity. But it was only because of that alien technology that they had been able to fight the Elvenurus. It was a bitter pill, but one he knew was essential for survival. He pushed the thought away, unwilling to entertain it further. He had no patience for philosophical musings today. "You wanted to discuss something about my team," he said. His voice taut, steering the conversation away from himself. "Doctor." Zofram raised an eyebrow, a faint, amused smile playing at his lips as he jotted something down in his notes, clearly intrigued by Joey's defensive reaction. "Ah, yes, your team," Dr. Zofram said, nodding slightly. He picked up a file from his desk, glancing at it before looking back at Joey. "Tragic losses, all of them," the Black Ranger, steadfast but always carrying the weight of the team. "He took on more than he should have, isolating himself from all of you, believing it was his duty to bear the brunt of every battle. He pushed himself to extremes, convincing himself that by taking on the most danger, he was keeping everyone else safe. A noble sentiment, but a reckless one. Prone to taking unnecessary risks, wouldn't you say?" Joey's fists clenched, and Nova's irritation pulsed through his mind, like an ember feeding into his own growing blaze of frustration and grief. Joey's voice was low, defensive. He fought the best way he knew how. He enjoyed being in the thick of it, trading blow for blow. He took the hits for others who couldn't or shouldn't have, and a lot of people are alive because he was there. He did what he thought was best. Joey's fists clenched at his sides, his eyes narrowing. Nova's presence throbbed in his thoughts, her emotions intertwining with his own, amplifying his frustration and sharpening his grief. "Of course," Dr. Zofram agreed, his tone almost sympathetic, but with an underlying hint of something darker. The Pink Ranger, brilliant darks, and with a hunger for the thrill. She was always drawn to the edge, wasn't she? There was something primal about her. The battlefield was where she thrived, where she revealed her true nature. She didn't just fight the Elvenurus, she hunted them. The precision of her sniper shots wasn't just a skill. It was a desire-and intimate obsession. She got off on the kill, didn't she? It wasn't just about any mission. She was in control when she had her sights on a target, when she could pull the trigger and end the chaos in her own mind. But that need for control, that lust for the hunt, it must have often put her at odds with the rest of you. One can see how surviving Alphabet. She'd think that darkness and independence made her a survivor. But it also left her separatist-elated. Wouldn't you agree, Joseph, at times? Her desire to act on her own terms put the rest of you in difficult positions. Didn't it? Joey's lips curled into a sneer. His anger barely contained. "She had her methods," he said. His voice edged with a protective anger. He didn't like where this was going. His mind raced to the bond he and Pink had forged during their time in Alphabet. They had both endured the horrors of that place, seen the darkness within their would-be rescuers and in the children around them, and found a way to survive that no one else understood. Pink wasn't just a sniper. She was someone who fought demons that most couldn't even comprehend. "Indeed," Dr. Zofram said, arching an eyebrow. "The Yellow Ranger, keen, agile, and always the quickest to react. She had a natural gift for seeing the flow of battle, and her instinctive reflexes must have made her invaluable in the field. There was an intensity to her, a drive to excel. But that intensity could become a dubious weakness. Sometimes that spark burned too brightly, and she would find herself lost in the heat of the moment. The pressure, the stakes, especially when the team was at its most vulnerable, could push her to the point of hesitation. I doubt it was a lack of courage, but when emotions ran high, the gravity of those choices would sometimes paralyze her. If only for a heartbeat. In those moments, hesitation can be fatal. Wouldn't you say her resolve wavered at the times when it mattered most? Joseph, especially during those missions where the cost of failure was right in front of her eyes. What you call hesitation, I call tactical precision. Joey replied, his voice cold and firm. Nova's anger simmered like an undercurrent in his thoughts, fueling the tension that coiled within him. Tightening his fists until they ached, Joey hated how Dr. Zofram spoke of his team as if they were just case studies. Flaws to dissect. Yellow wasn't hesitant, she was precise. She analyzed the battlefield, always waiting for the right moment to make her move, ensuring her actions had the greatest impact. Joey and Nova were on edge, tension unbearable. Each word from Dr. Zofram feeling like another calculated push toward the brink. Dr. Zofram leaned back in his chair, studying Joey with a detached interest. As though Joey were a specimen under a microscope, his voice, calm and precise, cut through the silence like a blade. Bravery comes in many forms, he began, his tone measured, almost philosophical. And then, of course, there's the Red Ranger, your leader. A remarkable individual. She had this incredible ability to bring out the best in everyone around her. Didn't she? She inspired people to push themselves, to strive for a version of themselves they thought unreachable. She was fiercely protective, constantly putting herself between the danger and those under her command. Her desire to shield everyone, while noble, often turned into a need to control every outcome. Every decision, she pushed herself beyond reason, believing she was responsible for every occurrence on the field. But that relentless drive left her blind to the strengths of others. And in trying to carry the weight of the team, she inadvertently weakened them. Admirable, yes, but ultimately flawed. She couldn't see that in her effort to do everything, she was keeping her team from rising to meet their own potential. Joey's eyes flashed with anger, but he kept his mouth shut. His jaw clenched tight. Dr. Zofram continued, his voice soft, each word cutting deep. She believed she had to carry every burden, every decision, every life on her own shoulders, her refusal to delegate, her insistence on taking the lead, even when yellow and black were perfectly capable, nearly cost you all. She underestimated her team, and in doing so she disempowered them. Her need to be the one who saved everyone, as though no one else could be trusted. Did it come from a place of love, or was it arrogance? She overreached, trying to be everything for everyone, and that led to mistakes, costly mistakes. Instead of trusting her team, she bore the weight alone, and it broke her instead of making you stronger. She made herself the linchpin, and when she fell, everything else came crashing down. It wasn't heroism, it was a tragic failure of leadership. She was more than bravish, set a new paradigm. Joey snapped, his voice trembling with fury. A flash of pain crossed his eyes, raw and untamed. Nova's rage surged like a wildfire through his thoughts, merging with his own until the intensity of it made his fists clench painfully. A shared fury that felt almost unbearable. Red was relentless, a force that pushed them all beyond their limits. She made them feel like they could defy their own limits. And Joey couldn't stand the way Dr. Zofram tried to reduce her to something so trivial. The tension between him and the doctor was palpable, boiling over with each patronizing word. Every calculated jab feeling like another deliberate shove toward the edge of violence. Joey's jaw tightened, the words clawing at the back of his mind like a sharp thorn. She did everything right, he said, his voice low but firm. She made the decision that saved me, Doctor. Zofram tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Only you? He asked, his tone laced with subtle condescension. The question struck Joey like a punch to the gut, the force of it almost doubling him over as the weight settled like a crushing burden in his chest. His heart ached, the pain sharp and unrelenting, and he swallowed hard, struggling to push down the knot of raw emotion threatening to choke him. Yes, he whispered, his voice barely audible, laced with the agony of everything unsaid. Doctor. Zofram's eyes gleamed, sensing an opening. But the world and the Alliance need all 5 Rangers. Does it not? Such an extreme failure, he mused almost to himself. Only you while the rest were lost. What a tragic waste. I wonder how the families of those injured and killed soldiers felt when their loved ones didn't come home. The grief, the anger, the abandonment. All those people who were counting on the Rangers to protect them, to bring their loved ones back safe, and instead, they received empty promises and empty coffins buried neatly beneath folded flags. Joey's fists clenched at his sides, his breath growing shallow. It wasn't a failure, he shouted, his voice shaking with conviction. The series mission closed the rift and sealed their fleet. Soldiers die, it's what they signed up for. It's what the Rangers consented to when we took on the Morphers. She did what she had to do, Doctor. Zofram leaned forward, his gaze piercing. Did she? You're alive, Joseph, but 4 other Rangers are dead. You think that's success? Look at what was lost. The Alliance needed her leadership. Her guidance. She was irreplaceable in ways you could never be. She could have trained the next generation, inspired them to be better, to create a world where Rangers and Zords are no longer required. And instead they have you alone and broken, and she. Well, she couldn't even save herself. Joey's breath caught. Memories flashing through his mind, faces of his team. Moments before everything fell apart, he had to hold on. A deep shame washed over him, one he knew Nova shared. The truth gnawed at him. She had saved him, but at what cost? He couldn't shake the thought that maybe the doctor was right. Maybe, just maybe, the Alliance needed her more than it needed him. The weight of that reality bore down on him like an anchor. And Nova, ever present in his mind, mirrored the guilt he felt. She saved me. Blood plague was about to kill me. And she acted without hesitation, Doctor. Zofram smiled faintly, a predatory edge to his expression. Yes, instinct, the primal, animalistic reaction of someone pushed beyond their limits. She reacted, but good leaders don't just react, they plan. They anticipate and they compensate. She let her emotions dictate her choices. And now you're left here calling her failure heroism. Joey's breath hitched, then snapped. Shut your fucking mouths. Joey bellowed, the words erupting like a volcanic blast. His entire body surged forward. Fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned bone white. His chest heaved with barely restrained rage. Each breath coming out in ragged bursts in a single violent motion. Joey shoved the desk hard, slamming it into Dr. Zofram and pinning him against the wall behind. The entire desk rattled as it collided, the impact reverberating through the room like a thunderclap. Papers scattered and the objects on its surface toppled, the force of the shove leaving no doubt about Joey's fury. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Joey roared, his voice breaking through the air like thunder. His eyes blazed with raw fury, locked onto Dr. Zofram as though ready to tear him apart. He loomed over the doctors, his entire frame trembling with barely contained violence. Every muscle in his body wound tight like a coiled spring ready to snap. You weren't there, you didn't see what she did. She saved my life. She saved every soul on Earth and every soul throughout the Alliance. His words came out in a primal snarl. Almost choking on his rage, his nostrils flared. His jaw set like stone, every inch of him daring Dr. Zofram to push further. His words came out in a primal snarl. Almost choking on his rage, his nostrils flared. His jaw set like stone, every inch of him daring Dr. Zofram to push further. Dr. Zofram remained pinned, unfazed, but the slight twitch at the corner of his lips betrayed his amusement. He watched Joey as if observing an experiment gone precisely as planned. His eyes glinting with curiosity even as the desk pressed into him. The pressure with violence, it was all just data to him. Another reaction to be studied. His calm demeanor only enraged Joey further. As if the doctor's vulnerability was nothing more than a calculated part of his approach. Joey's voice dropped low and lethal, dripping with venom. If you say one more word about her, he leaned in close, towering over Zedekushi's breath hot with fury, I swear. I'll make you regret every breath you're taking right now. The threat hung heavy in the air. The tension so thick it felt as if the room itself might crack under the pressure. Joey's fist shook at his sides, every fiber of his being ready to explode into violence. The heat radiating off him was palpable, like the air before a lightning strike. But Nova wasn't interested in calming him. She wasn't frozen in fear or hesitation. Her mind was already calculating, adding an intimidating presence to the moment. She analyzed the room through every hollow projector and view screen, assessing the situation, plotting how best to support Joey if things escalated. Her presence was meant to reinforce his authority, to remind Dr. Zofram that he wasn't just dealing with Joey alone. She was everywhere watching, And she wanted Zofram to feel that pressure, an omnipresent force ready to react if needed. Nova's presence flicked on the screenshare, eyes fixed on Dr. Zofram, ensuring he understood the severity of the situation. She didn't want Joey to kill him, not here, not yet. But she did want Zofram to feel the weight of what could happen. She wanted the doctor to realize that pushing Joey any further would come with consequences. Her role was clear: to add tension, to remind Dr. Zofram that Joey was not alone, and that crossing them was a dangerous game. She amplified Joey's fury, adding a silent but unmistakable edge of intimidation. The tension was thick, hanging in the air between them, as if the room itself was bracing for the violence that had already erupted. Joey's hands were still pressed against the desk that pinned Dr. Zofram to the wall, his entire body trembling with barely restrained fury. The raw physicality of the moment left Joey teetering on the edge, every fiber of his being vibrating with rage, daring Zofram to push him even further. But Dr. Zofram did something unexpected. He smiled, not the cold, condescending smirk from before, but a genuine, almost satisfied grin inside Joey's mind. Her voice cut through the haze like a knife, cold and precise. "He's playing you, Blue. Look at him. He thinks he has the upper hand." Joey blinked, caught between his fury and the sudden calm from Dr. Zofram. He wasn't sure which direction to follow, but Nova's presence surged through his thoughts like a steady current, grounding him in a way only she could. "I know what you're thinking," she whispered, at her tone icy. "And you're right, he deserves it." Dr. Zofram leaned back slightly, his body language shifting from antagonistic to almost reassuring. His eyes remained locked on Joey, but there was no longer the cold edge to them. Despite being pinned against the wall by the desk, he seemed almost pleased, as if the outburst had played perfectly into his hands. This is the breakthrough we've been waiting for. Something no one else has managed to get from you, raw, unfiltered emotion, anger, grief, guilt. You've been holding it all in, Joseph. You've been locked in your own head for too long. And this release is what we needed." He paused, glancing at the still clenched fists and the trembling intensity in Joey's eyes, as if savoring the chaos before him. Joey's fists trembled at his side, still burning with anger. But something in Dr. Zofram's tone made him hesitate. Slowly, Joey released his grip on the desk, pulling it back and allowing Dr. Zofram to breathe easier. Nova shifted her projection from the screen to the hollow projectors in the room, her digital form flickering to life, her gaze still fixed on the doctor with unblinking eyes, monitoring every move. Dr. Zofram seemed unfazed by her appearance, continuing his soothing tone. "This isn't about Ray or the others, it's about you. You feel like you failed, that their sacrifice was for nothing because you survived. You've been carrying that weight alone, and it's killing you." "It doesn't matter what he says, Blue," she said in Joey's mind, her voice like a calm undercurrent to his rage. "Reliving the past like this isn't healthy. We focus on the here and now, and we power through the pain." Joey's body shook, torn between the deep emotional pull Dr. Zofram was digging in and the cold, clear logic Nova was offering him. Her presence filled the room. She was everywhere, watching, waiting, and the thought of what she was proposing lingered in his mind, tempting him. Dr. Zofram smiled softly, unaware of the war happening inside Joey's head. "This is progress, Joey. You needed to feel this. You needed to let it out. It's not weakness, it's the first step toward healing." "Healing?" Nova's voice oozed contempt, echoing across the screens and her projected form. "He's only saying what you want to hear so he can keep his control over you. He thinks this is a breakthrough. I think this is a perfect opportunity to make him disappear." Her tone grew darker, more deliberate. "Show him, Joey." Joey's fist slowly unclenched, his knuckles still white from the tension. He glanced at Nova's image, her cold, calculating gaze fixed on Zedecuson, blinking. "We need to stay in control." Dr. Zofram's smile softened, losing some of its enigmatic edge and revealing something more personal. His voice carried a surprising weight. "I'm here to help you navigate through this ordeal, Joey. You and Nova, it's clear how much you've both suffered. He paused, his eyes locking onto Joey's with an intensity that felt invasive. Joey's heart pounded, a visceral reaction to the way Dr. Zofram seemed to peel away every defense. There was a haunting familiarity in the doctor's demeanor. An unsettling awareness, I know what suffering does. Zofram continued, his tone reflective. I've witnessed the kind of pain people can inflict on one another, the torment. The twisted satisfaction that comes to those who abuse power. But beyond that, I've seen the strength that grows from resistance. The unity forged in survival, his gaze held Joey's. His words taking on an intimate, almost conspiratorial tone. You understand that, don't you? How loss and pain bond people in ways nothing else can. You and Nova, you're connected by that same agony. The loss of your team. Feeling each of their deaths through the link, Joey froze. His chest tightening as though the air had become thick. The truth in Zofram's words hit harder than he expected. He had never spoken of that pain, not even to Nova, and yet here was Zofram, laying it out as if he'd lived it himself. Joey's breath quickened, his voice shaky. How do you know this, Doctor? Zofram's expression darkened, shadowed by something deeper. I know because I've seen it before, he said quietly, his voice carrying a weight that went beyond clinical detachment. The Alliance ensures I have the information I need, Joseph. But it's more than that. Suffering leaves a mark. It warps people, bonds them, scars them. And I've lived through that kind of pain myself. Joey's fists clenched, his mind racing. Zofram wasn't just speaking as a doctor, he spoke as someone who had walked through torment. Someone who understood the bonds that pain could forge. Nova's voice whispered in his mind, sending a chill through him. He's dangerous, Joey. He's enjoying this. Zofram leaned in slightly, his gaze unrelenting. I know what evil looks like, Joseph. I've seen it in countless forms. I understand both the thrill of those who inflict pain and the resilience of those who endure it. His voice softened, becoming almost confessional. You and Nova are different. Stronger than most because you've faced that darkness together. That's what makes you powerful. Joey's chest tightened further, the air around him growing heavy with Zofram's words. He could feel the truths he'd buried surfacing, laid bare by a man who seemed to understand too much. Every survivor carried scars, and Zofram seemed to know the weight of those scars intimately. Joey's mind spun, questioning what Zofram had endured during the countdown. Is he guessing, Joey wondered? Or did he live through something like we did? But before Joey could respond, Doctor Zofram's tone shifted, becoming almost knowing. It's not just that you lost your team. You felt it, didn't you? Felt their deaths through the Neuralink. Felt each one of them slip away as if it were happening to you. And Nova, she was there too, wasn't she, suffering with you? Through every heartbeat, every scream. Joey's breath hitched, the raw truth of those words striking him like a physical blow. He had never spoken of it, not to anyone, not even to Nova. The link had connected him to his team, and when they died, Joey had felt it every moment. Every flicker of life extinguishing. It had haunted him, consumed him, and Nova had been there, sharing in the burden, feeling it through him because of him. Stop listening, Nova's voice urged. But there was a crack in her tone, an uncharacteristic wavering. We don't need to talk about this. We agreed never to discuss it. Joey felt his body tremble, the old pain surging back to the surface. We don't talk about that, he said, his voice weak-strained. Zedekis's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression softening. Because it's too painful, isn't it? His voice was gentle now, almost sympathetic. Because no one else understands the burden you and Nova carry. No one else can possibly know what it feels like to lose everything and feel it happen from the inside. Joey's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. His fists still clenched, but the anger had faded into something else, fear. Vulnerability, rowan-healed wounds he and Nova shared. Dr. Zofram had peeled them open without hesitation. Joseph, Dr. Zofram continued softly, his tone taking on a personal weight. You've endured more than most people can imagine. You and Novas, you're connected in ways others wouldn't understand. You've felt each other's pain, carried each other's grief. But if you don't confront it, it will destroy you both. Joey's shoulders sagged slightly, the weight of Zedekis's words pressing down on him. Nova's presence in his mind was still there, strong as ever. But now there was something else. Something unspoken between them. The shared grief that neither of them had ever fully addressed. "I don't know how," Joey murmured, his voice barely audible. Lost in the swirling chaos of his thoughts, Doctor. Zofram leaned back, his enigmatic smile returning, though there was something darker behind it now. "You'll find a way, Joseph," he said quietly. "You're stronger than you realize, both of you are. That's what makes you different. And that's what makes you dangerous." Dr. Zofram stood, smoothing his coat as he prepared to leave, his demeanor shifting back to professional calm. "I'd say today's session was quite productive," he remarked, his tone returning to its measure-read controlled cadence. "We've uncovered a lot, Joseph. You've taken important steps, both of you." His eyes flickered briefly to the hollow screens, where Nova's image still loomed. "I want to see you again next week. There's more to explore. And I think we've only just begun to scratch the surface of what's really holding you back." He paused at the door, casting one last glance at Joey, whose body remained tense, his mind still reeling from the session. "Think about what we discussed. There's more to confront. And it's not something you need to face alone." With that, Zofram turned and left the room, the door clicking shut behind him, leaving Joey and Nova in the thick silence of what had just been unearthed. Joey Blue DiMarco let out a deep breath as the door to Dr. Zofram's office slid shut behind him, cutting off the sterile air and tension-filled atmosphere of the room. For a moment paused in the hallway, letting the cool, recycled air of the military hospital wash over him. The space was alive with the buzz of staff and soldiers moving through their routines. Medics rushed between rooms. The soft murmur of conversation mixed with the hum of medical equipment, and the occasional clatter of a soldier's gear echoed down the halls. Nova's voice slipped into his mind, calm as always. "That was intense." Joey snorted, rubbing a hand over his face. "You have no idea." "Actually," she countered smoothly, "I might. We share a brain, remember?" He stopped mid-step, letting out a dry chuckle as he leaned against the wall. His eyes followed a group of medics wheeling a patient past, their faces set in a determined focus. "Fair point," he muttered, still. "You don't have to sit there and listen to that man question your entire existence." "No," Nova replied with a touch of sympathy. "But I do feel everything you feel. So technically we both had to sit through that." Joey sighed, the tension still hanging heavy on his shoulders. "Zedekis is something else. It's like he's got a PhD in finding the exact thing that pisses you off the most." "Advanced degree in emotional warfare," Nova mused. Joey chuckled again, the sound more bitter this time as he straightened and resumed walking. "Let's get some coffee. I'm done being psychoanalyzed for the day." "Coffee's a good call. Much better than throwing Zofram out a window, which I calculated as the next most likely scenario." Nova quipped. Joey smirked, shaking his head. "You think I'd waste the effort on that guy?" "My ego bruised, not my back." They made their way down the hall, passing soldiers in various stages of recovery, their conversations blending with the steady hum of medical devices. The mess hall was near beyond the promise of strong, bitter coffee pulled Joey forward, his pace quickening. He caught sight of a few familiar faces, veterans of past campaigns, old comrades who gave him a nod as they passed. Others avoided eye contact, uncomfortable with what Joey had become since the mission. Speaking of discomfort, Nova interrupted, her voice cutting through his thoughts. "I've been digging into how Servo managed to access your HUD camera during the last simulation." Joey's jaw tightened at the memory. Servo's breach still made his skin crawl. "Yeah, and I haven't cracked it yet," Nova admitted, the frustration in her voice matching his own. "He used something different. A method we haven't seen before. I'm working on it." Joey frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Damn it. That guy's always 2 steps ahead. Nova's voice softened, reassuring. I'll figure it out. He might be clever, but I'm relentless. That's why I keep you around, Joey muttered, though his tone lightened a bit. Well, that and your sparkling personality, please. Nova shot back, you're only here for my good looks. Joey chuckled as they approached the mess hall, its doors sliding open to reveal the bustling space inside. Soldiers and staff moved between tables, some grabbing meals, others lost in quiet conversations. The smell of brewing coffee filled the air, dark and rich. Joey's body relaxed slightly, the familiar scent grounding him. He headed straight for the coffee dispenser, filling a cup with the inky black liquid. There we go, he murmured, taking a slow sip. The real medicine, you're going to develop a dependency. Nova said, her tone mock serious. Soon you'll be held together by caffeine and sarcasm. Joey smirked, cradling the cup between his hands. Hey, duct tape and coffee, it's been working for me so far. Nova remained quiet for a moment before adding, speaking of being held together, are you? Joey's smirk faltered, but he caught himself quickly. Held together, please, I'm a well-oiled machine. Just a few upgrades shy of invincible. You deflect with humor every time, Nova replied, a touch of sadness in her voice. You know that, right? Joey shrugged, leaning back against one of the tables as he watched the room. Medics moved between the injured soldiers, checking on IVs and reading charts. Others grabbed trays of food and cups of coffee, looking to catch a moment of peace before their next assignment. He raised his cup to his lips, letting the warmth soothe him for a second before answering. Deflecting is part of my charm, he said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nova sighed softly in his mind, broken Joey. You know it, and if you're broken, then I'm broken too. Joey fell silent, staring into his coffee. The grin that had danced on his face moments ago faded as the weight of her words settled over him. He wasn't sure how to respond to that, he never was. There was no real humor left to hide behind when she was this direct. I know, he whispered, the words barely leaving his lips. The mess hall bustled around him, but Joey was somewhere else, lost in the truth that Nova had voiced. The bond they shared went beyond simple companionship or even combat efficiency. Their minds were connected in ways that few could understand. When he suffered, she did too. When his thoughts spiraled into the dark places he refused to acknowledge, Nova was there, feeling it all just as intensely. But she didn't push, she never did. After a long pause, Nova broke the silence, her voice softer. There's something else. I've made some updates for your next set of simulations. Joey perked up, grateful for the shift in topic. Yes. Hit me with it. I've optimized your grid walking efficiency by 8%. You'll be able to jump farther with less energy drain. Nova began, her tone slipping back into its usual calculated calm. I've also tightened the neural interface to improve your reaction time by about 0.2 seconds. You'll notice it, especially in high-intensity situations. Nice. Joey said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. That'll give me the edge. And I've tweaked your combat maneuvering algorithms. Nova continued. Your last run showed a slight delay in how quickly you recovered from dodges, especially during high-speed encounters. I've smoothed that out, so your movements should be more fluid now. Joey took another sip of coffee, nodding as she listed off the improvements. What about my accuracy? I knew you'd ask, Nova replied, her voice tinged with amusement. I noticed a dip in your long-range precision during Simulation 3. I've reworked the targeting parameters, so your marksmanship should be back to where it was. He smirked, always fixing my screw-ups, huh? Not screw-ups, Nova corrected. Just opportunities for improvement. Right, Joey chuckled, finishing off his coffee. Well, as long as I'm improving, I'll take it. The mess hall continued to hum around them, the clatter of trays and soft conversations filling the space. Joey set his empty cup down and crossed his arms, glancing at a few soldiers seated at a nearby table. They were laughing, one of them making some wild hand gestures while the others leaned, hanging on every word for a moment. Joey found himself envying the ease with which they interacted. The camaraderie, the simplicity. Simulation 4 is tomorrow, Nova said. Bringing his focus back. Do you want to go over the mission parameters tonight? Joey shook his head, standing up and stretching out his shoulders. Nah, not tonight, let's clear our heads first. We can focus on that later. Nova didn't push, she never did. She let the quiet settle between them. Giving Joey the space he needed, he rolled his neck, feeling some of the tension finally start to drain away. The mess hall, the coffee, the chatter of soldiers going about their lives, it was all grounding, keeping him tethered to something tangible. For now, that was enough, Joey said after a moment. His voice lighter, I think you're right. I'm definitely being held together by coffee at this point. If I ever stop drinking it, my organs might revolt. I'll note that in your medical records. Nova replied dryly. Official cause of death, lack of caffeine. Prognosis, grim. Joey grinned, pushing away from the table. Better make sure I'm well stocked then. I've got too much to do to let a coffee shortage take me out. Wouldn't dream of it, Nova said, and for a brief moment. He swore he could feel her smile too. Joey downed the last sip of his coffee, the warmth lingering in his chest. As much as he tried to lose himself in the quiet hum of the mess hall, his mind was already drifting toward what came next. We should head to Solari Delta soon, he said. His voice low but steady. He set the empty cup down with a soft clink, straightening his posture. The thought of seeing Black's parents tugged at something deep inside him, a mix of comfort and bittersweet memories. Visiting them was always a welcome distraction, though it never quite erased the ache. Nova. Always one step ahead, responded with a soft hum in his mind. Already on it. I've made a reservation for our teleport to the city. I'll notify the Imperator and Overseer that you've completed your session with Zofram. Thanks, Joey muttered, though there was an edge of weariness in his voice. The constant reminders of command and duty weighed heavy, even in moments of respite. As they made their way through the mess hall, weaving past tables filled with soldiers lost in their own conversations, Joey found his mind wandering to something far more whimsical. You think Black's mom made cookies or pie tonight? He asked, his lips curving into a soft grin. The thought was almost enough to lift the lingering tension. Nova's voice warmed in response as if shadow. Enjoyed the lightness, my money's on pie. She was experimenting with some kind of exotic berry the last time we visited. Remember, Joey chuckled at the memory. She's always experimenting, I swear, one of these days. We're going to walk in and find her running a full lab in the kitchen. Likely, Nova agreed. She'd probably have the best tasting research notes. As they left the mess hall behind, the hum of the hospital faded, replaced by the low thrum of the ship's systems. Soldiers passed them in the halls, some nodding in acknowledgement, others too focused on their tasks to notice. Joey's stride was steady, but there was a new lightness to it. The thought of spending the evening with Black's parents, providing a welcome distraction from the heaviness of Zofram's probing. Do you think Black's dad will challenge me to chess again? Nova asked, her voice laced with just the slightest hint of anticipation. Joey snorted, without a doubt, the man's stubborn. He still thinks he's going to beat you one of these days. I appreciate his optimism, Nova replied, her tone playful. But I have a 99.9% win rate, I think I'll be just fine. Joey shook his head, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. You're ruthless, Nova. One day you're going to crush his spirit. I would never, Nova said innocently. But I do enjoy a challenge besides. Someone has to keep his competitive streak in check. Joey could almost picture her smirking in that mischievous, analytical way she did when she was confident in her victory. It was one of those small things that kept him grounded, reminding him that Nova, even with all her precision, had a personality, a spark of life that made her more than just code. As they approached the teleportation pad, Joey paused, his hand brushing the cold steel of the nearby wall. He could feel the steady pulse of the ship's systems beneath his fingertips, a constant rhythm that matched the beat of his own heart. For a brief moment, he let himself exist in that space, in the quiet before the jump. in the anticipation of seeing familiar faces again. I've notified the Imperator and Overseer, Nova confirmed. Her voice gentle, everything is set for your visit. We'll be at Solari Delta soon, Joey nodded. His gaze focused on the teleport pad as it powered up. The light began to pulse, casting soft shadows along the walls of the corridor. Good, he said quietly, I could use the company. And the pie, Nova added, her tone light. Joey smirked, stepping onto the pad, especially the pie. With a final pulse of light, they vanished, leaving behind the sterile walls of the military hospital as they headed toward the warmth and familiarity of Solari Delta, toward friends, family, and for a brief escape from the storm inside. The late afternoon sun was just beginning to dip behind the horizon as Joey Blue Di Marco materialized in the heart of Solari Delta. The faint hum of the teleportation pad still ringing in his ears. The cool evening breeze carried the smell of freshly watered gardens and the distant sounds of life that always buzzed through the city. Solari Delta's landscape was a blend of natural beauty and human innovation. With towering arcologies rising out of the fertile Nile Delta and winding rivers snaking their way through the lush greenery. The megacity stood in stark contrast to the devastated world it had risen from. A symbol of resilience and hope, Joey took a deep breath, letting the warmth, earthy air fill his lungs as he began walking toward Black's family home. This was a place he visited often, a sanctuary of sorts. Black's parents had made a life here, and their home reflected that, a small house with a yard, a garden and a terrace. It wasn't large, but it was enough. It was peaceful, a sharp contrast to the chaos that seemed to follow Joey wherever he went. The walk through the neighborhood was quiet, filled only with the sounds of nature and the hum of distant city life. Solari Delta's mix of organic and futuristic architecture gave it an almost otherworldly charm, gleaming buildings nestled between lush gardens and quiet streams. A testament to humanity's will to rebuild. Joey had always admired this city. Unlike the cold steel of Syncarian or the sprawling industrial complexes of Coralvault, Solari Delta had managed to blend the beauty of the natural world with the progress of the future. It was the kind of place that gave people hope, something Joey had struggled to hold onto for a long time. As he neared the house, the scent of food wafted toward him, something hearty and rich. A meal that only someone who cooked with love could prepare. Black's mom, no doubt, had been at it for hours. Joey smiled to himself. The thought of her bustling around the kitchen always brought a sense of warmth. It reminded him of the times he and Black had sat around, swapping stories while devouring plate after plate of her cooking. The house came into view, its warm yellow light spilling out onto the terrace. He could already see the familiar silhouette of Black's mom moving inside. The sight tugged at something deep inside Joey, comfort. And a touch of sorrow. She always kept the house lively, despite the unspoken grief that hovered in the corners. It was in the details, the way the light glowed softly through the windows, the smell of fresh herbs from the garden that surrounded the small house, the laughter that once filled the rooms. It felt like home, even if it wasn't his. He paused for a moment at the gates, his hand hovering over the latch. The thought crept into his mind before he could stop it. Would my family have been like this? If they'd survived Countdown. His family hadn't been in Chicago like Black's. When the invasion began, they were in Rome. His father's, an archaeologist, had been presenting an artifact he'd uncovered to a group of world leaders. Joey's mother, an anthropologist, had been at his side, as she always was during his research presentations. They had moved around constantly, following projects, always seeking history's secrets, always on the edge of discovery. Joey had spent much of his childhood traveling with them, learning about the world through their work. But in Rome, it had all ended. The skies turned red and fire rained down. Joey had been there with them watching the presentation, not knowing it would be the last time they would be together. The invasion swept through, devastating everything in its path. By the time Joey had been pulled to safety, Rome had fallen. His parents, his entire world, were gone. He shook his head, pushing the thought away. It was too painful, too impossible to dwell on. His family was gone. All that remained now were the bonds he'd forged with those he fought alongside. Black had been his brother in everything but blood. And now even that connection was severed. Joey knocked lightly but before he could step back. The door swung open, revealing Black's mom. Her face lighting up the moment she saw him. "Joey, dear," she exclaimed, pulling him into a warm hug before he had a chance to say anything. Her apron was dusted with flour, her hands slightly stained from what looked like hours of cooking. She pulled back, beaming up at him, just in time. "I've been cooking up a storm," he smiled, the tension from earlier slipping away under the warmth of her welcome. "Smells amazing in here," he said, stepping inside. "I'm guessing pie, right?" Her eyes twinkled as she closed the door behind him. "Pie and cookies," she said proudly, wiping her hands on her aprons. "I know how much you and Nova love them." "Nova's going to be thrilled," Joey chuckled, shaking his head. "She's been bugging me all day about whether it'd be pie or cookies." "Smart girl," Black's mom said with a wink. "She knows what's important." Joey made his way into the living room, where the scent of fresh-baked goods and savory dishes blended together in a warm, homely way. The house was modest but filled with character. Family photos lined the walls, showing generations of smiling faces. The living room had a large, comfortable couch, and the wooden coffee table was already set with plates and glasses. Everything here felt so different from the sterile, utilitarian spaces Joey was used to on base. This was a home. He could feel it in every detail: the worn books on the shelves, the knickknacks that told stories of a long life lived together, the quilt draped over the couch that had probably been passed down through the family for generations. There was a warmth here that Joey hadn't realized he'd missed until now. This wasn't just a place to sleep. This was where life happened, where memories were made, where love lingered in the very air. Black would have loved this place, Joey said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. His eyes drifted over to a photo on the mantel. Black, his arm slung casually around Joey's shoulders, both of them grinning like idiots after a victory. That moment felt like a lifetime ago. Black's mom walked over, her gaze soft as she looked at the same photo. "He did," she said, her voice quiet. "This place." "It was his piece," Joey nodded, sinking into one of the chairs as Black's mom brought out a tray of food. The rich smells of home-cooked dishes filled the air: savory roasts, freshly baked bread, and the unmistakable sweetness of cookies still warm from the oven. The warmth and aroma brought back memories of shared meals with Black, the quiet moments they'd had in between missions, always feeling like a brief but much-needed escape from the war. "You know," Joey started, his voice soft as he stared down at the steam rising from the plates, "I was thinking about him on the way over here. How he'd always jump in to help anyone who needed it, whether it was hauling equipment or just giving someone a pep talk when things got rough." Black's mom looked up from setting the tray, a soft smile playing on her lips as she sat down across from Joey. Her eyes were misty, reflecting 1,000 untold stories. Joey could tell she wanted to hear more, that she needed these memories as much as he did. "He was like a force of nature," Joey continued, leaning back into the chair, his eyes drifting up toward the ceiling as he let the memories wash over him. "We could be dead on our feet after a mission, everyone else complaining, wanting to rest, and there Black was, jumping in to lift the heaviest gear without being asked. Like he had this endless reserve of energy." Black's mom chuckled softly, shaking her head. "He was always stubborn like that. He'd never let anyone else see him tired." Joey smiled at that. "Yeah, even when he was worn out, you wouldn't know it. And when the rest of us wanted to collapse, he'd get us laughing instead. I remember this one time. We'd been in the field for days, barely sleeping, just trying to get through, and out of nowhere, Black starts telling this ridiculous story about how he once chased a wild boar down a hill. Thinking it was a stray dog, her eyes lit up with amusement. And she leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "Did he actually?" Joey shook his head, grinning. "No idea. But the way he told it, you'd believe him. He had us all in stitches, laughing so hard we forgot how exhausted we were. He was like that no matter how bad things got." He had this way of making you feel like you could handle it. Black's mom nodded slowly, her fingers tracing the edge of the tablecloth. He always had this ability to bring out the best in people. It wasn't just that he was strong, he was steady. A rock, really. Joey looked at her, feeling the weight of her words, and knew she wasn't just talking about missions. Yeah, he said quietly, he was. There were days where I'd be ready to throw in the towel, thinking we were all in over our heads. And he'd pull me aside and remind me of why we were fighting, what it was all for. And I'd believe him because he believed it so strongly. She smiled sadly, and Joey could see the depth of her pride and grief intertwined. He got that from his father, she said, her voice almost a whisper. That deep sense of right and wrong. He couldn't stand seeing injustice, it drove him. Joey nodded again, the memories coming in clearer waves. He never backed down no matter how hard it got, I remembered. There was this one mission where we got hit harder than we expected, ambushed. Everyone was scrambling to regroup but Black. He ran straight into the fray, not to attack, but to shield the civilians who'd been caught in the crossfire. He didn't hesitate for a second. Took hit after hit, but he wouldn't let them fall. Her eyes glistened as she listened, her hands clasped in front of her. He always put others first, Joey swallowed hard, the emotion of the memory catching in his throat. That's who he was. Even when it would have made sense to retreat. To think about himself, he never did. He was stubborn that way. Black's mom smiled softly, her gaze distant as though she was seeing her son in front of her. Stubborn, she repeated almost fondly. I remember when he was a boy. He'd get into the same sort of trouble. Always standing up for the younger kids at school. Refusing to let anyone be bullied. He wasn't the biggest kid, but that didn't stop him. He had this way of looking at people, like he could see right through them. It scared the bullies off more often than not. Joey chuckled at the thought of a young Black standing his ground against the world. Sounds like him. He had that same look in the field. That look that made you feel like you were safe, even when everything was going to hell. They sat in silence for a moment, the memories filling the space between them. Warm and bittersweet, Joey could feel the ache in his chest. But it wasn't a painful ache. It was the kind of ache that came from remembering someone so good. Someone who had left such a lasting impact. He was a leader, Joey continued, his voice quieter now. Not because he had to be, but because he wanted to be. I think about all the times he made the hard calls. The ones the rest of us didn't want to make. He carried the weight of those decisions. But he never let it break him. Black's mom smiled, though her eyes were glassy with unshed tears. That's how he was raised, his father and I. We tried to teach him that you don't shy away from doing what's right. Even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Joey nodded, his heart heavy with both the grief of loss and the comfort of memory. He took that lesson to heart, he said softly. I think it's what made him so untouchable in a way. He was always there, always strong. Even when the rest of us weren't. Black's mom sat back in her chair, wiping the corner of her eye discreetly. I miss him every day, she admitted. But hearing you talk about him like this, it helps. It makes me feel like he's still here in some way. Joey smiled gently, feeling the same. He is. In all of us who were lucky enough to know him. For a long moment the room was silent again, the weight of memory settling around them like a blanket. Outside of the evening light faded, casting long shadows across the terrace. But inside the warmth remained, fueled by Storisby love. And by the unbreakable bond of a shared loss. As the quiet moment between Joey and Black's mom lingered, the faint sound of chess pieces being moved from the next room broke the stillness. Joey turned his head toward the den, a grin spreading across his face. He could already hear the playful banter echoing through the house, signaling that Nova and Black's dad were well into their usual chess battle. I think Nova's getting a little carried away, Joey remarked, chuckling as the sound of ominous music began to filter into the room, intensifying as the game went on. Black's mom smiled knowingly, wiping her hands on her apron. Oh, she always does. I think she enjoys teasing him more than winning. Joey pushed back from the table and nodded toward the den. I should go check on them. It sounds like things are heating up. Black's mom nodded with a soft laugh. Go ahead. I'll finish up here. Joey made his way into the den. Stepping into a small but cozy space filled with the smell of old books and the warmth of family. The chessboard sat on a table between two chairs. Black's dad hunched over the board, his brow furrowed in concentration, and Nova's holographic form flickering across from him. Her face lit with playful amusement. Careful there. Nova teased, her voice laced with light-hearted mockery. That knight's not just for decoration, you know. You might want to think about where you're moving it. Black's dad grunted, his eyes narrowing as he studied the board. He didn't respond to Nova's teasing, but Joey could see the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was determined, even if Nova was making the game as theatrical as possible. Joey couldn't help but grin as he stepped closer to the board. The room suddenly filled with tense, dramatic music, the kind of soundtrack you'd hear in the final showdown of a movie. Really, Nova? Joey asked, crossing his arms as he stood behind Black's dad. Tense music? You trying to make him sweat? Nova flicked her gaze toward Joey, her grin widening. Of course, every good chess match needs a dramatic score. It's for ambience. Black's dad rolled his eyes, but Joey could tell he was enjoying the challenge. You think a little music is going to throw me off? He grumbled, finally moving his knight with a sharp clack of the piece. I've played in parks where people were yelling in my ear. This is nothing. Nova raised an eyebrow, her expression exaggerated with mock seriousness. Bold move, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper as though narrating for an audience. He's really going for it now. Let's see if it pays off. With the flick of her wrist, Nova moved her rook into position, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Check. Black's dad narrowed his eyes at the board, the music swelling in the background as the tension built. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You think you've got me, don't you? He muttered, his tone filled with challenge. I know I've got you, Nova replied, her smile widening as she leaned forward, clearly enjoying the game far too much. The dramatic music suddenly faded into the background, replaced by a soft ticking noise like a countdown. Black's dad shifted in his seat, his fingers hovering over a piece as he contemplated his next move. Joey chuckled, leaning against the doorway. She's ruthless, you know that, right? Black's dad shot him a quick glance, smirking. She may have her fancy algorithms, but I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. Nova let out a mock gasp. Oh, please. You've used every trick you've got, old man. I'm 3 moves ahead of you, Black's dad smirked, finally moving his queen into position. Oh, we'll see about that. The music swelled again, this time with an ominous tone, as Nova's eyes flicked over the board for a brief moment. She stayed silent, her holographic form still as if processing the move. Joey raised an eyebrow. Uh-oh. I think you've got her thinking, not for long. Nova quipped, her grin returning as she slid her bishop across the board. And a checkmate. The music came to a triumphant crescendo as she leaned back, clearly proud of herself. Another victory for the reigning champion. Black's dad stared at the board for a long moment, then let out a long sigh, shaking his head. Damn it. I was close that time. Close. Nova raised an eyebrow, her voice filled with playful disbelief. That's generous. I had you cornered 4 moves ago. Black's dad grumbled under his breath, though the twinkle in his eyes betrayed his enjoyment. Next time I'm going to have you. Nova smiled smugly, crossing her arms. You say that every time, and yet here we are. Another win for Nova's. Joey shook his head, grinning as he pushed off the doorway. You two should have your own TV show. This is too good. Black's dad leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. Yes, well, maybe next time I'll be the one with the dramatic music backing me up. That's got to count for something. I can arrange that. Nova replied, her voice dripping with faux sympathy. But it won't save you. The room filled with laughter, and for a moment, Joey could feel the tension of the world outside melt away. Here in this little home, surrounded by the people Black loved most, there was warmth, comfort, and a sense of belonging that he hadn't realized he needed, even if it was just for a while. As the music faded away and the playful banter continued, Joey found himself feeling a little more whole. As the laughter in the room finally died down, Joey glanced at the clock on the wall. It was getting late. And though he wished he could stay longer, he knew they had to call it a night. Nova, sensing the shift, looked toward him, her holographic form flickering with a soft glow. "Well," Joey said, pushing himself up from the chair, "it's about time we head out." Black's dad gave a mock sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair. "You're sparing me from another round, huh?" Nova smirked. "For now, you've earned a break, but next week, same time, same place." Black's dad grinned, a challenge already in his eyes. "You're on." Joey turned to Black's mom, who had been quietly watching their banter with a warm smile on her face. He could see the tiredness behind her eyes, though she did her best to hide it. "Thank you for everything," Joey said, his voice soft. "It's always good to be here." She stood and pulled him into a gentle hug, the warmth of her embrace filling him with a sense of peace. "It's good to have you, Joey. And you know you're always welcome." As they pulled apart, she walked over to the counter and grabbed a small box, wrapped in a cloth. "Here," she said, pressing it into Joey's hands. "Take this home. I made an extra pie for you and Nova." Joey blinked, feeling a grin spread across his face. "You didn't have to." "Nonsense," she interrupted, waving her hand. "You two need something sweet. Besides, it's Nova's favorite." At the mention of her name, Nova's holographic form perked up, her eyes widening in mock excitement. "Did someone say pie?" Joey chuckled, shaking his head as he accepted the box. "She can't even taste it." "I can't," Nova admitted, her holographic hands clasped together. "But I can feel the dopamine spike in Joey's brain when he tastes it. And honestly, that's good enough for me." Black's mom laughed softly, shaking her head. "Well, I'm glad I can contribute to that." With a final round of goodbyes, Joey and Nova made their way to the door. The warmth of the evening air greeted them as they stepped onto the terrace. The stars above twinkled against the night sky, casting a soft glow over the quiet neighborhood. Joey took a deep breath, letting the peace of the night settle over him. "We'll see you next week," Joey promised, turning back to Black's parents. "Same time." Black's mom smiled warmly. "We'll be here. And I'll be ready for a rematch," Black's dad added, a glint of determination in his eyes. Nova smirked. "Good luck with that. You'll need it." Joey gave them one last wave before heading down the path with Nova. The weight of the day felt lighter now, the warmth of Black's family and the comfort of their home lingering in his mind. As they walked, Nova's voice filled his thoughts. "Light and playful. I can't wait for that pie. You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to feeling your reaction to it." Joey grinned, glancing at the box in his hands. "I bet it'll be the highlight of the night." "Absolutely," Nova replied. "I can't taste it, but the dopamine spike in your brain when you do. That's the good stuff," Joey chuckled, picking up the pace. "You're going to be wired if it's as good as I'm expecting." "Let's hope it is. Now hurry up. That pie's not going to eat itself," Joey laughed, his steps quickening as they disappeared into the quiet night, the comfort of home and the promise of next week carrying them forward. The jungle canopy sprawled overhead, casting a web of shadow and light across the forest floor. Every now and then a golden ray pierced the dense leaves, painting shifting patterns on the ground. The air was thick with moisture, heavy with the earthy scent of the jungle, a mixture of moss, wet soil and the distant freshness of flowing water. Blue Dye Marco, the Blue Ranger, stood atop a rocky outcrop, his stance solid, eyes sharp as they swept across the vast, living terrain below. Though still, his mind was anything but idle, connected seamlessly with Nova through their neural link. She was ever present, monitoring, adjusting, preparing. All systems operational. Nova's voice, efficient and composed, echoed in his thoughts. "Everything is set for the test." "Good," Blue replied. His gaze lingered on the treetops, aware that somewhere below, Camilla Valert, his latest focus, was navigating her way through the jungle. He allowed a small, private smile. "Time to see if she's ready." Camilla was no ordinary recruit. Blue hadn't trained her, but Nova had. And a recommendation from Nova was worth more than any other commendation in the entire alliance. Camilla's dedication and raw talent had caught their attention. But it was Nova who had honed her potential, guiding her with precision and purpose. This moment was the culmination of that effort. "Camilla, do you read me?" Blue spoke into the comm link, his voice steady and calm. Loud and clear, sir, came her reply, tinged with excitement but underlined by the discipline Nova had drilled into her. Nova's voice was next calm but supportive. Slipping seamlessly into the link, "Remember, Camilla. This is your final evaluation before we move you to advanced ops. I know you're ready, focus on the environment. Feel the terrain beneath you, don't rush. I'm ready, Nova." Camilla responded. Confidence threading through her words, Blue smirked. "Remember, this isn't a simulation. These dummies are fully operational. And everything is set to real-world parameters, COGS. Quantrons per inhatrons, fully armed ready to engage. Your mission is to plant the mines at each artillery unit and recharging station. The blasts are set to stun, but don't get sloppy. Even a stun charge can knock you out, understood?" Camilla replied, her voice more grounded now with Nova's presence guiding her. Camilla moved swiftly, her athletic frame making easy work of the rugged terrain. The jungle seemed alive, but she was part of it, dodging branches, vaulting over fallen trees, her feet sure and light over the uneven ground. Her body felt strong, each stride reminding her of the countless hours she had spent training for moments like this. "You're doing well." Nova's voice was soft but encouraging in her mind. "Keep your momentum. Focus on the rhythm, but remember to adjust when necessary." Camilla nodded silently, her breathing deep and even. Each step was deliberate, her balance perfect. She navigated the landscape with precision. Her movements a testament to the drills Nova had walked her through time and time again. "First target in sight," Camilla whispered into the comm, her breath steady as she observed the distant artillery placement. Nova's tone became practical, "You know the procedure. Check for movement before you close in." Camilla crouched low, scanning the area. The first artillery unit was positioned between towering trees, its metallic surface gleaming under patches of sunlight. The area seemed clear, but Nova's lessons echoed in her mind, never assume. Always confirm, thermal imaging shows no activity. "You're clear," Nova confirmed with the intel in hand. Camilla darted forwards, her body moving with fluid grace as she reached the artillery unit. She knelt swiftly, touching the mine with practiced hands. The charge was small but potent, its metallic casing blending seamlessly with the underbrush. "First charge set," she reported, "and good. 2 more to go," Blue responded. Nova's voice remained steady, "Remember, the second artillery unit will have a wider patrol zone. Trust your instincts, but don't hesitate to adjust." Camilla pressed forward, her movements smooth as she ducked under vines and leaped over fallen branches. The rhythm of the jungle flowed around her, but she felt like part of the living environment, a shadow among shadows. Nova had always pushed her, forced her to be better, faster, and smarter. She could feel it now, this was the culmination of all their work. "Sir," she began after a beat of silence, "the recruits have been talking. They think you never really trained me, that it was all Nova." Blue's chuckle crackled through the comm. "That's because they're right. Nova's the one who got you here, I just watched." Nova cut in, her tone warmed. "What Blue means is that I saw something in you that others might have overlooked. And I don't waste my time, Camilla, you earned this. Every step you take in that jungle proves it." Camilla swallowed hard, a wave of pride swelling in her chest. "Thank you, Nova, I won't let you down." "You won't," Nova reassured, her voice calm as ever. "Now focus, the next patrol will cross your path soon." Camilla's eyes narrowed as she approached the second artillery unit. Vines draped low, the canopy growing thicker, but her body moved with fluid precision. She scaled a nearby tree with ease, pulling herself onto a sturdy branch and scanned the area. 2 cogs were stationed near the artillery, their golden heads reflecting the faintest glimmers of light. Recommendation set a distraction to draw them away. Nova advised Camilla reached for a small device, her fingers wrapping around it with certainty. She tossed it into the underbrush. The explosion sharp but controlled. The cogs whirred to life, turning in unison toward the disturbance. Now Blue's voice prompted with deft movements. Camilla descended from her perch, barely making a sound as she planted the second mine beneath the artillery. Her heart raced, but her hands were steady. Second charge set, excellent work, Nova chimed in, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction. Just the recharging station left. The sound of rushing water grew louder as Camilla approached the final target, a cog recharging station hidden within the rocky terrain near the waterfall. The air was cooler here, the mist from the falls hanging in the air like a veil, making everything slick with moisture. She could feel the dampness clinging to her skin, her boots splashing lightly as she crossed shallow pools of water. Final station ahead, Nova's voice was calm, offering guidance but no direct assistance. Multiple hostiles detected, stay low and keep quiet. Camilla crouched low, her muscles taut as she moved with deliberate care. The rocks underfoot were slick with algae and water, every step a potential hazard. The cool spray from the waterfall misted her face, and she blinked droplets away, focused entirely on keeping her balance. Her heart beat steadily as she approached the recharging station. A line of dummies standing idle, their systems interfacing with the station. Each cog, their golden heads gleaming faintly, was fully armed and ready for activation. Don't rush, Nova reminded her, breathes. Let the environment work for you, Camilla inhaled slowly, her mind sharpening as she surveyed the area. The roar of the waterfall provided natural cover. Masking the sound of her movements, she moved cautiously, keeping to the shadows of large rocks and ferns, using the jungle itself to remain unseen. There's no quiet way through this, she whispered. I'll need to create an opening. Exactly, Nova replied. Think of how to use the terrain to your advantage. Her eyes scanned the area, searching for weaknesses in the enemy's position. With quick thinking, she spotted the solution. She would set off a chain reaction, using the waterfall to mask the sound of a diversion. Timing was key. Camilla crawled closer, staying low as she slipped behind a large boulder. She planted the first mine on a structural beam near the station, tucking it beneath a cluster of vines, before moving to the base of the station where the power lines fed into the ground. With the mines in place, she edged back toward the rocks, knowing her window of escape would close soon as she moved. The mechanical whirring sound of a cog's viewport sliding open reached her ears. Her pulse quickened. Nova, she whispered, her breath steady but her mind racing. One of the cogs is scanning the area. You're on your own here, Camilla, Nova said calmly. Find a way to hide or evade, trust your instincts. Camilla nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. She resisted the urge to move too quickly, knowing that a hasty retreat could expose her instead. She crouched lower, pressing herself against the cold, slick surface of the rocks. The sound of the waterfall enveloped her for a moment. She stilled completely, her breath shallow. She needed to blend into the environment, becoming part of the terrain. The cog's scan lingered, its viewport sweeping the area. Camilla remained motionless, her body perfectly balanced on the slick stones. The mist clung to her skin, helping her blend into the wet landscape, her form obscured by the natural camouflage of the waterfall's spray. She calculated the timing in her head, waiting for the exact moment when the cog's scanning pattern would shift. When the opportunity came, she moved, not a rush, but a silent glide, her body slipping from one shadow to the next, using the jagged rocks to conceal her form. She could feel the cog's gaze pass over her position, but she remained hidden, her presence undetected. Nice move, Nova remarked in her calm, guiding tone. You're almost clear, get ready for extraction. Camilla continued her stealthy retreat, moving away from the cog patrol as she neared the rocky outcrop where Blue waited. Her breath was controlled, her mind sharp. She'd done it on her own, no interference, just guidance. That was Nova's way, you made it, Blue said as she arrived, handing her the detonator. Care to do the honors? Camilla accepted the detonator from Blue, her hands trembling slightly, not from nerves, but from the overwhelming rush of adrenaline coursing through her. Her heart pounded in her chest. But this wasn't fear or uncertainty, this was triumph. She had done it, every ounce of sweat, every moment of doubt. Every relentless drill that Nova had put her through had led to this moment. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, reflecting the jungle's vibrant greens and the metallic shimmer of the detonator in her grip. The weight of it felt like the final key to unlocking her potential. For so long, she had trained under the watchful eyes of Nova and Blue, always pushing herself to prove that she was worthy. And now as she stood here at the edge of the jungle, overlooking the destruction she had orchestrated, she felt the validation she had been craving. On 3. She asked, her voice steady but underneath. She could feel the pulse of her career about to shift, about to take a step forward into something greater. Blue met her gaze, offering a nod that was more than just a signal to begin. It was a confirmation, a silent acknowledgement that he saw what she had achieved. What she had earned. On 3, he replied, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Camilla tightened her grip on the detonator, feeling its cold surface press against her palm. In that moment, the world seemed to slow. The roar of the waterfall in the distance fading into the background. The sounds of the jungled hum of life around her, all muted as her focus narrowed to this singular point of action. She had been in control of the entire trial. Each decision hers to make. Each movement calculated and executed to perfection. Now this was her moment of release, her victory. 1, she began, her voice soft, almost reverent. 2, Blue echoed, his tone calm but edged with pride. 3, they said in unison. She pressed the button. The jungle was still for a heartbeat, then. In the next instant, the horizon burst into a brilliant explosion of light and fire. A rush of heat followed as the recharging station detonated, sending plumes of smoke into the sky, the shockwave rippling through the trees. It was everything she had imagined, the controlled chaos. The power of her actions manifesting in a display of pure destruction. The cogs, overwhelmed by the blasts, collapsed in a shower of sparks, their systems failing as the station imploded. For a brief moment, the jungle was bathed in the glow of the explosions, fireballs blossoming upward before fading into columns of smoke. Camilla stood there, her breath caught in her chest as she watched the scene unfold. The feeling of accomplishment surged through her, a validation that ran deeper than any simple praise or accolade. She had done this, she had completed the trial and proven, not just to Nova and Blue but to herself, that she was more than capable of stepping into the next phase of her career. The excitement built inside her, an electric current running just beneath her skin, charging her for what was to come. Fireworks achieved. Nova commented, her tone as dry as ever. But there was something softer beneath it, an acknowledgement of a job well done. Camilla let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, a wide grin spreading across her face. Her heart felt lighter, her entire body buzzing with the realization that she was ready for more. This was it, this was the moment where everything would change. No longer just a recruit. No longer the girl who had been trained and tested. She was ready to move forward, to step into the bigger missions, the more dangerous challenges, and to carve out her place within the Alliance. You handled yourself well, Blue said, his voice breaking through the lingering echo of the explosions. His words carried weight, more than just the typical post-mission debrief. There was pride there, genuine pride, thank Yausir. Camilla replied, still catching her breath. Her eyes remained fixed on the smoke rising from the jungle, the remnants of her success. But her mind was already moving forward, envisioning what came next, the missions she would be assigned to, the new opportunities awaiting her. The jungle had settled into an eerie calm, the echoes of explosions long gone, leaving only the quiet rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the waterfall. Smoke still drifted lazily in the air from the demolished artillery placements, a faint reminder of the trial Camilla had just completed. She stood before Blue and Nova, her breath still coming in steady, controlled bursts. This was more than just the end of a training scenario, it was a turning point. Blue watched her closely, his arms crossed over his chest. His stance relaxed but his gaze sharp. His mind was already assessing her performance. Though the slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth suggested he was pleased with what he saw. Nova's holographic form flickered into view beside him. Her image projected from a portable device Blue had placed on a nearby rock. Though her face remained expressionless, her presence was unmistakable. She was as much a part of this evaluation as Blue. Perhaps more so, you handled yourself well today, Camilla. Blue began, his voice even, though there was an unmistakable note of pride. Better than well, actually. You didn't just follow orders, you demonstrated something more important. You showed us that you can trust your commanders, but also act independently when the situation calls for it. Camilla stood straighter, the weight of his words sinking in. She'd felt the pressure during the trial, but to hear Blue acknowledge her ability to think and act on her own, it felt like validation in its purest form. Nova's voice followed, smooth and precise. You engineered outcomes, Camilla. Not everyone can take a situation that goes off script and still come out on top. You kept your composure under pressure. And that's something we don't see in many recruits. Her projection flickered slightly as she added. Most crack when things go sideways, but you adapted. You stayed in control. Camilla felt her heart swell at the words. Pride swelling in her chest. This wasn't just any praise. This was recognition from a ranger and an AI whose recommendations were more valuable than any other in the entire alliance. That's why we're recommending you for officer school. Blue continued, his tone more serious now. And because that recommendation is coming from us, it means your career is about to take off faster than most people could ever dream of. Camilla blinked, her breath catching in her throat. Officer school, she repeated, her voice filled with disbelief. She had hoped for a positive evaluation, but this was far beyond what she had expected. Nova nodded, her holographic form flickering with intensity. Yes, officer school. You've shown not just talent but drive, character. And that's what makes the difference, her tone softened. But there was an edge to it, a warning perhaps. But understand, Camilla, this is just the beginning. What you've seen today, it's the first step from here on out. The scenarios we put you through will be even more difficult. They'll test your ambition, your dedication, and most importantly, your character. This is where we find out what you're really made of. Blue crossed his arms again, nodding in agreement. This trial wasn't just another training exercise, Camilla. It was designed specifically for you. Every decision you made, every action you took, it was all part of a bigger test. And you passed. For a moment, Camilla stood frozen, the weight of the moment crashing over her. This wasn't just another day in the field. This was the turning point she had been working toward. And the reality of it hit her with full force. She was going to officer school. Her career was about to be fast-tracked because of the trust Blue and Nova had in her abilities. But then Blue's tone shifted, becoming a little more personal. There's something else you should know, Camilla, he said. His gaze steady on hers, he looked into your background. More than just the standard evaluations. Camilla frowned slightly, unsure where this was going. During countdown, Blue continued. You saved those children. You hid them away, protected them from the chaos. You made sure they survived. Camilla's heart stopped for a moment. She had never spoken about that time, how she had acted instinctively, doing whatever she could to keep those kids safe. She hadn't realized Blue knew about it. That was a remarkable achievement given the situation. He said, his voice softer now, but now. We're going to teach you something different. We're going to show you how to go beyond that. How to take the offense. That's the kind of soldier we're training you to become. Nova chimed in, her voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of something darker. What if you couldn't hide, Camilla? What if the only way forward was to face the enemy head-on? That's what we're preparing you for. You've proven you can survive now. It's time to learn how to fight back. Camilla nodded, the weight of their words settling in. They were right, she had done what she needed to survive during the countdown. But now, they were offering her the chance to learn how to take the offensive. How to be the kind of soldier who leads rather than just reacts. But before she could say anything more, Blue's expression shifted again, his smile returning. Red taught me something important a long time ago, he said. His tone turning reflective for a moment. You use the most qualified person for the task they're best suited for. And with you, Camilla, we're using that same principle. You're ready for this, Camilla felt a flush of pride, knowing that her journey ahead was being guided by the very lessons that had been passed down from Red. A legendary leader. She stood a little taller, knowing she was on the right path. Blue gave her a grin, but that's enough for today. You've earned a break, he glanced at Nova with a smirk. What do you say, Pi? Camilla blinked, a grin breaking across her face as the tension of the moment finally lifted. Pi, yeah, I could definitely go for that. As they began walking back toward the transport, Nova's holographic form flickering as she floated beside them, Camilla couldn't help but ask something that had been on her mind since the scenario. Sir, about Nova taking your appearance. You said it during the trial. Do you really let her impersonate you? Blue laughed. Though it wasn't because he was surprised she asked. It was more because he hadn't expected to be so honest with her. Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? It's not a big deal, though. It's pretty regular. Nova handles a lot of the structured stuff, early morning drills. Boot camp sessions. Red taught me something important. Always use the most qualified person for the task they're best suited for. Nova's better suited for that than I am. Nova flickered, her voice chiming in with a playful tone. I call it optimizing operational efficiency. You'll appreciate it more when I'm your evil AI overlord. Blue rolled his eyes, yeah. Keeps the fleshies guessing, he glanced back at Camilla. But no worries, I don't let her impersonate me too often. Just for the boring stuff. Camilla laughed, shaking her head. That actually makes a lot of sense. Nova gave an exaggerated sigh. One day, you'll all appreciate my methods when I'm running the world with absolute efficiency. Blue chuckled, but Camilla couldn't help but wonder if there was more truth to Nova's jokes than anyone realized. Either way, she was part of something bigger now. And that meant trusting the team, even when one of them was a little unpredictable. Camilla could still feel the electric thrill of accomplishment racing through her veins. She had done it, proven herself in the eyes of Blue and Nova. The rush of success, the validation of her skills, left her heart beating in sync with the jungle's pulse. Every leafy shadow cast by the canopy above seemed sharper, clearer, more vivid. Her entire future seemed to stretch out before her in that moment. Officer school, fast-tracked missions, everything she had trained for. The air around them was humid and alive, the distant sounds of wildlife mixing with the rustling of leaves. But the peace was shattered as Nova's voice cut through the atmosphere like a sharpened blade. Blue, she said, her tone rigid, crackling with urgency. We have an incoming signal. The shift was immediate. Camilla's breath hitched, and the heat of the jungle was suddenly replaced by a cold ripple of dread. The sudden tension in Blue's body was palpable, his entire stance straightening, his head snapping toward Nova's projection as if waiting for the other shoe to drop. What kind of signal? Blue's voice had dropped into something colder, more focused. Every syllable carried an edge of command. Nova's holographic form shimmered, her eyes flickering as she processed the fragmented data. A ship entering Earth's atmosphere at high velocity. It's not supposed to be here. Camilla's stomach twisted, her earlier confidence sinking into a pit of confusion. She looked between them, her pulse quickening as her mind tried to make sense of what was happening. A ship from where? Details Nova now. Blue's voice was as sharp as a blade, cutting through Camilla's rising questions. His entire demeanor had changed, becoming rigid and coiled, like a predator sensing an approaching threat. Nova's hologram flickered, the data streaming faster. Its acquisition and origin, she began, her voice calm but urgent. The ship is classified as Blade Surge. I've triangulated its trajectory using sensor data from the megacity's towers and locked onto its GPS signature. It's coming in for a crash landing 2 kilometers north. Acquisition, Blue repeated, his voice rougher now, as if he could hardly believe what he was hearing. Blade Surge was destroyed in 2015, Nova's tone was steady. Analytical, but there was a deeper edge to her words. I've confirmed the this is no mistake. The ship is real and it's coming down fast. We don't have time to figure out how it got here. Camilla's skin tingled with the shock of it all. Her mind was spinning, but she forced herself to focus. To absorb the gravity of the situation, crash landing. 2 kilometers north. The words echoed in her mind like a storm. This wasn't a simulation, this wasn't just another trial. This was something far more dangerous. Sir, what should I, Camilla? Blue's voice was hard. Commanding Gan left no room for hesitation. You need to get to the transport. Report this to command immediately. Relay the ship's ID and expected crash zone. Request reinforcements, air tactical. And armored divisions. He paused for a brief second, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. Take the stun setting off your weapon, no one and nothing stops you from reaching that transport. You get this to command no matter what. Camilla blinked, the weight of his words sinking in. The stun setting off. Her hand instinctively moved toward the weapon at her hip. Her pulse quickening, this was real. The seriousness in Blue's voice hit her harder than the heat of the jungle sun. She nodded, swallowing her fear as her hand brushed the weapon's controls, adjusting it to lethal. Understood, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Her training instincts kicked in, and she turned to head for the transporter, body tense. Muscles coiled, but before she could move, the ground beneath her feet trembled, a low, rumbling vibration that spread through the earth like a slow-building storm. Sir, her voice wavered, fear creeping into her chest. Blue's eyes snapped to the horizon, scanning the northern sky-high's jaw-clenching, Nova. He colored, his tone tighter now. How long until impact? The ground shuddered again, more violently this time. The rumbling grew louder, and the sky to the north began to glow. A distant roar echoed across the jungle, faint at first but growing steadily louder. A monstrous sound that rattled Camilla's bones. The ship's descent is rapid, Nova responded. Her hologram flickering, impact imminent. Camilla's heart raced, her eyes darting to the treetops where the clouds were beginning to burn. She could see it now, a streak of fire slicing through the sky, moving impossibly fast, growing larger with every second. The blade surge was hurtling toward them like a falling star, its flames licking at the sky as it plummeted through the atmosphere. Her breath caught in her throat. This was really happening. Go, Blue ordered, his voice snapping her back to reality. Get to the transport now. Camilla's legs moved before her mind could catch up, adrenaline pumping through her veins. She sprinted toward the transport, the weight of her weapon in her hand feeling heavier than ever. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shake, the roar of the descending ship drowning out every other sound. She had to reach command, she had to report this. Each step felt longer than the last, the air thick with tension and fear. The jungle around her seemed to warp as the distant roar grew louder, the sky above burning as the ship closed in. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. Her hand gripped her weapon tightly, ready for anything that might stand in her way. Back where she had left them, Blue stood rooted to the spot, his eyes never leaving the horizon. The rumbling beneath his feet grew stronger with each passing second, the sound of the ship's descent reaching a deafening pitch. Nova, he said, his voice strained but controlled. Keep monitoring its descent. The ship's hull is disintegrating from re-entry. Nova reported, her hologram flickering wildly. But it's still on course for impact. The jungle itself seemed to tremble as the ship hurtled toward the earth. Blue could see it now, a massive hulk of burning metal tearing through the sky, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The blade surge was coming in hot and fast, and there was nothing stopping it. Brace for impact. Nova's voice rang out over the roaring wind as the ship hurtled toward the earth. And then in a blinding flash of fire and metal, the blade surge collided with the ground. The impact shook the jungle to its core, trees were uprooted. The earth cracked open as the massive vessel skidded across the landscape, flattening everything in its paths. A shockwave rippled through the ground, sending debris flying in every direction. The roar of the crash was deafening, drowning out everything but the sheer power of the ship's descent. Blue staggered, raising an arm to shield his face from the wave of heat and dust that followed. The ship's wreckage came to a grinding halt, its hull torn apart, flames licking at the remains of its once mighty structure. Smoke billowed into the sky, dark and thick, obscuring the sun's status. Blue called out, his voice rough as he straightened up. Eyes locked on the wreckage, Nova's hologram flickered beside him, her expression unreadable. "The ship is down," she said, her voice tense. "I'm scanning for life signs." Blue's feet pounded against the forest floor as he sprinted through the thick jungle, the wreckage of the downed ship coming into view ahead of him. Every step seemed to reverberate through the ground, aftershocks of the crash rippling through the dense foliage. The air was thick with humidity, the scent of scorched earth mingling with the natural aroma of the forest. And all the while Nova fed him real-time data. Her voice clipped and focused, reflecting the urgency that gripped them both. "Blue, there's motion around the site," Nova reported. "Sharp and efficient as always. Multiple figures detected. Movement patterns are irregular without hesitation." Blue activated his morpher, the sequence so ingrained in him that it was reflexive. The familiar surge of energy coursed through him as his ranger suit materialized, locking into place with a snap of power. His HUD flickered to life, giving him a clearer view of the terrain ahead. But there was no time to process anything beyond what needed to be done. This was no simulation, there was no room for error. Every second counted back at Ranger operations. The base was already in a state of disarray. The sudden wail of alarms cut through the air, blaring across every screen in the room. Red alerts flashed in sync with the sirens, bathing the command center in a pulse of ominous light. Officers scrambled to their stations, each of them trying to decipher the flood of incoming data that filled the monitors. Shouted commands and confused voices filled the room as they scrambled to make sense of it all. It had happened so suddenly, someone had triggered an unauthorized morph, which could only mean one of two things: it was either Blue, or they were dealing with an unlicensed or covert enemy agent. The realization only added fuel to the growing panic. Seated at the center of it all, the overseer barely looked up from her console. Her reaction was one of frustration, not surprise, as if she'd already expected something like this to happen. She knew exactly who had caused the alert to go off. Even before the report came in, "Of course it's him," she muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. She glanced down at her untouched cup of tea, which was quickly losing its warmth. Typical. She hadn't even had time for a single sip before Blue decided to throw another wrench into her day. "Ma'am, we have got an unauthorized morph," one of the officers shouted, his voice tight with tension as he stared at the flashing screens. "It's Blue." He morphed without clearance and in an unapproved location. The overseer's scowl deepened, her irritation plain as she regarded the chaos around her. She hadn't even started her day properly, and already she was dealing with Blue's shenanigans. "What's he doing now?" she asked, though it was less a question and more of an exasperated sigh. "We're still piecing it together, ma'am," another officer responded, fingers flying over the console as he tried to gather more data. The overseer gave a quick shake of her head and turned her attention back to the monitors, trying to make sense of the unfolding disaster. All around her, the air seemed thick with confusion as officers struggled with conflicting reports. Panic was rising, fueled by the inconsistent information coming in. Voices overlapped, each more frantic as they tried to reconcile the discrepancies. "Where's the ship's trajectory report?" The defense grid didn't pick anything up. "We've got comms coming in from orbital command, but it's all fragmented." The overseer listened to the cacophony, her fingers drumming lightly against the console. She was irritated, yes, but not surprised. This was just another day of dealing with Blue's rogue behavior. Her tea was growing colder by the minute. and her patience was wearing thin. Before anyone could respond further, the base's comm system lit up with a new transmission, cutting through the din of the room like a sharp blade. The officers fell silent, turning their attention toward the comm system as Specialist Valert's voice crackled through the speakers. Her tone was steadicam even, despite the chaos that must have been swirling around her. "This is Specialist Valert, relaying commands from Ranger Operator in the field." Camilla's voice echoed through the room, laced with both professionalism and urgency. "We have an unidentified ship, Aquitan origin, crash landing 2 kilometers north from my location. Initiating code 483, potential foothold situation." I repeat, potential foothold situation. A ripple of tension ran through the room at the mention of code 483. The officers exchanged quick, panicked glances. A foothold situation meant serious trouble, possibly the beginning of an invasion. Camilla's voice came back through the speakers, unshaken by the weight of the situation. "Ranger Operator requesting rapid deployment of aerial, tactical and armored rapid response teams. Preliminary confirmation of ship ID as Blade Surge. Ranger Operator present and in direct command of the situation." The Overseer's head snapped up, her earlier irritation giving way to something more intense. "Aquitan," she muttered under her breath, the realization settling in. So that's why Blue had morphed. Her eyes flickered to the now lukewarm tea beside her as the implications sank in. It had to be serious for him to react like that. Meanwhile, Blue pushed through the dense jungle, his body moving swiftly and effortlessly through the terrain. As he got closer, he ducked behind a large tree. Using it as cover, his HUD zoomed in on the crash site, the figures near the wreckage becoming clearer. His breath caught in his throat as he saw them, their forms emerging through the haze of smoke and debris. Red, black, yellow, pink Rangers. "No way," Blue whispered at his voice barely audible, the disbelief and shock seeping into his words. Nova's voice cut through his thoughts, cool and analytical as always, though even she couldn't hide the concern in her tone. "Blue, I'm detecting AI chatter. The suit signatures, they match. Are you okay?" This isn't adding up, his mind reeled, struggling to reconcile what he was seeing with what he knew. This couldn't be happening, that can't be, they were KIA. During the series mission 10 years ago, Nova confirmed. But the readings are clear, the suits, the AI, it's them. Back at Ranger Operations, the chaos had escalated. Officers were frantically trying to make sense of the reports coming in, their voices rising to an almost unbearable level as they struggled to organize the flood of information. The Overseer remained still amidst the storm, her eyes glued to the live feed from Blue's helmet, which had finally flickered onto her screen. There, on the display, were the unmistakable forms of the red, black, yellow, and pink Rangers, their stances, their suits. It was all exactly as she had seen in the footage that had been broadcasted planet-wide during their efforts 10 years ago. They had died, she had seen the reports. They had been KIA during the series mission, and yet, there they were, moving about the crash site as if no time had passed at all. "What the hell am I looking at?" she muttered, her voice low but tight with tension, the disbelief clear in her tone. An officer turned toward her, his face pale, uncertainty written across his features. "Ma'am, the signatures, they're confirmed, but it's them. I don't know if this can be right." The Overseer exhaled sharply, her fingers gripping the edge of her console as she glanced down at her tea. It had grown cold now, completely forgot. "Damn it, Blue," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "If this is what you've gotten into, it better be worth it." Before she could process it any further, the doors to Ranger Operations slid open with a sharp hiss, and General Cassens strode into the room. His presence was commanding, his expression severe as he took stock of the situation unfolding on the screens. The officers snapped to attention, their frantic movements slowing as Cassens approached the central console, his eyes sweeping over the chaos with a practiced gaze. The moment General Cassens entered the room, every officer snapped to attention, their frantic movements halting abruptly. "General Cassens," the Overseer acknowledged, her voice steady but with an edge of formality. Cassins gave a sharp nod, his posture radiating authority. "I'm assuming command of operations," he declared, his voice carrying easily over the hum of the room. "Scramble the aerial tactical and armored rapid response teams immediately." The officers moved into action at his command, their earlier panic replaced by swift, purposeful movements as they relayed the orders. Cassins continued, his tone clipped and focused. "We're in a foothold situation. I want full eyes on that site. And I want to know what the hell is happening with that ship." The overseer offered a brief nod, her fingers flying over the console as she pulled up the relevant data. "You'll want to pull up Blue's HUD feed," she said, keeping her voice professional. "It's already active." Cassins leaned forward over the console, his sharp eyes scanning the live feed from Blue's helmet. The tension in the room was palpable as the reality of the situation settled, the gravity of what they were seeing weighing heavily on everyone. Cassins' face hardened as he took in the figures at the crash site, the red, black, yellow, and pink Ranger Saliv and moving. His voice was low, but the weight of his words was undeniable. "This is going to be a long day." Blue's heart pounded in his chest as he tore through the thick jungle, his body moving with the precision of a finely tuned machine. The dense canopy overhead blocked most of the light, casting the ground below in a patchwork of shifting shadows. His boots slammed against the soft-uneven earth, avoiding tangled roots and the thick vines that stretched like fingers across the path. The air was thick and humid, clinging to him like a second skin. But none of that mattered, not now, not with what he'd seen. His mind raced ahead, struggling to make sense of it all. They couldn't be here. His former team couldn't be standing there in front of him. It wasn't possible. Yet every step brought him closer to the truth that was tearing at the edges of his reality. Red, black, yellow, and pink, his team were alive. Alive and moving as if they had never been lost. As if the 10 years since the series mission hadn't happened. No additional life signs, only the 4 Rangers. Nova's voice cut through the haze of disbelief clouding his thoughts. She was calm, focused, she had to be. "But I'm detecting AI activity, distinct signatures tied to Aegis. Bastion, Econ, Prism, it's them, Blue. I've run every scan." Her words sent a chill through him, cold and unrelenting. He wanted to reject the reality. Wanted to cling to the version of events he knew to be true, that they had been killed. Lost forever in the chaos of the series mission. The aftermath had confirmed their deaths. He'd felt the impact of their loss through the neural link. The hollow ache that had settled in him as the reality of their absence sank in. He had mourned them, and yet here they were. How? The question clawed at him, but there was no time to linger. His suit responded to his every movement, adapting with fluidity as he pushed through the jungle. His HUD pinged with updates as he moved, scanning the environment, thinning in on the figures ahead. He zoomed in and his breath caught. There they were, standing near the wreckage, moving with precision, their suits gleaming as if they had just stepped off the battlefield. Red, black, yellow, pink, their forms unmistakable. 10 years, Blue's thoughts were a whirlwind of disbelief, confusion, and something close to fear. He wasn't ready for this, he didn't know how to be. His mind screamed that they had been killed in action, KIA. There had been no mistake, no misunderstanding. It had been one of the hardest things to accept. But he had accepted it because he had no choice. They were gone, and now they were back, and now they're here. Nova's voice threaded through his thoughts, steady as ever, though even she couldn't fully mask the concern buried beneath her words. "We need to be careful, Blues, careful." That was an understatement. He could feel the weight of his pulse in his throat, hammering at his chest. He couldn't afford to let his emotions get the better of him, not now. Not with everything that was unraveling in front of him. He forced his breathing to steady, falling back on the years of training that told him how to remain calm in the face of the impossible. He wasn't ready for this, but he had to be. As he closed in on the crash site, he noticed the way his former team stood in formation. Their movements coordinated but somehow off. Their helmets were angled toward the sky, scanning upward. Blue recognized the stance immediately. They were trying to orient themselves, to confirm their location. But they weren't as sharp as they had once been. Their movements were just a little too slow. Their coordination lacking the perfection it had once held. They're disoriented. The thought sent a flicker of hope through him. They hadn't fully regained control. The crash had shaken them, made them vulnerable. They're verifying their location, Blue noted. Watching as the four Rangers, red, black, yellow, and pink worked together, their AIs Aegis Bastion Echo and Prism were collaborating, mapping out stellar constellations to determine where they had landed. It was a smart move he expected from Red. Always so thorough, so careful to follow protocol. They're disoriented from the crash impact. Nova confirmed her tone sharp with analysis. It's affecting their cognitive processing speed. Their AIs are helping, but it's clear they're struggling. That's their first step, Blue thought, feeling the tension in his muscles build. They need to know where they are before they make their next move. A pit of unease opened in his chest. Something was wrong. Beyond just the shock of seeing them alive. It was the way they moved. The way they hadn't yet acknowledged their surroundings. They weren't fully aware of the danger they were in or the danger they could become. If they had turned hostile, if they had become enemies, they would be capable of more than just physical attacks. They had neural links their AIs could connect probe, and access systems they had no business accessing. If they knew he was here, they could use that to their advantage. And he couldn't risk that. Novo need to secure the link. Blue thought urgently, the reality of the situation slamming into him. If they've been compromised, they could use our neural connection against us. They could find us. Already on it, Nova's response was swift, efficient. He felt the subtle shift in their connection as she fortified the neural link between them, locking it down with encryption layers thick enough to keep even the most advanced AI from breaching it. I'm reinforcing the neural pathways. They won't be able to tap into our connection or track your location. We're secure. Blue exhaled, tension easing slightly in his chest. The ever-present link between him and Nova tightened, fully isolated from any outside influence. For now, they were safe. But that small comfort didn't erase the reality in front of him. They can't know we're here, Blue thought, keeping his body low, his eyes trained on the figures ahead. His HUD flickered as it updated the distance between them, still far enough to remain unnoticed. But that could change in an instant. His mind raced through possibilities, none of them offering clear answers. His team, his former team, was here moving. But were they still themselves? And if they weren't, what would he do then? Blue. I'm running a deep scan of their systems. Nova interrupted his thoughts, her mind threading into his once more. Their firmware matches the protocols from the series mission, same security layers. Same operational systems, it's all 10 years out of date. Blue's pulse quickened. 10 years, he repeated the thought, grappling with the implications. 10 years was an eternity when it came to military technology. It meant they had no access to the current infrastructure, no connection to modern systems. He knew what that meant, but he needed Nova to confirm it. They can't connect to command, can they? He asked, his mind running ahead. No, Nova confirmed, her analytical tone cutting through the tension. They're locked out of every current military network. No date or time updates. No access to friend or foe identification systems. They're isolated from everything. Blue's eyes narrowed. Good, he thought, his mind racing through the risks they had just avoided. If they had access to those systems, they could wreak havoc. We can't have them accessing automated defense platforms. Zord Baser rapid resupply pods. That could turn ugly fast. Nova's thoughts were clear in his mind. Their firmware is old, Blue. They're stuck with outdated security protocols. No challenge codes, no access to military networks. As long as we keep them out of range, they'll stay isolated. We've got time then. He wasn't sure whether that was a good thing or not. Nova cut through his thoughts again, her tone now edged with urgency. Blue. The Rangers are transmitting distress signals on Ranger-only frequencies. His eyes widened slightly. Can command pick it up? No, Nova replied swiftly. It's an old frequency. Obsolete much like their systems. We can hear it but command won't. They're completely cut off. As Blue tuned into the transmission, a familiar voice echoed through his mind, Red's voice. Strong and authoritative just as he remembered it. But there was an edge to it now, a hint of desperation. Mayday, 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 this is the Red Ranger. She called out, her tone steady but tense. My team has made landfall. Stellar constellations confirm that this is Earth. Unable to confirm geographic region. All communications channels and networks are offline. Team disoriented, require retrieval. The message repeated in a loop. Blue's breath hitched as he listened to it over and over again. Red's voice was calm, composed. But underneath that professionalism was the undeniable strain of uncertainty. They're reaching out, Nova observed. Her voice echoing in Blue's mind. Trying to establish contact, Blue gritted his teeth. But no one's listening, the distress call looped again. It was an SOS call thrown into the void. And they had no idea how far removed they were from the world they knew. They couldn't even place themselves on a map beyond confirming they were on Earth. Their confusion ran deep. And Blue could feel the panic growing beneath their well-practiced protocol. They're isolated from everything, Nova repeated. No communications network. No access to modern infrastructure. We're the only ones who can hear them. Blue's eyes remained locked on the Rangers, watching for any signs of aggression. His mind was split between the familiarity of their voices and the very real threat they posed. Before Blue could respond, Nova's voice cut through his thoughts again. Blue. I'm detecting increased neural activity between the Rangers and their AIs. Blue's pulse quickened again. What kind of activity? Well, he asked, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the small but deliberate movements from his former team. Their brain activity is spiking, Nova explained. The rate of data exchange between the Rangers and their AIs is escalating. They're communicating heavily through their neural links. Blue's HUD flickered as he zoomed in on them, watching their subtle gestures, their stance shifting as they communicated internally. This wasn't good, can we listen in? He asked, already knowing the answer. Not unless we lower our own neural security. Nova responded, her tone cautious. We're running a full encryption. If we tried to tap into their link, we'd open ourselves up to them, and I don't think you want to risk that. Blue clenched his jaw. The Rangers were likely making decisions, strategizing through their internal links. But he and Nova were blind to it. Their own mental security prevented them from hearing anything useful. So we're in the dark while they plan their next move. He thought grimly he could see it now, the slight, almost imperceptible movements as they adjusted their stances, coordinated through the AI chatter. They were getting their bearings, making sense of the situation, and he had no idea what conclusions they were reaching. Suddenly, Red broke away from the group. Her posture was sharp, authoritative. Her movements deliberate. Blue tensed immediately, lowering himself even further behind the cover of dense foliage, his HUD tracking her with every step. She was walking in a straight line directly toward him. She can't see us, Nova whispered through his thoughts. Scanning her movements, I'm certain of it. But Blue's mind raced. There was no reason for her to come this way. His camouflage was fully activated, he was well hidden, completely shielded from her view. No, she can't, Blue agreed. But maybe she can feel us, his thoughts whirled as the realization dawned. We're connected through the morphin grid, we always were. It's possible they're sensing me through the grid itself. Red's steps were steady, her helmet angled forward as though she were homing in on something. She hadn't seen him, but she was coming toward him nonetheless. They can feel us through the grid, Blue thought again. His pulse quickening, reaching out through it. Whether they know it or not. Red came to a stop several meters away, her stance rigid and commanding. She couldn't know exactly where he was, not yet, but it was clear she was closing in on something. Her posture screamed authority, control then. Her voice boomed, amplified through her helmet's external speakers. Clear and authoritative. Attention, unidentified Ranger operator. Under Article 7 of the Post-Countdown Protocols, you are ordered to stand down and surrender your equipment. Her tone was firm, unyielding. Failure to comply will classify you as an enemy combatant or insurgent. We will use lethal force to subdue you. Blue's heart pounded in his chest as her words echoed in the clearing. They had just confirmed what he feared if his former team saw him as a threat. They wouldn't hesitate to act, this was it. They were ready to treat him as hostile. Nova's thoughts filtered in, calm but firm. They're operating by the book, it's all they have. Blue remained still crouched in the underbrush, his mind racing. Red had always followed protocol to the letter and now, even in their disoriented status, was prepared to act. Blue took a deep breath, his gaze narrowing with determination. Red's doing her job, Nova. It's time I did mine, he murmured, his voice resolute. Issue a global lockdown command, he hesitated, knowing the decision would cause panic. Yet it was necessary. This command would override all standard procedures, transferring control to Ranger operations. Given his current engagement in the field, unknowns loomed. Other ships could have landed, bringing potential enemies. Protecting Earth remained the utmost priority. After a moment, gave the order, initiate Atlas override. Nova responded immediately, her tone sharp and precise. Understood, initiating Atlas override. In Solari, Delta Shield generators roared to life, covering the city with an impenetrable, shimmering energy dome. Electrical currents danced along the surface, and massive auto turrets slid into view atop towering skyscrapers, scanning for any aerial or ground threats. Emergency sirens echoed across every block, urging the populace to seek refuge in fallout shelters. The local garrison moved swiftly, mobilizing with the trained precision of an experienced force. In Synchrianon, the North American heartland, luminescent shield projectors came online, encapsulating the city in a radiant barrier. Artillery platforms, concealed beneath the streets and in strategic points, emerged from their bunkers. Automated drones deployed into tactical formations as announcements blared across neighborhoods, guiding civilians to shelters. Garrison forces moved to secure power grids and key infrastructure, their readiness evident in their swift response. In Orlije, outside the remnants of Rio de Janeiro, the shield dome activated, bathing the city in a translucent glow. Concealed train bunkers opened, releasing high-speed armored trains equipped with heavy artillery, which began their defensive orbits in concentric patterns. Auto turrets unfolded from elevated positions as sirens wailed, prompting citizens to move to safety with practiced efficiency. The militia all prepared took their positions, ready to respond to any immediate threat. Blue took a deep breath, his gaze narrowing with determination. Red's doing her job, Nova. It's time I did mine, he murmured, his voice resolute. Issue a global lockdown command, he hesitated, knowing the decision would cause panic. Yet it was necessary. This command would override all standard procedures, transferring control to Ranger operations. Given his current engagement in the field, unknowns loomed. Other ships could have landed, bringing potential enemies. Protecting Earth remained the utmost priority. After a moment, gave the order, initiate Atlas override. Nova responded immediately, her tone sharp and precise. Understood, initiating Atlas override. In Solari, Delta Shield generators roared to life, covering the city with an impenetrable, shimmering energy dome. Electrical currents danced along the surface, and massive auto turrets slid into view atop towering skyscrapers, scanning for any aerial or ground threats. Emergency sirens echoed across every block, urging the populace to seek refuge in fallout shelters. The local garrison moved swiftly, mobilizing with the trained precision of an experienced force. In Synchrianon, the North American heartland, luminescent shield projectors came online, encapsulating the city in a radiant barrier. Artillery platforms, concealed beneath the streets and in strategic points, emerged from their bunkers. Automated drones deployed into tactical formations as announcements blared across neighborhoods. Guiding civilians to shelters. Garrison forces moved to secure power grids and key infrastructure. Their readiness evident in their swift response. In Orolija outside the remnants of Rio de Janeiro. The shield dome activated, bathing the city in a translucent glow. Concealed train bunkers opened, releasing high-speed armored trains equipped with heavy artillery, which began their defensive orbits in concentric patterns. Auto turrets unfolded from elevated positions as sirens wailed, prompting citizens to move to safety with practiced efficiency. The militia all prepared took their positions, ready to respond to any immediate threat in Victoria. Shield generators emitted a hum that reverberated through the historic streets, creating an iridescent energy dome that merged the modern skyline with relics of the past. Auto turrets emerged discreetly from both historic landmarks and contemporary buildings, their presence a juxtaposition of tradition and innovation. Sirens urged residents to underground shelters, while defense units moved with precision, positioning themselves at key strategic nodes throughout the city. In Frostspire nestled in the frozen reaches of Antarctica, an energy shield materialized, its gleaming surface blending seamlessly with the white expanse of the ice-covered landscape. Auto turrets emerged from armored panels embedded within the fortress's high walls, swiveling against the gusting winds as they scanned for aerial intrusions. Defense teams bundled in advanced cold-weather gear, secured vital assets, and ensured the resilience of supply lines against both environmental and external threats. At Coral Vault, situated along Australia's southern coastline, terrestrial and aquatic defenses activated in unison. An energy dome enveloped the land-based portion of the city, while beneath the waves, pulse cannons and autonomous submarines fanned out in well-coordinated formations. These defenses secured research sites and aquatic habitats against potential incursions. Coastal residents responded to the emergency alarms by swiftly relocating to shelters, while local militia organized to safeguard critical access points. In the four Aquitarian cities, Aquamarissifera, Maristhos, and Ororales, their translucent domes hardened, the opalescent structures enhancing their defenses against any potential impact. A synchronized sonar pulse rippled through the ocean, meticulously scanning for underwater threats. Defense drones streamed from the city's core, patrolling boundaries with swift precision, while inhabitants calmly moved to fortified shelters designed to withstand both man-made and natural threats. The lockdown was absolute global and unmistakable, a comprehensive measure that signaled strength in the face of unknown dangers. Aida City, distinguished by its unique geography and infrastructure, stood ready fortified against any possible threat. Blue watched with a steely focus, fully grasping the magnitude of his decision and the far-reaching consequences, as the world prepared itself for whatever might come next. In Frostspire nestled in the frozen reaches of Antarctica, an energy shield materialized, its gleaming surface blending seamlessly with the white expanse of the ice-covered landscape. Auto turrets emerged from armored panels embedded within the fortress's high walls, swiveling against the gusting winds as they scanned for aerial intrusions. Defense teams bundled in advanced cold-weather gear, secured vital assets, and ensured the resilience of supply lines against both environmental and external threats. At Coral Vault, situated along Australia's southern coastline, terrestrial and aquatic defenses activated in unison. An energy dome enveloped the land-based portion of the city, while beneath the waves, pulse cannons and autonomous submarines fanned out in well-coordinated formations. These defenses secured research sites and aquatic habitats against potential incursions. Coastal residents responded to the emergency alarms by swiftly relocating to shelters, while local militia organized to safeguard critical access points. In the four Aquitarian cities, Aquamarissifera, Maristhos, and Ororales, their translucent domes hardened, the opalescent structures enhancing their defenses against any potential impact. A synchronized sonar pulse rippled through the ocean, meticulously scanning for underwater threats. Defense drones streamed from the city's core, patrolling boundaries with swift precision, while inhabitants calmly moved to fortified shelters designed to withstand both man-made and natural threats. The lockdown was absolute global and unmistakable, a comprehensive measure that signaled strength in the face of unknown dangers. Aida City, distinguished by its unique geography and infrastructure, stood ready fortified against any possible threat. Blue watched with a steely focus, fully grasping the magnitude of his decision and the far-reaching consequences. As the world prepared itself for whatever might come next. She's not wasting any time, Blue thought, his pulse quickening as Red's posture stiffened, her head snapping sharply to one side as if she could sense him. His breath caught in his throat. He could feel the weight of her presence, her focus sharpening as she began to survey the jungle around her. It was only a matter of time before she locked onto him. And Blue knew that Red never hesitated once she identified a target. Stay calm, he reminded himself, but his body betrayed him. Muscles coiled with tension, the heat of the moment crashing down like a tidal wave. This wasn't a drill, they were hunting him, his former team. He had trained alongside them, fought with them, and now, for the first time, he saw him as a threat. Blue, they're attempting to scan for your location. Nova's voice cut through his mental haze. Her tone was professional as always, but beneath it, there was an edge, something sharper. Even Nova couldn't hide her concern this time. Prism is likely enhancing their sensor capabilities. Pink's scan will lock on soon, Pink's already on the move. Blue thought grimly, his chest tightening as his HUD flickered to life, showing the incoming scans in real time. Prism would be amplifying Pink's natural abilities, allowing her to track Blue's movements with near-inhuman precision. Every second that passed was another second closer to being found. He had mere moments, maybe less. Pink had always been good, no. Exceptional at finding what others couldn't. She had the patience of a sniper and noided by Prism. There was no margin for error, time to stay on the move. He thought, dropping lower to the jungle floor. His body pressed against the damp earth. The thick canopy overhead cast fragmented beams of sunlight through the foliage, painting the ground in a shifting pattern of light and shadow. It was nearly impossible to remain hidden, but he had to try. He couldn't afford to stop, not now. Echo is deploying sonic probes, Nova added, her voice a calm reminder of how rapidly things were escalating. They're mapping the area through sound. Blue clenched his jaw. Echo, of course. He should have known Yellow would utilize her AI to sweep the area with sonic waves, detecting any vibrations, any movement, no matter how slight. Yellow thrived in complexity. She was as comfortable navigating the unpredictable as she was in the depths of the ocean. The more variables there were, the more she seemed to intuitively know what to do. It wouldn't be long before Echo picked up on the faintest hint of his presence. And then the net would close in, they're boxing me in. His mind raced, calculating every option. Once they narrowed in on him, they would close in from all sides, cutting off any retreat points. The jungle that had once felt like a sanctuary now felt like a trap. The trees loomed tall around him. The vines and dense underbrush seemed to weave together, sealing off potential escape routes. He had nowhere to run. They'll adapt to your movements, Nova cautioned, reading his thoughts even before he could form them fully. Prism and Echo will compensate for the environmental variables. They're always adapting. Deploy sonic and friction dampeners, Blue ordered, his mind racing. Every second mattered right now, any delay could make the difference. His voice was steady, masking the intensity of his quick thinking. Maximize camouflage, his suit responded instantly, the quiet hum of its systems kicking into overdrive. The sonic dampeners engaged, swallowing the sound of his movements as the friction dampeners reduced the impact of his body against the jungle floor. He was moving silently now, his footsteps erased by the suit's advanced systems. But he knew this was a temporary solution at best. His suit would overheat within minutes if he kept pushing it to the limit like this. The dampeners won't hold for long, Nova reminded him, her voice colder now. The suit is already running hot. I don't have a choice, Blue thought back. Every movement calculate precise, his muscles were tense, straining against the growing heat within the suit. The jungle pressed in around him. The once lush and vibrant greens, now nothing more than a suffocating labyrinth. The walls were closing in, and he could feel the weight of it in every step, every breath. Prism scans are narrowing, Nova continued. Her thoughts laced with urgency. Echo is detecting vibrations, small tremors in the earth. They're going to triangulate your location any second now. Damn it. Blue swallowed hard, trying to suppress the rising panic. His body was screaming at him to move faster. But he knew better. Any sudden movements would give away his position. The Rangers were too good at this, too coordinated. The Neuralink gave them a huge advantage. They could share information and tactics instantly without needing to issue commands. They worked like a well-oiled machine, every member in sync. Every action calculated, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Blue, Nova's voice cut through the fog of his thoughts. There's an old mine shaft 50 meters to the north. I'm pulling up the schematics now. Incoming message from General Cassens, Nova said. Not now, he replied. Route all communications to priority queue. Understood. His HUD flickered again, highlighting the location of the mine shaft. It was hidden beneath thick vines and underbrush, nearly invisible in the dense jungle. But the scans showed it was still intact, just deep enough to provide cover. A mine shaft, Blue thought, his mind racing. There could be unused dynamite down there, ready to go off at the slightest disturbance. The tunnels might collapse, burying him alive. He might need to create a new exit if things went south. There were so many risks, so many unknowns to this move. What are the chances it'll hold? It's structurally sound, Nova confirmed. It'll block Echo's probes and Prism scans. At least temporarily. You can use it to put distance between you and them, plus, if it collapses, at least you'll have a good excuse for missing your next reunion. Blue laughed quietly, appreciating Nova's attempt to lighten the mood. But he couldn't afford to hesitate right now, 50 meters. He thought, his eyes narrowing as he mapped the best route to the mine shaft. I can make that without a second thought. Blue shifted direction, his body low as he weaved through the dense jungle. His movements were quick but calculated, each step precise as the dampeners continued to cloak his sound. The heat in his suit was growing unbearable. Beads of sweat running down his face, but he couldn't stop. Not now, they're closing in faster than expected. Nova warned, her voice sharp in his mind. Echo's drones are mapping the area 30 meters from your position. They're moving in quicker than projected. The box is closing. His chest tightened, his breathing becoming ragged. I need to keep moving, he thought. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to push harder. But he couldn't think about staying hidden anymore. The box was closing in faster than he'd anticipated, and he had no choice but to move. He had to push forward regardless of the risk. The entrance to the mine shaft loomed ahead, barely visible beneath the thick vines and roots. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, his body moving on instinct. He could feel the weight of his former team pressing down on him, their presence like a predator chasing its prey, relentless and unyielding. The feeling of being hunted pushed him harder, every step driven by the knowledge that they were closing in. Suddenly, a plasma bolt seared through the air just past his shoulder, the heat from the blast grazing his skin. It struck a nearby tree, with plasma eating into the bark, sizzling and bubbling as it carved through the wood. His body jerked, instinctively diving behind another tree, the acrid scent of burning wood filling the air. Pink has taken a shot, Nova's voice was sharp, a warning. Another plasma bolt is ripping through the forest, burning through branches and underbrush. The heat is spreading fast, scorching everything it touches. Stay alert. Blue's breath came out in short, ragged gasps as he scanned the tree line. His HUD zoomed in, pinpointing Pink's location. She was perched high in the trees, her sniper rifle still smoking from the recent shot. Her eyes were trained on his position, but her body was tense, waiting for the next move. As his gaze flicked toward Pink's feet, Blue's heart sank. A faint glow pulsed beneath her, Red's grid boundary shimmering, amplifying Pink's already dangerous precision. God damn it, Blue thought, his chest tightening. She can't see me, she can't hear me. And yet she aimed right at me, he gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of the connection between them. Lady Luck is purring for her tonight. Pink had always been lucky, too lucky. But this wasn't just luck, Red was amplifying her, boosting her instincts, making her an even deadlier shot. If she took another, she wouldn't miss. Sorry Pink, not letting you have your way with me tonight. Red's boosting Pink, Nova confirmed, her voice tight with concern. They're locking in on your position. Blue's stomach churned as he weighed his options. He could feel the walls closing in. His former team had no idea it was him they were hunting. They were chasing an unknown target. But their precision and training were just as deadly. He had to think of something else, anything that could give him a chance to break free. He couldn't let them trap him. We need to move, Nova urged. Echo's drones are cycling. Red's grid boundary needs a moment to recharge and reboost. Move now, soldier, with a burst of energy. Blue sprinted toward the mine shaft, his muscles screaming in protest as he pushed himself harder. His heart pounded in his ears, the jungle blurring around him as he closed the distance. He dove into the entrance of the shaft just as another plasma bolt tore through the air, striking the metal frame at the entrance of the mine. The bolt hit with a deafening crack, and the plasma began to eat into the metal, sizzling and bubbling as it melted away. The acrid scent of scorched steel filled the air, and Blue could hear the frame groaning under the immense heat. The metal warped and twisted, the once sturdy entrance now buckling. Threatening to collapse, sparks flew, and pieces of molten metal dripped to the ground as the plasma chewed through the structure relentlessly. Blue didn't dare look back, his focus solely on getting deeper into the mine before the entrance gave way. The darkness swallowed him, the cool air inside the mine a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the jungle. His breath came fast, his chest heaving as he pressed his back against the stone walls. He had made it, but only just inside the shaft. The air was damp and thick, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. The narrow walls were slick with moisture, glistening faintly in the dim light filtering through the entrance. The tunnel stretched out before him, its darkness yawning and uninviting, with jagged wooden support beams lining the walls, some cracked with age and neglect. The faint echo of dripping water reverberated through the passage, each drop amplified by the emptiness around him. Rusty metal tracks ran along the ground, remnants of an old mining cart system, and the occasional clatter of loose pebbles added to the eerie atmosphere. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sounds of the mine settling and the distant dripping water. Tunnel appears stable, Nova assessed, her voice steady. For now, Blue exhaled slowly, the tension in his muscles finally releasing. His suit systems powered down, the dampeners disengaging as the internal temperature began to drop. His body ached, his muscles burning from the sprint. They're sweeping the perimeter, Nova continued, her thoughts pressing into his mind. The Rangers are approaching the entrance, moving cautiously. But they're preparing to come inside. They know you're down here, let's hope it's enough. A Blue muttered, his voice low as he pushed off the wall and began to move deeper into the mine shaft. The cold air wrapped around him like a shroud, a brief reprieve from the sweltering heat outside. His chest still ached, his heart still raced. But for the moment was safe, but it wouldn't last. It never did. His mind wandered back to his former teamto Red. To Pinkto, all of them, they had been so close once, but now they were hunting him. The people he had trusted with his life, the people he had fought beside, were now the ones closing in on him. He couldn't hide forever, they would find him eventually. And when they did, I'll be ready.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.